Chapter 661 The Undercurrent of Destiny. Great Goddess of Destiny. You show mercy, and give me your gifts. You bring the fate of all things in the world. You weave an airtight web of destiny. In the capital of Lundborg. In the basement of a luxury villa near the western suburban park. A naked mature woman was kneeling in a damp and dark basement, with nets on the four corners. Praying devoutly towards a statue of a god placed on the table. It was a completely black figure. With the lower half in the shape of a spider. And the head of a woman with a coquettish posture. Although it was difficult to see its specific facial features. It seemed to have the physical characteristics of the elves. In front of the statue, sesame oil and incense are burning. And gems of various colors are placed. In front of the female priest, there is also a burning brazier. The firelight reflected the figure of a mature woman on the wall behind her. From the spider webs at the four corners, black spiders the size of little fingers crawled and attached to the silhouette of the mature woman. As more and more black spiders crawled on the silhouette of the mature woman, there seemed to be an uncontrollable itching sensation, causing the praying mature woman to let out several suppressed, painful, and a little joyful moans. The straight back that was originally kneeling on the ground began to bend, and the sound of breathing was much louder than before. It wasn't until a black shadow that looked like a god statue was formed in the silhouette of a mature woman projected on the wall that all the moaning in the basement finally stopped. The mature woman hurriedly put away her embarrassed look, and once again knelt upright in front of the statue, listening to the oracle from the gods. The goddess who controls destiny. Only devout believers can detect her existence and listen to her teachings. This is a gift that can change their own destiny. When this mature woman left the basement after listening to the oracle from the goddess of fate, she returned to a luxuriously decorated room with luxury everywhere. She faced the floor-length mirror and put on the clothes she had just taken off one by one. After getting dressed, she wiped some makeup to cover up the blush that had just appeared on her face. After all this was done, she called the maid who was guarding outside the room. She didn't have to wait long before she got the turning point in her fate that she needed. Queen. As soon as the king returned to the palace from hunting, he lost his temper because he could not see you. Please ask us to take you back to the palace immediately. The mature woman just nodded calmly, and then got on the carriage heading to the palace. In the carriage, a mocking sneer appeared on her lips. If it had been before, she would have been happy that the king valued her so much today. But now she just felt disgusted. The other person was just a dog she could easily attract. Originally, she had been left out by the king, and was even sent to live quietly in this villa. Her fate for the rest of her life was already foreseeable. Fortunately, the goddess of fate did not give up on her. She simply made a wish. And the king of Lundborg, who neglected her and doted on other women, came after her like a pug. Destiny is so magical and changeable. The same thing is happening silently in other places. All those who pray to the goddess of destiny are, without exception, women. She only prefers women because she is a woman. This is the consensus among the followers of destiny. Soon, followers of the goddess of destiny began to secretly appear all over Lundborg, like a web of fate slowly unfolding. Belief in the goddess of destiny gradually spread from the small country of Lundborg to surrounding countries. Gradually, some people in the Republic of Intis, Sagel, and the Kingdom of Lone began to secretly and devoutly believe in this goddess of fate. Since the belief in the Mother Earth began to decline, her disloyal followers also began to believe in the goddess who controls destiny. Although this goddess of destiny is not a harmless true god on the surface, as long as she can change her own destiny, there are still many believers who fall into her arms. The Kingdom of Lone only had this clue and sign, and the goddess of the night immediately issued an oracle, allowing the Church of the Goddess of the Night to begin a strict investigation of the heretics who believed in the goddess of destiny. The followers of the Church of the Goddess of the Night call the sudden rise of the goddess of destiny the fallen spider queen who blasphemed fate, and her followers are called blasphemers. In the capital of the Republic of Intis, Klein often felt a cold gaze peeking at him from the dark. He went to Sapphira Castle several times for divination, but could not get the results he wanted. The only thing is that his romantic luck was particularly strong during this period. He often met young and beautiful aristocratic ladies, innocent worker girls, passionate and mature ladies from the aristocracy, and even female priests, who made secret glances at him. At first, Klein simply thought that this was because of the open folk customs of the Republic of Titus. As the sworn brother of Roger Gustav, he was destined to attract such pursuits from the opposite sex. But later, he gradually felt that something was wrong. All the women who came close to him, no matter what kind of chance encounter or coincidence, seemed to come with some purpose. having personally experienced the incident between Nsangwil and 008. He has always been particularly careful about the word coincidence. Now, he also feels like someone has secretly arranged his fate. The opponent was more difficult to deal with than Nsangwil and 008 combined, and he was almost overwhelmed on several occasions. This is definitely unusual. Klein tried to get in touch with Will, and that night, he saw Will in his dream. In the past, there was an outer god who controlled destiny. Now his clone is lurking in the dark. Through the ability to weave destiny, he helps his believers change their destiny, thus strengthening his power of faith. This momentum is developing very quickly. Now the Goddess of the Night has responded and ordered the believers of the Church of the Goddess of the Night to strictly investigate those who believe in destiny. You are also Fate's beloved darling, so you have been targeted by him. Perhaps he already knows your unknown identity. Klein was silent for a while. He finally found the reason for what happened to him during this period. Alas, he thought it was his current appearance that was attractive. What a shock. In the old days, the outer gods who controlled fate were on the same track as you, weren't they? Maybe he came for me, Will replied, and then told Klein not to worry too much. This is within the initial barrier. Although the opponent is powerful in the starry sky, here, his strength is also extremely limited. If he hadn't been worried that the other party had already weaved layers of nets waiting for him, he would have long wanted to uncover the old days of this outer god hiding in the shadows. Is there any way to deal with him? It's difficult. Will shook his head and said, he has gone very far on the road of destiny. Any future that is malicious to him will be foreseen by him in advance, making it difficult to take effect. Origin Castle does have the ability to hide, but it's still difficult to hide it from him. You don't seem to be in any hurry? I'm waiting for the stars to move. Stars? Well, it seems that he is preparing to send these outer gods, who have sneaked into the original barrier, back to the stars. Klein's eyes lit up. This is really a great strategy. Once completed, it will be a good thing for everyone. Don't worry. He is staying in the starry sky now. Very safe. At least safer than you. Amon has noticed you before, and he will be an obstacle to your future extraordinary path. Will seriously warned that he had already spied on part of Klein's fate. As for what happened after becoming the Lord of Mysteries, he was not able to pry into it for the time being. As for who will be the final winner between Klein and the Lord of Mysteries, he also cannot pry into the related fate. I'm ready to be promoted to Sequence 3. May fate bless you. After speaking, Will left the dreamland. Klein got up from the bed without any thought of resting. He knew that the secret flow of fate made it difficult for him to remain stagnant. Some time ago, Russell used the entire nation of the Republic of Intis to collect the extraordinary materials he needed to advance to Sequence 3 Ancient Scholar. He only needs to mix it into a potion, and he can try to get promoted, because he has already fulfilled the required promotion ceremony in advance. The promotion ceremony is completely escaping from reality for at least 300 years. Swallowing the magic potion when oneself has become history, and does not belong to the current era. The time he has been hanging on the Origin Castle has definitely exceeded 300 years. He himself is already history, and his era has also passed. Thinking about it, this is the real reason why the Lord of Mysteries took so much trouble to hang a large group of people on the Origin Castle. He is taking the initiative to pave the way to the fortune-telling for those who come after him, so that the heirs of Origin Castle can quickly advance and grow. This has always made him deeply afraid. Chapter 662 Unusual Belief. Goddess of Destiny. Half a month later, Russell returned from regaining a territory. Under his care, Klein was successfully promoted to Sequence 3 Ancient Scholar. As soon as he was successfully promoted, he noticed that the Ancient Scholar's potion in his body was being rapidly digested. The ancient history and secrets he now masters are enough to digest the Ancient Scholar's potion. He was preparing to rest for a few days, then collect the extraordinary materials needed for the Sequence 2 Miracle Master, and then continue his promotion. According to the content of the bookmark given by Haster, the main material required to advance to Sequence 2 Miracle Master is a Miracle Master characteristic. Auxiliary materials: 300 milliliters of Miracle Master's blood, a time worm, and a star worm. When Klein told Russell the materials he needed, Russell mysteriously took out a copy of Miracle Master's blood and gave it to Klein. In order to be on guard against the old Invizerdal, I went to learn about the Diviner's Path. And by the way, I kept a copy of the Miracle Master's blood for research. I originally had a collection of star insects, but they were all robbed after my death. My precious daughter may still have a collection there. Insect of Time. This thing is very useful. I only got a little bit at the beginning, and have used it all up. As for the extraordinary characteristics of the Miracle Master, you need to figure it out yourself. I have never obtained this thing. When Russell said this, he said in an indignant tone, "You guys are the best at saving lives. It's hard to fall. The more I think about it, the more angry I become." Klein just smiled and said, "I got a few of Amon's worms a time, and I just have one left. Now I only need the extraordinary characteristics of the Miracle Master." Russell looked up at the starry sky. "There is a copy of the Miracle Master's extraordinary characteristics in the wishing lantern. The lantern will follow the stars to the starry sky. It is estimated that the Miracle Master's extraordinary characteristics will most likely be in the hands of the stars. This is the fastest way to obtain the extraordinary characteristics of a Miracle Master. Mr. Hastur has helped me a lot. Just because he has helped you so much, he will continue to help you." Klein couldn't think of any words to refute Russell's remarks. "Don't feel embarrassed. The situation is getting more and more complicated now. You'd better hurry up and get promoted." Russell chatted with Klein for a while, and then left the palace, saying that he was preparing to clear out the hidden followers of the Goddess of Destiny in the capital Trier. With Russell cooperating with the Church of Steam's raids, Klein could clearly feel that the love fortune around him was dispersing, and the prying eyes on him had become much weaker. The Fuzek Empire, a country that existed in name only, has now become a source of chaos. This is the place where the stars and outer gods liked to come in the past. Today, a burst of singing came from the starry sky and went straight through the depths of the earth. Then the earth made a violent commotion, and there also seemed to be a burst of singing or soft murmurs. The two sounds collided and melted softly in the air, and then streaks of light belonging to the stars penetrated the earth. When the starlight penetrated the ground and was about to detect the whereabouts of the endless murmur, all the starlight dispersed, and the singing from the starry sky suddenly stopped at the same time. In the starry sky, inside the Palace of Stars, Hastur looked at the starry sky outside. The endless murmurs and the Goddess of Desolation had traced the starry sky where the Palace of Stars was, and were watching with eagerness, trying to imprison the Palace of Stars. Hastur sighed and manipulated the Palace of Stars to penetrate everything and stay away from the starry sky. During this period of time, he has been trying to first send the clone of Everlasting Rumbling back to the starry sky, and then target the Destiny Weaver with all his strength. But with the lessons learned by the Goddess of Desolation from the last time, Everlasting Rumbling and Destiny Weaver noticed his intentions. Whenever he made a move across the Palace of Stars, Everlasting Rumbling and the others could always rush to the stars quickly. The starry sky where the palace is. Hastur could only control the Palace of Stars to stay away. They have played this hide-and-seek game several times. This is also the reason why Hastur has been unable to send the clone of Everlasting Rumbling back to the starry sky. Although the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master want to help over the fallen Mother Goddess, the old numbers of the outer gods have an absolute advantage. If there is a real commotion, the side of the fallen Mother Goddess will definitely have the upper hand. In order to solve this problem, Hastur has also been thinking about how to accomplish his desired goal without disturbing the old days of the outer gods in the starry sky. There are two solutions he thought of. One is to let the Palace of Stars risk the awakening of the consciousness of the original creator to cross the initial barrier and return to the real world. The second method is to let Will and the others deal with the old clones of the outer god, while he can send down the Starlight Incarnation as a guide, which is very feasible. Hastur finally chose the second method. Backlund, Will, who was enjoying the breakfast carefully prepared by his parents, noticed the arrival of the incarnations of the stars, quickly took a few mouthfuls of food, then returned to his room and closed the door. "Are you ready to take action against the Weaver of Fate?" Will's tone was a little excited. He had been waiting for quite some time. "You need to complete this matter yourself." Hastur briefly talked about his situation in the starry sky. Will thought about it for less than 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. "As long as there is no interference from the stars, I can strangle him to death with just one of his clones." Will is still very confident about this. According to his observation, the strength of the clone of the Destiny Weaver is roughly equivalent to that of the King of Angels, and he holds sequence 0 of the Key of Light. This difference in strength great. You need to accommodate the Key of Light a little more first. Otherwise accidents will inevitably happen. Hastur reminded. The Destiny Weaver may have a way to snatch control of the Key of Light from Will. After all, Will has not yet completely accommodated the Key of Light. Well, that's what I'm worried about too. It's time for the God of Steam and Machinery, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Goddess of Night to let them do some work. In the next little while, Hastur and Will formulated a feasible strategy. which was roughly to unite the true gods at the cracks in the original barrier to target the Destiny Weaver and the everlasting whispers. When Hastur left, Will quickly went to the kingdoms of several true gods at the cracks in the original barrier. And everything went well. They have the same goal when it comes to targeting the old days of the outer gods. Especially the goddess of night, the weaver of fate. As the goddess of fate, the scope of her belief has rapidly expanded, and the flame of belief has become difficult to extinguish. Among the believers of the goddess of the night, women account for a large part. And there have been many cases where believers who originally believed in the goddess of the night have switched to the belief in the goddess of destiny, under the temptation of changing their destiny. Believers who believed in the goddess of night, the god of steam and machinery, and the god of knowledge and wisdom did not receive any substantial help. It is more of a spiritual comfort and a home for the soul. This is an illusory belief that is difficult to put into practice. It is difficult to compare with the temptation of the goddess of fate to change the original destiny. The anchors of their faith have begun to shake. Will only reached a united front with them, and did not discuss any specific strategic steps. He only discussed this with the stars. Only in this way can the Destiny Weaver's keen perception of fate be shielded, and he can be successfully calculated and sent back to the starry sky. My destiny has been obscured. Are the stars preparing to take action against me? Hidden in a dark cave underground. It is covered with white spider webs, and spiders of various sizes are cruising back and forth. Deep in the spider web cave, there is a giant black spider that looks like a human, or rather an elf, or a dark elf. Destiny Weaver, Spider Queen, and Pit Demon Web Queen are all his honorable names. After coming to the real world, he also gave himself a human name, Rose. He likes this name very much and also likes to use this identity to walk in the human world. Stars, can you really keep looking at me? The Destiny Weaver let out a hoarse murmur, and his upper body struggled to separate from the spider's body. Dark green stinking mucus continued to emerge, dripping onto the hanging spider web below, making a sizzling sound. When the outside body of the Destiny Weaver is completely separated from the spider body, she looks up at the starry sky, then eliminates her elf body features, and becomes an elegant and mature woman wearing a black gauze skirt. At this moment, he seemed to have completely cut off his past destiny. Chapter 663, Battle of Destiny. The fate of the Destiny Weaver suddenly disappeared. Backlund and Will, who stayed at home honestly, noticed the slight fluctuation in fate at the first moment. He was sure that at that moment, the Destiny Weaver must have taken some measures to completely cover his own destiny. Even if he holds the source of the key of light, he will not be able to find the destiny that belongs to the Destiny Weaver again in a short time. He should have known that we were preparing to deal with her, so he made changes in advance. The existence of the Destiny Path. The perception of destiny is too keen. Alas, what a shameless person. Oh, I'm also a Destiny Path. So that's okay. Will thought about it carefully for a while, and felt that the Weaver of Fate was in hiding, and would most likely come to Backlund to look for him. Perhaps you can use yourself as bait to catch him. As soon as this idea came up, Will forcibly suppressed it to prevent the Fate Weaver from noticing any changes in fate. It's really troublesome. Will sighed. The stars in the room flashed, and the incarnations of the stars descended in front of him. Let's go. I'll take you to deal with the remains of his body. His destiny has changed. Can you still watch him? Not now. But when I spend more time with him, I can find him accurately. Hastur was in the Hall of Stars, and also noticed something unusual happening to Destiny Weaver. Now, he could only see the spider body of Destiny Weaver. As for where the humanoid part disappeared, he could not immediately spy. This proves that the Destiny Weaver is blocking the gaze from the stars through the authority that belongs exclusively to the Destiny Path. That's good. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Good. Will looked slightly confused, but still followed Chuanqing's clone and left Backlund. Not long after they left Backlund, the lady in a black gauze skirt, who came out of the depths of the earth, appeared in Will's home. When Will's parents saw him, they smiled and said, "Will, why don't you continue to rest in the room? Didn't you just say you were feeling a little unwell?" "Well, I did feel a little uncomfortable. It's much better now." The Destiny Weaver just glanced at Will's parents and instantly replaced their fate. Now, he is Will and Will's parent. Family love? A boring life. Being free from illness and disaster. And dying at the age of 90. Is this the fate you arranged for your parents? Obviously you can give them a better destiny. It's hard to understand. The Destiny Weaver murmured a few words, and he completely became Will's parents, and then began to weave the web of fate. waiting for Will to fall into the trap. But within a few minutes, Will turned back and looked at his mother, who was preparing meals in the kitchen, and his father, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. He sneered again and again. Is this the method of the Destiny Weaver? When Will revealed the disguised identity of the Destiny Weaver, everything around him changed drastically in an instant. The originally nice 3-story building turned into a cave full of spider webs. Countless spider threads were entangled back and forth, trying to wrap up the power of the Weaver. Tied you up. A wheel of fortune floated behind Will, and even if the spider webs came over it, it could not invade it at all. The power of fate has no effect on him. But suddenly, Will felt a palpitation in his heart. The fate from the past and the future started to bite him back at the same time. His body trembled and stood unable to move. A torrent of fate surged in front of him, smashing him into the web of fate that had been woven around him, making him unable to extricate himself and find it difficult to leave. It seems that you are not very familiar with the authority and ability of Destiny Path. The voice of Destiny Weaver came from above the white spider web. Compared to you, my ability to use fate is still very rudimentary. Will didn't panic at all and said with a smile, but in the face of absolute power, the so-called skills are not worth mentioning at all. Will's whole body flashed with white and transparent brilliance, and he easily broke free from the shackles of the Destiny Weaver and regained his freedom. Ha. The Destiny Weaver just sneered. White spider threads wrapped around him, and the web of fate opened again. Will flexibly avoided it, but was still bound by the web of fate. You bind my fate? I am not only you. I am also your father and your mother. Your destiny is already under my control. Will blinked and said, but this is within the initial barrier. Is your clone strong enough to support you in binding a real Destiny Path Sequence 0? After saying this, Will once again easily broke through the shackles of fate and took back his own fate and that of his parents at the same time, making it impossible for the Destiny Weaver to bind his fate through this point. Your understanding of destiny is too superficial. The Destiny Weaver disappeared from the darkness, and then the fate around him fluctuated violently. The next second, Will felt that the key of light that had not been fully contained in his body was about to leave him and fly into the arms of the Destiny Weaver. With a serious look on his face, Will first suppressed the abnormality of the key of light, then disappeared into the darkness, crossed the torrent of fate, and recorrected his destiny of obtaining the key of light. The Destiny Weaver wants to temporarily replace his own destiny and make the key of light mistakenly think that he is himself, so that he can leave his body and fly to the Destiny Weaver. Are you imitating me? Yes. It's rare to find a teacher like you who is willing to teach enthusiastically. Will nodded and acknowledged Destiny Weaver's question. He was indeed learning from Destiny Weaver how to use destiny abilities. Destiny Weaver performs perfectly in all aspects. Every time he uses an ability, it is equivalent to teaching him a skill. Oh, you can continue to learn. The Destiny Weaver didn't seem to care at all, and showed Will how to change the past and future destiny. How to use destiny to avoid the harm that will befall him. Will studied very seriously, and Destiny Weaver also taught very seriously. After a while, Will once again broke free from the shackles of fate and chuckled. I have almost learned it. I know why you are willing to teach me passionately. You want me to get closer to your destiny, so that you can better replace the destiny that originally belonged to me. Right? You are right. The Destiny Weaver glanced at Will through the dense web of fate, and quickly left here. With the strength of his clone, he is no match for Will. All he wants to do is deepen the connection with Will's destiny, thus replacing Will's fate of successfully containing the key of light in the future. This is not something that this clone can accomplish. He needs to return to the starry sky in order to replace Will's destiny in advance before he is fully grown up. Rumble. The Destiny Weaver, who had escaped into the depths of destiny, was suddenly disturbed by a violent disturbance, which disturbed Destiny. He could only escape from hiding and then quickly change positions. With the image of wearing a black gauze skirt, she naturally blends into a small town. Without special arrangements, she successfully became an ordinary noble lady in the small town. No one felt out of place when they saw him. They greeted him warmly and regarded him as a citizen who lived here all year round. Unfortunately, this state only lasted for a while, before Will came here and successfully found the Destiny Weaver. The Destiny Weaver continued to flee, but no matter where he escaped to or what shielding method he applied to his own destiny, he was still easily found by Will. Stars. The Destiny Weaver knew in his heart the reason for this situation. It must be that the stars had a glimpse of his destiny during this period, looked at him again, and then continued to provide guidance to Will. In the end, Destiny Weaver escaped twice more before being completely blocked by Will, leaving him unable to leave again. Returning to the starry sky is also the destiny I set. The Destiny Weaver did not escape again, letting Will crush the fate of his clone. A ray of light from the stars flashed, and the clone of Destiny Weaver was sent back to the starry sky. At the same time, the stars shine brightly, and their light shines on Will, helping Will purify the fateful entanglement between him and the Destiny Weaver. Before Will could say thank you, the stars disappeared. Will understood that the Destiny Weaver and other outer gods were once again chasing the stars in the starry sky. The starry sky is really choppy. I'm afraid only excellent helmsmen like Chuanxing can roam freely in the sea of stars. Will glanced at the starry sky, returned his parents' fate, and brought everything back to normal. At this moment, the mutation reappeared, and Will's hands were clamped by his parents, binding his fate. Chapter 664 2 Promotion Ceremonies of the Star Path. The sudden change made Will stay where he was. He was thinking about the reasons that caused everything in front of him, and thinking about what he did not do well enough just now. His promotion to Sequence 0 was too short, and he had to accommodate the Key of Light. Indeed, his ability to use the Path of Destiny was far inferior to that of the Destiny Weaver. But his destiny is always firmly in his own hands. The Wheel of Fortune appeared behind him, and with a slight turn, his destiny began to change, and his whole person was freed from his shackles. It also released the fate of his parents. After doing all this, he heard a voice coming from deep inside his heart. Destiny is the most bizarre ability. Do you think I can't see my future destiny? So why do I still dare to come to Backland? Your understanding of destiny is too shallow. The honorable name of Destiny Weaver is taken too lightly. It is the voice of the Destiny Weaver. His fate seemed to be becoming more entangled with his own. The purification from the stars, just now, did not completely solve the influence of the Destiny Weaver on him. I'm curious how you do this. Will still showed his inquisitive spirit. What is your destiny? A future that has not yet come? Or a possible future? Destiny, Will murmured, having a deeper understanding in his heart. You are now affecting me through the initial barrier. Right? Your clone was a bait from the beginning, and I've already taken the bait. You should be very proud of your calculation now. Right? Will spoke in a gentle tone. But you all seem to have forgotten that the Key of Light has been in my hands recently. No matter how stupid I am, I have learned a little bit about fate. Destiny restarts. The Key of Light embedded in Will's palm glowed slightly, and the Wheel of Fortune behind him quickly turned, round and round, smoothing out the fateful waves caused by the Fate Weaver little by little. When fate restarts, the voice of the Destiny Weaver disappears from Will. It's really not easy. Will sighed and glanced at the starry sky. In terms of authority and ability, you are indeed very powerful. But in terms of human calculations, you are still far behind. In order to let the Destiny Weaver come out of the darkness, the stars negotiated with him several times. On the one hand, they shielded the Destiny Weaver from peeking into the future destiny. And on the other hand, they made the Destiny Weaver believe that he had a chance to win. Therefore, the Destiny Weavers came to Backland, and came to their carefully prepared snare. This is not a trap of fate, but a psychological game of multi-layered calculations. Let everything be restored to its original state. Will looked at his parents with dull eyes, and let their fate return again. Will, why don't you continue to rest in the room? Didn't you just say you weren't feeling well? Will's mother came over and took a serious look at Will's face. Will, I just have to go out for something. When I come back, I will bring you your favorite ice cream. Will's father walked out of the room with a smile. Really? It's not good to eat ice cream all the time. Will, let me prepare some delicious desserts for you. I like all of them. A sweet smile appeared on Will's face, like the child who hadn't grown up yet. In the starry sky, time has never been a unit of measurement that deserves too much attention. Perhaps, for the outer gods in the old days, time never existed. In the blink of an eye, Hastur has been in the starry sky for a whole year. During this period, on the one hand, he cooperated with Will to continuously send the old clones of the outer god and the original barrier back to the starry sky. On the other hand, he truly experienced the vastness of the starry sky. He is preparing for his promotion to Sequence 0. The potion of the Sequence 2 star attendant basically melted in his mouth. After being promoted to the Sequence 1 star singer, the consciousness of the stars awakened as expected, and the fight with him for control of the body did not appear. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. After a period of adaptation, he also began to prepare to work towards Sequence 0. Because of the special nature of the stars, 3 copies of sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics, regardless of the extraordinary path, are acceptable. Hastur once had a conjecture about this. The stars came from outside the universe. There may be no concept of extraordinary pathways in his universe. The star pathways are the product of the stars coming to this world and blending with this world. The simple understanding is to adapt to localization. This is how the star path captures the extraordinary characteristics of other extraordinary paths. As for the uniqueness of the star path, Hastur has not figured it out yet. Where is this thing? Is it unnecessary, or does it not exist? He had once guessed that the Black Devourer, the black star conceived, was the only path to the stars. But in the end, he denied this conjecture. The level of the Black Devourer obviously exceeds sequence 0. How could it be unique? Perhaps the uniqueness of the star path has already been perfectly integrated with the star palace. He doesn't need to look for it anymore. It might fall into the hands of Hastur, the ruler of the old days. As for the rituals required to advance to sequence 0, there are 2 different options for the star path. The first promotion ritual, take a magic potion to be promoted when the stars are shining. The second promotion ritual, take a magic potion to be promoted when the stars are extinguished. These are 2 completely opposite promotion ceremonies. One is glory, and the other is death, which is easy to understand. When he awakens the dead stars through the ability of the star singer, a scene of shining stars will appear in the starry sky. At that time, he can take the magic potion and advance. Another promotion ceremony is to let yourself extinguish all the stars that have lit up, so that the starry sky will become extinct again. This is Asta's preliminary conjecture. Whether it is true or not requires further verification. For him, the first promotion ceremony is naturally more secure. The ability of the star singer is to wake up the dead stars. He only needs to continue to use the ability of the star singer. Sooner or later, the stars will shine. However, there are too many stars in the sky. Even if he wakes up 10 stars a day, if he wants to wake up all the stars in the entire starry sky, he doesn't know how many years will pass. Unless the promotion ceremony required the stars that the outer gods represented in the past, rather than all the stars, he would have to be busy until the year of the monkey and the horse. The second promotion ceremony. Currently, the number of stars lighting up in the starry sky is less than 100. It seems relatively easy to extinguish them. But each star basically represents the past of an external god. He doesn't have the ability to extinguish them one by one now. But there is a trick here, which is to awaken the original creator. When the original creator awakens, the universe will reunite, and the starry sky will be completely extinguished. You can hide in the Hall of Stars, and wait for the opportunity to take the magic potion and advance to sequence 0. This is the fastest and cruelest way to get promoted. Perhaps, this is the fastest way to advance to sequence 0 arranged by the stars. Let the original creator wake up. Restart the universe. And let all rules and order disappear. The stars can just take advantage of this opportunity to drive out of the universe in the Hall of Stars. There is no better opportunity than this. The more Hastur thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was a possibility. On the one hand, it would take countless years for the stars to shine. And on the other hand, it would only be a shortcut to awaken the original creator. The difference in time and energy required between the two was too big. If Adam had been given the choice, he would have definitely chosen the promotion ceremony of awakening the original creator without hesitation. After all, the stars are just outsiders to this starry sky, and outsiders do not need to cherish this temporary habitat. What a great temptation! Hastur sighed secretly, and then used the power of the star singer to once again awaken a dead star in the starry sky. This is a star with a comet tail, like a tadpole. After being awakened, he just flew into the depths of the starry sky, and then stopped in one place, as if he was missing something, and seemed to have lost that little bit of sober reason again. Hastur sat in the Hall of Stars. He only looked at it for a few times, and then looked away. He still needed to continue to awaken other stars. Alas, the stars also need to do hard work. The only good thing is that the stars he awakened personally are closely connected with the Hall of Stars, and he can probably use the star game on them 3 times. This is the reward they need to pay for awakening them. For them, this is simply an extremely cheap deal. Hastur manipulated the Palace of Stars, and was about to leave the starry sky. The star in the comet's tail flew outside the Palace of Stars, seemingly praying to the stars. Chapter 665 returned to the real world. With a hazy consciousness, it seemed that he could not even remember who he had been. Hastur sat in the Hall of Stars, looking at the comet outside that begged the stars to take it in. His light is no longer very bright, and is gradually dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only by approaching the Hall of Stars, and relying on the light of the Hall of Stars, can he temporarily maintain his own light. He may have forgotten who he is, but he definitely understands who awakened him. At this moment, he is expressing his closeness to the stars, like a stray dog that is awakened by someone in the middle of winter. It is natural for him to get close to someone who can provide it with warmth. Hastur looked at him for a long time, and after confirming that he had no clear self-awareness and only had a weak instinct, he did not choose to expel him, but allowed him to stay far away within the light of the Hall of Stars. From a distance, the Hall of Stars seems to have an extra little tail. When the Jinn came to the Hall of Stars and saw the comet lingering outside the Hall of Stars, he looked at it curiously, but he couldn't tell which ancient outer god this comet once belonged to. I'm here today to express my gratitude to the stars on behalf of my friend. The Jinn told Hastur about the recovery situation of Father God during this period, and asked in a low voice, he also wants to come to attend the meeting of the stars. Are the stars willing? Okay. Hastur nodded. This is a gift I gave you. The Jinn sounded strange. A gift? Was it for this purpose that the stars asked each of them to recommend a new member? Tell me what new news the fallen Mother Goddess and the others have during this period. After hearing these words, the Jinn god immediately became excited and began to belittle the camp where the fallen Mother Goddess belonged. The fallen Mother Goddess can be said to be suffering from internal and external troubles at present. There are stars outside that keep sending the former clones of the outer gods back to the starry sky, causing their actions to be hindered many times. Inside, because more and more outer gods are joining his camp, large-scale turmoil often occurs. But not all outer gods are rational, and their sanity is often only temporary, while chaos and madness are permanent. When they were still rational, they knew they would join the camp of the fallen Mother Goddess and deal with the stars together. But once madness takes over their reason, they will start fighting each other. And some of the outer gods have hated each other since ancient times. In order to coordinate and resolve these matters, the fallen Mother Goddess was so busy that even the Crimson Moon's authority was taken back by the Desire Mother Tree. In the end, the fallen Mother Goddess simply ignored her and allowed the outer gods to fight in the stars, causing the entire camp to be in chaos. Hastur just listened silently, trying his best to pick out some barely useful information from the Jinn's pile of nonsense. What's going on with that star outside? Before leaving, the Jinn once again took a serious look at the comet chasing behind the Hall of Stars. Like your friend, he has just regained consciousness and his brain is not very clear yet. The Jinn laughed. His brain has not been used for at least thousands of years, and it is indeed rusty. We need to go down and find a bottle of lubricant for him to smear on it. In the southern continent, in a manner far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, Audrey was practicing her flower arrangement skills. Next to her, Susie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was lying in a sunny place, deftly turning the pages of the book with her right front paw, and then half of the body presents an enchanting posture, like a noble lady lying on her side. In the small lotus pond not far away, Azhara was walking back and forth on the shore, looking at the carefree little fish in it, her eyes shining slightly. After arranging the last rose flower, Audrey took 2 steps back and looked at her work up and down. She was quite satisfied and put her hands on her hips with an expression that said, "I'm really awesome." Susie just glanced back subconsciously, and then continued reading. Azhara didn't even glance back. She quickly stretched out a paw and patted the fish that came out of the water to exhale. It's a pity that Sharon is not here during this period, and Susie and Azhara don't know anything about elegant art. Audrey admired it for a while, then felt that she wasn't very interested. Since Sharon was promoted to Sequence 3 Silent Disciple, she has remained silent in order to digest the Silent Disciple potion as quickly as possible. Recently, she returned to the spirit world and lived in hiding in the castle left by her teacher. Our Miss Audrey looks very happy today. Hastur appeared behind Audrey, and on his shoulder, Grey Carrie transformed into a little firebird and stayed quietly. You must learn to cultivate your sentiments, so that you can always maintain a good mood. Audrey turned to look at Hastur, and after a second glance, she frowned slightly, stepped forward and pinched Hastur's cheek, and asked curiously, "You seem to be different today than in the past?" "Well, I am real today." "Have you come back from the stars?" Audrey said in surprise, immediately attracting Susie and Azhara to come here together. "I have no plans to settle down in the stars." "Who knows?" The corners of Audrey's mouth raised slightly, and her tone was particularly relaxed and pleasant. "There are only the old days of outer gods such as the fallen Mother Goddess and the Mother Tree of Desire." "Humph. Don't think I don't know. They are salivating over you. You're absolutely right. Asta smiled and joked with Audrey for a few words. And then was instructed by Audrey to work. Here. Help me move this flower arrangement to my bedroom on the second floor. I'm a star among the stars. And you just order me like this. Then would the great stars be willing to do something small? Oh. I accept my fate. Hastur was carrying the flower pot at the back. Azhara and Susie were on either side of him. And Audrey was dancing gracefully in front. On the second floor. In Audrey's room. Hastur placed the flower pots. Then stretched his waist and said, I haven't done hard work for a long time. And my waist is almost broken. Okay. Don't be so miserable. Audrey smiled brightly and motioned for Asta to lie down on the bed. No matter what. I'll help you beat your waist. Susie and Azhara looked at each other, trembling all over, and consciously left here, leaving space for Audrey and Hastur. Why can you pass through the initial barrier? Let me think about how to answer you. Hastur organized his words a little before telling Audrey how he crossed the initial barrier. Inside the initial barrier, there must be residual consciousness of the original creator. Although this residual consciousness is not enough to awaken the original creator. It is not necessarily true if every time the initial barrier is crossed it will stimulate the original creator. Therefore, when he crossed the initial barrier, he was still unable to stimulate the consciousness of the original creator to awaken. After being promoted to sequence 1 star singer, he had a general idea. He also made a test to see whether the original barrier intercepted the Hall of Stars or him. The result is obvious. He can pass through the initial barrier freely. But the Palace of Stars cannot. If we follow the general idea, he would leave the Palace of Stars in the starry sky and enter the initial barrier himself. But Hastur just thought about it for a moment and rejected the plan. Once he is separated from the Palace of Stars, some unusual changes are likely to occur, and he may be driven to a dead end by his own hands. Then he thought about the power of the Star Singer. Since he could awaken the dead stars, he could also make the stars fall into dead silence again. Hastur took advantage of this and disguised the Palace of Stars as a dead star. A meteorite without any breath or any power from the stars. Naturally, he successfully passed through the initial barrier and reached the real world. Audrey's beautiful eyes filled with tears as she listened. Although she could not fully understand Hastur's attempt, she must know that Hastur had put in a lot of effort to do this. Will you return to the starry sky in the future? Well, that's where the future is decided. Audrey didn't say anything more. Just leaned gently on Hastur's back. Don't worry. The stars are destined to shine in the sky. I just feel like the stars are so far away from me. I prefer you to call me Mr. Hastur. Of course. Adding dear in front of it would be even better. Dear Mr. Hastur. After Audrey finished shouting, she blushed and said, Sharon doesn't know you are back yet, so we can't let her stay in the spirit world. Asta understood what Audrey meant, turned over, and put his arms around Audrey's waist. There was no need to open any more space portals. He just put his arms around Audrey and appeared directly in Sharon's castle. Sharon, who was as silent as a stone statue, quietly returned to normal the moment she saw Hastur, with an undisguised smile in her eyes. Chapter 666, Calm Daily Life. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, Hastur got up early and rarely, and spent this time in the starry sky. He almost forgot the feeling of sleeping in bed, in the Hall of Stars, except for occasionally thinking about things. I don't feel sleepy, let alone want to sleep. He is now sequence 1. As his life level increases, he is slowly breaking away from the shackles of human beings and starting to transform from human to God. Sometimes he is curious about beings like the goddess of the night, Adam, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. What do they do at night? For them, is there any difference between night and day? What are you doing every day? Or do they simply close and open their eyes, and will not wake up from their deep sleep until there is external interference? Meow. With silent steps, Azhara jumped along the stair railing and onto Hastur's shoulders, then curled up and lay down obediently. How have you been practicing your calligraphy lately? Meow. Sharon is not around during this time. Are you slacking off again? Meow. You should learn to focus from Susie. Meow. No matter what Hastur asked, Azhara only responded with a meaningless meow. Hastur patted its little head a few times, then took it out and wandered along the road paved with white marble. Not long after leaving, I saw Susie carrying a small brown backpack with several bulging books inside. It walked to a tidy area that had welcomed the sunrise, and it was a habit to look back and pull off the small backpack when it caught a glimpse of Hastur and Azhara staring at it. It used its extraordinary ability to make the small backpack spontaneously floating from its back. The books inside also floated in midair one by one, and then landed safely in front of Susie. Susie put on her gold-rimmed glasses, laid down and changed into a comfortable position, and then started to turn the pages of the book and read. Seeing this scene, Azhara meowed dismissively. If Susie is even half serious, it'll be alright. Meow. Azhara held her head high and refused to comment on such criticism. Hastur did not continue to talk about Azhara. His cat always had to be pampered by himself, and Azhara's lazy temper had already been developed. Instead of being harsh, it would be better to let it be a happy kitten all the time. After wandering around, Hastur took Azhara back to the small villa to prepare for breakfast. Audrey and Sharon had also finished washing and went downstairs. When they saw Hastur, Sharon walked over silently, picked up Azhara, sat on the edge and started petting the cat, while Audrey went to the kitchen, saying that he wanted to prepare a dessert for Asta. Asta was a little uneasy about Audrey's cooking skills. There is an old saying that the more beautiful a woman is, the less she knows how to cook. He had never seen Audrey and Sharon cooking. If it's just dessert, no matter how bad it is, it won't be that bad. Right? Asta thought for a while, then sat next to Sharon, holding one of her little hands, and joining in with the cat petting with the other hand. Sharon, it's your turn tonight, Hastur said to break the silence. Sharon was still silent and didn't speak. You are now a sequence 3 silent disciple. Being silent is indeed a way to go, Hastur said with a smile. Speaking of which, you don't seem to be ticklish. Right? Sharon realized Hastur's evil intentions, so she got up and carried Azhara away to the kitchen. You can escape now. I won't let you escape at night. Asta followed Sharon with a smile and headed to the kitchen together. Before he could go in, he was kicked out by Audrey. Asta had no choice but to stay outside with Susie, who had just returned. Not long after, Audrey showed up with Sharon with a dessert she had made. When the dessert was served, Asta breathed a sigh of relief. Almond tea. This dessert is very simple. It only requires almonds, sugar, water and other ingredients. It will never be overturned at Audrey's level. Asta took a sip slowly, and then looked at Audrey's expectant eyes and said slowly, this almond tea tastes like almonds. And a little sweet. Even Azhara knows that this is nonsense without any nutrition. Audrey glanced at Hastur and asked curiously, Dear Mr. Hastur, can your words only support this level of taste? Asta drank up a small bowl of almond tea and still said slowly, Good things always need to be tasted slowly. I think my actions are the greatest compliment to your dessert skills. That's right. Audrey winked mischievously. Mr. Hastur's compliment is indeed good, but it's not good enough. Is there anything that needs improvement? If Mr. Hastur could drink all the little almond tea left in the kitchen. It's just a minor issue. Of course. For Mr. Hastur, a pot of almond tea is just an appetizer. Hastur silently shifted his gaze, looked at Sharon and said, Sharon, you can also try Miss Audrey's craftsmanship. Sharon did not speak, but held Azhara's little paw with both hands in a crossed posture of rejection. Sharon, how could you refuse Miss Audrey's kindness like this? Seeing that Hastur changed the subject, Audrey knocked on the table lightly and said, Mr. Hastur, you seem to have forgotten something very important. Really? Why don't I remember? Hastur pretended to be confused, then looked at the table with a look of realization. Is it because of breakfast? That is indeed important. Audrey smiled and said nothing more, while Sharon held Azhara's 2 little paws and gently slid them under her eyes. So cute. People and cats are both cute. After the simple breakfast, the sky did not clear up, but there was a dull thunder, and gradually it started to rain lightly. Hastur just glanced at the sky, and through the authority of the eternal blazing sun, he let the sun disperse the dark clouds, revealing the blue and clear sky. The weather is really nice today. Audrey, who was in a sunny mood, held one of Sharon's arms and said with a smile, Sharon, let's go out for an outing together today. Sharon just nodded, recognizing Audrey's proposal. Asta had no objection and followed Audrey to bring some fruits, desserts and other simple foods. Azhara and Susie spontaneously brought their favorite foods. Azhara likes dried fish, and Susie also likes dried fish. Hastur drove the carriage around the path near the small villa and deep into the forest. When they arrived near a small lake, the green grass stretched out its soft figure in the sun, and then it was pushed down by Susie. Audrey got off the car wearing a sky blue wide-brimmed hat with small flowers woven from light yellow silk thread embroidered on the edge. Sharon still wore her favorite black small soft hat. Haster spread out the tablecloth and placed the food in the car on the tablecloth one by one. Azhara and Susie also worked together, while Audrey held hands with Sharon and walked around the small lake. Enjoy the scenery of lakes and mountains. Azhara. Susie. Do you know my status in this family now? Meow. Woof. You two are more considerate. As soon as Haster finished speaking, Susie and Azhara, who had put their food on the tablecloth, trotted towards Audrey and Sharon together. Family status. Asta sighed. After finishing these trivial matters, he lay in the shade in the back, folded his hands behind his head, and looked at Sharon and Audrey, who had slowly returned not far away. This kind of life is still comfortable and far more interesting than living alone in the Palace of Stars. Mr. Haster, you are very diligent today, Audrey said with a smile. Oh, I'm so busy that my whole body hurts. Do you need a massage? If you are willing, then I will not refuse. Then, let's forget it. If you ask yourself, maybe I will relent and agree. Dear Miss Audrey, can you help refresh your partner with a massage? Cannot. Audrey deliberately teased Haster, while Sharon hugged Azhara and smiled slightly. Azhara and Susie also showed their own smiles. Haster has never liked the silent disciple sequence in sequence 3 more than now. Sharon, who really doesn't say a word, has really interesting little expressions sometimes. Chapter 667 The Miracle of Resurrection from the Dead. More than half a year has passed, and Haster has been accompanying Audrey, Sharon, Susie, and Azhara around during this time. At night, he would go to the Hall of Stars and wake up the stars one by one through the initial barrier. As for whether there were ancient gods in those stars, whether they were kind, evil, or chaotic, he didn't care. To care for the stars, the starry sky is everything to him. No matter what happened to the outer gods in the past, they should be the possessions of the stars. Because of the existence of the initial barrier, Haster has been quiet at this end of the year. But the starry sky outside the initial barrier has become completely lively. One by one, the fallen and disappeared outer gods suddenly reawakened. Whether it was fighting for neighboring rights, revenge, or simple chaos and madness, all these changes due to the existence of the stars made the whole world change. Piangsingkong fell into chaos. Even the fallen mother goddess and the desire mother tree have no intention of continuing to compete for the Crimson Moon. Instead, they have a tacit agreement to reserve some strength to prevent accidents. Haster didn't care about accidentally and indirectly helping the Earth Mother Goddess. Except for the starry sky, the real world has become extremely quiet, and there is no movement anymore. Hidden existences such as the original witch, Adam, and the true creator seem to have suddenly disappeared without any movement. Regarding this point, Haster went to the Hall of Stars to observe for a long time, and indeed did not see any signs of action from Adam and the others. He was probably waiting for Amon to accept the sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics he snatched from Pales. It's impossible to secretly become a god. Haster just sat back and watched all this calmly. He will try his best to disrupt Amon's path to becoming a god, or take advantage of Amon's promotion to a god to cause some trouble to Adam and the true creator. But it is still unrealistic to solve Adam and the true creator in one go. When the outer gods entered the original barrier in the past, the maximum power he could maintain them could only be the king of angels, which was barely comparable to gods such as the god of knowledge and wisdom, the god of steam and machinery. But his opponent was Adam. With the true creator, it still lacks the most critical power, because God cannot be trusted. Asta thought a lot about this matter, all of which were casual thoughts in the process of lighting up the stars. The capital of the Republic of Intis, Klein, who transformed into Antinous, is now being promoted to Sequence 2 Miracle Master. After he obtained a Miracle Master extraordinary characteristics from Haster, his stay gradually reached its peak, and then he started trying for promotion. The timing of the selection was during Russell's return to the capital of Intis. Everything went smoothly, and neither Amon nor Zeradal came to interfere with him. What is a miracle? Resurrection from the dead is a miracle, and he has successfully died once. Well, twice to be precise. TSK. With the source castle behind you. Such a speed of promotion is so fast that it makes people envious. After Klein was successfully promoted, Russell said with an envious look, at that time, he did not have such a good opportunity as Klein. Not only the source castle, but also the stars, and the sequence 0 of destiny path were protecting him. The gift of destiny has a price tag from the beginning. TSK. This is my famous saying, Russell said proudly. When Chao Gong, There are a lot of articles in the world. Russell shook his head and said, moreover, I shoulder the heavy responsibility of passing on the civilization of our era. TSK. How shameless. You should really help me share the burden. I am responsible for inheriting civilization. And you are responsible for spreading the excellent Chinese fire seeds. It's better for you to do things like sowing seeds yourself. After Klein and Russell joked with each other for a while, Russell's expression gradually became serious. You have now been promoted to Sequence 2. No matter how careful you are, Zeradal and Amon must know about your situation. What you will face in the future is the most dangerous level to advance to Sequence 0. The Lord of Mysteries involves 3 paths. Now Mr. Min has been exiled by the goddess of the night and other gods. Amon has mastered the thief path. The fortune teller path you are on currently has you, Zeradal, and half of the fools from Anjia. The half-fool of the Yin family is now imprisoned by the night goddess on the main peak of the Honaki's mountains. Well, you should have been there. That is the territory of the night goddess. The first thing you should deal with now is Zeradal. He already has 2 Sequence 1 secret attendant extraordinary characteristics. The remaining one is still within Banu. If you want to advance to Sequence 1, you can only find Zeradal. Start. Russell took the situation that Klein was currently facing seriously, and planned his future promotion direction. Zareth is not an easy person to deal with. He must have been wary of you. What if I just want to stay in Sequence 2 Miracle Master? Klein, who was listening silently, interrupted Russell's words. Are you serious? Russell looked at Klein in disbelief. Can you withstand the temptation of being promoted to Sequence 0 and becoming a god? Klein smiled and said, Actually, I didn't really want to embark on this extraordinary road in the first place. It's the end point full of madness and chaos. It's too tiring. You really think so? Russell showed a solemn expression. If I have always been a Sequence 2 Miracle Master, then the chance of the Lord of Mysteries wanting to wake up from my body will be lower. Maybe for me, this is a good thing. Seeing that Klein was serious, Russell was silent for a moment and reminded, as the doomsday approaches, the chance of the Lord of Mysteries awakening will become greater and greater. This is a hurdle that you will find difficult to overcome. Maybe the stars can help me suppress the Lord of Mysteries from awakening in my body. How naive. Russell sighed in his heart. The reason why the stars kept helping Klein was precisely because he urgently needed a comrade who could go forward side by side. The outer god old ones beyond the stars, Adam and the true creator within the first barrier are all obvious threats at the moment. Well, just make your own decision. Russell did not choose to dissuade him. He can think of these, and so can Klein. At present, Klein has lost the firm belief to continue moving forward, which is fatal for an extraordinary person embarking on an extraordinary path. Maybe he was really too tired. After all, Klein is just a young man who will not live to be 30 years old. He has done a good job, and it is time for him to take a rest. Russell patted Klein on the shoulder and gave him a bright smile. Klein took 2 steps back without leaving a trace. He only felt that it was leaking. Backland. Klein gave up the identity of Antinous and chose to return to the City of Hope with Klein's appearance and identity. At present, his enemies already know his true identity. But Benson and Melissa still thought he was dead. Will has been promoted to Sequence 0. But he still chooses to stay in Backland and stay with his parents in this life. He is just a Sequence 2 Miracle Master and should return to his family. Resurrection from the dead is a miracle, and his family should also witness this miracle. Klein came to the street where Benson and Melissa were, looked up at the locked window, and then looked down at the pocket watch he carried. The time has now reached 5 o'clock. In about an hour, Benson will come back from get off work and Melissa will also come home from school. Well, there should still be time to make dinner. Melissa must miss her cooking skills. After all, both her and Benson's cooking skills are poor. Thinking of this, Klein bought lamb's wool, potatoes, butter, a delicate and compact cake, and other ingredients from the nearby market, with 2 big bags full of things. He arrived at the door of Benson and Melissa's house. The locked door naturally couldn't stop him as a miracle worker. He easily walked through the door and entered the room. He took a look first. The layout of the room. Kitchen, living room, 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms. Then he looked at the largest locked room on the right. He walked in silently, looking at the clean and tidy room that had been unoccupied for a long time, with a smile in his eyes. This is a room specially reserved for him. Even though he is no longer here, he is still an integral part of this family. The time turned to 5:30. Klein exited the room, came to the kitchen, put on a gray apron, and began to wash and process the ingredients. When he heard the sound of a key opening the door lock, Klein knew that the family he had been waiting for had returned. Chapter 668: The Return of Klein. Why on earth do those people who are stupider than curly baboons sit in the office of the municipal building, talking and pointing fingers at things they have never seen? With their crystal clear stupidity? Or is it because of their severely bald heads? Or is it that seemingly innate sense of superiority and pretentiousness? It's really bad. Fortunately, the salaries of Backlund civil servants are pretty good, especially after the new ruler came to power. The salaries of low-level civil servants increased 3 times in a row within a year. Well, for the sake of the cute little money, he stopped being angry with those curly baboons. Oh, I heard that the new ruler, who came to power, is quite young. Benson rambled on, and told Melissa what happened to him at work. For convenience and safety, Benson first picked up Melissa from school after get-off work every day, and then spent 6 pence on the bus back together. It wasn't until they returned to the familiar streets that they chose to walk the last part of the way and chat together for a while. Every time, after Benson finished talking about his work, Melissa would talk about her life in school. Family. A thing that sounds very simple, but is also very luxurious. What I regret most now is that I didn't study hard. If my knowledge had improved a little, I might have been able to get further promotion. You should understand that there is a serious shortage of talents in this kingdom now, especially those with real talents and learning. Click. Benson opened the door with a key as he spoke. So the most important thing for you in school now is to study hard. Of course, more important than this is to learn to take good care of yourself first, such as rewarding yourself every day. A small cake. Benson took out a carefully wrapped strawberry cake from his briefcase, waved it in front of Melissa, then placed it solemnly in her palm, and then started to open the door and enter the house. As soon as he entered the door, Benson habitually wanted to put his briefcase away and lie down on the sofa to rest for a while. He calls this behavior time to treat curly-haired baboon paranoia. He first resolves the annoying emotions at work, and then he can love his family better. But today, before he had time to do this, he was stimulated by the aroma coming from the kitchen as soon as he entered the door. At first, he was panicked and thought it might be a natural gas leak, so he kept Melissa behind him. Backlund had frequent natural gas leaks some time ago, causing several explosions and killing many people. Later, he smelled it carefully and confirmed that it was the meaty aroma that comes from cooking beef. When we went out this morning, we were stewing meat and forgot to turn off the fire? No. Melissa gave a very positive answer. She looked around for a few times and said with a little fear, "There seems to be someone in the kitchen." As soon as she finished saying this, there was a sound of chopping carrots, pumpkins, and other ingredients from the kitchen. It'll be easier if it's a human being. Benson breathed a sigh of relief. He handed the briefcase to Melissa, lowered his footsteps, and first took out a solid wooden stick hanging on the back of the door, depending on the length of the arm. After waving twice in the air to test the feel, Benson kept his footsteps as low as possible and walked toward the kitchen. He thought that if he chose to break into a house just because he was hungry, he would treat the other person to a meal generously and send him away politely instead of calling the police directly. Even though this is Backlund, there are still many poor people who are homeless and have no source of income. In the past 2 years of working in the city government, he has seen many such things at the grassroots level. It seems that after the heavy snow day that year, many factories closed down, leaving many workers without jobs. Although the government later allocated a lot of relief funds, which slightly alleviated the embarrassment, Benson was thinking complicatedly. As he approached the door of the kitchen, his thoughts changed to, this beef stew is very good. Just smelling the smell of the meat makes people hungry. It's a pity that they don't need a chef at home. To be precise, they don't need an outsider to intervene in their daily life. When Benson, who was holding the solid wooden stick high, saw the face of the figure who was still busy in the kitchen, the next moment, the wooden stick in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Melissa, who was worried about Benson, rushed over and entered the kitchen. "Oh, Benson." "Melissa, the kitchen at home is still a little too small. You wait outside for a while. In about 10 minutes, you can have dinner. You can wash your hands first and clean up the shocked expression on your face. And think about the questions you'll ask later." At such a familiar voice, Benson and Melissa left the kitchen and sat blankly on the sofa, looking towards the kitchen at the same time. After a minute, maybe 3 minutes, Benson and Melissa looked at each other and opened their mouths, but said nothing. Benson's eyes turned red. He stood up tremblingly and staggered towards the bathroom. He had to wash his face. Melissa, who was left alone on the sofa, pursed her lips tightly, and her eyes were wet. After fidgeting and sitting alone for a while, Melissa also stood up. But instead of going to her own bathroom, she came to the door of the kitchen. Her eyes locked on the figure who was about to finish her work. It wasn't until Benson wiped his face and came out of the bathroom that Melissa returned to the sofa from the kitchen door. She looked at Benson for a few times, both of them understanding each other and saying nothing. The hand of time seemed to be moving very slowly at this moment. It was only 10 minutes. But Benson had to go to the bathroom several times. Every time Benson went to the bathroom, Melissa would go to the kitchen door to guard in case anyone inside suddenly disappeared. Benson. Melissa. It's time for dinner. Klein came out of the kitchen with beef stew. Melissa just glanced at him and went to the kitchen of her own accord, bringing out the other 2 dishes. Maury set the tableware. The 3 people were sitting in their respective seats as usual. I haven't changed much. Right? Klein touched his cheek. He hadn't used his original appearance for a while. When he looked in the mirror, he felt much stranger. Benson and Melissa just shook their heads and did not speak. That's good. I'm afraid I'm too unfamiliar, and you won't recognize me. Klein smiled and said, If you haven't decided what to ask yet, you can finish dinner first. We still have a lot of time in the future. Benson, you have lost a lot of weight recently. You need to eat more beef. Melissa, it's time for you to grow up. Don't treat yourself badly when studying. As Klein spoke, Benson and Melissa each filled a bowl of beef stew. You don't have to worry about money. My salary has increased recently. Now my weekly salary is about 22 pounds. If you add some living allowances and bonuses, my annual income has exceeded 1,500 pounds. It's higher than the salary of an average barrister. Benson, you've been wearing this suit for many years. It's time to change into a new one. There is a famous clothing store in the West End, and the craftsmanship is also very good. Melissa, you should also buy yourself a few new sets of skirts. Beautiful clothes are always an indispensable decoration for a girl. We should also buy a new big house, preferably with 4 bathrooms. As for hiring a chef or a servant, I don't think we can adapt to outsiders entering our lives yet. That's okay. My work is much easier now than before. I can get off work at 5 o'clock every day and go home. I have normal holidays on Saturdays and Sundays. And I also get half a month of annual leave every year. The working environment is also good. It is in the Hillston area, which is relatively prosperous, and shopping is very convenient. Except that the price is a bit expensive. Benson, you should have been there too. I have plenty of time. I can cook for dinner in the future. Of course, on Saturdays and Sundays, we can go out and enjoy specialties from different places. Eat some quickly, otherwise it will cool down. In that case, the taste will be much worse. My cooking skills haven't deteriorated yet. I hope. Come on. Have a taste. With a relaxed smile on his face, Klein spoke slowly. He felt that he had not spoken for a long time. So when he started talking, he couldn't stop talking and wanted to keep talking until he finished all the things he had not had time to say in these years. Benson and Melissa still didn't speak. They just ate the beef stew in the bowl silently. It tasted very good because it still tasted the same as before. But it seems to have changed a bit, with a bit more mature flavor after precipitation. After taking a few bites, Melissa could no longer hold back her emotions and lay on the table and burst into tears. Benson was also affected by Melissa's sudden burst of emotion and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. Klein just smiled and watched the scene. He had missed so much over the years. But fortunately, he was back now. In fact, he really should come back earlier. Earlier. And earlier. But it's okay now. Benson and Melissa have been staying there waiting for him to come back. Chapter 669, Faking Death to Maintain World Peace. About half an hour or an hour later, Klein brought the beef stew back to the kitchen to heat it up. When he brought it out again, Benson and Melissa gradually regained their composure. But they still couldn't believe that Klein was really back. They had dreamed about this kind of daily life many times. And they even thought about what would happen after Klein got married. Are you really back? Benson said his first words tremblingly. I'm not dreaming. Am I? I'm really back. And I've never died. Klein explained seriously. It was because of a top-secret mission that I had to. There was no way. I needed to escape through suspended animation. And then, I went to carry out this secret mission. Although I don't want to do anything to deceive you. And I don't want to see you shed tears for someone like me who is pretending to be dead. But someone has to complete the task. As you know, the whole world has changed a lot during this time. And I am working hard to save the world. There is a limit to what I can do. But as a believer of the Night Goddess and a member of the Nighthawks, maintaining the peace of this world is something we must face and deal with. Benson. Melissa, please forgive me for deceiving you with such a lie. Klein explained for a long time before Benson and Melissa gradually accepted this miracle of resurrection from the dead, because they had such simple hopes from the beginning. But the passage of time made the luster of hope in their eyes dimmer and dimmer. But in the corner of my heart, there is still a small place that I firmly believe in. You. All Klein felt was heartache. He gently patted Melissa on the back and comforted her. I'm back, and I won't leave again. Really. I will always be with you and Benson. Compared to Melissa, who collapsed and cried, Benson looked much calmer. He turned slightly sideways, so that Klein could not see his specific expression clearly. After a while, when Melissa calmed down a little, he asked Klein with a straight face about the details of their life together in Tingen City. Although I hope that the person in front of me is really Klein, I am more afraid that he is fake and his joy is in vain. After some questioning, Klein's easy-to-answer responses, as well as his revealed personality and habits, were completely consistent with the original Klein. It's really you who are back. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Benson finally let go of the last bit of wariness and suspicion in his heart, believing that the young man in front of him, who was no longer so handsome, was his brother Klein, who passed away suddenly. Here, Melissa, this is a small cake specially prepared for you. Klein took out the small cake he bought specially from the corner of the kitchen and handed it to Melissa's hand. Just like before, Melissa just lowered her head and tasted the small cake in her hand. While we were just talking, this pot of beef stew was already cold. Benson wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, feeling embarrassed to speak. It's okay. Just heat it up again. It will still have the same taste, Klein said with a smile, then picked up the pot of beef stew and walked to the kitchen to heat it again. After heating it, Benson ate a large piece of stewed beef. He was silent for a while, and then said with a naive smile, Yes. It still tastes the same as before. It has never changed. This time, Benson and Melissa still had chubby bellies. The difference was that Benson and Melissa no longer had stomach upsets due to overeating. Very nice. Yeah. That's great. It will always be this beautiful. After dinner, the three of them sat on the sofa and talked about what had happened to them over the years. When the time hand pointed to 10 o'clock in the evening, Benson and Melissa were still in high spirits and did not look sleepy at all. Benson said that he could take 3 days personal leave. And Melissa also said that the teachers in her school were very easy to talk to. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and the heartbeats of Benson and Melissa unnaturally skipped half a beat. They stared at Klein with worried and nervous eyes, fearing that he would disappear because of the sudden knock on the door. I will always stay here. Klein smiled and asked Benson to open the door. When Benson opened the door uneasily, he was stunned for a while before inviting the late-night visitor into the house. Archbishop Anthony, now head of St. Samuel's Church. Benson and Melissa knew that Klein was a believer in the goddess of the night. After Klein's sudden death, they went to St. Samuel's Church many times to pray to the goddess of the night. They were deeply impressed by Archbishop Anthony. Sir, Madam, please forgive me for disturbing you tonight. Archbishop Anthony took off his black hat and bowed slightly in greeting. Dear Archbishop Anthony, it is our honor for you to come here, Benson said politely anxiously, when he saw Archbishop Anthony's eyes falling on Klein from time to time. His heart tightened, and he said nervously, Archbishop Anthony, I know that as a believer of the goddess of the night and a respected night watcher, this is a huge honor. But can you not let my only brother, the closest relative who has just come back alive, go take risks again? Mr. Benson, I think you have misunderstood something. I didn't come here to ask Mr. Klein to do anything dangerous. I just came to apologize to you and provide proof of his identity. Archbishop Anthony smiled gently, looked at Klein and said, Dear Mr. Klein, he is the most devout believer of the goddess and a bright light in the Nighthawks. He has completed the task assigned by the goddess and successfully returned to Backland. He will have only glory and no adventure for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Benson and Melissa breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then realized that Archbishop Anthony had not been invited to sit down, but that this distinguished guest from afar had been allowed to stand and speak. How rude. Please sit over here. Benson invited Archbishop Anthony to take a seat. After sitting down, Klein said his first words. Archbishop Anthony, are you here tonight to convey the goddess's oracle? You are a devout believer of the goddess, and you have made great contributions to the peace of the entire world. The goddess specially sent an oracle to commend you for your achievements. Archbishop Anthony spoke very politely, but he already knew that the young-looking Mr. Klein in front of him was now a Sequence 2 miracle master. This is an earthly angel. Judging from how much the goddess values him, he is most likely the goddess' favored one. Maybe in the future, this Mr. Klein will become the Pope of the Church of the Night Goddess, or an existence second only to the Pope. Thank you to the goddess for your blessing. Klein simply thanked the goddess. He didn't want to get involved in too many chores now. He didn't even want to get directly involved in the conflict between the Night Goddess and the stars, even though the Night Goddess did help him. Praise the goddess. Archbishop Anthony said kindly, I think it's time for me to leave. Today is your day of reunion. I shouldn't have disturbed you. Benson and Melissa looked at each other, gave up their polite words to persuade him to stay, and just silently sent Archbishop Anthony to the door. The door closed again, and Benson and Melissa breathed a sigh of relief. Klein, I want you to promise me and Melissa that you will never take risks again in the future, Benson said with a serious face. I'll try to do that. Klein. Benson was a little disappointed. I don't want to say deceitful words. I am willing to be ordinary, and willing to stay with you all the time. But if something really happens, I can't sit back and ignore it. Benson and Melissa didn't say anything else, but told Klein to put his own safety first. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the night, Melissa reluctantly went back to her room to sleep. As for Benson, he insisted on being in the same room with Klein to prevent him from disappearing again when he woke up. When Benson had just laid out the quilt, there was a knock on the door. It was Melissa. She was holding a ball of quilt in her hands. Her eyes were determined, and she wanted to make the floor in Klein's room. Klein just looked at this scene with a smile, and then suggested that they go to the living room and chat on the floor together until dawn. Why? Why are you rejecting my prayers? Why can't I go to the Honaki's mountains again? Why can't I just try again? Why do you, goddess of the night, block my final path to promotion? Late at night, in the dark night, Zeradal was like a completely enraged beast, roaring crazily at the night. Chapter 670 The Opportunity to Become a Fool. The night was as calm as ever, without any disturbance due to the roar of wild beasts. The angry roars turned into a hoarse whisper at the end. You are not optimistic about him. You would rather choose a miracle master who has just been promoted to Sequence 2. Zeradal laughed to himself, then put away his anger and turned into extreme coldness. What is the reason for this situation? Obviously he already possesses 2 Sequence 1 mysterious waiter extraordinary characteristics. As long as he goes to the Honaki's mountains and finds Antigonus, who is known as the half-fool, he can have the final fight. Once you succeed, you will be Sequence 0, and you will be the real fool. Mr. Fool from the Tarot Society is just an imposter thief, and he is the one who has gone the furthest on this path of fortune-telling. However, whether it is the stars or the goddess of the night, they all choose to be optimistic about Klein's miracle master and ignore themselves. He had to admit that Klein's life trajectory was indeed extraordinary, but he was currently the one closest to success. Perhaps by solving that Klein, we can force the night goddess to choose us and give us a chance to go to the Honaki's mountains, because the night goddess has no better choice. Such an idea suddenly came to Zeradal's heart. But soon, he gave up this naive idea. The stars are still watching everything in the sky. If you go to find Klein, you will fall into a trap. Now it is Klein who needs to find him, not he who needs to find Klein. While Zeradal was whispering alone, a smiling voice came from behind. It's so pitiful. No one has chosen you. You have been completely abandoned. In the end, you can only become someone else's foil. Zeradal didn't need to look back to know that the person speaking was Amon. Oh! Amon was not a human being. What about you? How much better can you be than me? Zeradal sneered. As the son of the ancient sun god, you have not yet become a god, and the stars are always watching you in the starry sky. Even if you collect 3 copies of the time, what about the extraordinary characteristics of the insect? Do you dare to be promoted directly? Have you met the conditions for the promotion ceremony? So I came to find you. Amon said in a calm tone, you should know the ritual conditions required for the thief to advance to Sequence 0 through the extraordinary path. Replace others to become a god. Zeradal's eyes narrowed slightly, and then there was a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. Do you think I will voluntarily become your stepping stone? Yes. Because you have no other better choice. You are very confident. Zeradal still sneered. Am I really that stupid in your eyes? You are naturally smart. Smart people know how to leave a way out for themselves. You want to help me get into the Honaki's mountains? Yes. Do you have this ability? The thief path is best at finding loopholes. The Honaki's mountain range is just a slightly more troublesome iron box. As long as I am willing, I can configure a suitable key at any time. Oh! Will the goddess of the night sit back and watch you do whatever you want? Meeting. Zeradal was silent for a while. Then smiled, unfortunately. My answer is still no. He has understood the meaning of Amon's words. He wants to let himself enter the Honaki's mountains and find Antigonus. When he starts to advance to sequence 0, he will replace him and become a god. And the only price he had to pay was to spare his own life. It sounds like I am at a loss. But in fact I am still at a loss. What do you think the goddess of the night and the stars who have rejected you want to do most next? Amon pushed up his monocle, and the crystal lens flashed with the light of the starry sky. You and Klein are dating if he wants to move forward on the same extraordinary path. You must abdicate. You are mortal enemies, and reconciliation is destined to be impossible. So what? I would rather die on the road to becoming a god than be used as a stepping stone. You underestimate me. Zeradal showed no interest in continuing to chat with Amon and left directly, disappearing into the night sky. Middle. Yes. You do have a strong belief. Unfortunately, no one is optimistic about you anymore. This is not a calculation, but a plan. Amon whispered softly. As long as he creates a loophole in the Honaki's mountains. Can Zeradal really endure the temptation of being promoted to sequence 0? Zeradal's end has already been determined. Becoming a stepping stone on the road to success for others is his final destination. In fact, the goddess of the night did not let Zeradal enter the Honaki's mountains. Not only because she was not optimistic about Zeradal, but she was also on guard against herself. Prevent yourself from being promoted to god with the help of Zeradal. Oh! The gods at both ends of the head and rat. On the one hand, he keeps a distance from the stars. But on the other hand, he is afraid that his side is too strong. Backland. It has been a month since Klein came back to live here. He works from Monday to Friday until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then takes a carriage back. First goes to the vegetable market to buy some ingredients. And then goes home to cook. Benson and Melissa usually go home for dinner at 5:40. Usually after dinner, Klein will take them out for a walk, such as to the West End or Queens, to experience Backland life with rich nightlife. On Saturdays and Sundays, Klein would buy tickets for art performances in advance, such as operas, circus performances, symphonies, etc. It seems that your return to Backland's life is very good. Well, listen to Klein's account of his life during this period. Isn't your life very enviable? You are different from me. Will paused, smiled and said, It's nothing. That's fine. Do you know where Leonard is now? He has become a bard. And if you want to find him, taverns around the world are good places to go. He always has an enviable, free, and easy attitude about him. After chatting for a while, Klein invited, I'm cooking tonight. Do you want to come and taste my cooking? Of course, it's a good thing. In the evening, Klein cooked the food himself, while Will sat on the sofa outside chatting with Benson and Melissa. Benson was quite talkative, and he chatted a lot with Will about Klein's past, and Melissa occasionally said a few words. After dinner, Will got up and left. At night, Klein lay on the bed and fell asleep, and the black night enveloped his dreams. Deep in the dream, there is a huge black mountain range that is looming, and whispers come from the huge black mountain range. Honakis. Fragra. The murmur that he had not heard for a long time appeared in his dream again. And Klein suddenly became alert. He carefully looked at the huge black mountains in the dream, and saw that on the periphery of the huge black mountains, there was a gray fog of history, and there seemed to be a figure roaring crazily in the fog. He seemed to want to enter the black mountains, but was isolated and unable to do so. Soon, the dream dissipated and Klein woke up. For him, who is already a Sequence 2 miracle master, dreams are no longer simply nothingness, but a revelation of the current situation and the future. The Black Mountain Range is undoubtedly the Honaki's mountains, and above the main peak is the Kingdom of Night, the territory of the Goddess of the Night. The gray fog of history lingering outside should refer to Zeradal, who is trying to find a way to enter the Honaki's mountains. He wanted to go in and find the half-fool for the final fight. Once successful, he will be the Sequence 0 fool. This is a revelation and the last chance given to him by the goddess of the night. If he had always chosen to stay in Backland and live a comfortable life, then the goddess of the night would have given Zeradal the opportunity to enter the Hornakis Mountains and help Zeradal make his final attempt. Oh fool, Klein whispered, thinking of the Tarot Club he founded. The members of the Tarot Club believed in Mr. Fool so much. Do he really want to give up the position of Fool to Zeradal? Chapter 671 The Psychological Crux of Mr. Fool? The extraordinary road can only be forward, not backward. He has always understood this truth. But he really feels tired. The road ahead is full of unknown dangers. Far less than a call from Benson and Melissa. Let's go to Zeradal. Klein just thought like this, and tried not to dwell on this issue again. Fool. Whoever wants to be a fool. Just go ahead. He is just Klein, Benson's trustworthy younger brother, and the good brother in Melissa's eyes. It's almost Monday. An idea suddenly appeared in Klein's mind, which made him stunned. The Tarot Club continues to be held. Klein sat at the head of the long bronze table and looked at Miss Justice, who was greeting all the Tarot Society members in turn. She seemed to be in a good mood, and her demeanor revealed an indescribable beauty. Perhaps Miss Justice is more interested in the Tarot Society than she is. Mr. Fool, you seem a little tired? After saying hello, Audrey was keenly aware that Mr. Fool was in an abnormal mood. He seemed a little tangled, as if he was caught in an irreconcilable contradiction. I did encounter some things recently, Klein just responded, and did not discuss it in depth. Instead, he allowed the Tarot Club members to start a free discussion. I recently learned a piece of news that Zeradal, the leader of the secret order, suddenly went crazy some time ago. He seemed to have fallen into some kind of madness, and did many shocking things. Zareth. It is suspected that he has been around the Hornakis Mountains recently. I have also heard of him. He was very active during the time of Emperor Russell. Zareth. He seems to be a powerful, extraordinary person of the diviner path. The members of the Tarot Society discussed for a while, and then looked at Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the head of the table. Zareth is preparing to be promoted to Sequence 0. Klein's plain words made it difficult to hear his mood when he said these words. Will Mr. Fool agree to Zareth's promotion to Sequence 0? Alger asked boldly. Do you know what Sequence 0 of the Seer Path is called? Klein's eyes swept over each of them. And then he said, the Fool. After hearing this, the Tarot Club members could no longer maintain their composure. The Fool. Sequence 0 of the Soothsayer Path is the Fool. If Zeradal is really promoted to Sequence 0, then how should Mr. Fool deal with himself? Will there be two Fools? Since Mr. Fool already exists, doesn't that block the path to becoming a god? At best, Zeradal can only go as far as Sequence 2. Unless Mr. Fool's Fool is just a code name. It has no special meaning. But is this possible? The more such existences exist, the more their words and deeds have a strong symbolic meaning. The members of the Tarot Club were silent for a long time. And finally Audrey broke the silence. Mr. Fool, do you really want to see Zeradal become a fool? He may not succeed. Klein simply explained. Mr. Fool, pardon me. I and other members of the Tarot Society just want to know why you would keep silent about such a matter? Audrey saw Mr. Fool's inner tangle at that moment. Even if it was only for a brief moment. She could see the rare feeling of loss and hesitation in Mr. Fool's heart. I'm tired. Klein leaned back on his seat slightly and said with a smile. No matter what, the Tarot Club is still the Tarot Club. And there will still be a Mr. Fool here. Mr. Fool. Audrey just whispered and did not continue to talk about this matter. Soon, the members of the Tarot Club started talking about other topics, such as the Starsea Kingdom on the Roadside Islands, which has become more prosperous recently, and various rules and regulations are gradually accepted and implemented by the pirates. A new kingdom is rising with new rules and order. Some people say that Queen Bernadette of the Starsea Kingdom is very likely to become the next Black Emperor. They also talked about various recent actions in the Republic of Intis, and finally said with emotion that the Gustav family is still the protagonist of this era. Klein just smiled and listened quietly. After finishing this week's tarot meeting, Audrey came out of the room, went downstairs, and saw Asta and Sharon drinking tea in the garden while teasing Susie and Azhara. Azhara? Come on. Perform a backflip for Susie. Meow. Azhara curled up in Sharon's arms and gave Hastur a disdainful look. Susie, come and show Azhara how to read 10 lines at a time. Wow. Susie was a little eager to give it a try. Seeing Audrey approaching, Susie waggled her tail and walked over. Audrey, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Did something happen? Susie, I do have some troubles. But I don't think you can solve this problem for me, Audrey said patiently. Audrey, okay. If you have any troubles that you need to talk about, you can come to me. Susie wagged her tail and returned to lie down at Haster's feet. Is it about your Mr. Fool? Haster could tell at a glance where Audrey was troubled. Mr. Haster, do you know what happened to Mr. Fool recently? Are you interested in going back to Backland? Haster invited. It's true that I haven't been back for a long time. Then we'll set off soon. Sharon, you can come too. Merrick must be lonely in Backland alone. Meow. Azhara also came over. Azhara, you can't go back. Who told you not to perform a backflip just now? Meow. Azhara was stunned for a while, and then did a backflip on the spot. As the setting sun was gradually swallowed up by the mountains, Asta appeared on the streets of Backland with Sharon, Audrey, Azhara, and Susie. Sharon left first. She wanted to visit Merrick and learn about some of the things the Temperanceers experienced during this period. Mr. Haster, should you tell me your intention of returning to Backland now? There is a patient here who has psychological problems. He may be your treatment and guidance. Do I know him? Should know each other. I hope I won't live up to your expectations of me. Haster brought Audrey to the place where Klein lived. He deliberately chose a time when Benson and Melissa had not returned. When Klein opened the door, he saw Haster and Audrey appearing outside the door, looking obviously unnatural. You guys sit down for a while and wait for me to finish cooking this dish. Klein returned to the kitchen and got busy. Haster just looked at everything in the room slowly, while Audrey frowned slightly, stared at Klein in the kitchen for a while, and then shook her head. It must have been her own misunderstanding. At a certain moment just now, she actually overlapped the figures of Mr. Klein and Mr. Fool? Because this Mr. Klein and Mr. Fool have the same psychological crux. They are both wondering, hesitating, and falling into an incomprehensible contradiction. Soon, Klein finished his work in the kitchen, walked out, and went to the bathroom to freshen up before coming to receive Haster and Audrey. Mr. Haster, Miss Audrey, please forgive me for my rude behavior in neglecting you just now. This is just a small matter. Haster glanced at Klein and said, Our visit today also has a small matter. Mr. Haster, it doesn't matter if you say so. It's like this. I heard from Will that you have been in a bad mood recently and may have some psychological problems. Miss Audrey is an excellent psychiatrist. She has profound experience in treating psychological problems. Achievement. I believe it can solve some of your psychological worries. Klein was silent for a while, then forced a smile and said, Mr. Haster, do you also think my choice was wrong? When you ask this question, it proves that you are questioning your choice in your heart. No matter what I choose, I will regret it. Maybe? Klein was silent for a while, then looked at Audrey with a smile and said, Miss Audrey, could you please help me solve this little psychological problem? Audrey shook her head and said, I think you don't need a very good psychiatrist. All you need is a period of time to think more clearly. What if I still can't think clearly? Mr. Klein, you don't need to think clearly about everything. Sometimes it would be better to cover your head and keep moving, even if the road is full of dangers. Mr. Klein, you don't look like someone who is afraid of danger. I think you just lack the necessary rest time. You look too tired. Chapter 672 Choice. Too tired. Maybe? Klein just nodded and approved Audrey's diagnosis of his mental condition. But there is one thing. Mr. Klein, I need to explain to you. Audrey said softly. The road of life has always been moving forward slowly. It is good to stay in the same place and look back. But like this life is like staying where you are. Miss Audrey, do you know what choice I am hesitating about right now? Klein asked curiously. I don't know. I just analyzed and summarized it based on your psychological state. Even if you know something, you told me yourself. Thank you for your suggestion just now. Klein smiled and said nothing more. Audrey paused for a while, then asked tentatively, It's probably just the first time that Mr. Klein and I met. But you seem to have already known me? Mr. Haster always shows off to me that his fiancée is Backland's most dazzling pearl. Klein's face did not show any flaws. He knew that Audrey, as an audience member, had already doubted his identity. Haster did not expose Klein's lie, but whispered in his heart, Klein, if you really let go of all this and choose to live in peace, then what you should do now is to tell Audrey frankly that that's Mr. Fool? Mr. Fool. Klein is destined to be unable to let go of this identity. In fact, Hastur doesn't want to force Klein to move forward. But Zeradal is about to be recognized by the goddess of the night. Once Zeradal enters the Hornaki's mountains, if he succeeds, he will be the new fool. If he fails, he will be Amon, the stepping stone to godhood. Neither of these two results is a good thing for Klein. Hastur and Audrey did not stay at Klein's house for long and left before Benson and Melissa returned. Audrey and Hastur were walking down the street. Audrey said, "That Mr. Klein just now lied. Even though he concealed it very well. Everyone has a side that they don't want to be known about." "Oh, Mr. Hastur. Too? What did you ask in that question just now?" "I said Mr. Klein just lied." "Well, he did lie. That's obvious." Audrey smiled and said, "Mr. Hastur's mind is very fast. Because by my side, my wisdom has improved a lot. Seeing that Mr. Hastur is so good at talking, I will openly address the question just now." The two walked slowly along the street, sometimes looking at the surrounding street scene, discussing the changes in Backlund during this period, and sometimes talking about Backlund's still unimproved air quality problem. At night, when Benson and Melissa came back, they saw Klein sitting on the sofa in a daze. Melissa hesitated to speak, and finally stayed where she was. Benson sighed and chose to walk towards Klein. Melissa wanted to hold Benson's clothes, but she only stretched out her hand halfway and then retracted it. "Return. Benson, are you back?" Klein came out of his daze and said with a smile, "I made a few of my favorite dishes today. Even though it's my first time, I think they taste good." "Klein." Benson called out to Klein, then hesitated and said, "I know you hide a lot of things from me and Melissa. But we don't care because we know you are doing it for our own good. But you shouldn't hide your true thoughts. Apart from staying in Backlund to accompany Melissa and me, you should have other things you want to accomplish. Right? Although we really like you to stay with us and don't want you to take risks. We don't want to detain you in this small world for your whole life because of our own reasons." At this point, Benson laughed at himself and said, "Melissa and I have a small world. But yours is a big one. Maybe you should do something great and full of miracles. It's also a great thing for me to be able to stay with you quietly like this all the time." Klein patted Benson on the shoulder, straightened his wrinkled collar, and said with a smile, "Let's eat first. It won't taste good if it's cold." At night, Klein had another dream. It's still the whisper of Honakis, Fragra, and it's still the huge black mountain range. What is slightly different from last time is that the figure in the gray fog of history no longer roars hysterically. He seems to be enjoying a kind of tranquility. The tranquility of the night. When the dream shattered, Klein woke up. The meaning of this dream is very clear. Zeradal in the fog of history is being recognized by the goddess of the night. Maybe it only takes one day. Maybe tonight, the goddess of the night will allow Zeradal to enter the Hornaki's mountains for a final attempt. The two consecutive dreams are no longer just premonitions. They are dreams specially given by the goddess of the night. She wants to tell myself that she doesn't have much time to think about it. Klein understood the meaning of this dream. As the saying goes, there are only three things that can happen. If the goddess of the night gives another dream, it means that she has completely given up on herself and chosen to help Zeradal enter the Hornaki's mountains for the final fight. Keep going. Or stay where you are? Klein got up from the bed, opened the door, and looked at the closed door of Benson and Melissa. He paused for a while, then walked to the bathroom, walked 4 steps backward, and went to the Sapphire Castle. He sat quietly on the bronze bench by himself, head of the table. His eyes swept over the seats belonging to Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, Little Sun, Vampire, Miss Magician, Leonard, MS, Hermit and the World. After Klein came down from Origin Castle, he washed his face before returning to his room. As soon as his door closed, Benson's and Melissa's doors opened silently. Benson and Melissa looked at each other, with a mixture of relaxation and relief, but also tension and worry in their eyes. "Go to sleep." Benson closed the door again. Melissa nodded, glanced at Klein's door, and closed the door to rest. The next day, before Benson went to work and Melissa went to school, Klein said with a smile, "I took a long break during this period and thought a lot. I think I still need to complete that last thing." Melissa stood up from the sofa subconsciously, with a nervous look on her face. But finally she sat down again with red eyes. "No matter what decision you make, we will choose to support you silently." "Thanks." Melissa and I each took a day off today. I heard that there was a grand ceremony held in Queens around 10:30 in the morning. It was very lively. Okay. Let's go together later. At around 9 o'clock. Klein and the other three set off in a carriage. And it was already 10 o'clock when they arrived in Queens. Only when he arrived here did Klein understand why Queens was so lively today. In order to welcome Mr. Hastur back to Backland, the new governor of Lone Kingdom, Greg Negan, specially invited a bunch of song and dance groups or circus to put on a grand performance. No tickets are required. As long as you dress neatly, you can enjoy it for free. After watching the song and dance troupe's performance, the three of them found a more luxurious restaurant in Queens to enjoy a luxurious lunch. In the afternoon, they went to the circus to watch the animal training and acrobatic performances. When he returned home, it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. Klein specially bought a lot of ingredients, such as sweet and sour pork ribs, pan-fried steak, braised fish, and a portion of tomato scrambled eggs. This time, he did not deliberately hide his knowledge of hometown cuisine. He thought that if he really left and never came back, at least he could give Benson and Melissa something to think about. This is pure Intis food. Klein explained, I once traveled to the Republic of Intis, and I happen to know the current governor of the Republic of Intis. We have a very good relationship. If you encounter any difficulties that are difficult to solve, you can go to the Republic of Intis for help. The Starsea Kingdom, that emerging country that is rising, is a very good place to go. You can visit it when you have time. It is also a good choice to settle down. The world is big. You can go out and see it. Klein spoke a lot by himself, while Benson and Melissa just bowed their heads and remained silent. The next day, when Benson and Melissa came out of the room, they no longer saw Klein. I'm scared. Really scared that Klein won't come back. Melissa could no longer restrain her sadness, while Benson comforted him with red eyes. I believe in miracles. And I believe that Klein can create miracles. He will definitely come back safely. We are his family. And we should choose to believe he. Isn't he? Chapter 673 Gathering in the Honakis Mountains. On the outskirts of the Honakis Mountains, when Klein arrived, there was no trace of Zeradal. The Black Mountains seemed to be flashing with some kind of madness. The closer they got, the more dangerous they were. It is like a black chasm blocking everyone and everything that wants to pass through. Looking at this situation, the goddess of the night should have let Zeradal enter the Honakis Mountains. Klein just stood there, looking quietly into the distance. After a while, a black portal was formed in front of him. This should be the passage opened for him by the goddess of the night. Go in. A voice sounded softly deep in his heart. Klein was silent for a while longer before stepping into the Honakis Mountains. At this moment, on the main peak of the Honakis Mountains, Zareth was isolated from the last distance. After entering the Honakis Mountains, he did not appear directly in front of Antigonus as he wished, but was isolated at the end. This was a little further away. At first, he thought that the goddess of the night deliberately tricked him into coming in and wanted to join forces with the stars to deal with him. It was not until he saw Klein's figure appearing here and the distance was finally unsealed that he understood what the goddess of the night was thinking. This is to allow yourself to have the same starting point as Klein. Haha. I didn't expect you to come. In fact, you shouldn't have come. There was only a chill on Zeradal's face. Not at all the amiable image he had in the foggy town. If you could foresee the future, would you have killed me at all costs when you were in the foggy town? Yes. Zeradal replied affirmatively. Unfortunately, I just thought that you would have some bonds with me in the future, and did not know that you would become my life and death enemy in the extraordinary path. Otherwise, even if I fight for that clone, I don't have to. I will also solve your trouble in advance. Now, you still have this opportunity. Oh, I'm not as stupid as you think. Zeradal drew a line of historical fog in the air, cutting off the distance between him and Klein, and then headed for the foggy town impatiently. He did not solve Klein's thoughts here. Instead, he was worried that Klein would deal with him here, even though he is Sequence 1 and Klein is Sequence 2. The attitude of the Night Goddess and the stars still prevents him from taking risks like this. It would be better to abandon Klein and go directly to Antigonus to fight. Even if he fails, it is better than falling into the hands of Klein, who has the help of the goddess of the night and the stars. Klein was not in a hurry, and just watched Zeradal go away quietly. He felt that. No, not only him, but also the goddess of the night and the stars. None of them were optimistic that Zeradal could succeed. So he gave up this opportunity to Zeradal at the beginning. After Zeradal fails, He can take away the 2 Sequence 1 Mysterious Waiter extraordinary characteristics from him, and then go to duel with Antigonus himself. To save herself the step of fighting Zareth first, the goddess of the night probably opened the seal of the Misty Town, just now, to give herself the choice. Today, right here, on the main peak of the Honaki's mountains, a new Sequence 0 will inevitably be born. Their gazes, including those outside the starry sky, are all watching here. Sequence 0 fool. Klein whispered and began to stroll around this foggy town. The last time he came here, he hurried past to escape for his life, and did not take a closer look at everything here. Now, after careful inspection, he discovered that everything here is a piece of history. History is an ancient context, and a bridge connecting the past and the future. Now, he is walking on it, connecting the past and the future. His mind returned to complete peace at this moment. On the other side, Zeradal, who was traveling unimpeded, had arrived in front of the crazy Antigonus, looking at the great being slumped on the throne in front of him. He stared at it for a while before slowly walking forward. Now he has obtained 2 copies of the Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious attendant, while Antigonus has obtained 1 copy of the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious attendant and the uniqueness of the fool. The balance of victory was slightly tilted towards Antigonus. But fortunately, he had gone crazy and lost his mind before the balance returned to the middle. Half success, half failure probability. My ending should be decided by myself. Zeradal resolutely merged with Antigonus and directly entered into the final battle, winning or losing in 1 move. Outside the starry sky, at the first crack in the barrier, the southern continent, the unknown sea area, the palace of stars, pairs of familiar or unfamiliar eyes were all focused on this moment. Let Zeradal try it first. Klein, you are looking down on Zeradal. Hastur chuckled and watched this scene. He did not choose to interfere with Klein's choice because he knew that Zeradal would inevitably fail. Amon, what opportunity are you waiting for? Do you really place your hope on Zeradal? Hastur didn't think it would be that simple. Amon, Adam, and the true creator must be planning something secretly. Or it may not just be them, but other beings participating in this alliance. 3 days passed quickly, and there was a murmur from the main peak of the Honaki's mountains that seemed to be waking up from a deep sleep, as well as a sigh that could not be resolved for a long time. Zeradal failed, and he lost to Antigonus, who had gone crazy. This is a destiny that is already determined and cannot be changed. Is the fate of failure really already doomed? Only a ray of consciousness was left in Zeradal's mind, which fell in front of Klein and asked him the most puzzling question deep in his heart. Klein said calmly, because the wheel of fortune that controls destiny says you will fail. Because the stars don't want you to succeed. Because I have Origin Castle in my hand. Because you are walking down this road with 2 heavy shackles. After getting the answer, Zeradal's last ray of consciousness dissipated and passed away completely. 2 copies of the Sequence 1 Mysterious Waiter's extraordinary characteristics floated out. Before Klein could collect these 2 Mysterious Waiter's extraordinary characteristics, the crazy Antigonus relied on his few remaining instincts to seize them by force and attack again. A sequence of 0 fools. The goddess of the night, who had been watching here, took action in time. Before Antigonus, she swept a copy of the Mysterious Waiter's extraordinary characteristics in front of Klein. Will also drew a long river of destiny to block Antigonus's exploration, with a slight swipe of his palm towards the extraordinary characteristics of the Waiter of Mysteries. Another copy of the Waiter of Mysteries was sent to Klein. If Zeradal saw this scene, he would probably die even more unable to rest in peace. Klein sighed secretly in his heart. He didn't want to use this incident to ridicule Zeradal, but he felt a helplessness of being forced to move forward. Zeradal had no chance to choose, and he also had no chance to choose, because many hidden beings have already made choices for him. Klein reached out to take back one of the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious Waiter, and then fused it with the 9 collected spiritual world auxiliary materials to form an extraordinary potion for promotion to the Sequence 1 Mysterious Waiter. Everything was so easy. At this moment, Klein took the Secret Servant's extraordinary potion and was successfully promoted to Sequence 1 Secret Servant. Klein had already completed this sequence of acting, and he was acting it out when he started using the Origin Castle in the name of the Fool. The Secret Server's extraordinary potion begins to be digested almost instantly. This is a shortcut left by the Lord of Secrets to the heirs of Origin Castle, and it can be easily crossed. As for the promotion ceremony, establishing a marionette town, when he received the bookmark recording all the secrets of the Diviner's Path as a gift from Mr. Hastur, he had already started preparing the relevant rituals in advance in order to be promoted quickly. This is prepared in advance. It's just available now. Soon. Klein began to accommodate the second copy of the secret waiter's extraordinary characteristics. Under the gaze of hidden eyes, he was walking step by step towards the appointed throne of the fool. After he fully accommodated the two extraordinary characteristics of the attendant of mysteries, it only took him 3 days to recover, and he was ready to walk towards Antigonus for the final battle for the fool. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Klein, stopping him from moving towards Antigonus. I once told you that you'd better stop at sequence 2. Now, your steps have crossed the line. The gentle and gentle voice contained an irresistible majesty. The one who comes is God. I think you should ask the hidden beings watching here about this question. They may give you an answer. Klein is not worried that God will suddenly attack. There are too many hidden beings watching here. Chapter 674 Mr. Doraemon Klein. Them. God raised his gaze slightly, and continued to look from the kingdom of God at the initial crack in the barrier to the ancient outer gods, who were watching here beyond the starry sky, with a touch of sarcasm in his tone. Them? Huh? With just a whisper, most of the outer gods, who were entrenched outside the initial barrier, dispersed in an instant. Only the fallen mother goddess and 2 or 3 powerful outer gods were still standing outside the initial barrier, looking at this place as well. God. Even if he reappears after so many years, the old outer gods still dare not offend him easily. Just a look can make them leave quietly. It's still them. God's gaze retracted from the starry sky, and then swept across the original witch, Adam, and the true creator, who were waiting for an opportunity to spy in the dark. Or him? God's last gaze fell on the palace of stars isolated by the nebula. You want to revive the Lord of Mysteries without my permission. God's tone was still calm. Even if it was just a conscious figure, standing between Klein and Antigonus, it seemed like a chasm that could never be crossed. With the coming of the doomsday, the Lord of Mysteries will wake up in my body sooner or later. It is better to let me have a final fight with the Lord of Mysteries now, while the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries is still weak. Klein explained, even if the final outcome is still failure. But during this period, you, as well as all the hidden beings here, believe that you can prevent the Lord of Mysteries from awakening. Why should I take such a big risk because of you? Because I also don't want the Lord of Mysteries to awaken in my body. Killing you or imprisoning you completely would make it easier for me to prevent the Lord of Mysteries from awakening. Maybe? Klein made no excuses. He was in a calm mood. After choosing to come to the Honaki's mountains, he had already prepared himself mentally. Even the fear of death has been overcome, let alone the tentative threat from God. He saw clearly that God did not want to stop the fight between him and Antigonus, but had other ideas. At the same time, on an uninhabited island overseas, the descendants of the Abraham family secretly gathered here and began to build an altar to welcome their ancestors back, inscribing them with correct symbols, magic signs, and strange patterns. They placed the wriggling flesh mass, the deformed star bird, and the black-eyed white crow in the correct positions in an orderly manner, and then lit the only candle on the altar. After making all the preparations, the descendants of the Abraham family chanted in giant language with great solemnity. The great gate of gates, leader of the endless starry sky, the key to all mysteries, I beg for your response, for your coming into this world. Just as the chanting sound finished, 3 banging sounds came from the altar. The 3 demigod-level monsters corresponding to the cunning mage, mystic mage, and parasite seemed to be pinched by invisible hands. After struggling slightly, they exploded and turned into balls of flesh and blood that flashed with light spots of different colors. These flesh and blood seemed to have their own vitality. Under the influence and guidance of some indescribable force, they gather in midair and outline evil and filthy symbols. The dense symbols were arranged and combined in some incomprehensible order, slowly forming a door with flesh and blood still squirming. More than 5 meters high, the door with wriggling flesh and blood stood on the altar. There was a dim light inside, and it was unknown where it led. The flame of the candle representing Mr. Door suddenly rose, illuminating the entire flesh and blood door, allowing people to vaguely see a little bit of what was going on inside the flesh and blood door. One after another, star-like light balls lit up, and if you looked carefully, you could see insects bending inside. Soon, the ball of light flew up and gathered into a huge arm, trying to reach out of the flesh and blood door and come out from the door. When that huge arm continued to approach the door of flesh and blood, the entire island began to shake violently, then shook all nearby sea areas, then landed, and continued to spread until the entire world was disturbed by this shaking. The Honaki's mountains had not yet crossed God and Klein, who was having the final battle with Antigonus. Also since this, he looked to God. Is that why you're here today? Since you want to revive the Lord of Mysteries. How can you do without Mr. Door, who symbolizes the gate of 10,000 gates? God's eyes were far-reaching. Even standing on the main peak of the Honakis Mountains, he could see everything happening on the uninhabited desert island at a glance. You want to help Amon become a god? Amon? Is he worthy of my coming out for this? God said in a meaningful tone, I am here for you. Klein fully understood what God meant by these words. He wanted all the contenders from the 3 extraordinary paths of the Lord of Mysteries to appear. So he delayed himself here so that Mr. Min could be released by the fallen Mother Goddess. To be precise, he came to make a deal with the hidden existences such as the stars, and the Goddess of the Night, who were watching here. As long as they let Mr. Min escape and Amon became a god, he would let himself have the final fight with Antigonus. Amon's becoming a god was just a push to achieve the situation he wanted. Not even a push. Are you sure you can suppress the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries? Klein asked curiously. God didn't answer. Just let him continue to wait. The Goddess of the Night, Will and other hidden entities did not take action at this time. They all understood that Adam and the true Creator were also paying attention to this place. Once God and the ancient Sun God join forces, even just for a short moment, it is enough to change the situation of the war. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur did not change his mind because of the appearance of God. As long as Amon wanted to become a god, he would stop him. God can block the Honakis Mountains. Then he can also act against Mr. Min and Amon. If Amon wants to become a god, he must first let Mr. Min return and let Mr. Min complete the last step of promotion sequence 0. In the original work, the reason why Amon can easily replace Mr. Min and be promoted to god is because Mr. Min has a noble moral code. He was unwilling to let himself become a disaster. He knew that Amon was plotting against him, but he still chose to fulfill his plan. Hastur has always had respect for Mr. Door like this, and has tried many times to save him from the influence of the fallen Mother Goddess. Now, the best opportunity has come. Mr. Door, Amon, and Klein each represent an extraordinary path to becoming the Lord of Mysteries. Hastur sat quietly and watched what was going on the isolated island overseas. When the doors to the whole world opened one by one, God, who knew the meaning of the stars, no longer stopped Klein, allowing Klein to have the final battle with Antigonus. Mr. Min, Amon, Klein, it's getting more and more interesting. God's eyes were deep and unpredictable, and he glanced at Adam and the true Creator hidden in the darkness. Fortunately, except for the God of knowledge and wisdom, the body he was waiting for had already reached perfection in other aspects. So there was no need for a duel like raising a poison on the isolated island overseas. As the momentum of Mr. Min's upcoming return from breaking the seal grows stronger, the surrounding sea continues to surge, resisting the prying eyes of living beings. As for those descendants of the Abraham family who held sacrifices and wanted to summon Mr. Gate to return, all of them fell in front of the altar without exception, and no one was alive. When Mr. Min's body was about to escape through the door of flesh and blood, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. You want to bring disaster back to reality? Mr. Min's movement to climb out of the flesh and blood door was somewhat slow. Give up. I have a way to deal with it. I will let you sleep peacefully, and let you get the peace you want. The familiar voice sounded again. The figure of Mr. Min that collapsed into a ball of light stagnated there, seemingly caught in a fierce inner struggle. The layers of doors in his body are just a little short of being able to completely overlap. Chapter 675 Mr. Min's Choice. The illusory splashing sound, like the tide, is constantly impacting the flesh and blood door that is still wide open. Mr. Min, who is still unable to see clearly, seems to be caught in a dilemma. If he takes a step forward, he can return to the real world and advance to sequence 0. But similarly, the power of the fallen Mother Goddess is only one step away from reaching the real world. You should understand what will happen once you leave this door. Are you really willing to watch such a tragedy happen? That voice appeared again. He always spoke in a calm and unhurried tone, making Mr. Min lower his inner defenses. Leave everything to me, and I will shoulder your destiny for you. You just need to have a good sleep and sleep peacefully in a peaceful night. Just when Mr. Min was about to agree to the deal, a burst of starlight fell from the vast starry sky. The hazy and dreamlike starlight is like the most dazzling light pillar, linking the overseas islands and the brilliant starry sky. The entire starry sky became even more dazzling because of the appearance of this starlight. When the light of the stars is reflected into the depths of the sea, a little starlight rises from the depths of the surrounding sea. At this moment, this place is no longer a sea, but a sea of stars belonging to the stars. Stars. A whisper represented the speaker's reluctance. Amon just watched the stars' rays of light fall on Mr. Min and Adam, and the true creator did not intervene. God took action once before. Now the stars take action once. It's a fair exchange. In the brilliant sea of stars, the flesh and blood that formed the flesh and blood gate no longer squirmed, but instead seemed to be afraid of the brightness of the stars, and did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. Inside the flesh and blood gate, Mr. Min, who was baptized by the light of the stars and in a daze, gradually returned to normal. He began to remember his own identity, and began to remember the past that had been passing away in these long years. He no longer only remembered the simple thoughts that he could not return and could not save me. The process of recovering memories is very long and very short. Chuanqing, do you want to help me? Mr. Min, who had not spoken for a long time, said this in a hoarse and depressed voice. The starry sky slowly condensed into the palace of stars, and a voice came down from the palace of stars. I do want to help you. Simply to stop Amon? Helping you is the main thing. Stopping Amon is just incidental. Mr. Min let out a chuckle, which seemed to be a mockery of Amon. Thank you for your kindness. But even you can only keep me awake for a short time. I still can't completely get rid of the pollution of the fallen mother goddess. Before Asta could speak, Mr. Min added, I am more polluted than Russell. I am much stronger now than when I helped Russell. Hastur replied silently in his heart. He is now a singer of Sequence 1 stars, and can use the Palace of Stars to exert power that far exceeds that of purifying Roselle. Even if the influence of the fallen mother goddess on Mr. Min cannot be completely eradicated, Mr. Min, like Russell, can suppress the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess for a long time and regain a certain degree of freedom. In this regard, Hastur is still confident. You should try to believe in miracles. I have long passed the age of believing in miracles. Mr. Min said this, paused and said, Adventure is an unbearable weight for this world. It is too fragile and cannot withstand any temptation. It can only have a moment. Sobriety, for me, is already an unattainable luxury. You want to give up? Asta's tone was a little surprised. I will not let the fallen mother goddess have the opportunity to use my body to harm the world, even if the possibility is very low. Do you want to fulfill Amon's wish? It will be all right. Mr. Min's eyes turned to look at the distant Honaki's mountains, and he saw clearly Klein, who was competing with Antigonus. If I could choose, I would prefer the same choice as you. Mr. Min expressed his optimism for Klein. Looking at Klein, he seemed to see himself. If Klein had been in the same situation as him, he would have made the same choice as him. Even now that he was about to escape from trouble, his choice would still be the same. But Amon, he understands Amon's temperament. He is not a being who is willing to use his own life to protect other lives. At least for now. Amon can't do this. Mr. Min then looked at Adam, and the true creator hidden in the dark, and said disappointedly, the lesson of a failure still can't make you change. It's a pity. Then he looked at the kingdom of the night goddess, remained silent for a while, and whispered to the starry sky above his head, he has never been absent from protecting this world. Then, he looked past the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom, the god of steam and machinery, and landed on the obviously dilapidated kingdom of the Mother Earth, and sighed heavily. Finally, his eyes fell on Will, who appeared as a wheel of fortune, and said with a smile, You are really a lucky man blessed by fate. May your good luck always be there. Mr. Min's eyes selectively ignored God. Such a being was not something he could comment on at will. Thank you to the stars for your help, allowing me to see the world soberly again. Mr. Min said in a calm tone, As for the descendants of my family, I believe that there are still some good people among them who stick to the original intention of the family. If possible. Before Mr. Min finished speaking, the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess in his body wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to seize Mr. Min's body and descend into the real world. Retreat! Hastur shouted coldly, causing the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess to disperse again. At the same time, starlight turned into long whips and whipped Mr. Min. It seemed that he was targeting Mr. Min, but in fact he was helping Mr. Min disperse the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess that was gradually gathering in his body. Outside the initial barrier, the fallen mother goddess let out an angry and powerless roar. God just glanced at him calmly. "Oh! You will never be able to enter the initial barrier." The simple taunt made the fallen mother goddess extremely angry, and she began to crazily attack the cracks in the initial barrier. "Unless you possess the power of the first creator, you will never be able to cross this original barrier." God seemed to be interested, and smiled and mocked. "Sometimes it's boring to think about it. Obviously there are 3 pillars in this universe. But it's always just me and the secret that are fighting." God. The fallen mother goddess angrily hit the initial barrier several times. After returning with no success, she forcibly invaded the Crimson Moon. Knowing that the fallen mother goddess was coming in a rage, the Desire Mother Tree had no intention of fighting with her, and chose to let the fallen mother goddess take a step forward. The Earth Mother Goddess could not stop the invasion of the fallen mother goddess. The crimson moon in the sky instantly turned bright as blood, and the face of the fallen mother goddess seemed to appear within it. "Is this all you have left?" God calmly mocked, and then attracted the power of the Chaos Sea to shake the power of the fallen mother goddess out of the crimson moon, making it difficult for her to use the crimson moon to affect things within the initial barrier. "Oh! You dare to show your teeth and claws at me despite the initial barrier. Do you really think you are the original creator?" After God finished speaking, he ignored the extremely angry fallen mother goddess. His eyes looked at Mr. Men again with scrutiny. "Fallen mother goddess, your hand is stretched too long." God thought about it, and finally did not choose to join the stars in helping Mr. Men purify the pollution in his body. This aspect is not his expertise, nor is it the authority of the Lord of Mysteries. If there really is the authority to completely purify the pollution of the fallen mother goddess, then it can only come from the stars. But today's stars seem to have not completely returned to the starry sky, so that his authority cannot completely purify the pollution of the fallen mother goddess. "Have you made your choice?" Asta gave Mr. Men another chance to choose. "I should not return, and the world no longer needs a person like Mr. Men. You are enough." Mr. Men made his final choice. Chapter 676. Amon becomes a god. Mr. Men is unwilling to return with pollution. This is his own choice. Perhaps he has already seen his future destiny on the road to the Lord of Mysteries awakening. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur chose to respect Mr. Men's decision. Since he was unwilling to live like Russell, he could only fulfill Mr. Men's righteousness. But he still felt pity for this in his heart. After all, he had been thinking about how to rescue Mr. Men a long time ago, and made many attempts to do so. When the light of the stars dispersed, the sea and starry sky returned to their original tranquility. After seeing this scene, Amon once again came to the uninhabited desert island, in front of the flesh and blood gate where Mr. Men was imprisoned. "The commitment I just made is still valid." "Pity, Mr. Men just whispered, and then fulfilled Amon's wish, allowing Amon to replace his own god-making ceremony and enter the sequence 0 error. Inside the flesh and blood gate, Mr. Men's head was raised, and a monocle made of crystal was put on his right eye. On this monocle, a ray of light burst out instantly, illuminating the whole world. At this moment, all seal errors were corrected, and all seemingly normal behaviors went awry. When the light gradually faded, Mr. Men had transformed into Amon wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. Amon also held in his hand a key that was made purely from starlight, and had a slightly primitive style. At this moment, behind him, the crimson tide angrily washed away the door of flesh and blood, trying to squeeze into the world along this passage. At this moment, the blood-colored moonlight flourished, blocking out all other light. Facing the erosion from the fallen mother goddess, Amon raised the corners of his mouth slightly, glanced at the starry sky above his head, and whispered, "Stars, it's time for you to return the blasphemy of the stone slab." In the Hall of Stars, Hastur just stared calmly at Amon, whose self-confidence was obviously rising, and did not hand over the idea of desecrating the stone tablet. He had taken this thing from the hands of God. Although it did not have much effect on him, he might be able to use this first blasphemous slate to influence the Sea of Chaos in the future. Leave it to Amon to plug the hole? He was not so generous. Amonsu also knew that it would be such an ending. He stretched out his right hand, and calmly took out a palace made of numerous bones. Although the bone church from Adam is not as good as the blasphemous stone slab born from the Sea of Chaos, it is not difficult to block this door of flesh and blood in a short period of time and resist the influence from the fallen mother goddess. As for how long such a seal can last, and when it will expire in the future, That is none of his business. There will be other secret beings to solve this problem. As the bone church was filled in, the gate of flesh collapsed rapidly and quickly disappeared, leaving only an angry and terrifying roar that was still echoing in the surrounding sea area. High in the sky, the blood-red light of the crimson moon gradually dissipated, and vaguely, there seemed to be a crimson figure in the crimson moon that was thundering, setting off waves that were difficult to cross. Amon, who was wearing a pointed soft hat and a classic black robe, adjusted the monocle on his right eye, waved his hand to all the hidden existences and prying eyes watching here tonight, then bowed slightly with a smile on his face. He bowed to all around him. Amon raised his head again and glanced at the starry sky that reappeared above his head, with the same smile flowing in his eyes. He was finally promoted to Sequence 0, and he was right under the eyes of the stars. This undoubtedly made his promotion ceremony more fulfilling. The stars, even if they watch everything, cannot influence or change everything. Amon withdrew his gaze, and was about to leave here with a smile. A voice sounded in his mind like thunder. What a gorgeous curtain call. It's really good. Amon, you are very polite. The frivolous tone was full of ridicule and slight disdain. It was the voice of the stars. The smiling Amon's face was slightly stiff. He could clearly tell that the sound did not come from the starry sky above his head, but actually emerged from his mind. The stars, within his body. Or it should be said that the power of the stars remained in Mr. Min's body. And when he replaced Mr. Min's everything, he also inherited the power of the stars. Mr. Min didn't stop you from doing this. Amon's face had returned to its usual calmness. He had no reason to stop me. Just as I did not let Mr. Min forcibly get rid of the pollution of the fallen mother goddess, but respected his choice. Yes. Amon nodded, with a slight smile on his lips. Sequence 0 of the extraordinary path of the thief is called an error. Correcting the error is a very basic authority. Although you left some secret doors in my body, I can correct these mistakes at any time and get everything back on track. Amon's tone was very calm, as if he was not worried at all about the impact that the power left by the stars in Mr. Min's body would have on him. If it makes sense, wrong authority is indeed very good. Hastur's voice once again sounded from the depths of Amon's mind. Unfortunately, what you represent is only wrong, not right. Amon's eyes were slightly stern. He tried to use the wrong authority to correct the error of the stars leaving a secret door in Mr. Min's body. But no matter how he corrected it, the power of the stars always remained in his body, and was difficult to remove completely. It seems that what I did is the right thing, so you can't regard it as a mistake correction. Hastur's tone was a little sarcastic. When he knew that Mr. Min had decided to help Amon become a god, he used the power of the stars that had previously helped Mr. Min purify the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess in his body to open a small secret door in Mr. Min's body. Make a calculation about Amon. Mr. Min knew about this, but he did not choose to stop it. Instead, he cooperated with Hastur to leave a secret door in his body so that Hastur could successfully plot against Amon. This can also be regarded as Mr. Min's repayment of Hastur's kindness for allowing him to stay awake for a short time. The stars that live in the Hall of Stars overlooking this land, would actually plot against me like this? They really think highly of me. Amon stopped correcting his wrong behavior and adjusted the monocle crystal glasses on his right eye. I just feel sorry for Mr. Min. After leaving these words, Hastur disappeared and left. Amon was silent for a moment, and then tried to find the secret door left by the stars in his body, but found nothing. I don't know if the stars have already taken back the secret door, or if the method is too deep for him to see through. Stars. Amon looked up at the stars again, his eyes no longer frivolous and provocative, but solemn and fearful. Now it's time to head to the Honaki's mountains. Who will be the future Lord of Mysteries? Amon just gently opened a translucent light door in front of him, passed through the door, and appeared in the foggy town the next second, in the palace where Antigonus lived. Klein was still engaged in the final battle with Antigonus. If Klein succeeds, he will be a veritable fool. If he fails, then he doesn't have to do anything to get the chance to become the Lord of Mysteries. Amon stared closely. For him, now it is the best opportunity to take action. Unfortunately, there are too many eyes watching here. He could only choose to wait. After about 3 days, the aura on Amon's body became weaker and weaker. He gradually adapted to the state of promotion sequence 0 error, and at the same time began to master the various powers and abilities of Mr. Min's extraordinary path. Now, He is the dual-path true God. And his opponent, Klein, had just won the battle for consciousness at this moment. He was in obviously poor condition, and could not be promoted to the Sequence Zero Fool for a while. Do you still want to keep going with this fate that has been arranged for you to move forward? Give up. End it. Let me move on in your place. You can return to Backland. Return to your relatives. And continue to enjoy the peaceful and stable life you had before. That is the future you are pursuing. Instead of risking yourself here just to let the Lord of Mysteries awaken in your body. Amon's voice flowed like a silent spring, beginning to shake the shaky persistence in Klein's heart. Chapter 677 The Earliest Traveler. The Goddess of the Night. A peaceful and stable life. Such a wonderful future did not need Amon to describe it to him. He had already thought about it many times, and fantasized about it countless times. But when he chose to set foot in the Hornaki's mountains, he had already abandoned all these illusions. He knew that once he hesitated, he would never have the chance to start over again, nor would there be any possible future. When Amon's seductive voice sounded, Klein not only was not confused, but became more and more sober. I should thank you for the bright future you painted for me. It's really good, even if you have ulterior motives. Klein gradually got rid of his chaotic mental state, and faced Amon with a clear mind. You shouldn't be so sober. Amon said with a playful smile. Isn't it good to end here? Why do we have to move forward when high hopes are placed on you? Will you choose to retreat? Or will you choose to move forward with hope? Klein did not wait for Amon's answer and said to himself, with your personality, you will definitely sneer and ridicule other people's expectations. You even said that only the incompetent will place so-called hopes on other people. You will not care about other people's expectations, and will only move forward at your own pace. Speaking of which, I also envy you for this. Living for yourself sounds much more free than someone who lives with the hopes of others. Regarding Klein's remarks, Amon just listened quietly, without any thought of refuting or explaining. It wasn't until Klein finished speaking that he sighed with emotion. Your recovery ability is really good. And now you are so eloquent. Klein smiled and said nothing more. He glanced at the surroundings and the starry sky above his head, then closed his eyes and continued to restore his mental state. Although he has won the battle with Antigonus, he currently does not have the ability to attack the Sequence Zero Fool. His mental state was depleted, and he was unable to complete the requirements of the promotion ceremony for a while. Fortunately, Kun Xing and Will are keeping their gazes here. No matter how unwilling Amon is, he does not dare to take action at will at this moment. Instead, he will wait until he is promoted to the Sequence Zero Fool before he can start the process of becoming the Lord of Mysteries. Final fight. Seeing Klein resting peacefully, Amon's eyes darkened. But in the end, he did not choose to take action at this time. Hidden beings such as God, Adam, and the true Creator also remain quiet. Outside the initial barrier, the eyes of the fallen Mother Goddess were fixed on the direction of the Honaki's mountains. He had briefly understood what was happening in the real world through Mr. Door opening the seal channel. The group of secret beings within the initial barrier wanted to awaken the Lord of Mysteries. God, the stars, the ancient sun god, the goddess of the night, etc., were all actively promoting this matter. Once the Lord of Mysteries returns intact, together with God and the stars, they will have no hope of seizing the source material within the initial barrier. At this point, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, the Declined King, etc., are also afraid. The stars are constantly restoring their own state, and they are no longer as important to the stars as they were at the beginning. When the doomsday comes in the future and they compete for the essence, will the stars really stand in the same camp as them? What changes will happen when the Lord of Mysteries awakens? Let's go directly to the stars for a showdown. We need a promise from the stars to have an advantage over the other outer gods of the old ones. That bastard son of chaos should talk about this matter soon. The Jinn went to the Hall of Stars to talk to Hastur about the matter and convene a meeting of the stars. When the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, and the Declined King took their seats one after another, the Jinn lightly coughed and said, Stars, why do you want to awaken the Lord of Mystery with God and the others? Then when do you think it is better for the Lord of Mysteries to wake up? Hastur's eyes faintly swept over the Jinn, the Mother Tree of Desire, and other outer gods. The Jinn curled his lips and said, Oh, naturally it's best to never wake up. The Mother Tree of Desire and others looked at each other without saying a word. This time, they recognized what the Jinn said. That bastard Lord of Mysteries deliberately sealed so much source material in the Western continent. If you want to get the source material, you must wake him up. Such behavior is simply shameless. Don't you think it would be interesting to change to the Lord of Mysteries? the old eyes of the Jinn god, the mother tree of desire, and the superstar lord all became stern at the same time, revealing expressions of contemplation. Hastur continued, since the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries is inevitable, then it would be a good ending to have him fall into division or be replaced. Good idea. The Jinn suddenly became interested, but soon muttered, with the wisdom of the Lord of Mysteries, will it really be easily replaced? Does Klein really have a chance to defeat the Lord of Mystery? The mother tree of desire and the Jinn each sent out a question. Hastur just smiled and did not answer. He had already said what needed to be said. As for whether the mother tree of desire believes it or not, he doesn't care. Things have developed to this point. So the birth of the Lord of Mysteries is unstoppable. I believe in the judgment of the stars. The Jinn didn't dwell on this issue anymore. The mother tree of desire and other outer gods could only recognize the choices of the stars in the past. And they could not change anything either. Across the initial barrier, being able to ask the stars is the best they can do. More than a month later, on the main peak of the Honakis Mountains, Klein began preparing to be promoted to Sequence 0 Fool. Amon, who had never left here, watched all this with an expressionless face. During this period of time, he really had too many opportunities to take action. But in the end, he chose to give up the action. If I were you, I would definitely choose to take a risk. So you are destined not to be me. Do you think I'm going to fail the promotion? You talk a bit too much. You're not that confident in yourself. That's not something you need to worry about. After a brief exchange, Klein sighed, but did not immediately start trying to advance to Sequence 0. Even though he already had all the necessary conditions. Main materials, the Fool's uniqueness, and the remaining 2 Sequence 1 secret attendant's extraordinary characteristics. It was within his reach now. The rite of promotion is fooling time, history, or fate once. He is ready to fool fate through deception just like Antigonus did at the beginning. I still have some things I want to do. If you don't mind, you can continue to wait here. After Klein finished speaking to Amon, he put away the Fool's uniqueness and the other 2 extraordinary characteristics of the secret waiter and left here. His first stop was to go to St. Samuel's Church in Backland. He felt that he should have a frank chat with the goddess of the night. At first, he thought the travelers in the 3 cocoons were himself, Russell, and the stars. But after he was just promoted to Sequence 1 secret attendant, his connection with Source Castle became even closer, and he was able to use the power of Source Castle to explore the truth behind the light gate. The stars were not born from the Source Castle, and he was not a traveler from the earth. Russell had also suspected this, but there was no evidence. Everything is clear now. The goddess of night is the earliest traveler on Origin Castle. He had helped Russell in secret, and he had also helped himself in secret. Facing Klein's arrival, Archbishop Anthony was not surprised. He had received the oracle from the goddess in advance. After leaving the prayer hall to Klein, he dismissed the others and left. The night descends here silently, and in the dark night world, the stars light up. And then the peaceful night forms the black dress of the goddess of night. And the stars become the embellishment on the dress of the goddess of night. The goddess of night, who is more sublime than the starry sky and longer than eternity, comes here at this moment. Praise the goddess. Klein bowed slightly and saluted. Smiling. Chapter 678 Secret. The Fallen Lord of Mysteries and God. This is the first real meeting between Klein and the night goddess. The previous meetings were more of a conversation in the air. With limited conversation. You have a lot of doubts in your heart? The voice of the goddess of the night is the same as the authority she symbolizes. It carries the unique tranquility of the night, making people feel at peace when listening to it. Indeed, there is a point. Klein looked at the goddess of the night in front of him, whose specific appearance was still difficult to see clearly, and said with a smile, in the long history, you have hidden your identity very well. If it weren't for me this time, advance to Sequence 1 and further master the abilities of Origin Castle. It will never be guessed that you are the earliest traveler on Origin Castle. After you were born, I intended to gradually guide you and make you realize that I was the first-time traveler. However, the appearance of the stars forced me to give up this idea. The eyes of the goddess of the night seemed to accidentally glance at the starry sky blocked by the church dome. The stars paid special attention to you and gave you a lot of guidance, which was of great help to you. And you truly believe that the stars are one of the 3-time travelers on Origin Castle. I'm used to hiding in the dark night, and because of my special status, I didn't reveal my identity. At the same time, I was also on guard against the stars. Now that you have reached this final step, you should be able to figure out many things on your own. The stars. Klein sighed and said with a smile, Although the stars deceive me on this issue, I still believe that he has no ill intentions towards me. Do you think such an idea is childish and stupid? Your humanity has been maintained very well. The goddess of the night said in a soft voice. The humanity of the stars has also been maintained very well. At this point, you are very similar. No matter how you look at it. The stars look like travelers from Earth. Of course, it's possible that all of this is an illusion created by the stars. His origin has always made the entire starry sky turbulent. Klein just listened quietly. And finally he said, "Is there a solution to the conflict between the goddess and the stars?" "Yes. As long as I give up the idea of being promoted to the old one." The goddess of the night answered affirmatively. This is almost an impossible choice. Aggregation is instinctive. Especially in this turbulent era before the end of the world. Whether it is the gods within the initial barrier, or the outer gods in the starry sky. They all want to quickly increase their strength, so that they can survive from the future. Survive the apocalypse. Today, the goddess of the night has mastered the uniqueness of the path to the god of war, and has most likely fully accommodated it, leaving only the uniqueness of the path to the god of death. The current god of death, Grey Carey, is a devout believer in the stars, and a contracted messenger who has gained his trust. The stars will definitely protect her. If the goddess of the night wants to advance to the past, in addition to the necessary source of essence, she also needs to deal with Grey Carey from the stars, which is obviously difficult. If it weren't for this contradiction, the goddess of the night would not sometimes take the side of Adam and the true creator. In fact, there is no possibility of reconciliation between him and Chuanxing. Instead of worrying about these things that have nothing to do with you, let's think about promotion to Sequence 0 first. I'm not worried about being promoted to Sequence 0, Klein said in a calm tone. I'm not worried about Amon either. What really scares me, and what I fear from the depths of my heart, is the fallen Lord of Mysteries. The closer he gets to the Sequence 0 Fool's throne, the more he understands how special Origin Castle is, and the more he feels the terror of the Lord of Mysteries. If there was still hope in the fight between him and Amon, he could not see the slightest possibility of hope in the fight with the Lord of Mysteries. The gap between the two sides is really too big. The Lord of Mysteries sealed the source matter outside Source Castle, and the Sea of Chaos in the Western continent, isolating all hidden existences within the initial barrier. Except for God. The path to promotion to the past forced other hidden existences to wake him up and break the seal. Such methods and techniques are truly terrifying. In this universe, the old days are the end of all gods, and the symbol of the pillar is above the old days. The tone of the goddess of the night was also full of fear. The Lord of Mysteries, God, and the fallen Mother Goddess are the pillars that support the old days. The three pillars of this universe are like different aspects of the original creator, possessing authority and power beyond understanding. Do you know why a terrifying existence, like the Lord of Mysteries, died in the first place? Although the era when the Lord of Mysteries fell is very ancient, from some current clues, it can be vaguely speculated that his fall should be related to God. And it is very likely that the two fell at the same time. The goddess of the night told the secrets of the ancient times in a soothing and gentle tone. The corpse of that god formed the first blasphemous slate in the Sea of Chaos. The thief's path is unique on the edge of the blasphemous slate. It can be seen that in that ancient era, there was a secret and extremely fierce confrontation between God and the Lord of Mysteries, and both eventually fell. The only way of the thief is that God tore it from the Lord of Mysteries. No wonder the extraordinary path Amon is on does not belong to the 5 extraordinary paths included in the ancient sun god. It turns out that Amon is actually the child of the Lord of Mysteries and the ancient sun god. Did the ancient sun god give birth to Amon in order to prepare for stealing the position of Lord of Mysteries in the future? No wonder Amon's character is so bad. Probably due to the influence of the Lord of Mysteries. Klein thought a lot in an instant, and finally thought of the source of the Lord of Mysteries. Fuxing Xin Wang Tianzuan. If Tianzuan had not caused so many things, he would not have become a time traveler. He was forced to leave his own time and come here, and step by step became the container for Tianzuan's new awakening and birth. Alas, that is the Lord of Mysteries, who can arrange even the gods. He is one of the 3 pillars of the universe. Arranging such a small role like himself should be an easy arrangement for him. You can still have one last choice. The goddess of the night fell on Klein's complicated eyes. Leave now. Give up becoming a Sequence 0 fool. Prevent the Lord of Mystery from awakening from your body, and live in this world with the strength of Sequence 1 from now on. World. Does the goddess also think I should give up? This is your own choice. And it is also your last freedom. The goddess of the night's voice was like the moonlight falling on the starry sky. As ethereal and ethereal as she said. We come from the same place, and I am not willing to arrange for you to embark on such a path. Klein smiled and said, compared to Amon, I shouldn't have any advantage. So why does the goddess keep choosing to bet on me? If it's just to support a new Lord of Mysteries. Amon does have more opportunities than you, and is more likely to succeed. Yes. This is also a question I haven't figured out. Klein nodded. The era buried in the past is our common memory and a critical period for the birth, germination and growth of our humanity. Even though I have lived a long life, it is still my most beautiful memory. You have its mark on you. So I'm more willing to help you. Is this the friendship between fellow villagers? Klein felt sad. Just like Russell. At the end of his life, he still wanted to leave his diary to the fellow villagers, who would later travel through time to provide him with some help. Hometown is the past that neither of them can return to. No matter what achievements they each achieve, they are all lonely travelers. When facing partners from the same era, they will instinctively feel friendly. Are the stars also lonely travelers traveling through time? Klein was silent for a long time, and then asked, can Amon be trusted? I can't give you a definite answer. If the Lord of Mysteries awakens in Amon's body, will he take back all the high-sequence extraordinary characteristics of the three paths of diviner? Thief? An apprentice? I don't know. And I can't know. Klein was silent again. For me personally, I don't long to become the old man. But I can't live up to or abandon those beings who have bet on me. They have helped me more or less. And Amon is a wanton god. I couldn't believe his mercy and any of his promises. The goddess of the night was not surprised by such an answer. If Amon had as much humanity as Klein, he would choose to support Amon even for the sake of his fellow villagers. He is not the only hidden being who has such thoughts. Freedom is indeed unrestrained, but it cannot bear responsibility and cannot be trusted. Chapter 679 5 Gold Coins. If you are ready, let's go to the Honaki's mountains. The goddess of the night left these last words, and took the night away from here, and returned to her kingdom of God. Praise the goddess, Klein whispered, even though he knew that the goddess of the night had also planned to use him. But in real terms, the goddess of the night still helped him most, even if it was just because the goddess of the night came from the same hometown as himself. He did not hope that the goddess of the night would fall at the hands of the stars in the future. Facing the stars, he also had the same idea. It was best to maintain peace like this. No one will become the same. I hope so. After leaving St. Samuel's Church, Klein glanced at the sky. At this moment, the time had turned from night to day. The sun in the sky was not dazzling, but instead exuded a warmth that made people feel very comfortable. Klein raised his head, closed his eyes slightly, and felt it for a while. Then left here and went to the place where Benson worked, the school where Melissa studied, and then back to the home where they lived to take a look. They had agreed to prepare a new home, but his departure once again brought the matter to a standstill. With Benson and Melissa's temperament, they would never find a new home unless he came back. Klein walked around Backland and then headed to Will's house. Are you ready? Well, that's almost it. Destiny will always be with you. Thank you. Klein nodded with a smile, took out a gold coin and handed it to Will. You are almost an adult, so consider this lucky gold coin my adult gift to you. I only gave you one gold coin. You're really stingy. Will looked disgusted, but he quickly grasped the gold coin in his palm. I wish I could come to your coming-of-age ceremony in time. Bah! How can you say such unlucky words? You should say that you will definitely appear at my coming-of-age ceremony. Klein just smiled and his figure gradually disappeared. If you don't come, then you've broken your promise, Will said loudly. Klein returned to the house that originally belonged to Dawn Downs Tad, came to the study, sat at the table, spread out a pen and paper, and started writing a letter to Mr. Isaac. It had been a while since he had talked to Mr. Isaac about recent events. After writing down what happened during this period and what will happen in the future, he folded the letter, took out the Isaac copper whistle, put it to his mouth and blew it. The originally huge bone messenger appeared in the size of an adult, and knelt on one knee on the ground, opening his palms respectfully. Klein placed the letter on its palm, took a gold coin from the source castle, and put it on it as well. This is a thank you for the long trouble. If you are unable to receive it of your own accord, give it to your master, and he will distribute it. The bone messenger was stunned for a few seconds before he dared to close his knuckles against Klein's will. He held the letter and the gold coin, and then his body disintegrated like a waterfall, fell to the ground, and disappeared. Klein only has 5 such special gold coins in total. in addition to the 2 given to Will and Mr. Isaac. There are still 3 left. He was going to give one of the gold coins to Miss Messenger, and Miss Messenger helped him out of trouble many times. As for the remaining 2 gold coins, he already has a candidate in mind. In the southern continent, in a tavern in the capital of the Balam Empire, in the dim candlelight, this melody from Backland was floating at the moment, as well as the recitation of ancient poems that were scattered and full of melodiousness. In the center of the crowd, in the focus of all the drinkers, was a man with a beard, who looked a little slovenly and a little elegant. His voice is very good, like the calm and warm sunshine after being weathered, singing Backland's melody to the people of the southern continent. Haven't seen you for a long time. Klein naturally appeared on the wine table next to him, holding up his wine glass and smiling at Leonard, who was finishing his chant. Leonard looked shocked, but before he could say anything, Klein suddenly appeared in front of him and disappeared suddenly, leaving only a sparkling gold coin on the wine table where he had just been sitting, like the price paid for drinking alcohol. Look for an opportunity to hold a gold coin in your hands. Leonard's words suddenly rang in his heart. Klein, what is he facing? The fool. Amon, Lord of Mysteries. I can't be a part of that. Then go ahead and wish your friend all the best. Klein originally wanted to give the last gold coin to Hastur, but he felt that such a gold coin would not be of any use to the star Hastur. The crown of stars did not need such a gold coin to embellish it. So Klein gave the last gold coin to Russell. For this fellow countryman, a little bit of luck may be able to help him to a limited extent. Russell flicked the gold coin in his hand and asked Klein to guess whether the gold coin would be a head or a number when it landed. Klein casually mentioned a number, and Russell got the result that the number was upward. It seems that Lady Luck is still on your side. I've always felt that I'm very lucky. A moment of luck may be accidental, but a lifetime of good luck is definitely the favored child of fate. And you are such a person. Thanks. Klein didn't stay here for too long. After giving away the 5 gold coins, he went to see everyone in the Tarot Club and received their blessings. After finishing all this, Klein went to Tingen City, which was the very beginning of his life. As he wished, he met the captain, whose memory was still very poor, and also met Ms. Diley, who came back to Tingen City to accompany the captain. It's a pity that the captain still feels inferior to this relationship, but Susan got married at the end of last year. Her husband is a small employee in the government department. Overall, everything was good. In the Hornakis Mountains, Klein returned again. Amon, who seemed to have been waiting here, chuckled and said, "You really shouldn't come back. Aren't you welcome?" Klein didn't care at all about Amon's attitude. "You seem confident in yourself?" "My confidence comes from the fact that my opponent is you." "Interesting." Amon did not get angry and said in a gentle tone, "On this road, it is destined that only one of us can leave alive. Are you really not afraid that you will be replaced by the Lord of Mysteries? I'm more confident than you in this regard. I hope you're not bluffing." Klein ended his chat with Amon and walked towards the deepest part of the foggy town. "Fool, can you succeed?" The corners of Amon's mouth raised slightly. He was sitting and waiting for Klein's failure. Chapter 680, who will be the spokesperson of the original creator? Klein was already prepared to be promoted to Sequence 0 Fool, when he walked into the dilapidated and overgrown palace and started walking towards the throne that belonged to Antigonus. Time and space seemed to start flowing from this moment on. Outside, Amon, who was watching quietly, finally made a move. When Klein begins to try to advance to the Sequence 0 Fool, it means that the competition between them has begun. Although he is already a dual-path true god, Klein has not yet been fully promoted to Sequence 0. It seems like a very unfair fight, but it's actually very fair. He has been waiting for Klein here for a long time. Now, he has the advantage, which only offsets the preferential treatment that Klein received before. Amon did not enter the palace directly for the final fight with Klein. Instead, he went to the church where the believers of the Fool lived, the Poseidon Church. He wants to shake the anchor of Klein's faith first, and gradually dismantle the possibility of Klein's promotion to the Fool. Alger, who is already the Pope of Poseidon Church, noticed something was wrong when he saw the doors and windows of the entire church opened in an instant. Then, a young man wearing a pointed hat and a monocle appeared in Alger's field of vision, and he happened to look at each other from afar. With just one glance, Alger felt that his heart suddenly stopped beating. He understood that the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him was the blasphemer Amon, the anchor of the Fool's faith. Amon pushed the monocle gently, and a ray of light bloomed as bright as day. illuminating hundreds of miles of nearby sea. In this burst of dazzling light, Poseidon Church and the surrounding area dispersed like a puff of smoke. Oh, what a kindness. Amon just glanced at it and left here, heading to Backland. He originally wanted to try to find the relatives that Klein valued, and use them as a vulnerability to break Klein's tightly guarded spiritual world. Amon, you shouldn't come here. It's too dirty. A wheel of fortune that exuded the aura of destiny lay in front of Amon, preventing him from getting close to Backland. It's boring. Amon knew that the person blocking him was the new wheel of fortune. At this time, it would not be good for him to start a war between gods. Returning to the Honaki's mountains, Amon did not use any tricks. Instead, he entered the ruined palace and began to interfere with Klein's promotion to the Sequence 0 Fool. Darkness fell, blocking the world around Klein. It was the goddess of the night who took action. It seems that you finally chose to place your bet on him. I always thought that my chances would be greater. Amon didn't care at all about the goddess of the night's actions. Your chances are indeed greater. You can be small and generous. You should be on the side with slim chances. Oh, the goddess of the night actually knows how to gain wealth through danger. She is so greedy. While Amon was fighting against the goddess of the night, he split hundreds of clones into the palace and came to Klein's side. A spiritual light of wisdom fell from the sky, swept away Amon's clones, and trapped them at the other end of the long river of wisdom. It was the god of knowledge and wisdom who took action. TSK. Who else wants to take action? Amon did not choose to back down because of this situation. They wanted to buy time for Klein. Unfortunately, they were not just the true gods of the thief path. Amon closed his eyes slightly, and around him, portals with ripples of space appeared inside and outside the palace. A teleportation portal also appeared near his clones, allowing them to get rid of the obstruction and successfully reach Klein. The obstructions of the god of knowledge and wisdom are of no use to him. Under the gazes of dozens of Amon, Klein was still concentrating on being promoted to Sequence 0 Fool, and was not distracted by what was happening outside at the moment. Amon each pushed up his monocle, and bursts of dazzling how light flashed, and all the things he collected in his daily life suddenly came over like a sea, flooding the entire Hornaki's mountains. There is the sun from the Sea of Ruins, the huge black cross from the true creator, the bone church from Adam, and the endless lightning from the land abandoned by God. All kinds of things that looked like tatters, but were actually the residual power of various energies, completely enveloped Klein in one fell swoop. But the sharp-eyed Amon discovered at the first moment that his destiny had changed at this moment. The various impacts that were originally rushing towards Klein were instead rushing towards him. Someone swapped their fate with that of Klein in a short period of time. Oh, it's really lively. Amon stepped back slightly to avoid this round of attack. The entities currently blocking him from approaching Klein include the goddess of night, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the wheel of fortune. It is difficult for him alone to break through the encirclement. He needed help too. In an uninhabited sea, the once shattered black holy mountain rose again from the depths of the sea. Then Adam slowly walked from a small church by the sea to the huge cross on the black holy mountain. The eyes behind the shadow curtain were partially exposed, and Adam looked at each other. And then the two merged together perfectly. A new sun, a more vast and boundless golden sun, rises from the sea and from under the black holy mountain. With just a simple glance from the ancient sun god, his pressure spread to the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom within the initial barrier. The god of knowledge and wisdom was directly sealed in the kingdom of God. And then the rays of the sun dispelled the shroud of night, also blocking the goddess of night in the kingdom of God. Then his body came directly to Backland and stopped Will. Will, who holds the key of light, is far from being comparable to ordinary Sequence 0 true gods. And his fate is mysterious and unpredictable. So he needs to be dealt with carefully. Will chuckled at this and said, "The stars haven't taken action yet. You are so impatient." Which is not a good thing for Amon. What if the stars don't come? The ancient sun god glanced at the starry sky, seeming to see what was happening above the starry sky. I didn't expect that you would choose to side with the ancient sun god now. Hastur, who was sitting in the Hall of Stars, looked calmly at God outside the Hall of Stars. God actually chose to leave the Sea of Chaos and come here to block him, not wanting him to intervene in the fight between Klein and Amon. If you were me, would you choose to place your bet on Klein or on Amon? God said with a smile on his lips. Amon is the biological son of the ancient sun god. Yes, so let the Lord of Mysteries awaken in Amon's body, and I will become the ancient sun god again and be the biological father of the Lord of Mysteries. What do you think of this future? What a bad taste. I find it very interesting. Hastur did not discuss this topic with God anymore. He knew that God must have other plans for choosing to help him on. Soon, he remembered that when the first blasphemous tablet appeared, the uniqueness of the thief was accompanied by the corpse of God. Maybe, a long time ago, the dying God made some kind of transformation plan for this uniqueness of the thief that was torn from the Lord of Mysteries. In other words, Ammon, who inherited the uniqueness of the thief, is actually an important pawn in God's deal with the Lord of Mysteries? The ancient sun god thought it was his own arrangement. But in fact, it was all planned by God in advance for him. If you think about it this way, God's thoughts are also very scary. But couldn't the ancient sun god notice this? You should understand that the power of the stars can put the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries into deep sleep. You are blocking my attack here. Do you really want the Lord of Mysteries to wake up completely? God did not answer this question immediately, but looked at the fallen mother goddess, who was staring at the place outside the initial barrier with a face of unwillingness and anger, and then at the entangled Klein and Ammon below. If you were asked to choose one among the three pillars to be the spokesperson of the original creator, who would you choose? Chapter 681. A lot of help for the right person, but little help for the unlucky person. The question of God made Asta ponder for a long time. What he was thinking was, why did God suddenly ask such a question? It is not difficult to see from God's honorable name that God, the original creator, the omniscient and almighty, is definitely the one closest to the original creator among the three pillars. I am the closest to the original creator, and I am also the most likely being to give birth to the original creator's consciousness. So, in your opinion, what should I do to prevent the original creator's consciousness from awakening in my body? Hastur somewhat understood what God meant. If only God awakens among the three pillars, then the consciousness of the original creator is most likely to awaken in him. But if the Lord of Mysteries and the fallen mother goddess awaken at the same time, might the original consciousness of the creator be suppressed? Or dispersed? That's probably what it means. But Hastur always feels that God's words are not complete. And this motive is not enough to explain why he wants to help the Lord of Mysteries awaken. Did you really die together with the Lord of Mysteries? Hastur changed the question. He still had some questions that he had not yet figured out. So be it. God frankly admitted this ancient secret. If the birth of the original creator is the first era of this universe, then in the middle of the first era, I and the Lord of Mysteries were indeed engaged in an undetectable struggle. At that time, the Lord of Mysteries and I each had mastered multiple sources of essence. And it was difficult for both of us to restrain the aggregation instinct in our bodies that originated from the original creator. It's ridiculous to say that Mystery and I, who are the pillars standing at the top of the universe, are like wild beasts in the end. We only know how to follow the instinct of aggregation to fight. How ridiculous. Hastur interrupted curiously. Is it just because of the instinct of aggregation? If I said that there were signs of the original creator's consciousness awakening at that time, would you believe it? Yes. Hastur nodded. Your thinking is correct. After Mastery and I each mastered multiple source materials, we noticed signs of the awakening of the original creator's consciousness. We both fell in order to get rid of the influence of the original creator's consciousness. Having said this, God lowered his eyes and looked at the ancient sun god with deep meaning. I don't think you can get rid of the influence of the original creator's consciousness through this method. Hastur shook his head and expressed his doubts. The ancient sun god could get rid of the influence of God through his death. But it is difficult for God to get rid of the influence of the original creator in this way, because that is the original creator. Once his consciousness awakens, there is absolutely no power that can resist it. In this matter, we all want to thank you for coming, God said with a smile in his eyes. A smile that was a little real and a little fake. Stars, when you came through the boundaries of the universe, you severely damaged the original creator consciousness, thus providing me and Mystery with the opportunity to escape from the original creator. What you said is different from what the fallen mother goddess said about the arrival of the stars. Hastur questioned. In the story of the fallen mother goddess, the stars come after the initial barrier is formed. After both God and the Lord of Mysteries have fallen and disappeared. Fallen mother goddess. He has never seen the scene where the stars descended into the starry sky. There was a trace of ridicule on the corner of God's mouth. He is just a restoration of the past based on what happened later. It is a guess, not an experience with his own eyes. See, if the consciousness of the first creator awakens, he, as the three pillars, will not be able to escape. So how can he dare to peek into the conflict between the stars and the first creator? Hastur was silent for a while, and also mocked. If the fallen mother goddess lied about this matter, What about you? Have you ever seen the scene where the stars descended into the starry sky again? No. God answered honestly, because it was just a vague feeling. Not something I saw with my own eyes. Have you seen Hastur? The great old one? Not even. God began to tell Hastap what happened in the first age. In the beginning, the Creator woke up from chaos. The original Earth civilization was destroyed. And the spiritual world was also destroyed. The characteristics of the 9 sources of matter, and the 22 paths of God gathered on the earth. Part of the old days were sucked from the starry sky by the original Creator. And part of the source matter was activated to form the old days. God was activated and materialized from the sea of chaos, becoming one of the 3 pillars, and then gradually mastered additional and plural Sephirot. Tianzuan also mastered multiple sources during this period, because he could not control the instinct of aggregation. God and Tianzuan fought a battle and both fell. At the last moment of death, God's corpse formed the first blasphemous slate in the sea of chaos. And Tianzuan relied on the power of Source Castle to seal all the source matter outside Source Castle and the Sea of Chaos in the Western continent. What follows is the story of the ancient sun god emerging from the Sea of Chaos and mastering the first blasphemous tablet. When Hastur heard this, he understood that the time when the stars descended into the starry sky was roughly within the time when God and Tianzuan were fighting. Perhaps because they were busy fighting, they did not leave the initial barrier and go to the starry sky. So they only vaguely sensed the stars breaking through the boundaries of the universe? Hastur thought about various possibilities, and his guard against God became even deeper. God came here to talk to him about these ancient secrets for no reason. He must have some ulterior motive. You don't seem worried that the fool will lose in the battle for the Lord of Mysteries? I said I can see the future. Do you believe it? Believe. God smiled and said, the authority of the stars does not belong to this universe. How difficult is it to see through the future? Then you still choose to stand against me at this time? Because the stars have a natural hostile relationship with this universe. Oh! It turns out that this is why you chose to help the ancient sun gods revive the Lord of Mysteries. Although the Lord of Mysteries and I were once life and death enemies, we can sometimes become friends and comrades in arms. Hastur sighed. I will not necessarily bring destruction to this universe. You may not, but the stars will. God's gaze seemed to penetrate the palace of stars, and saw Hastur sitting high in the palace of stars. I am the stars. Not yet. God's meaning is clear. Hastur did not explain this problem again, because he did not know where he would end up. You haven't returned to sequence 0 yet. Have you? God continued without waiting for Hastur's answer. Can you tell us the promotion ceremony required when you advance to sequence 0? Although I don't know about the star path, I think your promotion ceremony must be particularly unique. Hastur remained silent. Both paths to advance to sequence 0 were difficult, but the path to awakening the original creator and destroying the entire universe was extremely simple. If they were God, the Lord of Mysteries, and the fallen Mother Goddess, they wouldn't believe their own words. Do you believe in prophecies? Letter. Sometimes, in order to avoid the prophecy from happening, people take a series of actions to avoid it, which in turn further promotes the prophecy's arrival. If people do nothing, the prophecy will come as expected. God added, things that have never happened are 1 in 10,000. And there are infinite possibilities, because they are unknowable. At this point, Hastur knew that it was useless to say anything more. An interesting question suddenly occurred to him. Should good people be held at gunpoint? Although Hastur doesn't think he is a very kind person, he at least has a conscience that is above the passing line. A being who possesses great power, even if he does nothing, will always be feared by others until he is completely destroyed. This is a very simple truth. Hastur sighed and stopped talking to God. He looked down at the Hornaki's mountains, the god of steam and machinery, and the original, which who had always chosen to watch on the side finally chose to stand at Klein. This side, if you are in good ways, you will get a lot of help. But if you are in bad ways, there will be little help. This saying actually applies to Klein and Amon. Chapter 682 The Awakening Consciousness of the Mysterious Lord. The ancient sun god was one against 3. Restraining will, the goddess of night, and the god of knowledge and wisdom respectively. The original witch and the god of steam and machinery joined in, effectively restraining Amon's actions and gaining valuable opportunities for Klein to advance to sequence 0. Time. After fighting for a long time, a little anger flashed through Amon's monocle. He did not target Klein anymore, but directly opened a portal, appeared in the kingdom of the god of steam and machinery, and beat the god of steam and machinery. Caught off guard, the entire kingdom of God began to shake. and a large number of buildings made of brass-colored gears collapsed one after another. A large hole was torn in the civilization scroll, and cracks appeared in the entire kingdom of God. Heh. I knew you would need my help in the end. Russell's figure suddenly appeared in the kingdom of the god of steam and machinery, and Amon left immediately upon seeing this. He knew that Roselle was in a bad state, but there was no guarantee that Roselle didn't have any special means of suppressing the situation, and his goal of severely injuring the god of steam and machinery had been achieved. Amon, who returned to the Honaki's mountains, could deal with the original, which much more easily, without the constraints of the god of steam and machinery. His clones have surrounded Klein and began to look for flaws and loopholes, trying to invade the source castle. This is not a difficult process. Before Klein was fully promoted to Sequence 0, Amon found a loophole to enter the source castle. The main body and the clone were replaced. The clone was responsible for containing the original witch, and the main body entered the source castle, confronting Klein. It seems that this game is over, Amon said cheerfully, as he looked at Klein, who was at a critical moment in front of him. Klein, who is accommodating the uniqueness of the fool, is gradually awakening to the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries. Klein's body is collapsing. His large body is half composed of transparent and twisted worms, and smooth and evil tentacles extend out all around. Oh! Why are you still struggling? When I successfully entered here, the outcome was already doomed. You have lost the chance to be promoted to the Sequence 0 fool. Amon spoke in a calm tone, while paying careful attention to the various changes in Klein's body. The only thing that worries him now is the awakening consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries. Previously, the shocking change that occurred in the land abandoned by God caused the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries to almost awaken with the appearance of the Key of Light. Although he was suppressed from behind, the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries did not fall into a complete slumber. On the contrary, he is more active than ever and only needs a small opportunity to wake up and return. At this moment, Klein has been promoted to Sequence 0 fool, which has provided the Lord of Mystery with this opportunity. He has the confidence to prevent Klein from being promoted to the Sequence 0 fool, but he does not have the confidence to prevent the Lord of Mystery from awakening in his body. But now, he doesn't have much choice. Amon wiped his monocle crystal glasses, and a dazzling light flashed, trying to directly steal the identity of the Lord of Klein's origin castle. No stealing here. It is forbidden to attack each other here. The sudden rule that came into effect made Amon briefly stunned. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he could clearly see the source of the rule. Trunsoist brass book? No. It's the fallen Knight Emperor Trunsoist. You are still alive, and have returned to the level of Sequence 0. Amon did not hide his shock. Soon, he thought of the answer. It was the stars that woke you up, and provided you with corresponding cover. The figure of the Knight Emperor Trunsoist gradually appeared on the brass book of Trunsoist. He did not speak, but looked at Amon calmly. You have also entered the Origin Castle. It seems that the stars also want to take this opportunity to steal the Origin Castle. Amon looked much more solemn. If he fails, instead of falling into your hands, Origin Castle might as well be controlled by the stars. Amon sneered. Do you know the origins of the stars? I don't need to know that much. Amon didn't speak anymore. The Night King Trunsoist alone could not stop him. The Night Emperor Trunsoist can make the rules, and he can also steal the rules here. As a true god with dual pathways, he is enough to overpower the Night Emperor Trunsoist. This is his confidence and strength. Amon created hundreds of clones of Amon. They had a tacit understanding and were divided into two parts. One part went towards Klein to steal his identity as the master of Origin Castle, and the other part went towards the rules set by the Night Emperor Trunsoist against him. Stealing is prohibited here, but as long as the power of stealing exceeds the power of order of the rules, this rule will no longer take effect. Amon's true form came to Klein's side, and when he planned to use all his strength to deal with Klein, the entire Origin Castle suddenly shook violently, and the Night Emperor Trunsoist and the rules he had arranged were directly excluded from the Origin Castle. Apart from that, Amon still stayed in Source Castle. At this time, the loophole originally opened by Amon in Source Castle was quickly repaired, and even Amon could no longer leave easily. It is the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries that is awakened. He is gradually taking control of Origin Castle. Amon immediately guessed the reason for such a change. The Night Emperor Trunsoist was sent out of Origin Castle because the extraordinary path he was on was not what the Lord of Mysteries needed. Now, Amon and Klein have been trapped in the Source Castle by the Lord of Mysteries, controlling the power of the Source Castle. The extraordinary characteristics of the three extraordinary paths of Thief, Apprentice, and Diviner have come together to meet the conditions for the Lord of Mysteries to awaken and return. It's not the right time to wake up. Amon chuckled, and actually chose to help Klein suppress the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries consciousness. If the Lord of Mysteries consciousness is allowed to fully awaken, both he and Klein will lose. For him, the Lord of Mysteries can awaken, but only after he becomes the uniqueness of the fool who seizes Klein's body, and then awakens in Klein's body. In this case, he can bypass the Lord of Mysteries and become the new Lord of Mysteries, without taking the risk of the Lord of Mysteries awakening in his own body. Klein's condition is very bad, and his reason and soul may be swallowed up at any time. If Amon hadn't helped, he would have been completely replaced by the Lord of Mysteries the moment his consciousness awakened. Now, his situation is like a small ship in two huge waves. On one side is the huge wave set off by the Lord of Mysteries, and on the other side is the huge wave wall created by Amon. He was caught between these two forces. Although he would not die suddenly on the spot, he was still bumping up and down, which was extremely dangerous. The changes on the mental level were reflected on the body. His body was continuously torn apart and filled with transparent twisted worms. His facial features were sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, sometimes terrifying, sometimes blank, and sometimes smooth and twisted tentacles emerged. At this time, Klein felt an eternal coldness spread throughout his body, except for his mind, which could still move a little. Everything else seemed to be frozen. An ancient and vicissitudes of voice came from deep within his heart. Give up. Leave everything to me. This time, I will not accommodate any other source of matter. This time, I will stay awake completely, and no longer be driven by instinct. I won't help the creatures you want to protect, but I won't hurt them either. This is not out of my kindness, nor is it the promise I made to you. But they are too weak and not worthy of my attention at all. Leave it to me. This place will become a forbidden place for the outer gods. Familiar yet unfamiliar murmurs echoed in Klein's heart, making him want to give up. He knew that this was a temptation from the Lord of Mysteries, but his rationality was far from what it was before. Now, every time he thought, it was like running through a swamp with bare feet. Lord of Mysteries, your language temptation is really disappointing. It turns out that you are not as invincible as I imagined. Amon's mocking voice came, suppressing the murmurs of the Lord of Mysteries in a short time. You have the breath of God. After a whisper, an even stronger wave stirred up the entire Source Castle, and the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries actually awakened further. In just an instant, all of Amon's clones, including those entangled with the original, which outside Source Castle, exploded. Seeing this scene, Klein cursed secretly, Amon, you idiot. You have nothing to do to stimulate the Lord of Mysteries. Come on now. The Lord of Mysteries' awakening consciousness will be unstoppable. Amon said nothing, but faced this sudden change with a serious face. He also did not expect that the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries would suddenly go berserk. Does the breath of God refer to his father, the ancient sun god, or the original creator of the past? Chapter 683 The Fool is Born. Oh! That mysterious guy went berserk. In the nebula-shrouded area outside the Hall of Stars, God lowered his gaze, even with the Source Castle covering him. At this moment, he could still have a panoramic view of what was happening there. Hastur's voice of gloating over misfortune could be clearly heard in the Hall of Stars. From the scene just now, it can be seen that God did do something to the uniqueness of the thief, so that Amon stimulated the Lord of Mysteries, thereby accelerating the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries consciousness. Why don't you go down and meet your good friend? If I show up, both Klein and Amon will perish in Origin Castle. The love between you and the Lord of Mysteries is really deep. Hastur joked with a chuckle. I can't help it. I will always remember the existence that caused my death very deeply. Is that true of you too? Now that the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries has awakened, what happens next has nothing to do with me. God did not give Hastur a chance to ask again. After speaking, he left here and returned to the Sea of Chaos in the land abandoned by God. What exactly does he want to do? Hastur did not immediately intervene in the fight between Klein, Amon, and the Lord of Mysteries, but instead thought about God's intention for this series of actions. Is any ending really acceptable to him? The Lord of Mysteries in Source Castle did not give Hastur much time to think. The Lord of Mysteries, who suddenly regained consciousness, suppressed the consciousness of Klein and Amon, especially for Klein. At this moment, his consciousness was like a small flame that could be blown out at any time. Death is never the end. Hastur sighed, and a ray of light from the stars accurately landed on the Source Castle, blending in silently. This was a backdoor specially left by Klein for him to prevent the Lord of Mysteries from waking up and losing control of the situation. The radiance of the stars fell on the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries, briefly freezing his thinking and causing him to fall into a state of slumber. This is the power of Hastur combined with the authority of the night goddess Tranquility, which can put the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries into a short sleep. At the same time, Hastur lowered another beam of starlight, erasing Klein's torn body. Death is not the end. Miracles are always there. Klein did not die because of this, but instead used the power of the stars to get rid of the invasion of the awakened consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries and regain his freedom. It was equivalent to Klein briefly jumping out of the big dying vat between Amon and the Lord of Mysteries. Now is his best chance to be promoted to the Sequence Zero Fool. At this moment, Klein is equivalent to himself who just came to the Honaki's mountains. After digesting the secret attended potion, he can try to advance to the Sequence Zero Fool. Relying on resurrection after death, Klein completely reversed his condition. The ritual for promotion to the Sequence Zero Fool is fooling time, history, and fate once. Now through this resurrection after death, he successfully completed this promotion ceremony. Because at first, he was promoted as Antigonus when he took the potion. But now, it was Klein who was resurrected after death. A Sequence One who had just digested the secret waiter's potion. This was not his own idea, but was inspired by the promotion method of Antigonus and the resurrection of the Black Emperor by Russell. In an instant, his body split apart and turned into a thin gray mist and a dark liquid. The gray mist blended with the black liquid, and densely packed granulation like worms appeared on the surface. Then, they intertwined into a translucent dark cloak. Under the cloak, there was no body in darkness. A door of light opened with a bang, and Amon's true form, wearing a pointed soft hat and a classic black robe, jumped out, trying to stop Klein. But he was a step too late after all. He could only look at an illusory mask with blank features appearing under the translucent dark cloak. As this mask outlines the appearance of Klein, who combines the characteristics of Gehrman Sparrow. Amon's thinking suddenly becomes chaotic, as if his IQ has been forcibly lowered. He stood there for a moment, not knowing what he should do next. Not only Amon, but also the goddess of night, and the god of knowledge and wisdom who were taking action in the kingdom of God also paused briefly, and their thoughts fell into a brief blank. After a brief exchange, Russell and the god of steam machinery both stopped talking and stopped talking, as if they had lost what they originally wanted to say in an instant. What did I want to say to you just now? How do I know what you want to say? Then what did you want to say just now? Cannot remember. Willett Backlund just calmed down for a moment before continuing to spin the wheel of fate, forcibly delaying the ancient sun god from leaving here. The fool is born. The ancient sun god whispered. This voice was heard by Will, who said happily, the fool, fooling, is really an aura that can lower people's IQ. Fortunately, I am still far away from there. Ancient sun god. It seems that Amon has failed. Do you want to continue fighting? Klein's promotion to the fool is only on the same track as Amon. Will knew this very well, but he still smiled and said, even though he had the advantage, Amon still let Klein complete his promotion. Now that they have the same starting point, Amon's failure is doomed. Do you know why God chose to stand on our side this time and help contain the stars? He probably doesn't want Klein, who is friends with the stars, to become the new Lord of Mysteries. That's just one concern. He has another purpose. What purpose? Will became interested. But the ancient sun god did not say anything clearly, but silently looked at the Honaki's mountains. Then imagined a clone to block Will, and the real body quickly descended into the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom. A veil of shadows surrounds the realm of the god of knowledge and wisdom, preventing him from escaping. Without any words, he reached out a palm and grabbed at the god of knowledge and wisdom, trying to forcefully extract the uniqueness from the body of knowledge and wisdom. Although the god of knowledge and wisdom struggled hard, he was still unable to resist the ancient sun god at this moment. A sound like the cry of a phoenix sounded, and Grey Carrie, the ancestor of the phoenix, turned into a phoenix that covered the sky and rushed over. The ancient sun god did not dodge, and allowed the impact of the burning phoenix to break through the shadow curtain and bombard his chest. He only had a sullen face, cold eyes, and forcefully took away the uniqueness of the white tower from the body of the god of knowledge and wisdom. At this time, the wheel of fate was turning, trying to reverse the fate of the white tower's uniqueness being extracted. But a chaotic and unknown aura suddenly erupted from the ancient sun god's body, like a fog, blocking the change of fate. The uniqueness of the White Tower had just separated from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and was instantly accommodated by the ancient Sun God. At this point, the ancient Sun God has completely accommodated the 5 extraordinary paths belonging to God, and only needs to accommodate the Sea of Chaos to become the true old days. Well, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom sighed. Although he had guessed that the ancient Sun God would suddenly come to kill him, he still underestimated the ancient Sun God's ability to suppress him. In a short period of time, the uniqueness of the White Tower was taken away from his body. This is simply unimaginable. Wrong. You just borrowed the power of the Sea of Chaos. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom suddenly reacted. The overwhelming strength of the ancient Sun God just now did not look like half of the old days at all, but the complete strength of the old days. Only then did he understand why God suddenly disappeared from the sight of the stars, freeing up the stars to help Klein suppress the Lord of Mysteries' consciousness. It turned out that their target had been him from the beginning. The reason why God helped the ancient Sun God was to allow the ancient Sun God to take back his complete authority. The Lord of Mysteries is about to awaken and return, and God cannot remain silent. Your ending won't be much better than mine. I'll sit back and enjoy your ending. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom had no intention of fighting. He decisively detonated his own kingdom of God and let Great Carrie take him away from here. Even though he lost his uniqueness, the ancient Sun God could not completely take back his authority. The ancient Sun God did not speak, but looked at the God who stood above the Sea of Chaos and smiled towards him. If Klein is the backup plan prepared by the Lord of Mysteries, then he is the vessel cultivated by God. God helps himself because he is confident that he can defeat himself with the help of the power of the Sea of Chaos. Like Klein, he had no way out. He could only let his state reach the extreme, and then engage in the final battle with God. As for the outcome of victory or defeat, he cannot see the related future. Chapter 684, Their Respective Prophecies. The Fool was born. Amon was stunned and saw Klein standing completely in front of him, smiling at him. It seems that I'm still on the same track as you. You'd better deal with the awakening consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries first. Amon seemed not to care about Klein's promotion to Sequence 0 Fool. If I want to fight against the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries, I still need your help. You think I'll help you? Yes, because once I fail, Origin Castle will fall into the hands of the Lord of Mysteries. Even if you escape from Source Castle today, the Lord of Mysteries will take away your power in the future. Klein looked at the original barrier. The kingdom of God at the crack is just like the ancient Sun God, who always takes back his authority one by one. You're playing with fire. It's better than sitting around and waiting to die. Amon took another serious look at Klein before making his request. He asked Klein to give him part of the control of Source Castle. Otherwise, he would not risk fighting the Lord of Mysteries with Klein. This is Origin Castle. Klein is the current owner of Origin Castle. The Lord of Mysteries is the former owner of Origin Castle. Only he is an unrelated outsider. He doesn't want to sacrifice himself to fulfill Klein's destiny. Klein's decisive attitude made Amon's expression serious. He thought that Klein would bargain with him. At this time, if we are still bargaining, it would be too disrespectful of the Lord of Mystery. Right? As soon as Klein finished speaking, the entire Origin Castle began to shake violently. The consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries got rid of the influence of the stars, reawakened, and began to try to take full control of the Origin Castle. Time is limited. I hope you won't regret it. Amon agreed to Klein's bold and crazy suggestion. When Amon's consciousness also joined in, Klein decisively opened up part of the control of Source Castle to Amon. At the beginning, Klein had 100% control of Origin Castle. After the Lord of Mysteries awakened twice, he took away about 40% of it. This is an almost quantitative value, not a real situation. After Amon joined, Klein gave Amon 20% of the control. Amon is a dual-path true God, and he is a single-path Sequence 0. If they were equally divided, he would immediately become the weakest among the three. If Amon doesn't follow martial ethics and gets rid of him first, and then confronts the Lord of Mysteries one-on-one, then he will suffer a big loss. In the three-party battle, Amon and Klein teamed up to fight against the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries. Although they occupied more control over Source Castle, they were still unable to do anything to the Lord of Mysteries. On the contrary, they were still at a disadvantage. Outside, the ancient Sun God had withdrawn his scattered power, allowing the Night Goddess and Will to help Klein suppress the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries. As for the ancient Sun God being blocked by the Palace of Stars at the moment, Hastur sat in the Palace of Stars and said calmly, You should not take away the last piece of the White Tower's uniqueness from the God of knowledge and wisdom. That is also yours. The last resort? There must be a result. The ancient sun god retracted his gaze and turned to look at the struggle between the source castles. The instinct of gathering is an irresistible temptation, especially when I find that my strength is not enough. The presence of the God of knowledge and wisdom is the greatest temptation of power. You can't be God. Is this a prophecy from the stars? Yes, Hastur answered firmly. He did not see the future outcome between God and the ancient sun god. But God's thoughts and calculations were definitely higher than those of the ancient sun god. He dared to let the ancient sun god take away the authority of the God of knowledge and wisdom. And he must have the confidence to win. The ancient sun god was silent for a while and said, "Actually, a long time ago, I should have taken the human side as the leader. Maybe in that case, many things would be different. God was born in the sea of chaos. He is a natural old creature. But you are not. When you give up your greatest advantage and choose to get closer to God, the ending between you is already doomed." The ancient sun god was silent again. And after a while he said, "The weak Klein chose to fight when facing such a terrifying existence as the Lord of Mysteries. How could I choose to give up?" There was a touch of sarcasm on Hastur's lips. "Sometimes, I wonder why your path becomes more and more extreme. You are supposed to be the light that illuminates the end of the world. Because of your appearance." The ancient sun god looked at Hastur in the Hall of Stars. "If you were me, how would you face such a heterogeneous existence as the stars? Uncontrollable variables. Aliens who don't know what the outcome will be. Isn't destroying him the best option?" Pity. Hastur did not continue to discuss this topic with the ancient sun god. The focus of everything today is the Lord of Mysteries. No matter what God's purpose is, he doesn't want the Lord of Mysteries to wake up completely. At the worst, he wants to let both the Lord of Mysteries and Klein fall into deep sleep. As for Amon, after Klein was promoted to Sequence 0 Fool, he had lost his last possible chance of success. Even if he was still alive, it was time to head to the stars. At that time, I will be waiting for his visit deep in the starry sky. With the help of the goddess of night, the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries fell into sleep many times, buying opportunities and time for Klein and Amon. Will, on the other hand, constantly use the authority of the Key of Light to correct and improve Klein's destiny, so that he can have a greater chance of walking in the most correct destiny. As for Amon, when the ancient sun god did not take action, his end was already doomed. When the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries was gradually suppressed, the uniqueness of the thief in Amon's body suddenly changed. Without Amon's control, he suddenly broke away from Amon's body and flew in front of the Lord of Mysteries. "Mystery, remember? This is my gift to you. You lose." Ha ha ha. God's proud and arrogant laughter sounded, and the thief's uniqueness was instantly grasped and accommodated by the Lord of Mysteries. God. After an ancient murmur, the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries awakened and returned. Amon, who was severely wounded by the loss of the uniqueness of the thief, became the top priority target of the awakened Lord of Mysteries. You cannot control the control of Origin Castle given to you by others. The Lord of Mysteries took back control of Source Castle from Amon with just one word. At the same time, he manipulated the power of Source Castle to tear Amon's body apart and extract the uniqueness of his apprentice from his body. Amon retreated in time and used Destiny Trojan to plant a virus backdoor vulnerability in the Lord of Mysteries. At the same time, he created thousands of clones and continuously used stealing towards the Lord of Mysteries, hoping to steal back the thief's uniqueness. Fool? While fighting for control of Origin Castle, Klein also helped Amon give the Lord of Mysteries a halo of wisdom. Sleep. Destiny restarts. The Night Goddess and Will also took action at the same time, hoping to change the situation of the battle. Now that I'm awake, I won't fall asleep again. The voice of the Lord of Mysteries came from Klein's body, and at the same time, Klein's body split into two halves. One half was Klein, and the other half was the former Lord of Mysteries. At this moment, the Lord of Mysteries seems to have recovered all his past memories, and is no longer as confused as before, acting only on instinct. It's time for you to confront God. Hastur knew that he had to take action. If he delayed any longer, the Lord of Mysteries would definitely return with complete consciousness, unless you want God's plan to come to pass. Hastur didn't know what God had planned, but he must have had his plan when he suddenly intervened in Amon and helped the Lord of Mysteries. If you could always hold on to the human side of yourself, maybe you won't be completely devoured by God. This is the last advice Hastur left to the ancient sun god. At this moment, I saw the future. an era belonging to the stars. A smile appeared on the face of the ancient sun god, which seemed to be relieved and suddenly enlightened. When a golden sun sinks towards the land abandoned by the gods and hits the sea of chaos deep underground, all light is swallowed up. Chapter 685, the era belonging to the stars. When Hastur arrived outside Source Castle, gray mist continued to gather around the entire Source Castle, forming gray walls, trying to prevent the power of the stars from penetrating. Are you scared? Lord of Mysteries. It's more customary for me to call you Fuxing Xian Wang Tianzuan. Klein immediately sensed Tianzuan's wariness about the coming of the stars. He seemed to know that the power of the stars was likely to change the outcome, and he wanted to frantically call upon the power of Sapphire Castle to keep the stars out of Sapphire Castle. Tianzuan, what you fear is what I long for. Klein shook the Source Castle with all his strength, barely opening a passage that could pass into the Source Castle. When the light of the stars penetrated from the gray mist, the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries was briefly lost for a moment, and then he launched a crazy counterattack, as if he wanted to completely control the Origin Castle before the power of the stars intervened. Both Klein and Amon understood that this was the most critical moment. Amon suddenly pulled away from the fight, leaving Klein to face the Lord of Mysteries alone. After just a face-to-face meeting, half of Klein's body exploded, and his entire body exploded. There is only the last bit of human consciousness left, and it will be destroyed at any time. The more critical the moment, the more careful you must be. People's hearts can't bear to be measured, let alone me, Amon whispered, taking the opportunity to take away the uniqueness of the fool in Klein's body, and then took advantage of the Lord of Mysteries to be affected by the power of the stars, interfered by it. He stole crazily with his clones, and finally stole the uniqueness of the thief that should belong to him from the Lord of Mysteries. Since then, the uniqueness of the three extraordinary paths of fortune teller, thief, and apprentice has been in Amon's hands. Although I have never wanted to face the Lord of Mysteries directly, it is better to give it a try than to fail completely. Klein was too weak to speak, and the Lord of Mysteries attacked Amon even more frantically, as if he wanted to take back the authority that should belong to him from Amon. Too late. Amon did not hesitate, and directly forcibly merged the uniqueness of the fool and the uniqueness of the thief, hoping to make himself half the Lord of Mysteries, and then compete with the Lord of Mysteries for the final Source Castle. Stupid. The Lord of Mysteries suddenly regained his composure from the madness, with undisguised sarcasm in his tone. The closer you are to success, the easier it is to relax your vigilance. And you are all like this. Do you think you can steal the thief's uniqueness from me just by stealing? That was just something I gave to you on purpose, so that you could collect all the uniqueness and force your promotion. After the Lord of Mysteries finished speaking, half of Klein's body that he had originally controlled collapsed to the ground, and then his voice came out from Amon's body. He is the awakening container I cultivated, and you are no exception. Huh? Do you think I don't know this? Amon sneered. This is the last battle between you and me. Hastur, who had entered through the passage opened by Klein, just watched Amon and the Lord of Mysteries fight each other. He could understand Amon's thoughts. When the power of the stars intervenes, if Amon does not take decisive measures, he will inevitably become a stepping stone for Klein, and the final outcome will be failure. It would be better to kick Klein out first, and then have the final battle with the Lord of Mysteries. Madness. This time it was Will who spoke out. He looked at Klein, who was on the verge of death, with a smile, and said, "Let them fight each other. Survive in the cracks, and survive from death. This is the best path to your destiny." The power of the Night Goddess has also seeped into Source Castle, except for Amon and the Lord of Mysteries, who are still competing with each other. The situation has become tilted. Even though Amon had the uniqueness of three extraordinary paths at this time, it was still difficult to compete with the awakening consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries. Let's begin. Hastur motioned for Will and the Night Goddess to take action together. Return to position reverse. Hastur used the power of the stars to forcefully suppress the active consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries, and let his consciousness gradually tend to an unawakened state. The night brings eternal dreams, and everything will fall into sleep. The goddess of the night whispered softly, belonging to the authority of the night, causing the consciousness of Amon and the Lord of Mysteries to enter a brief sleep and dream. The grafting of destiny will transform into the appearance of a Mercury snake, connected end to end, forming a wheel of destiny that emitted milky white light. The key of light floated at the center of the wheel of destiny, like a key that turned and opened destiny. Under the intervention of the key of light, the fates of Amon and Klein were interchanged. Originally, Klein's fate of being seriously injured and on the verge of death was grafted onto Amon. And Amon's fate of being the only one among the three extraordinary paths was grafted onto Klein. Fate turned, and Klein changed from a near-death state to a half-master of mysteries, who uniquely possesses the three extraordinary paths. Amon was severely injured and on the verge of death, completely losing hope of competing for the master of mysteries. You guys are really amazing, Amon just said with emotion. He did not lose to Klein, nor did he lose to the Lord of Mysteries, but he lost to foreign aids such as the stars, the goddess of the night, and the wheel of fortune. Russell once said, if you are right, you will get a lot of help, but if you are unjust, you will get few. If it weren't for your bad temper, there wouldn't be a hidden presence on your side today. Will sneered unceremoniously. Amon didn't say anything more, but left sadly. Is this really what Russell said? Klein, who was completely in control of his body, said with a smile. There's a saying that goes like this, if you think of a very philosophical statement, but it does not have the credibility to be recognized by others, you can put this sentence on Russell's head and regard it as his famous saying. At this time, the Lord of Mysteries, who was about to be reversed and dispersed from consciousness, caused a tremor in the entire Source Castle. Then, the voice of the Lord of Mysteries came from Klein's body. The authority of the stars is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you seem to be it's not a complete state yet, and it's impossible to completely reverse the process of my awakening. You can try a few more times. Hastur continued to perform several reversals with an expressionless face, but each time, he could not completely solve the awakening consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries. He has always existed in Klein's body. It seems that my path can only go here for the time being. Klein gestured to Hastur, telling Hastur not to continue trying. I think I need a long sleep. Klein looked at the goddess of night and smiled. I need a dream that is long and beautiful enough. Well, I miss the era we were in. Will, thank you for your blessing of fate. I think with your blessing, my future will be bright and brilliant. Klein's last gaze fell on Hastur. Although you are not from our era, I always thought that you were, because you have the same nostalgia for that era as we do. And you also have the memories of that era. Residue. Klein moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something else. But the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries in his body came back again, and he had no time to continue chatting. After sending Hastur, the night goddess, and Will away, Klein sat at the head of the long bronze table in his most original appearance. His right index finger tapped lightly on the table, and a rhythmic sound echoed throughout Sapphire Castle. When the sound stops, everything falls into eternal sleep. In the dreamland of sleep, the life that was once lost continues again, slowly moving forward towards a future that has never existed. Return to position reverse. In the land abandoned by the gods, above the sea of chaos, Hastur used the first blasphemous slate he had ever obtained to stir up some of the power of the sea of chaos, allowing the power of the stars to invade smoothly and suppress God's consciousness. Although he didn't really like what the ancient sun god did, he hated the troublemaker like God even more. Pity. Hastur only used the power of return and reversal once, and the chaos sea quickly disappeared from the ground of the giant king's court and fled. It can be seen that in the current sea of chaos, God still has the upper hand. God, who has been prepared for a long time, is not comparable to the Lord of Mysteries, who has just awakened his consciousness. After settling the matter here, Hastur returned to the Hall of Stars and looked around at the real world within the original barrier. The Lord of Mysteries and God both fell into deep sleep, and Will, who controlled the source of the Key of Light, was still on his side. He is within the initial barrier, and there is no threat for the time being. Now, we have indeed arrived at what the ancient sun god said before he left. An era belonging to the stars. Chapter 686 Church of the Stars. Although Hastur has not yet been promoted to Sequence 0, he is the most dazzling existence within the initial barrier. The stars, hanging high in the starry sky, overlooking everything in this world. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur was also thinking about why things suddenly came to this point. According to his original plan, the worst-case scenario for the Lord of Mysteries' awakening was that Klein and the Lord of Mysteries would both fall asleep, like in the original work, and would not wake up until the end of the doomsday. The ending between God and the ancient sun god was something he had never expected. Logically speaking, just based on his words, it is impossible for the ancient sun god to fight to the death with God at this time. But now both of them are sinking in the sea of chaos. Did the ancient sun god suddenly wake up and want to fulfill himself? Or did he see a different future at that point in time? It is difficult to see all of the future. But at a specific point in time, you can get a glimpse of the future. This is a better explanation for the behavior of the ancient sun god, belonging to the age of the stars. Hastur whispered, suddenly feeling a little boring. He had no idea of conquering the world. Nor did he have the ambition to become the king of gods like the ancient sun god. There is still some time before the end. So it would be nice to have a quiet day. Hastur left the Hall of Stars and returned to the southern continent. Outside the starry sky, the fallen mother goddess, the mother tree of desire, the superstar master, the ring of fate, and other outer gods all witnessed the outcome of this chaotic war with their own eyes. They didn't expect that the stars would miss it in the end. But is this really a mistake? Maybe this was the plan of the stars from the beginning. It was really scary. God and the Lord of Mysteries both fell into a deep sleep along with their competitors and awakening vessels. And it is unknown when they will wake up and return. Within the current initial barrier, the stars dominate. In the future, it will be very difficult for the outer gods to descend within the initial barrier again. It can be said that the current Earth is already a restricted area in the past for the outer gods in the starry sky. Secret? The fallen mother goddess roared angrily and disappeared, no longer staying outside the initial barrier. Even at that critical moment, the Lord of Mysteries still did not open the seal of the western continent and still sealed the remaining source matter, which undoubtedly cut off their thoughts. It turned out to be such a situation. It seems that the stars will not need our help for a long time. The mother tree of desire sees clearly that in the next era of stars, even if they can still move freely through clones within the initial barrier, it is no longer as important as before. Following the rules is the key to their survival in the era of stars. The Jinn just looked at the initial barrier blocking his entry, sighed, and disappeared. He suddenly missed the days before returning to the starry sky. At least it wouldn't be so boring. Backland. Will was undoubtedly happy. In order to reward himself for his hard work, he specially changed into a new set of clothes and bought 10 kinds of the latest ice cream with different flavors to reward himself. While enjoying the delicious ice cream, I thought about the changes in the coming times. Annoying existences such as God, the Lord of Mysteries, the ancient sun god, and Amon either fell into deep sleep, were unable to escape, or had lost their powerful strength. Today's new era is already an era of shining stars. And as a being who has contacted and invested in the stars early, the future will definitely be smooth sailing. Now he only needs to stay in Backland, while being filial to his parents and accommodating them. Key to light. There is still a long time before the end, and comfortable days are waiting to him. So good. Will sighed and continued to taste the latest ice cream. In the yellow church, when Mrs. Lisa listened to the oracle from the stars again, her face was full of excitement, because the oracle only said one short sentence: the future is an era that belongs to the stars. This sentence gave her great courage, and it also gave the entire Huangyi church a stabilizing needle. She first announced that the yellow-clothes church had officially changed its name to the Church of the Stars, and then began to call on the yellow-clothed monks to go out to preach and strengthen the faith of the stars. Regarding the missionary behavior of the Church of the Stars, the Church of the Goddess of Night, and the Church of Steam and Machinery all chose to back down. Today, it is no longer an era dominated by the 6 righteous gods, but an era dominated by stars. Far away in the Starsea Kingdom on the Rosette Islands, Bernadette also received relevant revelations and knew the general direction of the future era. With the protection of the stars, the Kingdom of Starsea has completely become a country that can stand on par with established kingdoms such as the Kingdom of Lone, or even surpass it. The day that belongs to the stars has come. Bernadette came to the balcony on the 2nd floor of the castle and looked up at the starry sky above her head that seemed to be getting brighter and brighter, her eyes flickering with the light of the stars. She had also thought about whether there would be an era unique to the stars, but she never thought that this day would come so early. Is this just luck? Or is it some kind of symbol? Is it a good thing or the peace before everything collapses? While Bernadette was meditating, Zyle and Forsey were invited here. You have grown a lot in the past 2 years, and you are completely capable of being on your own. Bernadette put away her thoughts and glanced at Zyle and Forsey one by one, with undisguised relief in her eyes. Shio's eyes were clear and majestic, and he had the aura of a big man who was in a high position and acted upright. Although Forsey was still lazy, there was already a kind of wisdom deep in his eyes that could see through the world and contained it. No, I didn't. I'm still far away. Forsey wanted to answer this way, but it was obvious that Zyle didn't speak, so she didn't rush to say it. It's time for the Starsea Kingdom to let the kingdoms on the land recognize our status. Timely establishment of diplomatic relations is the cornerstone of peace. Bernadette turned her eyes in a circle and landed on Zio. So, I need someone to represent the Star Sea Kingdom. Envoys will be sent to major kingdoms, starting with the Balong Empire in the southern continent. Okay. Zio just nodded calmly, and Forsey secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kushio raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, Forsey, I remember that you traveled around the world to play the role of a traveler, and you have a deep understanding of the customs of many places. Should you come with me? Just think of it as doing me a favor. Before Forsey could refuse, he was blocked by Zio. This is indeed a good suggestion. You two can take care of each other on the road. When you encounter danger, Forsey's ability can also save the day. Bernadette also helped. Forsey could only sigh heavily in her heart. She knew it was not appropriate to go out tonight. There are happy people. There are lost people. There are winners, and there are losers. In the place abandoned by the gods, looking at the last ray of the sun that had been swallowed up by the sea of chaos. Amon closed his eyes and stood silently. It wasn't until a voice came that he opened his eyes and looked at the visitor. As proud as you are, you finally taste the taste of failure. TSK. This is really a gratifying thing. The speaker was Medici, who had not been seen for a long time. He had the same flamboyant red hair as before. I thought you were eaten by the original witch. What a pity. If he chooses to send me out at that time, maybe he can really get help from the original witch. Medici turned his eyes towards the direction of the giant king's court. Perhaps at that time, he was already dominated by the humanity of the true creator. Does it matter? Of course. At least my loyalty is reciprocated. Amon was silent for a while, then stood up from the boulder he was sitting on, patted the stone chips on his clothes and said, It's time for you to leave. It's time for you to leave too. Are you here specifically to see me off? Stop dreaming, little crow. I just happened to be passing by. After Medici finished speaking, he quickly left here. Soon, the aura of the original, which filled the air from afar. Chapter 687 Fatty beats Amon. I risked my life just to see my former master off. So why bother? Amon watched motionless as the original, which chased Medici. She was now just a Sequence 2 Destiny Trojan. How could an earthly angel have the ability to stop the original witch? There is indeed something special about feeling weak. He could only console himself in this way. After leaving the king's court of giants, he walked around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant where the ancient sun god had walked out, and then cast his gaze towards the stars again. Although he was still not used to the view of only the starry sky being sublime and the stars overlooking the world, he knew that he would eventually need to go beyond the starry sky. After a long silence, he put away his bored arrogance and pride, and headed for the starry sky with a calm heart. When he was about to cross the initial barrier and leave, the stars shone brightly, and the palace of stars shrouded in the depths of the nebula appeared in front of him in an ancient and majestic manner. Amon's lips curved into a slight smile. Stars, are you here on purpose to see my jokes? No. Ridiculing you won't bring me any mental or spiritual pleasure. Oh, are the stars so generous? Amon smiled even more. I thought the stars were eager to slap me to the ground, and then wouldn't let me get even half a step closer to the starry sky. Provocative words always make people unable to help but beat you up. If the stars want to take action, I can only sit back and wait. It seems that you haven't recognized yourself yet. You think that by putting on a relaxed look, you are letting go of your remaining arrogance and facing it calmly. Asta shook his head and said, but the more you do this, the more it proves that you are still arrogant in your bones. Are the stars here specifically to teach you? Amon showed an indifferent expression. Haster, who was sitting in the hall of stars, just waved his hand. The chain of stars turned into prison chains and locked all parts of Amon's body, depriving him of his extraordinary abilities. Then he opened a portal. Leonard and Pallet. C appears here. Just don't kill him. Asta spoke calmly. Pales, who had already been holding back his anger towards Amon, turned into a strong man under Amon's stunned eyes. He rushed forward and held Amon down, then waved his fist and punched him hard. Beat him up. Damn it. I've wanted to beat you bastard like this for a long time. Pale swore and waved his fist more rapidly. At the beginning, Leonard was still somewhat instinctively afraid of Amon. Seeing how brave Pauls was, he also joined the team that beat Amon. Old man, you can't do this. You're too gentle. You shouldn't spank him. You should greet his face, especially the monocle he wears. It gave me countless nightmares regarding such a fight of fists and kicks. Amon just mocked. Palaz, is this what you are capable of? It's really boring. Haha. Being able to beat you up is the greatest pleasure in life for me, Pale said, punching the corner of Amon's mouth crooked, and then punching Amon's monocle smashed. Although it was just ordinary punches and kicks that could not cause any substantial damage to Amon. Pauls and Leonard still had a great time beating him. Haster, who was watching this scene quietly, noticed that Will, who was not far away, was also looking here secretly. He did not stop, and Will soon joined in, kicking a few times in the chaos. Then Russell also came over after hearing the news. He stood aside excitedly for a while, and then joined in the melee of Fatty beating Amon while yelling. Not far away, the god of steam and machinery was also secretly watching. It seemed that he had already made a move, but was too embarrassed to take advantage of this opportunity to take action. Haster closed his eyes slightly, pretending to have seen nothing. Ha ha ha. It's so lively. Then how can I be missing? Medici appeared out of nowhere, like a strong wind, kicked Amon's butt hard, and then disappeared quickly. After a while, the original witch also came here. Seeing the chaotic situation here, he was stunned for a moment, and then temporarily gave up the idea of chasing Medici. I've always wanted to see what Amon would look like if he were a woman, the original witch whispered. And seeing that the stars had no intention of stopping her, she exerted her power, and directly transformed Amon into a charming witch wearing a large black robe. Even her breasts became bigger, and all aspects of women were improved. The characteristics are very obvious. The original melee stopped immediately. Leonard, Pauls, Will, and Russell circled around the witch Amon for several times and commented, TSK. I didn't expect that Amon would still have some flavor after becoming a witch. Especially those eyes, which reveal the stubbornness that refuses to give in, making people want to conquer. It's really good. Look at this figure. It has a bulging front and a big butt. It looks very fertile at first glance. It's rare. Emperor Russell, aren't you excited at all? This is a witch. Get out, Russell said with a black face, and kicked the talkative Leonard in the butt. Pale smiled and said, little guy, didn't you also fall in love with a witch? Leonard, who was exposed to the dark history, immediately shut up and stopped talking. Finally, Russell shouted to the original witch, let's turn him into his original appearance. Otherwise, I will be too embarrassed to continue beating him. The original witch smiled slightly, took back her authority, let Amon return to his original appearance, then bowed towards the starry sky and saluted. And his figure disappeared into the darkness. Revenge for those who have grudges, and relieve their grudges for those without grudges. It wasn't until half an hour later that the chaos came to an end. After regaining his strength, Amon just calmly conjured up a crystal monocle and put it on calmly, and then patted the mixed footprints on his clothes with his hand. Do the stars also have such bad tastes? Fine. That's all. They can be so satisfied. It's really boring. You can keep your high profile, and they can keep their simple fun. After speaking, Haster disappeared, leaving Amon standing alone at the edge of the initial barrier. Chuanqing, your indifference is the greatest contempt for me, Amon murmured with a complicated expression, then crossed the initial barrier and entered the starry sky. After experiencing several successive turmoils in the Fasak Empire, the chaos here gradually returned to calm. Currently, the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of the Stars are responsible for preaching and maintaining peace here. But no matter how violent the previous turmoil was, it did not affect the northernmost ice field, which is close to the pole and has special scenery of polar night and polar day. In the vast snowfield, on the coast near the sea, a whale oil lamp lit up in a hut carved from ice. The bright light dissipates the darkness inside the igloo, and at the same time dissipates the cold here. Azek sat on the ice stool, placed the letter paper on a white bearskin spread flat on the table, reached out and touched the skeletal messenger with his head obediently lying on the corner of the table, dipped some ink in it, and started writing. Klein, I have received your letter. Please forgive me for living alone in the polar ice sheet when you needed help the most. Enjoying the tranquility of nature alone. Believe me, sleeping is not a bad thing, because I have many related experiences, and the moments of true peace in my life were all during the buried years of sleep. Only in deep sleep can I not be troubled by losing my memory or suffer from recalling the past. I can get real rest. I hope you can be like me and take this opportunity to rest for a while and recuperate so that you can face a better version of yourself in the future. During the period of your sleep, I will leave the polar ice sheets and travel around the world. I will share with you some interesting things I encounter along the way in the form of letters. When you wake up, you will travel with me to every corner of the world. After Azek finished writing the letter, He glanced at the skeletal messenger holding a gold coin tremblingly, and said with a smile, "Take it. This is your creation, and it is also the reward paid to you in advance. Only when he wakes up will your work of delivering letters come to an end. Then you will also be truly free." Azek handed the written letter to the bone messenger. The bone messenger nodded, swallowed the gold coin in his stomach, and then left with the letter. Not long after it left, Azek carried his bag and held a cane. Followed by a snow wolf, he accidentally rescued in this ice field, and walked towards the distance. This is destined to be a long journey. Chapter 688 Tarot Society Without Fools. Mr. Fool fell into deep sleep. This is something all Tarot Club members know. But the Tarot Club is still there, and the original habit of holding a Tarot Club once every 2 weeks is still maintained. Before Mr. Fool fell into deep sleep, he told all Tarot Club members that the Tarot Club will continue to exist, and will always exist. He also said that if you want to speed up his awakening from slumber and maintain the operation of the Tarot Society, it is an extremely useful thing. For this reason, even if Mr. Fool is still sleeping, members of the Tarot Society are given the ability to enter and hold meetings above the gray mist. Today is Monday, which is the time when Mr. Fool's first tarot session will be held since his sleep. In a quiet suburban manner in the southern continent, Audrey sat in front of the windowsill feeling uneasy, while Susie lay quietly at the door, occasionally looking into the room to prevent anything from happening. The Tarot Club without Mr. Fool, it's hard to imagine what it would be like. Audrey sighed and looked at the clock on the wall, where the hands were getting closer to the time for the tarot session. She closed the window and lay down on the bed, simply reciting Mr. Fool's honorable name in her heart. She came to that gray space as she had done in the past. In front of her was still a long bronze table that could accommodate 22 chairs. What is different from the past is that there is no longer the mysterious and ancient figure of Mr. Fool at the head of the long bronze table. Today is a tarot session without Mr. Fool. Audrey did not say H, low as usual, but waited quietly for all the Tarot Club members to come to the meeting. Mr. Hangman, Mr. Vampire, Little Sun, Miss Magician, MS. Hermit, Mr. Moon. There was no figure, except Mr. Fool, and Mr. World also did not appear. When Mr. Fool explained these things, Mr. World had not appeared. As a devout believer of Mr. Fool, he should have a task secretly arranged by Mr. Fool. Everyone in the Tarot Club was silent, like the wisps of gray mist that were almost stagnant. No one had relevant experience in how to conduct a tarot meeting without Mr. Fool hosting it. Even Alger, who was always well informed, a senior member and the Pope of the Poseidon Church, did not speak up immediately. After about 3 minutes of silence, Audrey spoke first. Everyone, I think that when we come to attend tarot meetings again in the future, we will use these 3 minutes as a limit to pray for Mr. Fool. What do you think of this proposal? 3 minutes to pray for Mr. Fool? Everyone in the Tarot Club just thought about it for a moment and agreed to Miss Justice's suggestion. In the days when Mr. Fool is not around, such a moment is not only a memory of Mr. Fool, but also a kind of gratitude. Perhaps this will help Mr. Fool wake up from his slumber faster. Now let's move on to the next step. Audrey did not specifically express herself, nor did she want to become the future leader of the Tarot Club. She just expressed some of her opinions. But some words and actions always make people think that she is the temporary leader of the Tarot Society after Mr. Fool? At least, that's what Alger thought in his heart. He had had such an idea at the beginning, but in the end, he did not act on it. Mr. Fool had just fallen asleep. If there was a chaos of power and profit within the Tarot Society now, it would be the greatest disrespect to Mr. Fool. Little Sun, Emlyn, and Leonard were not aware of the atmosphere in which the Tarot Society had emerged. Or in other words, they did not care at all. Forsey saw some signs, but she firmly stood on Miss Justice's side. She had no choice but to do so. Miss Justice was Miss Audrey and Mr. Haster's fiancée. These two relationships alone were enough for her to side with Miss Justice without any thought. Katla saw this sign most truly and thoroughly. She just glanced at Mr. Hangman and roughly guessed what he was thinking. From her own point of view, the Tarot Club that has lost Mr. Fool can adopt a democratic voting system in a short period of time. But in the future, it still needs a temporary person in charge. Only in this way can an organization go further. She joined the Tarot Club for a relatively short time and was a latecomer. so she did not expect to become the temporary leader of the Tarot Club. Among the current Tarot Club members, only Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman are more suitable candidates. If she really had to choose, she would side with Miss Justice. Miss Justice, as her name suggests, is completely trustworthy in her way of doing things, and she will not deviate from the original intention of the Tarot Club. Apart from being a bit meddlesome and a little naive, she is the most suitable candidate. As for Mr. Hangman, perhaps his long career at sea has left many flaws in his character. He takes material interests such as power, wealth, and reputation more seriously. This may not be a shortcoming, but in comparison, she naturally prefers Miss Justice's temporary leadership. The more important point is that she does not think that Mr. Hangman is capable or qualified to be above her. Lilith, the ancestor of our blood race, recently issued an oracle to the effect that all dangers have passed, and there will be a period of peace in the future. When talking about the current situation, Emlyn expressed his opinion. Peace is indeed a good thing for this world, Alger said with emotion. Leonard smiled and said, the future will be an era belonging to the stars. Yes, the times ahead belong to the stars. Forsey suppressed the little excitement in his heart and said in a calm tone, as much as possible, Mr. Fool's relationship with the stars has always been very friendly before he fell asleep. Now that Mr. Fool is sleeping, I believe that in this era of stars, the light of the stars will be able also protect every one of our members. The stars are also one of the three gods we believe in Silver City. Derek also spoke. I believe that the future will be a peaceful era worth looking forward to. Katla also nodded. After talking about the current situation in the mainland, everyone in the Tarot Club discussed for a while, and the topic quickly returned to the future direction of the Tarot Club. When Mr. Fool was sleeping, he did not plan the future direction of the Tarot Society, but left the future of the Tarot Society in the hands of each of them. Let them decide for themselves the future fate of the Tarot Society. This intention is very good, but it also leaves quite a few problems. Today's Tarot Society is no longer an unknown and weak organization because of Mr. Fool, but a powerful secret organization second only to the Church of the Goddess of the Night and the Church of the Stars. It can be said that Tarot Club has an increasing influence on the real world. A growing organization naturally needs a path forward and a temporary person in charge, or a relatively clear set of rules and regulations. The original intention of establishing the Tarot Club was just for members to help each other and had no other ideas. Audrey frowned slightly. She and Mr. Hangman were the first members of the Tarot Club to be summoned here, witnessing how the Tarot Club got to its current position step by step. It's easy to say it's easy to be alone, but as the Tarot Society's influence grows, it's inevitable that we need to contact other secret organizations or the Orthodox Church. We really need to have a clearer action plan, Katla said deeply. He glanced at Miss Justice, who had no determination or ideas in this regard. Audrey frowned. She understood the meaning of Ms. Hermit's words. In the past, when Mr. Fool was around, he would make a decision on any major issue. They only needed to follow Mr. Fool's will and do their own thing well. But now that Mr. Fool is sleeping, it is like a country has lost a monarch who can stabilize the situation in the kingdom and give orders. Although this metaphor is not very appropriate, the meaning is the same. There are currently 7 members in the Tarot Club. Maybe we can adopt a voting system. 1 person, 1 vote, specifically to solve some matters that the Tarot Club encounters that require decision-making. Audrey pondered for a while and put forward her own ideas. What do you think? Chapter 689, The Born Stars. This is good advice, at least for the current situation. But Katla felt that she should speed up the organizational structure process a little, and at least let Miss Justice understand that the stable development of an organization cannot rely on the moral standards of each member. It is good for everyone to express their own opinions, but in the long run, it will inevitably lead to a phenomenon similar to forming cliques, which is not in line with the original intention of the establishment of the Tarot Society. Katla said calmly, of course, at present, I think the voting system not bad, but not long-lasting. After saying that, seeing the other members of the Tarot Society frowning slightly and looking unnatural, she explained briefly, I have no intention of fighting for power, just out of concern for the future development of the Tarot Society. Although Katla's views were consistent with what Alger was thinking, his expression was still ugly, and he could tell. This hermit lady wanted Miss Justice to take over and make Miss Justice the temporary head of the Tarot Society. So she specially said these words to remind Miss Justice. But he didn't say anything. He just looked at Miss Justice, wanting to hear what she thought. Little Sun seemed to be aware of the difference in the atmosphere. He sat upright, and his expression became serious. Emlyn didn't care about this at all. He was thinking about whether the vampires, who were going through difficult times, still needed his savior. Leonard heard the clue, and his eyes fell on Miss Justice. Ms. Hermit, I believe you said such words out of concern for the future of the Tarot Society. Audrey showed an apologetic expression towards Ms. Hermit. But I think the current Tarot Society, the association, will not reach the stage you mentioned. Each of us is a member of the Tarot Association. There is no higher status or lower position. One person. One vote. I think this is the most fair and reasonable mechanism at present. We should not set limits for ourselves in advance for a future that has not yet happened. Tarot Club belongs to each of us. Catalyst smiled and said, Miss Justice said it very well. But I overcomplicated things. In my heart, I was thinking that only a person with this kind of personality can lead the Tarot Society to a better future. After a brief discussion, the future basic framework of the Tarot Society will be confirmed, with a voting system as the core. If you encounter a temporary major event, you can come to Above the Grey Mist to notify you in advance. The Tarot Club will still maintain a frequency of being held every 2 weeks. The conversation had already started, and Forsey also put forward his own idea. What if you want to recommend new members to join the Tarot Club? She had always wanted to bring Zio to the Tarot Club, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. Now that Mr. Fool was sleeping, she wanted to give it a try. Inspection and voting. Katla's answer was concise and to the point. Second, Leonard and Emlyn followed suit. During the period when Mr. Fool is sleeping, I think it is not appropriate for our Tarot Club to expand. Audrey expressed a different view. I also think that new members should not be allowed to join the Tarot Society at this stage. Well, I think so too. Little Sun agreed with Alger's opinion. That's it. Forsey had a slightly disappointed look on his face. Katla said with a smile, It seems that the result of this vote is 4:3. A question mark appeared on Forsey's forehead, and the other members of the Tarot Society looked at Katla in confusion. But after thinking for a while, they understood what Katla meant by 4:3. Emlyn lowered his head silently. He was just chatting casually to avoid appearing too insignificant. Audrey and Alger hesitated to speak, but in the end, they could only agree with Katla's statement. For the first time, Audrey had the idea of questioning her insistence on voting. Among today's Tarot Club members, Little Sun has just emerged from the land abandoned by the gods, and many things still need to be understood and improved. But Mr. Vampire can obviously be ignored. Mr. Moon and Miss Magician don't seem like people who can completely stand alone. Only you, Mr. Hangman, and Ms. Hermit will consider things in the long term. Is voting really appropriate in this context? Ms. Hermit is deliberately teaching herself a lesson. If this is the case, then I have a suitable candidate to join the Tarot Club. There is absolutely no problem with her character, and her strength is also good. She is already a Sequence 5 punishment knight. Forsey showed a smile on his face, and handed Zio to pushed out. Which of you will be responsible for the inspection? Forsey's question caused all the Tarot Club members to fall silent for a while. Katla lowered her head. She was currently busy dealing with various affairs in the Starsea Kingdom, and had no time at all. Leonard looked away. He was busy wandering around as a bard, and he didn't want to stop halfway because of this kind of thing. Alger also remained silent. Mr. Fool was sleeping. Various troubles might arise in the Poseidon Church. As the Pope, he had no time to examine whether a person was suitable for joining the Tarot Society. Little Sun pursed his lips tightly and glanced secretly at Mr. Hangman. He was not very familiar with human society. Emlyn had no idea about this at all. With this time, wouldn't it be nice for him to stay in the house and play with his dolls? Audrey hesitated to speak. She did have this time, but she already knew that the person recommended by Miss Magician was Zio, and she had nothing to investigate about Zio. Let's vote directly. Audrey sighed. Then she cast an affirmative vote first. Katla also cast one, and Leonard cast his own. Together with the one in Forsey's hand, the voting ended early. Alger looked at this scene with a complicated expression. He thought about whether he should discuss with Miss Justice in private to change the voting system. Otherwise, when something happens in the future, the vote will be like this every time. It will be difficult to do. Audrey also had the same idea. The voting system was too restrictive, especially since each member had different cognitive levels. Even if they knew that 1 + 1 = 2, some people would vote the opposite. An organization of 7 people is like this. No wonder the Kingdom Republic has so many shortcomings. Because the level of congressmen is also mixed. No matter how good the decision-making is, it cannot save the IQ of a group of stupid people. This tarot session without Mr. Fool did not last long. And it soon ended with Forsey in a good mood. When all members of the Tarot Society leave the gray fog and return to the real world. Deeper in the Source Castle, thick gray fog isolated the small space where the long bronze table was located. In the Origin Castle at the other end, Klein and the Lord of Mysteries fell into a silent sleep. Bypassed this sleeping place, at the top of the giant stairs, a light door stood silently. Above the light door, the original white cocoons had all broken out, leaving only empty SHLs, swaying emptily in the wind. In the Palace of Stars, Haster, overlooking the entire real world, is keenly aware that there are fluctuations that do not belong to this era, which are being born from Source Castle and then slowly integrating into this world. The Age of Stars. Does it really refer to the stars that are high up in the sky, overlooking everything? Perhaps. It refers to the time travelers from the Origin Castle who were of the same era as Klein, Russell, and the Goddess of the Night. They are the stars lit up by Klein's hands. They are like the stars in the sky, reincarnated, and descended to Earth to experience calamity. Why do I feel like I'm watching Water Margin? The corners of Asta's mouth raised slightly, and he was in a good mood. In the coming era, it won't be boring anymore. Just thinking about what kind of impact a group of time travelers from the Earth will have on this era is interesting and worth checking out. Haster watched quietly for a while, and clones descended into the real world along various lights. Chapter 690. The Traveler Team. The capital of the Republic of Intis. The residence of the new consul, Roger Gustav, the former emperor of Intis. Russell had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He wanted to capture this feeling carefully, but was unable to do so. Will anything big happen recently? Or is it just about me? Russell stood on the 3rd-floor balcony of his mansion, overlooking the street below, and found that there seemed to be a lot more eyes sizing up the place nearby. The world is still not very peaceful recently, although the war has ended and all countries are recuperating. Various mysterious events have occurred frequently for some unknown reason. Fortunately, none of these mysterious incidents caused any big commotion. The members of the Punishers of the Church of Steam were able to suppress these anomalies. But lately, sometimes strange new things happen. For example, someone wakes up suddenly from the bed, speaks a strange language that no one understands, and has an accent from an unknown place. In the end, he is ecstatic, as if he has gone crazy or been stimulated by some kind of stimulus. Some people woke up in the middle of the night, sat on the street and cried, as if they had encountered something extremely tragic. There are also people who are mumbling nouns that do not belong to this world, as if they have suddenly gained some kind of forbidden knowledge. Inexplicably, more people went to the library. Most of them were young men and women. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they were reading and learning various knowledge in the library. Among them, history books and biographies of Russell's life are the most popular, and they are often in short supply. Russell first discovered these details from newspapers, and later disguised himself as an ordinary person and went to Trier's largest and free public library to investigate secretly. He found that there were always 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, gathering together quietly every day. One of them specialized in learning various languages, including Hermes, Ancient Fusak, and so on. A dedicated search and study of past history, from the mythical 3rd era to the current 5th era. The other one is dedicated to understanding Russell, that is, his own life, and even does not let go of some tidbits, as if he is trying his best to study his whole life. When they sat and read together, they had almost no communication. Most of the time, when they found the key information, they just slightly touched the people next to them with their elbows to signal them to look over. Russell was curious, and after observing for several days, he discovered that among these 3 people, one was the daughter of Earl Frank, the other was the second son of a textile businessman, and the other came from a poorer worker family. It's weird that 3 people from different walks of life can come together to read in the library every day, and they still have a strong tacit understanding. Russell paid a little more attention to their daily lives and found that except for coming to the library, they were reclusive in other aspects, as if to avoid interacting with strangers. Get used to this kind of language. No way. Russell's mouth twitched slightly, as if he saw his old self in these 3 people. Could it be that before Klein fell asleep, He put down all the time travelers on Origin Castle? What does he want to do? Do you think the world is not chaotic enough? Or in order to concentrate on fighting for the control of consciousness with the Lord of Mysteries, cut off all the backhands of the Lord of Mysteries? Russell muttered something in his mind, and looked at the small group of 3 people with a strange look. The next day, he decided to try it himself. He also purposely came to this library to read, and purposely wasted his time competing with one of the men for the last remaining copy of Russell's memoirs. The man seemed not to want to cause trouble. When he realized that a conflict was about to occur, he gave the book to Russell, and he picked up another book next to him. Oh, Emperor Russell, there are so many weird inventions, and so many classic quotations. Russell deliberately revealed some information. He wanted to disguise himself as a time traveler who had just been born from the Origin Castle, and then break into this small gang of 3 people. After a few days of hard work, and through various coincidences that Russell made both mentally and unintentionally, he finally lifted the 3 people's guard against him and became one of them. At this point, he was truly sure that Klein had really released all the sleeping time travelers on Origin Castle. 2 days later, on Sunday, the 4 of them met at the family manor of the daughter of Count Frank, in the dimly lit, closed door and windowless secret room. For people sat in their corners along a square table. I can finally talk freely. I've been really suffocated these days. One of the men, Robert, spoke Mandarin that was not very fluent, with a slight accent from northern Shaanxi. Put away your lame Mandarin. Here, we can only use the official language to communicate with each other, unless you want to become a test subject for various churches. The girl Frank stopped in a mouthful of authentic Intis. Okay, I will definitely pay attention next time. The Robert man showed a resentful expression. Only then did Russell understand why these 3 people were able to get together so quickly to form a team. It turned out that they were all his fellow villagers. Also, if the Lord of Mysteries at that time selected the awakening containers in proportion to the population, then there must have been a lot of travelers from the east, just like him, Klein, and the Night Goddess. 2 of the 3 time travelers can speak Mandarin. After a brief exchange of some information, the Robert man began to complain. It would be great if we could travel through time earlier, so that we can flex our muscles in this different world through the knowledge of our previous lives. This step has been taken first by Emperor Russell. That shameless copycat doesn't care about copying articles. He even doesn't let go of all kinds of technology. He basically fakes everything he can. It's so abominable. Hearing someone scolding him in person, Russell felt a little embarrassed. But he had always been thick-skinned. He agreed with Robert's words, but he was smiling and proud of it in his heart. Watching these later travelers worry about themselves gave him a sense of accomplishment. Such a person who likes to show off everywhere is destined not to live long. So he is now sleeping underground. The person who spoke was another man named Claude. Robert smiled and said, "Don't let me find out where his grave is. Otherwise, I will definitely let him experience what it means to be visited by a latecomer. Damn it. Tomb robbing is tomb robbing. And it is really shameless to talk about a visit from a latecomer." Russell cursed in his heart and changed the topic slightly. In any case, Russell's series of actions can be regarded as creating a civilization that is easier for us to adapt to, especially here in Intis. If there are more technology points, there won't be much difference from our original era. From this aspect, Russell can be regarded as making his own contribution to promoting Chinese civilization. That's true. The person who echoed was the girl Frank. She had a pair of delicate and translucent eyes, and she spoke politely, like a college student who had not yet left college. Since Russell was in such a high position at the time, why not develop the internal combustion engine? How great would it be to directly leapfrog the steam age and reach modern civilization? According to the research of Emperor Russell, there seems to be no oil in this world, and the focus of the later Emperor Russell was obviously not on the development of technology. Russell explained quietly to himself, "It's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Without oil, he has no good alternative. Otherwise, he would have wanted to establish the Gundam Age in this world, and let the world experience what it means to be shocked by technology from the old era. But the electric age has not been popularized." Robert complained, "If we enter the electric age, maybe we could lie on the sofa and continue playing with our mobile phones. Oh, I still have a lot of games on my computer that Chioshu just hoarded. I haven't had time to play through them yet. And I haven't waited for the Silk Pigeon. The only good thing is that there are no private folders on my computer hard drive. They are all in my friends' folders." Russell glanced at him with a look that looked almost retarded. And he was still playing with his mobile phone. Young man, you still don't know what the fear from the stars is. Right? From now on, the task of building the starry sky will be left to you. I believe that many outer gods, such as the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire, will welcome you in the past. Thinking about building a space station in the stars alone under the watchful eyes of a group of alien gods, it seems pretty good. Chapter 691 Curly Baboon Research Society. If the electric power era is not popularized, it will also be our biggest opportunity. Claude seemed to have great ideas about the future. Indeed, we can create financial freedom by creating projects related to this, and then raising funds for research and development. Wealth is important, but there is one more important thing, which is related to each of us. Miss Frank whispered, this world is not a simple parallel world. It also has extraordinary power. Teaching those people to use this world such knowledge is called occultism. Extraordinary power? Can you call the wind and rain? Move mountains and fill seas? Robert's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he was excited, as if he had been injected with blood. Yes, it's even more than that. Miss Frank went on to share some basic occult knowledge, such as the two extraordinary paths she knew. The sage and the reader. The God the church believes in is the one who reaches the end of the extraordinary path? Probably. I don't know about this either. This is taboo knowledge involving gods. Isn't this just like the popular immortality novels of our time, where you first have spiritual roots, and then break through and advance step by step? Absolutely. It does require a certain amount of talent to be involved in the occult, and to embark on an extraordinary path. Is Emperor Russell also a powerful beyonder? Hearing this, Russell said silently, according to my understanding, the extraordinary path that Emperor Russell took at the beginning was that of a general. The path taken by Emperor Russell is indeed very attractive. It is said that it is dangerous to be involved in the occult society. When I was just born, I was questioned by the police and members of similar special agencies. Well, we still need to slowly understand this aspect. After all, we haven't been in this world for long. The four people chatted for about 2 hours before ending today's meeting, and then each left through the back door of the manor. In the days that followed, Russell handled the government affairs of the Republic of Intis as Roger Gustav, while active in the small group of four as Christian. According to what he learned during this period, Miss Frank had a certain amount of wisdom and caution. Yes, but only to a certain extent. Robert is an outspoken idiot with a simple personality who can't hide things. There was only one man named Claude, who was a bit strange. He didn't talk much on weekdays, and was like a boring gourd. But he seemed to have some kind of special aura about him. He tried to investigate the background of Claude, and found that it was very simple, and nothing noteworthy. He also tried to verify it through extraordinary means, and found nothing unusual. Maybe he just felt wrong? After about a month, the members of the four-person team have basically integrated into the life of this world. That Miss Frank also gradually began to be active in the balls among the nobles, as if to get to know her better. This world. Russell once met Roger Gustav at a banquet, and even briefly exchanged a word or two. If it weren't for his current status, he wouldn't mind starting a romantic encounter with the other party. After all, the other party was a fellow villager, and he found it quite novel. Another week later, the four-person team gathered again at Miss Frank's family manor. It's really troublesome to deal with you nobles, especially those female noble ladies. I finally understand what Intis's style is, because his family's background was in business. Robert, who was responsible for handling affairs related to the electric age, was half leaning on the back of his chair, with a look of fatigue and some memories on his face. Oh, my willpower is not strong. With just one glance, Russell could tell that during this period of time, the other party frequently visited the boudoirs of noble ladies at night. He persisted for at least a few months at that time. No, it was more than half a year before he was assimilated into the aristocratic atmosphere. On the other hand, this Miss Frank has a very good reputation, and has not been involved in any scandals. As for Claude, he has always had difficulty seeing her clearly. Let's play for fun. Don't delay the business. Especially don't talk nonsense. Miss Frank is now the nominal leader of the four-person team. Her words made Robert immediately restrain his posture and become serious. In recent times, I have been responsible for the task of understanding mysticism, and I have made considerable progress. Now I have in my hand a basic potion formula that can lead to the door to the mysterious world. A sequence 9 generalist. The same starting point as Emperor Russell. Which of you is interested in this extraordinary path? Russell said nothing, but secretly looked at Claude, and found that he was not moved at all, Not even excited at all. It can be seen that he has initially understood the extraordinary path of general knowledge. And he has a better choice in hand. Little guy. The city is quite deep. If you don't say anything about Emperor Russell's initial extraordinary path, then I won't be polite. Robert smiled as he accepted the generalist potion formula. Remember, when taking the magic potion, make sure there are no disturbances around you to avoid accidents. Miss Frank warned. I know. Just like in the novel. You have to retreat in a quiet place. Don't be careless. I don't want to see anyone die because of being stupid. Facing the admonishment from Miss Frank, Robert did not dare to refute. But he also put away his initial contempt and indifference. I will take the path of a fortune teller. Claude's voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of the other three people. Soothsayer? This is the starting sequence of another extraordinary path. The diviner is the sequence 9 of this sequence. It was only because of a small chance encounter that I learned about the existence of this extraordinary path. Claude explained seriously. Fortune teller. No wonder I felt uncomfortable with this guy from the beginning. Choosing a fortune teller. You really deserve a beating. Russell silently kept this Claude in mind. Very good. We have another extraordinary path. Miss Frank looked very happy. It's best for the four of us to strive for each of us to take an extraordinary path, so that it will be easier to share resources in the future. Indeed, just like in online games, if a team of 4 is formed, it is best to bring together a lineup of different professions such as tanks, auxiliaries, main DPS, and nani's. Robert also agreed. He looked at Claude and said with a bit of sourness, Soothsayer, this profession sounds very powerful. The fortune teller is like a living god. Claude didn't speak, just looked calm. I also discovered a new extraordinary path. Russell glanced at Claude provocatively, and then said, Sequence 9 hunters are more inclined to combat professions. They are best at discovering the flaws of their prey and then uncovering them. Great. We have mastered another extraordinary path. Miss Frank was still very happy. There was no look of shock on Claude's face. While Robert was silent, he suddenly felt that the generalist he had chosen was the most useless. It doesn't sound as tall as a fortune teller, nor does it sound more powerful than a hunter. Miss Frank, which extraordinary path do you want to choose? Claude suddenly asked. I don't like fighting very much. I prefer the extraordinary path of specialization. Occultism is an interesting subject. I'm going to wait and see for a while, Miss Frank said sincerely, peeping into secrets. This is the most extraordinary path for her. Russell had an idea in mind, but he did not tell the secret spy. Instead, he wanted to wait for a better opportunity and let Miss Frank think for a while. The four of them chatted for a while, and Miss Frank suddenly suggested, should we set up an occult society? This is a great idea. Robert was the first to agree. Claude didn't object. Russell smiled and said, does Miss Frank have any better suggestions? Gryffindor. How about that name? Russell understood from the slightly excited expression on Miss Frank's face that this person must be a loyal fan of the Harry Potter series. What about Muggle studies? Seeing that no one agreed, Miss Frank carefully proposed a new name for the association. This name is comparable to the Curly Baboon Research Society. Russell cursed in his heart. We are still not sure whether more people have traveled to this world. For the sake of safety, I think we should try not to use terms from the original world. Claude shook his head. Russell said with a smile, then we can change the name to Curly Baboon Research Society. Curly Baboon means the same as Muggle in this world. Chapter 692, Star Meeting. New members. Curly Baboon Research Society? Indigenization of Muggle Studies? It sounds pretty good and interesting. This is indeed a good name. What do you think? Miss Frank read it twice, and felt that the name Curly Baboon Research Society was really good, humorous, and related to Muggles. I have no objection. Robert, who knew that his name was useless, immediately agreed. He also thought of a few names just now, such as Pangu Society, Chinese Civilization Heritage Center, Sword and Fairy, Basketball Trainee. The name Curly Baboon Research Society is really good. Claude glanced at Russell with a deep look. It's decided then. Russell smiled happily. Such a small group made him feel like he was back to the initial stage of entrepreneurship when he first traveled through time. I announce that the Curly Baboon Research Society is officially established today. Miss Frank said equally excitedly. There is still a lot of good wine in the manor. We can drink a little later, which can be regarded as celebrating our entry into a new world. Stage. Curly Baboon Research Society? Russell, who returned to his huge mansion, was still thinking about what happened today. Inadvertently, He thought of the look in Claude's eyes that looked at him at that time. And there seemed to be a different meaning in those eyes. What is the origin of this guy? Russell whispered, and decided to go out in the dark to find out the details of this Claude. When he blended into the night and came to the place where Claude lived, he found no trace of Claude. From the furnishings in the room and the light layer of dust covering it, it could be seen that no one had lived here in a short period of time. Oh, it's so mysterious. Or is it that he deliberately reported a false address to prevent detection and being implicated by members of a small group? Russell did not stay long, but returned to his mansion. Not long after Russell left, a gaze looking at this place also withdrew. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur watched Russell's actions with a smile. The so-called Claude is just a clone of him. Russell couldn't see through it because of the cover of the Palace of Stars. After all, today's Russell is really equivalent to a Sequence 2 angel. It is still very difficult to see through the disguise of being protected by the Palace of Stars. As for being in the same small group as Russell, it was just a coincidence. Or maybe it was an attraction. At that time, he was only observing the situation of these time travelers as a clone. Russell himself sneaked in as Christian. The Curly Baboon Research Society, this small organization seems to be involved in some kind of future change. This is what Russell proposed. Whatever situation arises in the future, he will have to deal with it. Hastur did not take this matter to heart. He sat quietly alone in the Hall of Stars for a while, and then looked at the starry sky ahead. The meeting of stars has begun. This can be regarded as the first meeting after the era of stars. And a new member has been added. A good friend of the Jinn. The great loving father. His condition has improved a lot. At least his mind is no longer as hazy as before. The Mother Tree of Desire. Superstar Master. Decline King. Radiant Hunter. Jinn. And Origin Priest. The 6 outer gods arrived at the Palace of Stars one after another the other day, and the entire silent Palace of Stars seemed to suddenly become lively. Although this was not the first time he came to the Hall of Stars, the Jinn god could still clearly feel the subtle changes in the Hall of Stars. Vast, majestic, inclusive of everything, transcending everything. The new changes that are difficult to describe in detail illustrate the state of the stars at this moment. He is one step closer to completely returning to the starry sky. The Mother Tree of Desire, and others also have similar feelings. They only feel that the stars are becoming more and more unattainable, more mysterious, and more indescribable. Hastur's eyes passed over them one by one, and finally fell on the new Origin Father God. He was sitting there, like a big green toad squatting there. The stench and pustules all over his body had all turned into black or green lumps, and his eyes gradually revealed a shrewd light. This is the Origin Father God, the member I recommended. The Dane god gave a brief introduction to the Origin Father God. The Mother Tree of Desire whispered, "Didn't he already fall? It was the stars that awakened him." The Jinn thought for a moment, and then added, "This is an opportunity that I fought for when the stars arrived in the starry sky. Son of Chaos, have you lowered your proud head?" The Mother Tree of Desire really wanted to ask the Jinn god this way. Does this represent his recognition of the stars, or surrender? In the past, they all believed that they were equal existences to the stars, and they only needed to rely on the power of the stars to temporarily be one step below them. But now, the relationship between them and the stars has quietly changed. The stars have returned. I didn't expect that after such a long time, I would be able to get a glimpse of the secrets of standing on the crest of the wave in this era. Father God of Origin spoke with a rather excited expression. Is this an era of stars? The Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and other outer gods have been thinking about this issue in the past. Now the fallen Mother Goddess is isolated from the original barrier. Both God and the Lord of Mysteries are sleeping, and only the stars still shine. I also want to go to the original barrier to spread my teachings and help every living being in need of a loving Father's care. Seeing that they are suffering, I will suffer with them. Father God of Origin showed a kind and amiable smile. Come up with your own ideas. Okay. Hastur did not refuse the request. Allowing a clone to reach the initial barrier is the right of every member of the Council of Stars. And the Origin Father is no exception. Now that the stars are shining, Hastur has the ability to drive their clones away at any time. With just one thought, he could send these old clones of the outer gods, who had passed through the Hall of Stars, and enter the initial barrier back to the starry sky. Now he is not worried at all that their clones will wander around within the initial barrier. A new order dominated by the stars has been quietly established. If they want to enter the initial barrier, they must abide by the rules from the stars. As for the specific rules, it is entirely up to Hastur himself. In this game, he has completely taken the initiative. and the Mother Tree of Desire, and other outer gods can only choose to accept or withdraw. The rest of the source matter is still sealed in the Western continent by the Lord of Mysteries. Don't the stars have any ideas about this? The Mother Tree of Desire asked the question that she was most concerned about. The Superstar Master and others also turned their attention to the stars. I never forbid you from trying. Hastur just responded lightly. The fact that the source material was sealed has nothing to do with him. And he doesn't need the source material sealed by the Lord of Mysteries. Can the stars give me some pointers in the direction to lift the seal? There is a saying among humans that to untie a bell, one must tie it. The Lord of Mysteries will awaken before the end. Hastur only said this, leaving the rest to the Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods to imagine. This is also his hope for Klein, believing that Klein will wake up and return before the end of the world. What direction will the future develop in? Asked the always taciturn Glory Hunter. Bring it together, and wait for the so-called doomsday to come, Hastur said with a smile. Brewing? The Mother Tree of Desire soon understood the attitude of the stars. It did not want too many messy things to happen during the period approaching the end. But it did not reject the preparations they had made for this. In this case, they also want to quietly preach in the real world and gain a head start for the future. The Superstar Lord, the Declined King, and the Glory Hunter suddenly had an idea. Ahem. Stars. I also want to go back to the original barrier for a walk. The genie also expressed his request. Can Hastur treats this equally. And if the Jinn clone enters the initial barrier, it can also help him monitor the old clones of other outer gods, and can also serve as free labor from time to time. Chapter 693, Sharon. Do you want spicy food? Sharon. What would you like to eat tonight? Kung Pao chicken or fish-flavored shredded pork? Sharon. Do you prefer sweet food or spicy food? If you don't say anything, I will assume that you want spicy food. So let's order a spicy chicken. The super spicy one. Just in time. I just caught a fat and big pheasant from the woods today. It should taste pretty good. In the quiet suburban manner, Hastur was busy in the kitchen, while Sharon stood silently at the door of the kitchen holding Azhara. Faced with Hastur's repeated inquiries, she remained silent. This stems from the need to play the silent disciple. It is precisely because of this that Hastur especially likes to chat with her and always teases her deliberately, euphemistically saying that this is to help her act as a digestive potion. Especially during the time when Miss Audrey was traveling with Susie. Now the world is not as dangerous as before. God and the ancient sun god are sleeping. And Amon is also heading to the stars. Safety is guaranteed. Not to mention the stars overlooking the land. Miss Audrey did not continue to live a leisurely life, but began to challenge herself, and also to understand the world better. Phew. Everything is finally done. I'm really exhausted. Asta stood in front of the prepared meal and waved his hands, facing Sharon, and said, Sharon, I think you need to give me a little pressure. Arm muscles. You know, for a person who has not exercised strenuously for a long time, excessive work will cause him great physical fatigue. Sharon just looked at Hastur without blinking and did not do anything else. Hastur repeated what he just said. Azhara meowed and curled up in Sharon's arms, while Sharon held it and leave the kitchen. Oh, you really don't know how to care about your own man at all. Hastur put the prepared dishes on the dinner plate and brought them out himself. In order to seek peace and quiet, there is no servant in this manner, and everything needs to be done by oneself. For example, preparing breakfast in the morning, pruning the branches of the garden, watering, and occasionally sweeping the floor. When Hastur and Sharon were preparing to enjoy dinner, night had fallen, and a dozen silver candlesticks were arranged in a heart shape. Although this will make the lighting uneven, it is worth sacrificing a little lighting in order to create a romantic atmosphere. Sharon didn't feel much about this, but Hastur believed that life should have a sense of ritual, especially since she had gradually separated from the concept of human beings. The necessary sense of life rituals can allow him to stabilize his mental state and prevent him from quickly moving from humanity to divinity. Azhara, I didn't prepare your dinner tonight. You can only eat some dried fish. Azhara curled her lips, licked her furry palms, hummed softly, and left with a plate of dried fish in her mouth. Okay. No one will bother you now. Asta poured a glass of red wine for Sharon. Miss Sharon, would you like to have a drink for me? Sharon still didn't speak, but silently raised her glass and touched it to Hastur. What a great night. Sharon just showed a faint smile. It was indeed a good day like this. In Trier, the capital of Intis. Today Russell officially received the envoys from the Star Sea Kingdom as Roger Gustav. This is the last stop for visiting various kingdoms in Shanghai Kingdom. On behalf of the entire Republic of Intis, I welcome your arrival. I hope that the friendship between Intis and the Starseed Kingdom will last forever. Russell welcomed you warmly. As the main envoy, Zio also said some words, while Forsey sat silently next to Zio with an expressionless face, like a statue that couldn't speak or smile. Along the way, Zio specifically told her that if she didn't want to talk to others and waste time on such boring things, she should try to maintain an attitude of staying away from strangers and not being easy to get along with. Tonight, I will hold a party at the famous White Maple Palace. I hope the two guests from far away can have a good time. Thank you, Lord Consul. Zio smiled appropriately. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, the party at By Maple Palace officially started. Russell deliberately invited Miss Frank and Claude to attend. As for Robert, his background was clear, and his identity as the son of a businessman was not enough to enter such a party. Russell is a master at attending banquets. Even though he plays Roger Gustav at a young age, he is the one who is most comfortable at the banquet. If he hadn't deliberately kept himself as pure as jade, he would have been captured by the enthusiasm of Intis noble ladies and noble ladies. In the middle of the banquet, Forsey, who never liked liveliness, walked to a secluded place and quietly observed the drunken banquet. Compared with these, she prefers to visit the White Maple Palace. After all, the White Maple Palace is also the place where Emperor Russell died in the past. It can be regarded as a historical place. Her eyes looked over one by one with scrutiny, and finally fell on a figure busy eating desserts. She stared at them for a while, and then moved away. When the banquet was in full swing, Russell specially transformed into a clone and approached Claude and Miss Frank as Christian. I really didn't expect that one day I would be able to come to By Maple Palace to attend the banquet. Russell looked very honored. Yes, this is the place where Emperor Russell died in the past. Miss Frank was also quite touched. Claude glanced at Russell and said, "It is said that this Roger Gustav is a blood descendant of Emperor Russell. He chose to hold a banquet in the White Maple Palace. I don't know if he was in memory of his ancestors or in mocking the ancestors." Russell's face changed slightly, and he cursed in his mind. This question is really tricky. He probably expresses disdain for Emperor Rosel's life, so he mocks him in this way. Miss Frank also agreed with Claude's statement. "I don't think so. After all, Emperor Russell is also his ancestor," Russell said with shame. Miss Frank shook her head and said with a serious face, "I'm afraid you don't know much about Roger Gustav. His behavior has no taboos. He doesn't follow etiquette and law at all. And he even changed the era of Emperor Russell many times. Some policies and laws formulated." Russell stopped explaining. He simply felt that some laws in the past had failed to keep up with the times and needed to be changed. Perhaps this is the same bloodline. Isn't his ancestor, Emperor Russell, also such a person? 2. Listening to these discussions, Russell regretted inviting this Claude to the banquet. Not only is this man very mysterious, but his remarks are also very bold. After the banquet, Russell created a shadow clone and blended into the shadows, following Claude away to see what his origins were. Unexpectedly, Claude went directly to the Church of Steam and never came out again. In order not to have too much impact, Russell's shadow clone did not enter the Church of Steam and could only wait outside the door until dawn. Early the next morning, Claude stretched his waist and came out of the Steam Church, and then took a carriage home. There was nothing unusual about him for several days. Russell knew that the other party had seen through his methods, so he did not continue the investigation. Half a year after the establishment of the Curly Baboon Research Society, there were 2 new members. One was a burly man from the Republic of Intis, and the other was a pen pal whom he had not yet met. Miss Frank met through a literary publishing house. The two communicated through the traditional way of writing letters. It is said that the other party is a girl. Should we all have our own code names? In this case, it will be easier to hide our identities in the future. What do you think? Miss Frank asked with excitement on her face. This is indeed a good suggestion. Robert was the first to agree. Russell and Claude had no objections. As for the newly joined burly man, he smiled innocently and said nothing. Chapter 694. A real man should choose an assassin. If everyone agrees, then it's a happy decision. Miss Frank was in a good mood. And then she first said her own code name. Owl. My code name is Mountain Man, Robert said proudly. No, Shyanka, Claude said calmly. Innocent boy, Russell said shyly. The corners of Claude's mouth twitched slightly. Russell is really shameless for taking such a code name. He is still an innocent boy. In what way does he relate to innocence? Bah. Really shameless. Russell just smiled shyly. People always have to change their way of life to be more interesting. He decided that during the next period of time, he would stay in the Curly Baboon Research Association and become a hidden master who pretended to be a pig and eat the tiger. On the surface, he appears to be an innocent boy. But in fact, he is a resourceful master. Finally, the burly man named himself Dottie. He said he liked the weight of the earth, just like his weight. Owl, mountain man, Wuxianka, innocent boy, the earth. Miss Frank counted them once, and then smiled, and my pen pal. Her code name is Muggle. Our organization is getting stronger and stronger. Robert also felt proud. I recently came into contact with members of a secret organization. They gave me a potion formula and tried to get me to join their organization. But I have chosen the extraordinary path of being a spy. Miss Frank started talking about business. An assassin's potion recipe. Dottie, I remember you haven't chosen the corresponding extraordinary path yet. Right? Assassin? Russell's brows twitched slightly, and a mysterious smile gradually appeared in his eyes. But he never said anything, but waited for the development of the matter. Robert shouted, a profession like assassin is not suitable for the earth at all. Look at his size. He is obviously an excellent warrior. He should choose an extraordinary path related to warriors. It's really not appropriate. Claude also glanced at the burly Dottie. That's right. Dottie, what do you think? Miss Frank left the choice to Dottie himself. Dottie honest touched his head and said, I think this career is very suitable for me. Robert, Claude, and Russell all looked at him with curiosity. You also know that with my body type, I look like a warrior at first glance. But if I choose an assassin who focuses on dexterity, wouldn't it be surprising? I'm afraid no one will believe that a strong man like me can be an assassin who is good at assassination. Also, I really like the assassin profession. When I used to play online games, I always created a female account to play the assassin profession. Dottie explained with a serious look. Russell hesitated, and finally lowered his head and smiled, saying nothing. Yes, a real man should choose an assassin. What a great assassin. This profession sounds cool, but its actual combat ability is not weak either. With such a physique, even if the assassination fails, he can still beat the opponent to death in close combat. Do you like female accounts playing assassins? That's even better. This extraordinary path perfectly meets your requirements. Maybe you could think about it again. Claude tried to dissuade him, but to no avail, and finally chose to remain silent. Robert looked envious and said, I feel more and more that the profession of generalist is of no use. It is no different from normal people. There is no obvious distinction between the strengths and weaknesses of the extraordinary paths. The generals also have their powerful side. The original Emperor Russell rose from this extraordinary path. Even though Russell himself didn't like the extraordinary path of generalist very much, he still couldn't bear to hear that some people were dismissive of it. What the innocent boy said is right. You are only sequence 9 now. Perhaps in the future, at a higher sequence, your extraordinary path will make a qualitative leap. Miss Frank said with a serious face. I hope that's the case. Robert didn't have much hope for this, but communicated with Dottie about how to become a better assassin. After the small meeting, Russell returned to his mansion and hummed a little tune. What happened today is really interesting. There is actually a time traveler who chooses the extraordinary path where the witch is. Assassin. Just from the sound of it, this profession is indeed attractive enough. It is estimated that more than one time traveler will choose to take this extraordinary path. I really look forward to what their expressions will be like when they know the truth in the future. The witch sex style is strict and secretive. The assassin's potion formula is rarely spread outside. It is very difficult for time travelers to obtain it. In this case, I will be a good person for once. Tomorrow I will be selling assassin potion formulas in underground trading markets in various places. When she thought about how many time travelers would change their gender and become witches in the future, Russell thought this was really interesting. Hey, just wait and thank me properly. He did what he said, and within 3 days, many assassin potion formulas appeared in various underground trading places, including the Republic of Intis, the Kingdom of Lone, the Balam Empire, and the Starsea Kingdom, and the prices were relatively low. This move attracted great attention from the witch sect, but no investigation results were ever found. So they just let this phenomenon go. Anyway, one more assassin means that the witch cult will have one more member and one sister in the future. In the Kingdom of Starsea, located in a fairy tale castle deep in a dense forest, Bernadette was reading the latest information sent from everywhere. In this large amount of information, An astonishing fact was revealed. It seemed that a group of people who did not belong to this world suddenly entered this world. The Church of the Goddess of Night. The Church of Steam. The Church of the Stars. The Witch Sect. Various secret organizations have come into contact with similar special individuals. Some organizations even locked them up and directly extracted the corresponding memories. Travelers who do not belong to this era. This is a name given to such people by various secret organizations. The Kingdom of Star Sea is located on the sea, and information is received relatively slowly. Only then can we get some inside information. A time traveler who does not belong to this era. Bernadette just read it twice, and immediately connected the time traveler with the fool. She clearly remembered that in the honorable name of fool, there was a sentence about fool who did not belong to this era. Neither the fool nor the time traveler belong to this era. Do they come from the same era? The more Bernadette thought about it, the more likely it became that the fool's appearance was too mysterious, as if it appeared suddenly, similar to today's time travelers. You guessed it right. It is indeed related to the fool. A voice sounded. It was the genie who still appeared in the form of a wishing lamp. Oh! When did you come down from the starry sky? I arrived some time ago, and was busy exploring the world. I happened to pass by here, and stopped by to take a look. How does it feel to be free again? Of course it's good. Wouldn't it be too boring to stay in the starry sky? Don't underestimate me. I also have a few friends in the stars. The djinn snorted softly, landed on the table in front of Bernadette, stretched out a finger to challenge. Come! Let me see how strong you are now. Do you want to avenge your past imprisonment? Do you think I'm that stingy? What do you think? Then let's call it stingy. The djinn said with a chuckle. Come on. Let me give you a serious beating. I am a believer in the stars. Bernadette said calmly. The stars won't pay attention to such trivial matters. The eyes of the stars are watching here. Bernadette always had a calm expression. The djinn spread his hands, and was too lazy to say any more witty words to Bernadette. After all, he couldn't really beat her up. These powers of his should be reserved for the future Lord of Mysteries. It's a pity that he was separated by the initial barrier at that time. Otherwise, he would have punched the Lord of Mysteries hard, and completely knocked him into a deep sleep. Whether he can beat him or not is another matter. But as long as he can punch him. Chapter 695. The Respective Lives of Tarot Club Members. You just said that the group of time travelers, who do not belong to this era, are related to the Fool? Bernadette got back to business. The origin of the Fool is indeed mysterious. But you have met him before. It's him. Bernadette quickly guessed the true identity of the Fool. When the stars arranged for her to go to the land forsaken by the gods, with the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, she began to doubt this man's true identity. Just being a follower of the Fool will definitely not make the stars take that seriously. Moreover, Klein later came to the Rosyth Islands to have a secret conversation with his old father. Also, Klein's promotion speed is too fast. Incredibly fast. Taking all of this into consideration, it is not difficult to conclude that Klein is the Fool. Hee hee. I didn't expect that. The djinn smiled a little proudly. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Fool. If he hadn't always stuck to himself, the mysterious bastard would have really woken up completely. He is indeed your benefactor. I will not recognize this kindness. This is his fight for his own survival. Not for me. Bernadette just smiled slightly and changed the subject. Do you want to stay longer in the Starsea Kingdom this time? Heh. I just stopped by to take a look. I was still wondering if I should take this opportunity to apologize to you. Since you are so busy. Forget it. Ahem. If you insist, I can squeeze in a little time. While Bernadette was chatting with the djinn, she suddenly noticed a spatial fluctuation appearing in a small corner of the Rosyth Islands. An adventurer came to the Rosyth Islands through the travel gate. Bernadette had seen Forsey use this ability many times. At first, she thought Forsey had left Xyle alone and sneaked back. Only later did she notice that the person who came to the Rosyth Islands through the travel gate this time was Miss Audrey. She has a face that even the gods would envy. And her heart is as pure as a gem. Just looking at her from a distance makes people feel beautiful. Although Audrey used her extraordinary ability to hide her true appearance, Bernadette could easily see through her little disguise, and also saw a crystal stone that shone like a star in her pocket. That should be an extraordinary item specially made by the stars, which can be used to display the abilities of other extraordinary ways, such as the travel door just now. Why? Do you remember yourself when you were young? The djinn said with a wicked smile. I almost forgot. You are already a little girl who is almost 200 years old. Right? Bernadette ignored the talkative djinn. Her eyes kept falling on Audrey from a distance, with a slight smile on her lips. She did not choose to disturb. but allowed Miss Audrey to freely explore everything here. She is much more mature than when we met before. Which is good. Bernadette gave her final comment. Audrey, who was experiencing the special customs and customs of the Star Sea Kingdom alone, seemed to notice eyes looking at her from a distance. She just glanced at them casually and looked away when she didn't find anything unusual. Susie, let's play here for a few days. Woof. Susie shouted and followed Audrey, happily walking around with her. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. This sentence is the famous saying of Emperor Russell, and now it has become its motto and the beacon guiding it forward. After shopping around for a few days, Audrey said with emotion, the Star Sea Kingdom is a country founded on pirates, and its strongest commercial atmosphere is actually the strongest one. This queen is really not simple. Audrey, I checked some information here and found that the Kingdom of Star Sea is rich in a large number of rare seafood, such as corals, pearls, etc., which are loved by the nobles of various countries. Susie didn't know when she put on her pair of gold-rimmed glasses. When the maritime trade route was opened, there were at least hundreds of large ships carrying the Star Sea Kingdom's products every day, and the goods from various countries could not be loaded of gold coins. However, compared to coins such as gold coins, the Star Sea Kingdom prefers to exchange for special products from various countries, and then transport them back to the Star Sea Kingdom and sell them to wealthy businessmen in the country, thereby making another huge fortune. Ordinary people have also become rich following the maritime trade routes. In addition, the Star Sea Kingdom has a small population, so various welfare benefits are excellent. I have done some calculations. The most diligent worker in Backland needs to work 12 hours a day for 5 consecutive days in order to be equivalent to the salary earned by the people of Star Sea Kingdom for 8 hours a day. I heard that the Kingdom of Star Sea is currently trying a new policy of only working 4 days a week and 6 hours a day. Audrey listened very seriously, and Susie was particularly energetic. Now, many people from coastal areas have chosen to secretly go to sea to work in the Star Sea Kingdom, and then earn a lot of money before returning to their hometowns to buy land and houses. Farmer. They call the Star Sea Kingdom a kingdom bathed in golden light. Just as Susie was about to continue talking, she was interrupted by Audrey. Susie, it's time for us to go shopping elsewhere. Okay. Susie showed a very regretful expression, then controlled the gold-rimmed glasses to fly back into her small backpack, shook off the golden hair on her body, followed Audrey, and went through the travel door. Next area. The Church of Poseidon has recently become more and more famous on the sea, with more and more believers. Apart from the belief in stars supported by the Star Sea Kingdom, Poseidon is the god with the most believers on the sea today, especially after the death of the Storm Lord. Many Storm believers chose to join the Poseidon Church. Tiana Island is where the main Church of Poseidon Church is now located. Alger, who was young but already had a weathered look on his face, stood in the prayer hall of the Poseidon Church, looking out the stained glass window at the last ray of sunset diagonally falling into the sea. It's night, and the storm is coming again. Alger retracted his gaze from the window and looked at the Poseidon statue, which had a completely different image from Mr. Fool. While Mr. Fool was sleeping, he had wanted to discuss with Mr. Fool the issue of changing the name of Poseidon Church. At that time, Mr. Fool seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "Why does Poseidon have to be the fool?" After that, he quietly retracted the idea of changing the name of the church and concentrated his energy on developing the Poseidon Church. Fortunately, with the help of Little Sun and the residents of Silver City, the Poseidon Church was able to expand so rapidly and become the only faith in the sea second only to the stars. But now this expansion has been forcibly interrupted, and it even has a tendency to shrink, after the Church of Storms experienced the huge turmoil caused by the death of the Lord of Storms. The top leaders of the Church of Storms made a decisive decision to abandon all churches on land, withdraw their manpower, and focus on islands and coastal areas. After experiencing a burst of pain, the Church of Storms stabilized its shaking body again, and then stood in front of Poseidon Church. When Mr. Fool was still there, the Church of Storms was relatively low-key and quiet. But recently, the Church of Storms began to show its fangs that once ruled the entire sea. Poseidon is not equal to a fool, so he cannot be called a fool. The power of the Taros Society cannot be mobilized either. This caused the Poseidon Church to fall into decline for a time. Fortunately, the giant clan from Silver City burst out with an astonishing growth rate after receiving corresponding resources. The entire giant family already has 6 sequence 4 demon hunters and 2 sequins 3 silver knights. As for the new chief of Silver City, Derek, he has also grown into a sequence 4 darkless one. This allowed the Poseidon Church to catch up with the Church of Storms, which had a profound foundation, and not be too embarrassed. But there was one thing that gave Alger a headache. There were very few Beyonders from the Church of Poseidon who had access to sailors. Most of the extraordinaries from the high, middle, and low levels of this sequence were in the Church of Storms, in a head-on conflict. The residents of Silver City are not good at naval battles and suffer from seasickness and weak water. Recently, the two sides clashed again on Demir Island. The Church of Storms directly took over a sea king with a tough attitude. When he thought of these troubles, Alger felt that his hair was falling out extremely fast. Sooner or later, I will erect the statue of Poseidon on the abyss of storms, Alger secretly swore in his heart. Soon, he was keenly aware of a subtle spatial fluctuation. As for which direction it came from, and who was visiting, he could not detect clearly. Hope comes not from the storm, but from the sun, Alger whispered, holding the Poseidon scepter given by Mr. Fool, and walked out of the church solemnly. Chapter 696. On the coast, the waves gently lapped at the rocks, roaring from time to time. What follows the sunset is not the storm, nor the sun, but justice. Although the Tarot Club still adopts the habit of not revealing the real identity, after getting along for so many years, they can almost figure out each other's identity. It is difficult for outstanding or special people to hide among a group of ordinary people. Miss Justice, after taking charge of the Poseidon Church for several years, Alger basically locked down her true identity through his own information network and analysis and reasoning. The Kingdom of Lone, the most shining pearl of Backland, the only daughter of Earl Hall, the fiancée of the legendary Duke Hastur. There is so much shining aura about her that it is difficult to hide it. Miss Audrey, did you come here specifically to play? Alger did not directly call Audrey Miss Justice, but called her by her real name. I didn't originally intend to disturb His Majesty the Pope. I just happened to see the storm brewing here when I was passing by, so I landed on the island for a while, hoping to wait until the storm passed before leaving. Audrey's voice was very soft, but Alger could hear the tough attitude in this sentence and understood the true meaning of Miss Justice's words. She wanted to help herself, help Poseidon Church weather the current storm, and wait until the storm subsided before leaving. Alger said with a kind face, "The storm is really annoying. If Miss Audrey doesn't mind it, you can go to the church to rest for a while. It's going to rain today. I want to find a hotel to live outside and play here for a few days." Audrey looked at Susie. "After all, I have a little follower who needs to go out and play from time to time." Alger understood and did not discuss the matter any further. Instead, he smiled and said, "Miss Audrey has come from a long way away. She should not be familiar with the situation here. I can just serve as a tour guide. Then I'll trouble the Pope." Audrey nodded slightly and led Susie to follow Alger, listening to the other person describe the development of the Poseidon Church during this period and the upcoming storm that it might face. On the other side, Derek, who has grown up, is on Demir Island, arranging the residents of Silver City to strengthen their defense to avoid being swallowed up by the storm in the dark night. After giving all the instructions, Derek stared at the darkened sea alone. His eyes were as firm as rocks in the wind and waves. The figure facing the sea alone was particularly majestic and tall. Occasionally, when residents of Silver City pass by, they will always look at them secretly, then quickly suppress the admiration in their eyes and leave. Especially the female Silver City residents, who are not yet married. Their eyes often fall on his generous back. Such a look would make Derek feel uncomfortable every time he cast it on him. Especially some time ago, the former chief, who was already addicted to fishing, specifically asked him for his opinion on whether he should get a wife, and even meant to choose a good candidate for him in his remarks. Well, Derek sighed and let his mind return to the storm that was about to hit the Church of Storms. Is the little son also carrying big worries now? A slightly teasing voice came from behind. Derek's expression moved slightly, but he quickly reacted, turned around and said with a smile, "It's Miss Justice. Why are you here suddenly?" Derek showed an honest smile and subconsciously touched his head. If the residents of Silver City saw that naive appearance, many people would probably feel like their idols were shattered. "I heard that the storm here is particularly violent, so I came here to take a look." Audrey stood 3 meters away from Derek, raising her head slightly to look at Derek. "When I participated in the Tarot Club, the height advantage of the giants was not so obvious. But only when you really stand in front of giants can you understand why they can be called giants. However, even if the figure in front of him is as huge as a mountain, he is still the little son in the Tarot Society. Mr. Hangman, didn't I come with you? He also needs to be busy with church matters. Audrey retracted her gaze from looking at Derek, looked at the dark and turbulent sea in the distance, and said calmly, I think with our power, we should be able to calm the storm. After all, the Poseidon Church is a religious sect founded by Mr. Fool. As a member of the Tarot Society, naturally he should not just sit idly by. Although she didn't want to start a war, she just wanted the Church of Storms to be quieter, so that the entire sea would disperse the storm and usher in clear weather. Miss Justice, this is very dangerous. The other party is a Sequence 3 Sea King, with unimaginable power on the sea. Derek said embarrassedly, I have seen the other party's power, controlling the sea, as if he were a statue. God. Audrey smiled and said, So, I'm talking about us. Derek, who had been slow for a moment, finally reacted and said excitedly, Will Mr. Star, Miss Magician, MS. Hermit, and Miss Judgment all take action together? Our Tarot Society should cooperate for once. Audrey replied in the affirmative. And then she couldn't help but smile to herself when she thought that Mr. Vampire was missing from the staff that Derek mentioned just now. This is great. I've always wanted to see them. Derek almost jumped up and down a few times with joy. Fortunately, these years of experience allowed him to barely keep his composure. Tomorrow is Monday, the day the tarot session begins. In the Tarot Club, a discussion on the Church of Storms passed quickly, except for Emlyn, who said that he might not have time to participate. The other members said they would come to Damir Island to participate in this storm event. After the tarot session ended, Emlyn, who lived in Backland, sighed and fell into silence while looking at the 3 walls of dolls in front of him. He felt that he should go out for a walk, or at least get an extraordinary item that could travel quickly. Otherwise, if there are any activities in the Tarot Club in the future, he will not be able to catch up every time. Damir Island is such a remote place, and there is no way to get there in a short time without similar means of teleportation. Originally, he thought that 1 or 2 other Tarot Club members would be inconvenienced, but in the end, he was the only one unable to go. The sorrows of noble vampires and those of ordinary people are indeed incompatible. Perhaps I should pray sincerely to the ancestor, Lord Lilith, and ask her to reward her with an extraordinary item that can travel through space. Emlyn remembered that he had indeed not prayed with the ancestor Lilith for a long time, and even went to church much less often than before. In order not to let himself think for too long and put the matter aside, Emlyn left his collection room and went to the nearby Harvest Church. For safety and convenience, he has now moved to a street near Harvest Church. After Emlyn prayed devoutly to the Mother Earth Goddess and stated his request, Father Yutravsky walked out of the church, carrying a cane with a little white light in his hand. It was a pure, almost transparent gem with no impurities at all. This is a reward given to you by the Mother Goddess. Father Yutravsky handed the cane to Emlyn. Emlyn was a little confused at first, then excited, and finally restrained his mood and tried his best to show a calm expression and took the cane from Father Yutravsky. After all, he is the savior of the vampire clan, and it is normal for him to be valued by the ancestor Lilith. The traveling cane is not recorded in the records of any church. It is considered a level 1 sealed object. Its function is to allow the holder to draw a travel portal in the air for fast travel, as long as he silently thinks about where he wants to go. It has 2 obvious negative effects. One is that every time you use it, you have to cultivate crops for a week. The other negative effect is that you will have a stronger desire to destroy within a month. The more cute and charming something is, the more it triggers this desire. Father Yutravsky gently introduced various information about this travel cane to Emlyn. Emlyn froze on the spot, feeling that what he was holding in his hand at this moment was not a traveling cane, but a red-hot iron rod. The first negative effect was okay, but the second negative effect was really intolerable to him. His collection of dolls were the cutest and most charming things in the world, and he didn't want to destroy them with his own hands. Just thinking about it drove him crazy. A month? Emlyn was silent for a long time, and then left the church with heavy steps. Is it worth spending a month? No. 2 months of traveling back and forth, and not being able to see my beloved doll. To participate in the first Tarot Club event? Chapter 697 The Gathering of Tarot Club Members. Intas, Forcy and Zio, who originally planned to stay in the capital Trier for a few days, ended their visit between the Starseed Kingdom and Intis early in order to rush to the Tarot Club's first real-world cooperation. Russell sighed, and could only watch Forsey and Zio leave. Before leaving, he specially wrote a handwritten letter to his baby daughter, and asked Shio to bring it to the Queen of the Starsea Kingdom. After the visit, Forsey and Zio let the envoys return to the Starsea Kingdom first, while they went out to act alone. This boring journey is finally over. I want to take a good rest this time when I go back. Forsey stretched his waist, showing a tired posture. Zio curled her lips disdainfully and said, "It sounds like you have something to do. You are obviously traveling, and I will handle the matter. Those who can do it should work harder. Do we still need to worry about this?" Forsey coaxed Zio for a while, and then talked to Zio about Damir Island. "Do you feel that Miss Audrey has matured a lot during this time? Isn't this great? Miss Audrey is becoming more and more reliable." "Yes. It's just that some people are getting lazy." Zio joked and brought the matter back to business. The Church of Storms should also let him understand that today's sea is no longer something they can easily make waves. "Era, let's go. Spend 2 days there first, and take a look at Mr. Fool's Poseidon Church." Forsey opened a travel door, and took Zio with him to Tiana Island. "Storm. It is destined to be abandoned by the sea. And the sea in the future is destined to be calm." Pales commented inside Leonard's body. "Old man, are you regretting the death of the Storm Lord?" Leodro, except for his irritable personality, is very good in other aspects. I have a good impression of him. It's really not easy for you to praise me like this. Storm's face should not be cut off. Well, I know what I have to do. Leonard took out 6 shiny gold coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. Then stood up and left the bar humming a tune. He is also looking forward to the Tarot Club's first collaboration in the real world. In the Roadside Islands, Katla was a little nervous when she talked to the Queen about her idea of leaving for a few days. She thought the Queen would ask her what happened, but she didn't expect the Queen just nodded and asked her to pay attention to her safety before agreeing to her application for a short-term leave. After Katla arranged some government affairs in the Starsea Kingdom, she drove the future and sailed to Damir Island at full speed. A few days later, when Katla came to the waters near Damir Island, she found that there were layers of dark clouds covering the place, and a storm might come at any time. She let the future stop in the distant sea and left for the island alone. After just wandering around for a long time, she found out the situation on Damir Island. Currently, the Church of Storms and the Church of Poseidon occupy the east and west sides respectively, and the believers are also divided into 2 parts. From time to time, some bloody conflicts occur, but they are all under control. We are still in the stage of testing each other, and it is only a matter of time before a large-scale conflict breaks out. At night, when Katla chose a hotel to rest, she was about to close the door when the door opposite opened and a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked like an angel in the dust, walked out. Miss Audrey is also Miss Justice of the Tarot Society. Katla smiled at Audrey and nodded. And then at Audrey's invitation, she went to the other party's room. "Wait for a while. New friends will come." Audrey smiled and poured Katla a cup of tea. "The Tarot Society is only suitable for you to lead, even if it is only for a temporary period." Katla did not beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. "I have no idea about that. But you are the most suitable candidate. Is the current tarot bad?" Audrey took a sip of tea gracefully, her eyes like a lake embedded in the forest, clear and bright. "Not suitable." Katla shook her head and said, "An organization needs a backbone to maintain stability, just like building a house. It also needs a pillar to support the sky. Why don't you consider Mr. Hangman? Because he already has a thirst for power. MS. Hermit, aren't you a suitable candidate yourself? I have too many things to deal with in the real world, and I don't have the energy or qualifications to lead a tarot club." Seeing that Audrey seemed unmoved, Katla continued, "Do you also think that the voting system is the most suitable path for the Tarot Society?" Audrey did not answer, but just drank tea calmly. Susie, who was lying next to her, said, "Madam, not all organizations need leaders. Audrey chooses to believe in you, and you should also believe in yourself." The expression on Katla's face was dull for 2 or 3 seconds, and then she came back to her senses and said, "This is not a matter of trust, but a more realistic approach. No, in my opinion, this is just a matter of trust." Susie, who was lying on her back, stood up from the ground, fluffed up her golden hair and said, "Audrey always believes in the future growth of Tarot Club members. You will be wise enough to make the right choice at the right time." Audrey's eyes narrowed slightly. A slight smile hung on her lips, and she was in a very happy mood. There are always stupid people among a group of people. Then do you think the majority of Tarot Club members are stupid? Even if it's just one vote, being stupid at a critical moment can be fatal. So Audrey always chose to believe. What do you think of the Lone Kingdom's upper and lower house system? Inevitable stupidity. Susie answered seriously. Before there is a perfect system, any system will have its flaws. Our history is growing up from constant mistakes. Katla finally became serious and looked at the big golden retriever dog in front of her again. The other party's words, deeds, and depth of thoughts gave her an extremely strange feeling. As if the soul of an old human scholar had been put into the skin of a golden retriever. You, or all of us, should admit that perfection basically does not exist. And we can only keep moving towards it. Of course, discussing this matter has nothing to do with the topic we just talked about. I am just stating a simple fact. Believing in others is an excellent quality. Audrey has always done a good job in this regard. She never thinks that she is more capable than others, so she can make decisions for others without permission. Foolish people should also have the opportunity to choose. Susie continued to talk. Katla put aside her contempt and began to talk to Susie in an equal manner. Audrey just kept quiet and let Ms. Hermit chat with Susie. She is very aware of Susie's abilities. Ms. Hermit estimates that she will have some mental problems. When Forsey and Zio also arrived at the hotel, they followed Audrey's specially released aura and led them to the door of the room. When she opened the door, the first thing she saw was Susie chatting with an elegant lady wearing a magic robe decorated with stars. In this chat between one person and one dog, Susie occupies a dominant position, like a lecturer standing in front of the podium. Forsey and Zio looked at each other tacitly, both feeling that this world was indeed too crazy. Audrey motioned for them to sit down quietly, and not to disturb Katla and Susie who were chatting. Forsey and Zio sat silently next to Audrey, and then listened carefully to the chat between Katla and Susie. It is said to be a chat, but it is more like a debate. They have a profound knowledge base, and can chat for a few words no matter what field they're in. At first, Zio just listened carefully, but later joined in the conversation between man and dog. Forsey shuddered all over and looked at Audrey with slightly horrified eyes. Chapter 698 The Calming Storm. Don't worry. Audrey just shook her head slightly, moved her lips slightly, and sent these words to Forsey's ears. But this seemed strange. Forsey's heart trembled. But finally, he patiently continued to be a bystander. Soon, Forsey's eyes looked at Zio full of sympathy. Zio, who joined the conversation at the beginning, was very passionate. He spoke clearly and expressed his views in an orderly manner. Later, under the double attack of Susie and Katla, she couldn't hold on for just a few rounds, and her eyes gradually became confused. Forsey, please take Ms. Shio out for some air first. She doesn't seem to be in a very good state of mind, Susie said with a worried look on her face. Forsey was silent for a while before pulling Zio away from this high-end meeting that he shouldn't be involved in. I'm not crazy. Really. I'm still quite sane. Zio gave Forsey a silly smile. Miss Audrey, I leave you to you. Audrey nodded, moved closer to Zio, and whispered a few words to her, which finally made Zio completely withdraw from the stage just now. What AHL? Zio suddenly stood up after regaining consciousness and looked at Susie and Katla, who were still expressing their opinions with horrified eyes. Shio, do you want to join other people's chats casually? Zio stood there for 2 seconds, then took Forsey's hands and said seriously, Forsey, I was wrong. Be good. Just know that you are wrong. Forsey touched Zio's head. Come. Sit here. Okay. Zio stayed by Forsey's side obediently. Forsey continued to watch for a while, feeling that the topic was getting more and more suspenseful. And worried, Miss Audrey, are they really okay with this? It's okay. Susie hasn't had such a happy chat with someone for a long time. Audrey looked calm. She has become accustomed to Susie's weird remarks. In her opinion, Susie and Ms. Hermit are just matched opponents, and they are of similar levels. It took another half an hour before Audrey opened her mouth to end this conversation tonight. Susie, it's time for you to rest. You can't just stay up late. Woof. Susie immediately ended the topic and showed an apologetic expression to Katla. Smart lady. I'm glad that we can have such an exchange tonight. This is also my honor. Katla stood up and bowed slightly to show respect. Susie wagged her tail and returned to lie down quietly next to Audrey. Audrey touched Susie's head and smiled. Now, we can start the discussion about the Church of Storms. Miss Audrey, What do you think? Forsey, Zio, and Katla looked at Audrey at the same time. Only then did Audrey truly understand why Katla had always thought that she would be the best temporary leader of the Tarot Society. It turns out that so many people who believe in me have gathered around me unknowingly. Keep that, Neptune. On Damir Island the next day, Alger came here secretly from Tiana Island, accompanied by Leonard. Except for Moon Imlin, all members of the Tarot Society have gathered here. Justice Audrey, Sequence 4 Operator. Alger, the Hanged Man, is the chief priest of the Sequence 4 Disaster. Derek of the Sun, the Dark One of Sequence 4. Magician Forsey, a Sequence 5 Traveler. Judgment Hugh, Sequence 5 Punishment Knight. Star Leonard, Sequence 4 Night Watchman. Katla the Hermit, a Sequence 4 Occultist. There is also Susie, the Fantasy Dog, a Sequence 4 Operator. The main combat power of the Church of Storms on Damir Island is a Sequence 3 Sea King and 2 Sequence 4 Disaster Priests. The sea is the gift of the storm to his believers, and it is also the tomb he chooses for his believers. That night, an almost crazy storm broke out on the entire Damir Island. The waves of the sea roared non-stop. But in the end the storm gradually dissipated and was buried in the dark night. When the next day's sunshine broke through the fog of the night, it also penetrated the black clouds gathered by the storm, revealing the blue sky. This was a battle without much suspense. Forsey, Zio, and Leonard were responsible for containing the 2 Sequence 4 Disaster Priests, while Audrey and others worked together to kill the Sequence 3 Sea King on the sea. During this period, the senior leaders of the Church of Storms wanted to come to the rescue, but were ambushed by several elders of Silver City. With the cooperation of Audrey and others, they once again killed a Sequence 3 Sea King. The 2 Sequence 3 Sea Kings are already the absolute top leaders of the Church of Storms. Currently, the strongest Beyonder in the Church of Storms is only a Sequence 2 Angel. After this battle, the power of the Church of Storms completely shrunk, and it lost the idea of continuing to expand. Audrey and others ordered the extraordinary characteristics of the 2 Sequence 3 Sea Kings to be sent back to the Church of Storms, ending the storm. When all this subsided, a travel gate emitting obvious spatial fluctuations appeared above Audrey and the others. Before the people appeared, a familiar laughter came from inside the travel gate. Ha ha ha. It's Mr. Moon. Derek was very impressed by this laughter and asked curiously, didn't Mr. Moon say that he couldn't come to participate in this event? Everyone has been waiting for a long time. As the savior of the vampire race, I naturally cannot miss the Tarot Society's first major operation. Emlyn's figure appeared from inside the travel gate, and then landed gently in front of Audrey and the others in an elegant gesture. Mr. Moon, did you flap your wings and fly all the way here? Derek asked with a puzzled look on his face. Forsey and Zio couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Sun's words were really insulting. They clearly knew that Mr. Moon hated the name vampire the most. Sure enough, Emlyn, who wanted to pretend again, immediately became furious. And after catching Derek, there was a burst of language output. When he learned that the storm operation was over, Emlyn froze on the spot. Even in the face of Derek's special provocation, he did not come back to his senses. He prepared carefully, and even gritted his teeth and accepted the negative consequences of not being able to get along with his beloved dolls for 2 months in order not to miss this Tarot Club action. But he still arrived late. The storm had been dispersed, and his arrival had no meaning at all. Mr. Moon, Mr. Moon, Derek shouted several times, and Emlyn gradually came back to his senses. His whole body was as sluggish as an eggplant beaten by frost. We thought you didn't have time to participate in this operation, so we solved the problem here in advance. I'm really sorry, Alger said apologetically. Emlyn did not speak, but remained silent. Mr. Moon, your portal of travel is so cool. It's such an enviable ability, Derek complimented. Emlyn instantly regained his energy, waved the traveling cane in his hand a few times, and began to tell Derek what the gift of the gods was. Since this is a powerful sealed object, it must have a strong negative effect. Right? Forsey, who is also good at the travel gate, asked curiously. Emlyn was silent and autistic again. Well, this time he was the kind that couldn't be coaxed. Did I say something wrong? Forsey looked at Zio with pleading eyes. Zio pulled Force's sleeve and said softly, it's better not to irritate him anymore. He is already very pitiful. Emlyn opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. While all the members of the Tarot Club were here, Audrey and others discussed staying on Damir Island for a few more days. just to discuss the future development of the Tarot Club and to deepen the understanding between the members. 3 days later, the members of the Tarot Society embarked on their own journeys. Only Imlan said that he liked the scenery of this island and wanted to cultivate fields and grow crops here. With one stroke of his hand, Alger allocated a large piece of flat land to Imlan as a plantation. Regarding Alger's generous behavior, Imlan just smiled and then quietly disappeared after a week of planting. Chapter 699 about becoming a witch. Susie, I'm about to finish digesting the operator's potion. Audrey was in a good mood after leaving Damir Island. In this storm operation, she is equivalent to an organizer and fits the performance needs of the operator very well, which speeds up the digestion of her operator potion. Audrey, are we going back? Susie could see what Audrey was really thinking. Susie, you are getting smarter and smarter now. Woof. Susie wagged her tail proudly, then followed Audrey and returned to the suburban manor in the southern continent through the travel gate. On the second floor, Haster, who was reading in the study to kill the boring time, glanced at the travel door emerging in the garden, put down the book, came to the window, and looked at Audrey and Susie who came out of the travel door. Woof woof woof. Susie shouted enthusiastically to Asta who was standing at the window. Audrey smiled slightly and shook the exquisitely wrapped gift box in her right hand. Asta's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Audrey naturally, and said with a smile, "Is this a gift specially prepared for me?" "No. This is for Sharon and Azhara." "It's so biased. Where are Sharon and Azhara?" "They just went out to take care of some things." In the evening, Asta personally cooked a table of delicious dishes for Audrey. During the period of seclusion here, what he practiced most often was cooking. He cooked all the delicacies that he had tasted or heard about in the original world, and his cooking skills improved greatly. "No, I can't eat anymore. It's not elegant at all." Audrey struggled to resist the temptation of delicious food. She glanced at Asta who was suppressing a smile while tasting the delicious food, and pretended to be annoyed. "Mr. Asta, you are not allowed to cook casually in the future. I also miss Miss Audrey's craftsmanship." Audrey seemed to have thought of something, and her eyebrows slightly arched. "It just so happens that I have seen many local specialties during this trip, such as fried bugs, spiders, etc., and I have always wanted to let Mr. Asta taste them too." "Arrive." Haster took a slight breath and said, "In this case, that's really my luck." "Mr. Haster, then you are not allowed to waste food." Haster said with a serious face, "Miss Audrey, please be merciful." Audrey raised her chin slightly, thought for a while and said, "I will think about it carefully." "Susie, you also hope to taste the delicious food made by Miss Audrey, right?" "Woof." Susie trembled slightly and hurriedly ran to the other corner to avoid eating dog food and hurting innocent people at the same time. After the chat ended, Haster and Audrey walked hand in hand in the garden. Sharon likes to plant many flowers in the garden with her own hands. Asta collects flower seeds from all over the world, covering basically all types. To this end, the entire garden has been expanded several times in size. "Mr. Haster, what's new lately?" "There happens to be something related to your tarot club." Haster informed Audrey about the time travelers who did not belong to this era. "Are they really from the same era as Mr. Fool?" Audrey asked in surprise. She had also heard of such a special group, and the members of the tarot club had mentioned this before when they held meetings, but they had not yet had in-depth contact with it. "They came from the depths of the place where you held the tarot meeting, and were liberated and descended by the Fool himself. Is this a way for Mr. Fool to wake up? He just doesn't want these people to still live the fate of sleeping." "Have Mr. Haster contacted them?" "Well, I've joined one of these interesting little groups." The corner of Asta's mouth raised as he remembered something interesting. Intas, the Curly Baboon Research Association once again held a meeting in a secluded manner, even with the isolation of a secret room. A tragic sound could be vaguely heard. "Dottie, please don't be so excited now. In this mysterious world with extraordinary power, everything has its own solution. Your problem may be properly handled in the future." Faced with Miss Frank's soft words of comfort, the earth fell silent from wailing and screaming. At this moment, he squatted in his position, hugged his knees with his hands, and buried his head deeply inside. "It's like a wall of nuts stuck there." Robert showed a look of fear and lingering fear. For the first time, he was glad that he had chosen the path of a generalist. "It's too dangerous. It's too weird. When the assassin path is promoted to a sequence 7 witch, he will forcibly change his gender and become a real woman. For women, this is actually a good thing, because it will greatly enhance their appearance and charm. Being able to elevate a passable appearance and figure to a level of over 80 is simply an extraordinary path that many women dream of. But such changes and gifts are definitely the cruelest torture for a man, especially a burly and masculine man. Of course, we do not rule out the possibility that some male compatriots will readily accept it. It took a long time before the trembling sound of the earth seeped out from the knees. I only like to play female characters in the virtual online world, but I have never thought about becoming a Thai ladyboy. Well, Miss Frank said apologetically, I didn't know at the beginning that this assassin route would be so terrifying. When I think that one day I will become a girl, I will have to wear women's clothes, put on lipstick, speak like a girl, and be looked at with hot and malicious eyes by men. Dottie shivered and couldn't speak anymore. Frank really didn't know how to comfort the earth at this moment, so he could only look at Robert, Russell, and Claude for help. Robert opened his mouth, but closed it anyway. If he thought about it from his perspective, if he knew that he would become a witch in the future and forcibly change his gender, he would definitely collapse. After looking at the bustling Russell for a long time, he chuckled and said, Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Just treat this world as a virtual world, and you are just a lucky player. Trying to be a girl is also a fresh experience. A new life is not a waste of time for us to come to this world. Relax. I heard that all witches are very good looking. Have you never thought that one day you will have a face that surpasses Fan Bingbing, Louis Fei, and Gao Yuan Yuan? Dottie's body trembled, and then he buried his head deeper. He had once fantasized about changing his face, but he preferred to be called Yanzu. If it was Peng Yuyan, it would not be unacceptable. Do you think beings like gods have gender distinctions? Claude opened his mouth and raised a topic that made people think. Probably not. Gods have no form, and formlessness means thousands of appearances. They are a more noble existence, and they should not and will not be limited to male and female gender, Miss Frank said thoughtfully. Robert also interjected, just like Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although his image in many movies and TV dramas is female, he also has a male incarnation. Neither male nor female, neither human nor strange. This statement is indeed interesting. And for gods with magical powers far beyond the imagination of mortals, changing from male to female is just a matter of a thought. And the body is just a way station for the soul. That's right. As long as you advance to a higher level and have stronger power. Changing from male to female is just a small matter. As Miss Frank and Robert sang together, Dottie slowly raised his head and showed hopeful eyes. Really? Miss Frank and Robert hurriedly affirmed. Russell chuckled inwardly. For a high-sequence being, changing from male to female is indeed very simple. But wearing women's clothing is addictive, let alone becoming a real woman. This is the scary thing about the extraordinary path of a witch. No matter how much you hated becoming a witch in the past, you will enjoy the joy of becoming a witch later on. Human nature, reason, and desire are crawling in an ever-twisting abyss. Chapter 700, Each Choice. Ahem. Let's start today's official topic. After temporarily solving the problem of the Earth, Miss Frank did not want to continue the topic just now, so she quickly changed the topic. This matter is closely related to all of us time travelers. Miss Frank said with a solemn expression, Recently I received a message that besides us, there are many time travelers scattered everywhere, and some of them have already exposing our identity. Major churches and secret organizations are looking for our traces everywhere. They call people like us time travelers who don't belong to this era. They each have different ways of dealing with people like us. They may accept us into their organization, or they may imprison us directly to obtain the knowledge about the original world in our minds. Some may directly execute us. They think we are the bringers of disaster. Fortunately, there haven't been too harsh actions from Intis so far, so we won't be hiding around like rats crossing the street. Miss Frank explained in detail the whole story and the dangers. Russell looked a little weird. The reason why Intis hadn't moved yet was because he had joined forces with the Church of Steam to suppress it. He is a time traveler to begin with, so he will naturally not persecute his compatriots. Let Intis become a country that protects time travelers. This is something he is currently working hard to promote. The occult knowledge we can currently obtain is really limited. I think we may need to join some friendly churches and secret organizations to obtain more secretive and high-end knowledge from them, so that we can grow quickly. Robert suggested own suggestions. This is indeed a very serious problem. Miss Frank nodded in approval. She had also thought about this problem. Currently, the members of their Curly Baboon Research Association are stuck at the level of Sequence 9. And it is difficult to obtain magic potion formulas and extraordinary materials of sequence 8 and higher. If you really want to join a church or a secret organization, it's best to choose based on the extraordinary path you choose. Russell made a special point. This is a good idea. Miss Frank's eyes lit up. Then am I suitable to join the Church of Steam? Robert was a little reluctant. Russell chuckled. In Intis, the Church of Steam is always your best choice. Of course, you can also try to contact the consul Roger Gustav. I'll try my best. Oh, I wish you success. Russell smiled. Do you know anything about the secret organization Moss Trappist Order? Okay. Barely. Can't you give me a positive answer? Miss Frank looked at Russell and Claude. These two people always like to have talk when talking. Claude said calmly. The current leader of the Moss Ascetic Order is very good. It is said that he has some contact with Emperor Russell. I heard that she is a mysterious queen who roams the sea. She is a big figure in the world of occultism and has a good reputation. Russell continued silently. That's it. Then I will try my best to get in touch with this secret organization and strive to become a member of the Moss Ascetic Order. Miss Frank also made her own choice. I don't want to join a perverted organization like the witch sect. Dottie's attitude was very firm. Russell took a look and said sternly, You shouldn't be so repulsive. Think about it. It is an organization filled with a large number of suffering people. There are people who have suffered the same fate as you. There will be something in common between you. Language can comfort each other's spiritual wounds. If you really hate this organization, you should join and understand them. When you have enough power, you can subvert the entire witch cult. This is the best revenge for this twisted, chaotic and corrupt organization. The seductive words made Dottie hesitate, and Miss Frank and Robert on the side were also moved. Only Claude took a deep look at Russell, but didn't say anything to stop him. Life is a road where you are constantly faced with choices. There is no need to deliberately interfere with the fate of others. Can I really do this? The earth has already moved. Maybe you should really try it. Isn't there such a saying? If you know there are tigers in the mountains, you will go to the Tiger Mountains. Dottie hesitated and struggled for a long time, but finally chose to accept his fate. I will join the Church of Steam. This will make it easier for me to operate in Intis. And at the same time, I can gather information for our entire Curly Baboon Research Society. Russell chose the Church of Steam. Claude, what about you? Which organization do you want? Miss Frank looked at Claude, who had not expressed his position yet. I haven't thought this through yet. And fate hasn't given me any clues about the future yet. That's so cool. Robert envied. Soothsayer is definitely a profession that is most suitable for the mysterious world. It really makes people look forward to what it will be like when a diviner reaches a high sequence. He talks so eloquently, and looks like he needs a beating. Only Russell disagreed with this. After chatting for a while, Miss Frank suddenly mentioned, Have you never thought about joining the mysterious Tarot Society and the Church of the Stars? As far as I know, there is a saying in the mysterious world that the future belongs to the era of stars. Obviously, the Church of the Stars is the son of the current version. Such words led to a discussion between Robert and Dottie. But Claude and Russell did not express their opinions on this. When Miss Frank glanced at her inquiringly, Russell smiled and said, The Church of the Stars is naturally very good, but such a mysterious organization is not suitable for everyone. And most of their believers are active in the Kingdom of Lone and Starsea Kingdom. Claude glanced at Russell and said calmly, I heard that the Church of the Stars adheres to a similar philosophy of teaching without discrimination, and does not care which extraordinary path the believer is on. Really? Miss Frank's eyes brightened. My pen pal Muggle. She has the intention to join the Church of the Stars. So she wants to ask me about the information about the Church of the Stars. If the Church of the Stars is really the son of the current version, then this may be the best choice for novices. Robert and Dottie agreed. I have no objection. Russell had no objection. Although from his personal point of view, he does not want the time travelers to join the Church of the Stars, because the stars are too mysterious and difficult to spy on. Then it's a happy decision. Miss Frank had already thought about how to reply to her Muggle pen pal. One thing we must pay attention to is that there have been many secret beliefs in evil gods recently. They are symbols of depravity and evil, and the enemies of all living things in this world. Russell gave a serious warning. Recently, he has discovered no fewer than 3 disasters caused by belief in evil gods. More importantly, he also discovered that the source of these evil god beliefs came from the stars. They are stretching out their tentacles in the darkness, exploring the desperate, helpless, greedy and depraved people, leading them step by step into the abyss. What exactly is an evil god? An existence that is rejected by orthodox gods? Robert asked curiously. Tai Chi has one yin and one yang. So do the evil gods and the righteous gods. One is in the chaotic evil camp, and the other is in the lawful and neutral camp. Isn't there a lawful good alignment? Kindness is also a luxury for gods. That's it. Christian, you know so much. This is exactly the point of reading more. Russell raised his chin proudly. Bah! So shameless. Claude silently complained in his heart. After returning to his mansion, Russell returned to his original appearance, staying in his study and continuing to revise the new policies he was about to promulgate. He wants to invite all persecuted travelers to come to Intis and make the Republic of Intis their refuge. In this way, not only can we protect our compatriots, but we can also give full play to the specialties of the time travelers, allowing them to help promote the progress of modern science. Maybe we can actually build Gundams and spaceships before the end of the world. Chapter 701, The Traveler's Special Talent Introduction Plan. A few days later, Russell promulgated a national policy in the name of Roger Gustav, Supreme Consul of the Republic of Intis. Allow all travelers who do not belong to this era to settle in Intis, and promise to treat them equally, provide them with necessary shelter, and protect them from persecution. Such a public approach instantly detonated the whole territory of Intis, especially ordinary people. They did not understand the meaning of time travelers who did not belong to this era. The official explanation for this was, this is a special talent introduction policy. This turmoil soon spread to other kingdoms. The Kingdom of Lone and the Kingdom of Star Sea reacted the fastest, and they also issued similar national policies. Such a move to grab talents immediately reversed the current dangerous situation of the time travelers. At the same time, Robert successfully contacted Roger Gustav, and at the invitation of the other party, he became a think tank around Roger Gustav. This led many people to speculate that Roger Gustav would suddenly promulgate such a national policy, which was closely related to Robert, the think tank who suddenly appeared next to him. Seeing that the situation was developing in the direction he expected, Russell was in a good mood. This could be regarded as him doing his best for his fellow countrymen. Your Majesty the Consul, why did you promulgate such a national policy? Robert asked curiously. Dare to take the lead in protecting the travelers in the name of the country. Such a decision is too bold. Mr. Robert, this matter concerns you. Is it related to me? Robert looked confused. At the party when we first met, you got drunk and confided in me that you were a time traveler. You also suggested to me that we should shelter all time travelers who do not belong to this era, saying that they can give generous rewards throughout the Republic of Intis. Robert was even more confused and said with a confused look on his face, Did I really say that? Of course. You were already drunk at that time, so you can't remember it. Robert was silent, and in the end, he could only sigh. Drinking is such a waste. Stop drinking today. Russell glanced at him with a smile. Now there is another thing that you need to deal with. What's the matter? After the national policy of protecting people who do not belong to this era is enacted, there will definitely be many talents who choose to come to the Republic of Intis to settle. We need a way to tell whether they are really time travelers. After Russell finished speaking, he secretly reminded Robert that he could distinguish between time travelers and aborigines through a test. Your Majesty the Consul, please feel free to leave this matter to me, and I will definitely solve this trouble for you perfectly. Well, Robert, you are indeed my most trustworthy think tank. Russell smiled, and with a simple-minded time traveler by his side, it was much easier to do things. Soon, Robert submitted to Russell a test paper that could distinguish aboriginal people from time travelers. Russell read it silently and praised Robert in his heart for what a talent he was. Because of being a generalist, Robert has a more reliable grasp of the knowledge of past lives. His time traveler test paper is roughly divided into 3 areas: mathematics, literature, and general knowledge. In terms of mathematics, he set up multiplication, division, addition and subtraction of 2-digit or 3-digit numbers, as well as the code to look at the quadrant of symbols, and some other basic mathematics questions. You can probably answer all the questions if you have a junior high school knowledge reserve. In terms of literature, he used many basic literary topics, such as simple poem recitations such as Silent Night Thoughts and Wanlu Mountain Waterfall from China, plus knowledge of foreign classics, such as the relationship between Alexandre Dumas and Charles Dumas, and Notre Dame de Paris, War and Peace, the author of Jane Eyre, and so on. General knowledge is more complex and involves the whole world, such as the first country to land on the moon, the world's highest mountain, the world's largest lake, It ranges from international knowledge to interesting facts about celebrities, life tips, and so on. In order to make it easier for travelers to understand, it has been specially translated into 3 languages: Intis, Ancient Fusak, and Hermes. You did a good job on this. But why do these questions seem so strange? That is knowledge that belongs to the world of travelers. There is a clear difference between nature and this world. This is also the key to distinguishing travelers from aborigines. Russell nodded, then ordered to go down and asked Robert to serve as the presiding judge. Within about a month, Intis received dozens of applications from suspected travelers to seek asylum in Intis. Robert took office as the examiner of the first time traveler examination. Quiet. Robert signaled the time travel candidates in the examination room to quiet down, and then continued, "If you really are time travelers who do not belong to this era, then you must be familiar with this form of examination. Now, you can use your candidate number according to your sit in your seat and get ready for the exam. This is a paper with a total score of 100 points. You need at least 40 points to pass. This already takes into account your knowledge reserves. Now, start distributing test papers. You have 2 hours to answer, which is plenty of time." Robert sat alone in front of all the candidates, trying hard to keep his expression from showing an obvious smile. I remember that he had also taken the college entrance examination. At that time, he was thinking that if one day he could become a question maker or invigilator, it would be great to watch the students answer the questions seriously. Now the dream has come true. I hope there will be more travelers from China, Robert thought to himself. He saved a little bit of caution, and the knowledge about China in it contained a full 40 points, which meant that the foreign friends got a 60-point paper at the beginning. This was his little way to better screen out fellow travelers from China. As for those time travelers who failed to score 40 points in the exam, he would judge their true identity based on their answers, and then let them pass the exam as appropriate. 2 hours later, Robert ordered the papers to be collected, and then came to Russell with these dozens of test papers. Russell asked Robert to start correcting the test papers. He took the time to read a few test papers and felt it was a pity. Among this batch of travelers, not many are from China, but more are from Europe and the United States. When the time comes, pack it up and give it to the goddess of the night, so that she can comfort her homesickness? Russell sneered. After Robert finished correcting the test paper and identified the time travelers, Russell asked Robert to temporarily handle matters related to the time travelers, and built a gathering hall in advance so that the time travelers could have a shelter. Under Russell's instruction and guidance, the time travelers who were protected by Intis began to devote themselves to the wave of building the electrical age. According to Russell's own estimation, it should only take a few years to solve various invention problems such as generators, electric lights, alkaline batteries, trams, power stations, and make the inventions practical. Steam. You owe me another favor this time. If we completely leapfrog from the steam age to the electric age, what should the name of the steam guy be changed to? The god of electricity and machinery? Russell laughed when he thought of something interesting. In the kingdom of God within the initial barrier, the god of steam and machinery always focused on Intis. He could foresee the beginning of a new era, an era based on electricity, and a new future beyond steam. Likewise, this is also a great progress for human civilization. It is an excellent help for him to digest the perfection potion in his body. It can even help him go one step further. At least it will no longer be an imperfect sequence 0. That night, the god of steam and machinery sent down an oracle, asking the current pope of the Church of Steam to actively cooperate with Russell's actions. On the other side, the kingdom of the goddess of night, which originally belonged only to the night, is now half occupied by dusk. Dusk and night echo from a distance and get along very harmoniously. The goddess of the night's eyes fell on Backlund, a female figure who prayed to herself devoutly. This is a time traveler who does not belong to this era, and he happens to be from the same country as her. Chapter 702 The True Meaning of the Era of Stars. The most coincidental thing is that he knew the other person in the original era. He was a colleague, and could also be regarded as a friend. Such a coincidence made him choose to pay attention silently, and guide her to join the Church of the Night Goddess through certain dreams, making her his favorite. Excessive attention is sometimes not a good thing. The voice of the Earth Mother came. After his own kingdom of God was destroyed, he moved to the kingdom of the Night Goddess to seek refuge. You don't understand what the word hometown means to us. I really want to go shopping in the era you lived in. The goddess of the night, wearing a complicated black dress, smiled gently and said, "You will be disappointed, because it was not a perfect era. There are also wars there. various class conflicts, and irreconcilable contradictions. The people living at the bottom are not much better than the poor in this era. Of course, in terms of materials, our era is relatively rich, with more choices and a higher level of civilization. Whether it is man or God, everything in the past will always beautify after loss. The goddess of the night talked about things of that era, while the goddess of the earth listened quietly. Finally, the earth mother goddess whispered, "You want to go down and have a look too, right?" He knows the goddess of the night very well, and knows all her subtle changes in mood. The stars, Will, and Russell have never left the real world. Maybe you should go down and take a look. The goddess of the night said seriously, "Perhaps we ourselves are the strongest and unbreakable anchor of faith." The age of stars. The earth mother goddess fell into deep thought. This is the true meaning of the age of stars. Maybe. The earth mother goddess did not refute. But she also had no idea of coming to the real world. The goddess of night glanced at the starry sky that was still as bright as ever outside the initial barrier, and she made a decision in her heart. The Church of Radiance, the Wailing Abyss, the Ancient God Research Society, the Hunters Guild, the Tsuchi Society, the Lost Kingdom, the Order of Cthulhu. Russell looked at the various newly born secret organizations in the latest intelligence news and was surprised. It has only been a few years since we entered the Age of Stars, but so many secret organizations have developed in the dark, and the existence behind each secret organization is mysterious and difficult to detect. Some secret organizations openly build churches in various places, recruit believers, and spread their beliefs. The Glorious Church, the Hunter Guild, and the Tsuchi Society are among them. The Church of Glory believes in a God who represents light and the future. It has a strong hostility to darkness. It has a large number of believers as soon as it appears. Many of them are believers of the Eternal Sun and are currently in a hostile relationship with the Church of the Eternal Sun. Hunter Guild, a secret organization that first appeared in the Fasak Empire. Its purpose is to create a comfortable hunting paradise for all extraordinaries who are eager to hunt. The guild often offers various bounty tasks with rich rewards, one of which is an assassination task. Roger Gustav, the Consul of Intis, has a bounty of 20 million firkin. Compared to the Hunter Guild, it is more like an assassin organization. Tsu Chi, a secret organization that appears inexplicably in slums all over the country. It provides spiritual and physical comfort to the poor and suffering poor, actively performs charity, and helps more poor people. It is a secret organization that is widely praised in slum areas. Currently, I have not heard of any evil or depraved behavior in this organization. There are also secret organizations hidden in the depths of darkness. Only those who set foot in the dark world are qualified to know their existence. Howling Abyss, Ancient God Research Society, Lost Kingdom are such representatives. What interests Russell more is the secret organization called the Order of Cthulhu. In his hundreds of years of experience, he has never heard of myths and legends about Cthulhu in this era. Cthulhu. This term should be unique to their era, because in their era, the secret organization composed of Cthulhu believers was called the Cthulhu Order. The ultimate goal of this Cthulhu Order is to welcome the returning Cthulhu. They believe that the great Cthulhu sleeps in the city of Raya under the sea. When the stars come to the right position, the great Cthulhu will wake up from the city of Raya under the sea. Russell didn't believe this was a coincidence. The person behind this secret organization definitely knew the events of their time. Perhaps he extracted relevant memories from the minds of the time travelers. If I remember correctly, Cthulhu and Hastur are great enemies. It is really interesting that such an organization suddenly appears in today's era of stars. Russell chuckled. He was not the one who should be troubled anyway. He believed that the stars would focus on the Cthulhu Order sooner than he did. After reading the information, Russell set his sights on the bounty mission. You are so brave to assassinate Roger Gustav. Just wanting to take my life for 20 million firkin would be too small for me. Russell thought for a while, and felt that he should send people to infiltrate the secret organizations that have appeared on the surface to explore the specific situation of these organizations. 5 days later, when Russell left the capital Trier to inspect a territory, he was suddenly assassinated. Although the assassination failed, Russell was really angry for several days. After an investigation, it was discovered that the assassin was from the Hunter Guild of the Fasak Empire. He had accepted the bounty mission and came specifically to assassinate him. Oh great, supreme, loving Father worthy of all glory. Your kindness is worthy of the loyalty of all living beings, and your beauty is enough to guide all believers along the path of light. Backland, dock area. A majestic church quietly appeared in the slums. In the prayer hall, All believers followed the priest here to pray devoutly. Amidst the voices of fatherly faith, the statue of the god in the prayer hall, as warm as a loving father, was glowing slightly, and gradually condensed into a huge and bloated illusory figure without anyone noticing. He sat cross-legged behind the statue, looking down at the believers below in a condescending manner. His eyes were so kind and kind. When the voice of prayer was at its loudest, the huge and bloated illusory figure opened its mouth and exhaled bursts of light green light, spreading out like layers of waves, evenly covering all the believers, and continuously sucking it out from their bodies. Disease, misfortune, hunger, weakness, and a series of negative effects. The great Father is saving us. Praise the great and loving Father. The sound of prayers grew louder and louder like a wave. After about 10 minutes, the praying believers put away their excitement and piety, and left the place with a light face and a relaxed pace. When the prayer hall fell silent, a magical wishing lamp emitting golden light suddenly descended in front of the statue. With such a huge momentum, aren't you afraid of causing other beings to target you? The Jinn god chuckled and said, what if they label you as an evil god and siege you? How long can your clone last? I have not harmed any living beings. An ancient voice came from the statue. They believe in me, and I take away all kinds of unnecessary negative things from them. Although this is my food. And so we were saved. It was a mutually beneficial transaction. The stars will not stop me from preaching. The Jinn god nodded. That's true. So compared to the superstar lord, the decline king, and the glory hunter, you currently have the most believers. Oh, have you gone to see them? The superstar master separated from the mother tree of desire and founded the Church of Light, which is now attracting believers from the eternal blazing sun. The decline king founded the lost kingdom, aiming to find the lost secrets of this world. However, he usually does not appear very often. He prefers to stay in the land abandoned by the gods, and is busy studying how to break through the seal of the Lord of Mysteries. The Radiant Hunter had a lot of fun. He created a Hunters Guild in the Fuzak Empire. In the manner of a bounty hunter, anyone can go to the Hunters Guild to post bounty tasks, turning the entire union into an Assassin's Guild. The Jinn god introduced in detail the latest situation of the Superstar Masters. These times are really lively. Perhaps this is the true meaning of the Age of Stars. For this sentence, Origin Father God also feels the same way. This world is quietly and silently brewing the final madness. Aren't you considering starting a church? I don't have that interest. The Jinn god curled his lips. He didn't have that interest in meeting the needs of believers. Gone. The Jinn dispersed along with a golden light. Chapter 703 The Cthulhu Order. At the same time in the Church of the Stars, Mrs. Pope Lisa heard the oracle again. The Order of Cthulhu. What kind of organization is it that deserves a special oracle from the gods? Mrs. Lisa just thought about it in her heart for a moment, and then went to faithfully carry out the oracle. That night, a piece of information about the Cthulhu Order was delivered to her desk, in a room illuminated only by the light of the starry sky. Mrs. Lisa was bathed in the starlight, and quietly flipped through only 3 pages of information about the Order of Cthulhu. The information mentions that the Order of Cthulhu was first discovered near the island of Sonia. At first, it was a merchant ship that was sailing there. Due to the storm, it deviated its direction and accidentally came to an island that had not yet been discovered and developed. On this island live a group of aboriginal tribes who have obviously not been in contact with civilized society. They speak words that do not belong to any known language system. They are cruel by nature. There were originally 23 crew members on the merchant ship, but when they encountered the Aborigines on the first day, they were killed and only 3 were left. One of them was the captain. One was the first mate, and the other was a man with a complexion. A pale, usually talkative young man. Although the crew members had weapons such as pistols, the indigenous people seemed to have some extraordinary ability to interfere with their mental state of mind, making it difficult for their weapons to be as effective as they should be. After being imprisoned for 4 or 5 days, on a full moon night with calm tides, the Aborigines held a grand sacrifice, with more than 200 Aborigines participating. What they worshipped was a clay statue. At first glance, it looked like a life form that combined various characteristics of an octopus, a bat, and a human. The body looked like a gelatinous substance covered with scales, with giant claws and a pair of broken bones behind it. Little tattered wings that have not yet formed. The poor first mate was unfortunately chosen as a sacrifice, and his head was chopped off by an aborigine armed with a stone machete. The blood looked particularly poignant under the moonlight. After offering human sacrifices, More than 200 aborigines divided into two circles, the inner and outer circles, and began to call and pray around the bonfire and statue. The language they shouted could not be heard clearly because it was not in any existing language. If forced transliteration was required, Cthulhu and Ruaya were two closely related words that they often mentioned. At the end of the sacrifice, the captain who was tied to the wooden frame was also used as a sacrifice to the gods believed by the aborigines. At this critical moment, the pale young man, who was also tied to the wooden frame and in a daze, suddenly seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit. He swayed his body crazily, and finally broke through the shackles of the rattan bars on his body and became mad. He rushed towards the mysterious statue enshrined in the center of the altar. When he held the statue high in the moonlight, all the surrounding aborigines seemed to be frightened and fell to their knees on the ground. Their trembling bodies and vague words seemed to be communicating with some ancient existence, hoping that great being should not be angry with them because of such changes. The captain seized this opportunity and kicked down the aborigine who was preparing to execute him. With the help of a bonfire, he endured the severe pain and burned away the vines wrapped around his hands, thus regaining his freedom. When he completed this series of actions, the aboriginal executioner kept prostrate on the ground, his face full of panic and fear, and he did not dare to make any other movements. Although the captain felt strange when he saw the scene, he didn't think too much. He came to the young man, who was still holding the statue high, and told him to follow him and leave the island. The young man did not speak, but held the statue tightly with both hands and placed it next to his right ear, as if he was listening carefully to something, and made weird giggles from time to time. The captain had no choice but to hold the young man's shoulder with one hand and forcefully pull him away, while the aborigines still knelt on the ground and allowed them to leave freely. Arriving at the beach, he drove the aboriginal fishing boat and quickly moved away from the island. After leaving the island for some distance, the captain glanced at the island and seemed to see a huge and bloated life form entrenched on the island, its body hidden in the sea and layers of mist. Cthulhu. The young man who had always been stupid and crazy suddenly spoke. His right index finger pointed to the depths of the sea, and in a voice similar to the roar of a beast, he shouted another word. Ruaya. This is the earliest record about Cthulhu and Ruaya. As for the final captain and the young man who left with the mysterious statue, there is no mention of the follow-up and ending in the intelligence. After reading it, Mrs. Lisa read the story again, trying to find something, but in the end, she found nothing. Today's Cthulhu Order has gradually become known to the outside world because it has begun to frequent coastal areas. The believers of the Cthulhu Order do not shy away from their beliefs. What they believe in is the great being named Cthulhu. As for Ruaya, it is the undersea city where Cthulhu sleeps. It is said that if a person is lucky enough to enter the city of Ruaya under the sea, he will gain endless wealth and rights. But the believers of the Cthulhu Order do not believe in this great existence for this reason. Their biggest goal is to welcome the awakening of Cthulhu. As for why they wanted to welcome Cthulhu's awakening, and what the purpose of doing so was, the intelligence did not mention it in detail. It only said that all the ultimate secrets pursued by the Cthulhu Order may be hidden in a book called I Inside the Book of Bon. In addition to these sources, the influence of the Order of Cthulhu is also mentioned. It is said that the great being Cthulhu will have some kind of overlapping connection with specific groups of people through induction. In dreams, he will invite spiritual callers to visit the underwater holy city of Ruaya, or stimulate those spiritual callers to re-examine the world from different perspectives, and may teach some taboo knowledge that does not belong to this world and should be heard. But when the dream ends, the spiritual callers will forget the memory of the dream, and some lucky people can barely remember some fragments of the dream. But without exception, they all became crazy, because this was not a world they should have access to. It was beyond the knowledge they could understand, and it tore their spiritual world into pieces. But there are also rumors that they will gain wisdom and understanding beyond ordinary people, and they will easily become painters, artists and other special talents with rich imagination. Half a month ago, a very special architectural painting appeared in Pulitzer Harbor. It was an ancient ruin from the depths of the sea. Unfortunately, the ancient undersea ruins in the painting are only the tip of the iceberg of the overall building, and cannot give people a full glimpse of the true appearance of the undersea temple. There was also a mysterious incident surrounding that painting. When the painting appeared in front of everyone at the exhibition, everyone who saw the painting dreamed of a mysterious sea ruins that night. But when they woke up, when I arrived, I could only vaguely remember that I had gone to the depths of the sea and saw an ancient mysterious ruins. There were different opinions on the specific appearance of the ruins, and it was impossible to piece together a complete underwater holy city from the fragmented descriptions. After that, pictures of dilapidated scenes of the underwater holy city appeared on the market, affecting more people. Before the second round of dreams began to erupt, the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Night Goddess joined forces to take away all the undersea scrolls that would emit influence, and controlled all the people who came into contact with the undersea holy city who claimed to have seen it in their dreams. At this point, this underwater dream incident comes to an end. This is also the first incident where the Church of the Stars comes into contact with Cthulhu and the holy city of Raya. In the days that followed, a mysterious organization called the Order of Cthulhu began to gradually appear in the sights of major organizations, apart from promoting its own doctrines and developing believers. It did not make any other moves. As for the Book of Evan, it seems that the Cthulhu Order has been looking for it. Chapter 704. 50 nautical miles east of Inmat Port, several small islands are like eyes embedded in the sea. As night falls, the waves crash against the rocks on the shore, layer by layer, as if they are going to knock the entire island away. After a while, heavy rain fell from the thick clouds with great force, making small holes in the bunker. A single-story wooden hut among a few coconut trees in the sandpit quietly allowed itself to be washed away by the heavy rain. In the thick darkness, the dim light seeping out from the wooden house windows flickered, with the possibility of extinguishing at any time. A middle-aged man, with the vicissitudes of life, hunched over his once strong body, sat at a table with an oil lamp. Standing directly in front of him was a man in black robes with 2 scars on the corner of his right eye. Like 2 scars, a trace etched by the storm. Mr. Captain, do you think that no one will find you hiding on this uninhabited island? As long as you still carry that secret, there will always be people who follow the scent it emits. That is a taboo secret that cannot be told. You, me, and everyone should not explore its entire appearance just for the so-called curiosity. The vicissitudes of the middle-aged man grabbed his head with both hands, showing an expression of unbearable pain. But you survived. This proves that the so-called forbidden secret will not kill everyone. He may have some kindness to the world, so that the world can go to the palace where he sleeps and receive his gifts. I survived. Ha. Am I still alive? The middle-aged man murmured. I have long hoped to sleep underground to gain eternal peace. As long as you tell me the secret I want to know, I will give you eternal peace and let you no longer be afraid of all kinds of nonsense. After a long time, the middle-aged man whispered, What exactly do you want to know? After you and the insane young man left the island, where did the mysterious clay statue go? It has been lost in the depths of the sea. You're lying. The man in black's eyes were intense, and he seemed to have some extraordinary ability to distinguish truth from lies. It has been carried by the young man into the depths of the sea. Which area of sea is it specifically in? Southwest of Sunia Island, about 200 nautical miles away. Why did that young man suddenly jump into the sea with that statue? He seemed to have been manipulated or called by some kind of thing, causing him to suddenly laugh maniacally. And then, like crazy, he jumped from the boat into the sea with the indescribable statue. And then he never came out again. The man in black pondered for a while. When the young man jumped into the sea, what happened to the surrounding sea? No. You're lying again. The man in black sneered. It seems you need to learn to be honest first. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a scream and collapsed on the seat, as if his spirit was being violently whipped. You have one more chance to answer. The middle-aged man took several deep breaths before he managed to speak. A huge black whirlpool appeared in the sea, completely engulfing his figure. Anything else? There is a blue mist filling the surrounding sea, rendering the entire sea into a blue paradise. There must be other changes. The man in black became excited. I seem to see an ancient mysterious ruin hidden in the deepest part of the huge whirlpool. But before I could take a closer look, the huge whirlpool swept away the blue mist and the possible underwater ruins, and everything returned to normal. You must have heard something else, right? Facing this inquiry, the middle-aged man trembled all over and clutched his arms tightly with both hands, as if he was enduring great fear. He was indifferent even when his fingers cut open the muscles of his arms, and bright red blood flowed out. Finally, his lips moved silently, and his eyes widened due to fear. It is he who is calling me. Calling us. R'lyeh. Cthulhu. R'lyeh. Cthulhu. The middle-aged man repeated it twice in a row, and then his whole body seemed to have been drained of all his strength. His face was pale, and he was slumped against the seat, motionless, as if he had been dead for a long time. The undersea holy city of Rai really exists. It is there. He is there. The man in black could not control his joy and excitement. He clenched and released his hands. After repeating this several times, only then did he gradually regain his previous calmness. He first bowed to the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Mr. Captain, I would like to thank you for telling the secrets of the past frankly. You are a lucky person who has the honor to witness the miracle. You will also be forever lucky, because after tonight you will no longer have any worries and fears, and you will be completely at peace. I will keep this secret for you forever." He slowly stood up straight, and then with a condescending attitude, a smile appeared in his eyes. "Okay, Mr. Captain, it's time for you to completely sink into the depths of the sea with your ship. What you up to?" Secrets always give off an alluring aroma, attracting a good hunter to pursue them. The best way to end this chase is to let the secret disappear completely. The man in black explained patiently. "You won't feel any pain. Maybe for just a short moment. Well, I promise. It's only for that moment. You know, I've always known myself very accurately." The middle-aged man just looked at him without speaking. After a long time, he nodded and said tiredly, "I hope you can really let me find eternal peace. I promise." When the man in black finished speaking these words, a bright light seemed to flash across the middle-aged man's throat, which was a transparent silk thread wrapped around his wrist. At this moment, the silk thread was dripping with bright blood, and under the dim light, the entire silk thread shone particularly brightly. "Mr. Captain, I think I have fulfilled my promise. May you find eternal peace and no longer be afraid of carrying secrets." The man in black bowed again to the middle-aged man's body, and then prepared to leave. When he came to the door, he stopped and said to himself, "Mr. Captain, should I erect a tombstone for you? Woolen cloth? Forget it. That will only cause you permanent noise. That's it. A person sleeping quietly on an unknown desert island." The man in black left in the heavy rain. He seemed to have a mission that he had to complete despite the heavy rain. But when he came to the coast, the docked ship had been hit by the huge waves and hit the rocks. It was smashed into pieces and could not be put back together. "It seems I need to disturb Mr. Captain one more night. I hope he won't wake up from his slumber." The man in black returned along the original path. When he stepped into the small wooden house with the oil lamp lit again, he stood there blankly, because he saw that the captain, who was supposed to be dead, was sitting next to the oil lamp intact, enjoying a bowl of steaming, milky white fish soup as if nothing had happened. "Oh, sir, you really don't keep your word." The middle-aged man put down the bowl of fish soup and sighed. "You said you would give me eternal peace, and I chose to believe you. But you still disturbed me again. My deep sleep." The man in black couldn't say a word. He was very sure that at that moment, the silk thread in his hand had definitely cut the throat of the person in front of him. There is absolutely no way a normal person is still alive. Breaking a promise will cost you accordingly. The middle-aged man had a kind smile on his face. The next moment, his neck suddenly stretched out, and at his throat, where the silk thread had originally cut it, strips of red and greasy tentacles stretched out from it like blood vessels. He tied up the man in black, pulled his neck back, opened his mouth, and ate it cleanly from top to bottom, bite after bite. Soon, there was a sound of chewing and a slight swallowing sound in the cabin. When the storm and heavy rain drifted into the wooden house from the window, under the dim light, the middle-aged man once again picked up the bowl of steaming fish soup and tasted it slowly. Chapter 705. Our Cthulhu in the Sea. May your name be magnified. May your kingdom come. May your will be done in Laya as in Aiche and Reth. The roaring waves are still washing against the rocks standing silently, and the sound seemed to be devout prayers from ancient times, breaking through everything that makes noise, and clearly spreading from the center of the island. In the center of the island, a group of believers wearing clay masks were worshipping a clay statue placed on a boulder. They are calling Cthulhu, the great existence they believe in, and they are praying that the journey to the undersea holy city of Raya can be opened earlier. Then, push the stone door where the great being Cthulhu sleeps. At that time, Cthulhu will wake up from his slumber and dominate the world again. The starry sky tonight is still bright, and the misty starlight falls evenly on every believer. The clay statue that was originally receiving worship and prayer exploded in the eyes of the believers in astonishment and fear, leaving not even a single intact fragment. This scene scared the believers who were holding sacrifices, and they knelt down to worship and beg the gods for forgiveness. Everything was quiet. The gift did not come, and the punishment did not come. As if nothing had happened. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur just watched this scene quietly. He had long seen the existence of the Cthulhu Order, but he just let Mrs. Lisa take care of it. He didn't care much about what the Order wanted to do. What? Tonight, he just glanced over and looked at the clay statue that collapsed. But he became interested. This proves that the great being believed in by the Cthulhu Order can already emit a weak consciousness. After noticing his gaze, he decisively chose to self-destruct to avoid attracting his own subsequent exploration. Asta, the Great Old One. Could it be you? Hastur whispered and turned his gaze to the stars. Since the last separation in the stars, he has not noticed any trace of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, in the stars, nor has he even sensed a breath. The Black Devourer, who was being conceived, suddenly disappeared without a trace, and disappeared directly from the starry sky. This is the real reason why Hastur did not let the Black Devourer come to attend the meeting of the stars. With the current emergence of the Cthulhu Order, the great being behind the scenes most likely wants to promote the concepts of the Old Ones and the outer gods to all living beings. When you know them, they will know you. If it is simply mentioned unconsciously, it will not have any effect. For example, the name Hastur. Most people will simply think that it is a very ordinary name, will not have too many associations, and will not connect this name with the Old One Hastur, because they still don't understand what the Old Ones are, and they don't know what Hastur represents. So it won't be a big deal. But if people clearly know that the name Hastur refers to Hastur, the ruler of the old days, then there will be a corresponding connection between the two. Simply put, the clearer the relevant concepts, the easier it is to be influenced. The Order of Cthulhu may have been born because of this. In this regard, Hastur just allowed things to evolve towards the future and had no intention of forcibly intervening. Now, he is like a god overlooking the world. The longer he looks at this world, the more he loses interest in intervening. When I was a child, I liked to squat down, pick up a wooden stick, and play with the weak ants that liked to move around. When I grew up, I no longer had the interest to play with these tiny creatures that could blow away a group of them in one breath. Of course, if one day the ants formed a complex, diverse and innovative pattern wherever he saw it, he might stop and watch it for a while. Then, think about whether you want to destroy the pattern or let it continue to exist. His position has gradually returned to the neutral and lawful position, which is where the stars should be. Hastur withdrew his gaze and continued to silently light up the dim stars in the starry sky in front of him. This is a process that is so long that we don't know when we will reach the end. Still, not every star has an alien god who once resided there. It doesn't take much effort to light up these ordinary stars. After finishing all this, Hastur returned to a suburban manor in the southern continent. After walking out of the room, Susie was turning on the light in the study, seriously thinking about the knowledge in the book. The electric light worth mentioning is the latest technological invention from the Republic of Intis. Simple batteries and electric lights are not difficult for travelers from modern civilization. When Intis was just emerging, Hastur got a set and slightly modified it, replacing all the lighting systems in the manor with electric drives. In fact, he has a simpler way, which is to use solar energy to provide energy for the lighting system in the manor. For him, who has partial power over the sun, converting solar energy into electrical energy can be easily solved with just a small spell. However, this idea was opposed by Audrey, saying that she should try not to use extraordinary abilities to interfere with real life. Otherwise it would lack a sense of ritual and reality. Asta did not disturb Susie, who was reading seriously, and came to Audrey's room. At this moment, Audrey was sitting at the table in front of the window, seemingly writing something. Are you worried about anything again? Hastur came up behind Audrey. I did encounter something recently, but I'm not sure of the specific cause yet. Audrey frowned slightly, but Asta just stood quietly behind Audrey and did not offer to help her solve the problem. The Tarot Club was Audrey's business and her world. Without her permission, he did not want his will to interfere with the normal operation of her world. Recently, there seemed to be many organizations targeting Tarot Club members. They have very strong purposes. Audrey seemed to be talking to herself. The members of those organizations seemed to believe in a person named Tianzuan. Mysterious existence. Tianzuan? Just based on this title, Hastur reminds me of the Lord of Mysteries, the blessed Xian Wang Tianzuan. It should be that the Lord of Mysteries awakened part of his consciousness and began to actively intervene in the real world. He wanted to shake the anchor of Klein's faith by solving Klein's followers, so that he could take a dominant position in this battle. In the past, Hastur would give Audrey a few reminders, but now, he just quietly allowed the situation to develop. Even if the Lord of Mysteries gathers a large number of believers as a deity, and even if he gains the upper hand in the fight with Klein, he still has the ability to help Klein suppress the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries. There are still too few members in the Tarot Society. We need to recruit some new members. Audrey seemed to have made some kind of decision. Hastur gently stroked Audrey's smooth and silky hair, gathering the scattered strands of hair again. Mr. Hastur, has Miss Sharon not come back yet? She, like you, also wants to embark on a journey of her own. The doting words made Audrey feel relieved. She held Asta's palm with her backhand and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Asta has not finished the fried big spider dish tonight. Susie said it would take care of it." "Really? I'll ask Susie. It's reading a book carefully, and we shouldn't disturb it." Audrey wanted to say something else, but Asta picked her up and said, "It's late at night. It's time to rest." In the Republic of Intis, in a luxurious villa in the East District, Miss Frank, who has been illuminated by electric lights, is writing a letter to a pen pal far away. Just 2 days ago, her Muggle pen pal wrote her a letter, in which she mentioned that she had joined the Church of the Stars and officially became a follower of the stars. "Dear Muggle, thank you for sharing this great joy with me in the first place. I also have the same joy to give you in return. I have also joined the Moss Trappist Order and met the Queen of Stars, who is famous in the sea. I heard that there is a special creature called a messenger, which can be used to deliver letters, just like the owl in the Magic Academy." Miss Frank enthusiastically wrote about her experiences and gains during this period. Chapter 706 Muggle Aurora Lee. After paying the expensive fee, the written letters can be delivered to every recipient accurately through the developed postal lines of the Republic of Intis. Even in remote mountain villages, there will be 1 or 2 postmen responsible for delivering letters to several nearby villages. It was already a week later when Aurora Lee received the letter from Trier. In a quiet small village, the orange-red roofs were wrapped in the diffuse night. A figure sat in the center, hugging his knees and looking at the stars quietly. This is an unusually beautiful woman with long, thick blonde hair, light blue eyes, and bright facial features. At this time, she looked intently at the sky, looking at the flickering bits of brilliance, her expression as quiet as a statue. The starry sky is always so desirable, no matter in the past or now. It always looks at everything on this land from a perspective that overlooks everything. Therefore, she likes the starry sky and the faith of the stars. And she also wishes to join the Church of the Stars, even though it was just a branch church of the Church of the Stars in a town. She thought it was pretty good. Starry sky. Which star will the Earth be next to? Can the stars guide the way for those who are lost and confused in their hometown? Yes. He is so kind. He will love his believers, and will definitely protect me when I return to my hometown. After Aurora Lee whispered a few words and praised the stars, her confused eyes gradually solidified. She is naturally not a native of this world, and even the name Aurora Lee was given to herself by her. She was originally born as Roche Louise Sanson. Originally, she wanted to accept this new identity and adapt to the world. But she didn't expect that her family members were all followers of the evil god. She could only find an opportunity to escape and change her name to Aurora Lee, currently living as famous writers of Novel Weekly. Many of these time travelers, who do not belong to this era, choose to earn their first pot of gold by writing novels. There was no way. Other simpler ways to make money had been taken away by Russell, a senior time traveler, leaving them with only a few choices. Although writing novels is not the mainstream nowadays, you can still make ends meet. At least for now. Aurora! Aurora! Calls came from the stairs behind me one after another. Aurora didn't turn to look back, but simply said, "Call me sister." "Okay." Aurora. The person who came was about 17 or 18 years old, with a tall body, slender limbs, short black hair, and a pair of light blue eyes. "Aurora, why are you here looking at the stars every day? Haven't you seen enough?" While the visitor was talking, he was sitting next to Aurora. "Lumion, you don't understand what the starry sky means to me, let alone what is in the starry sky." Aurora sighed. Her expression turned dark and she said, "A philosopher once said that there are only 2 things worthy of awe in this world. One is the morality in the heart, and the other is the starry sky above our heads." The man named Lumion smiled deliberately and said, "I can answer this question. It was said by Emperor Russell." Aurora laughed. "Isn't it right? When you hear a very philosophical and high-level words, you can be sure that they were all words said by Emperor Russell," Lumion said with certainty. Aurora became a little more interested. "What do you think of Emperor Russell?" I've never met him. Maybe all the legends about him that have been passed down to later generations are fabricated. Lumion sighed and said, Aurora, you are just too naive. Call sister. Aurora raised her slender fingers and tapped Lumion on the head. A smile appeared on Lumion's face, and he nodded heavily. I will. Aurora. Aurora laughed and shook her head. She ignored Lumion beside her and continued to look up at the stars. I met 3 strangers tonight, and they were quite generous. Stranger? Seeing that Aurora seemed to be interested in this matter, Lumion described tonight's little episode in detail and added details. You shouldn't mess with the priest casually, but I hate him when I see him. Before Lumion could finish speaking, Aurora stood up. Okay. It's time to go to bed. My disobedient brother. While speaking, Aurora tossed it casually, scattering some silver dust. And then she flew up like a bird, slowly flying down from the roof, and turned to the window on the 2nd floor. Aurora. What about me? Climb down by yourself. Aurora's nonchalant voice came from the room lit by candlelight. Lumion sighed. One day, I will also master this extraordinary power. He liked the words of Emperor Russell very much. People always have to dream. What if it comes true? At night, Lumion had another dream. About the gray fog that never dissipated. The increasingly frequent dreams gave him a premonition that something big might happen in the near future. Although he couldn't even figure out what the dreams represented. Maybe I should get you a real hypnotist to find out what's causing this. After learning that Lumion had that dream again, Aurora had a thoughtful look on her face. Are you looking for help from your pen pal again? Why do you care so much? Why don't you think about how to solve your own problems first? I can't think of it, Lumion muttered. If I can master extraordinary power, can I find out what the dream represents? Lumion's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. No. Your most important task now is to read and study, and prepare for the unified examination of colleges and universities in June. Lumion wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Aurora. After washing up, the two of them finished breakfast, and Aurora returned to her study. She thought about it for a while, and then started to write a letter to her pen pal. Dear Owl, I have received your sincere invitation. I think I should also go to the metropolis to see the market. Otherwise, I will be eliminated by the time sooner or later. Before I go to Trier, I need to ask for your help. Do you know a real hypnotist? You know, I once took in a street boy and treated him as my younger brother. He has been having the same dream frequently recently. I am deeply worried about my inability to analyze and decipher the content of the dream and the enlightenment it seeks to bring. I think you must know many people in Trier, the most dazzling capital of Intis, who are capable of solving the troubles in my heart. After Aurora finished writing the letter, she put it in the drawer and waited for the postman to come to the village before sending the letter. The postman only came once a week on Wednesdays. It's a long way to send a letter from here to Trier, and the stamps are incredibly expensive. Fortunately, every time she delivers a letter, she chooses the pay-on-delivery method, letting her pen pal Al pay for it. After all, her wealth is not rich at all, and she has to support a growing younger brother, so she is really struggling financially. Boom, boom, boom. Aurora, Aurora. Lumion's knocking and shouting sounded outside the door. Aurora put away her things before opening the door and going out. What happened again? Or did you get into trouble again? Lumion's face fell. Aurora, am I so unreliable in your eyes? When did you ever let me worry? Aurora stared at Lumion. Lumion, who felt guilty, looked away and said, I'm just here to ask you what you want to eat at noon. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Aurora replied casually. Okay, Aurora. I think my cooking skills are much improved than before. While talking, Lumion glanced at the study inadvertently before leaving to prepare lunch. Chapter 7072 Curly Baboon Research Society. Hypnotist? Miss Frank frowned after reading the contents of the letter. Although the curly-haired Baboon Research Association she led has developed rapidly over the years, a Sequence 6 hypnotist has not been born because few time travelers choose to take the audience path. Moreover, the Curly Baboon Research Society also lacks high-sequence audience potion recipes. Even though she is one of the founders, she only knows that audience path Sequence 5 is a dream walker. But she knows nothing about the magic potion formula or extraordinary materials. I believe that the innocent young man and Wuxianka have a better understanding of this aspect. It's almost time. Miss Frank stood up, looked at the clock on the wall, took down a black magic robe from the hanger, and then quietly left the room in the night. As the Curly Baboon Research Society grows, and many secret organizations focus on travelers from Intis. Trier is now a mixed bag, and one must be fully prepared for even a small gathering. After climbing over the garden wall, bypassing the street, and turning several turns, Miss Frank arrived at the place agreed upon at the beginning. As for the past manor gatherings, they have been targeted and cannot be used again for a short time. This was a basement covered by a hotel. When she arrived, the innocent girl, Dottie, Wuxianka, Shanren, and 2 other new members, who had passed the examination to join the Curly Baboon Research Association. As soon as Miss Frank sat down, Robert looked around the crowd, coughed slightly and said, "I just got the news recently that our Curly Baboon Research Society has a name conflict with another secret organization. They also use the Curly Baboon Research Society as their organization name. I'm currently in contact with one of their members, trying to get in touch with their president through that member, and then have a conversation. Before that, I would like to ask you, what attitude should we maintain towards another curly-haired baboon research society?" After Robert finished speaking, his eyes specifically stayed on Russell. After all, it was Russell who specifically proposed the name Curly Baboon Research Society. There is nothing to say. If they prefer the lawful good camp, then let them join us. If they prefer the chaotic evil camp, then dismantle their skeletons and spread their ashes. Russell said, very relaxed. Would this be too radical? Robert said in an unnatural tone. In the world of occultism, every name has its own specific symbol. Although the name Curly Baboon Research Society was chosen by me on a whim, not everyone can use the same level of secret organization name as me. Russell leaned back in his chair and curled his lips in disdain. But we don't have many members. If we provoke the other party and become defeated. Before Robert could finish his words, he was interrupted by Russell. If you really want to fight, you can leave it to me and Wuxianka. Are you okay? Russell raised an eyebrow and glanced at Claude. Okay. Claude nodded in agreement, which made Russell feel strange. But he didn't say anything. After discussing this matter, Robert mentioned some of the latest scientific research progress in the Republic of Intis, and then sat quietly in his seat. My Muggle pen pal recently wrote to me for help. She hopes that I can help her find a trustworthy hypnotist. Do you know anyone? Miss Frank asked her own question. There was silence. No one answered, and Frank's face darkened. Well, since no one knows, I will think of a solution myself. If your pen pal can come to Trier, I can help you with this, Russell said. Great. I'll write a letter to ask her to come to Trier as soon as possible, Miss Frank said with a happy smile. Hypnotist? I'm going to introduce you to a top psychiatrist. Russell chuckled in his heart. He was deeply impressed by Susie, the golden retriever dog next to Miss Audrey, and had even exchanged letters with her several times to deepen their understanding. With its ability to be promoted to Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, it shouldn't be difficult to solve a small dream. I just took this opportunity to invite it to come to Trier to play. I really missed the feeling of chatting with it. After a brief gathering, Robert walked quickly through the alley, then got into a carriage and left. Instead of going home directly, he first found another member of the Curly Baboon Research Society and got relevant information from him. Like the curly-haired baboon research group they belong to, another curly-haired baboon research group also calls each other by code names and does not reveal their real names. They usually communicate through letters, share knowledge and solve problems with each other. They have small gatherings regularly, and they also communicate by messenger. This Curly Baboon Research Association has a president and 2 vice presidents. The president's codename is Gandalf, and the number of vice presidents is unknown. He only knows that 2 of them are codenamed Gila and Apollo. As for the real names and the extraordinary paths they are on, they are still blank. It is said that only the guild leader Gandalf has the information of all the members. Robert once again asked the member to convey his desire to communicate with the guild leader Gandalf, and then returned to the small villa prepared for him by Roger Gustav. 2 days later, Robert waited for news from another curly-haired baboon research group. President Gandalf had no intention of communicating with him, nor did he talk about the conflict between the 2 curly-haired baboon research societies. He just asked the member to say that it was all fate. That's all. TSK. I've already treated you with courtesy first, and leave the rest to the innocent boy and Wuxianka. Robert knew that this was the other party's caution, but he was happy to take it easy. At the same time, there was a piece of detailed information on another curly-haired baboon research group on Russell's study table. The president, Gandalf, has an unknown sequence. He is suspected to be a research scholar with extraordinary wisdom and infinite enthusiasm for mysticism. Vice President Gila, who is of the Night Path, is suspected of being a Sequence 5 spirit witch, and is currently a bishop of the Church of the Night Goddess. Vice President Apollo, a Solar Path, is suspected to be a Sequence 5 priest of light. He is not a member of the Eternal Sun Church, and is suspected of joining the Church of Glory. Vice President Nemesis, a Judgment Pathway, is suspected to be a Sequence 5 Punishment Knight, and is currently active in the Kingdom of Phenibod. Vice President Icarus, whose path sequence is unknown, lives in seclusion, and doesn't know what he is searching for. Russell roughly read the information and secretly sighed. Although Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 were not much stronger than ants to him, it had only been 6 years since Klein released the Time Traveler and came to this world. Judging from the Time Travelers he has come into contact with, they basically start from scratch. Of course, it is not ruled out that there will be other extraordinary encounters when some Time Travelers arrive. But within 6 years, a secret organization whose core members were mainly Sequence 5 was established, which was already considered very fast. Miss Frank, codenamed Owl, is currently a Sequence 6 Requiem Master, and is already the fastest promoting person in their curly-haired baboon research society. That President Gandalf must have an unknown identity or an unusual life encounter. Should you go and find him yourself? Russell whispered, and finally gave up the idea and let the other party continue to hide it. Maybe there would be some surprises for him in the future. Leave it to that old fox Wushyanka to handle it. Russell chuckled. Although he has not found out the true identity of Cloudless Guest, he probably knows his origins. It's definitely the same as myself. The vest and trumpet of a certain big shot. Soon, Russell handed over to Claude the issue of another Curly Baboon Research Society. I always think it's better for us to be on the safe side. Robert was a little worried. According to what he knew, there might be a Sequence 4 demigod in another Curly Baboon Research Society. On their side, the fastest promoted Miss Frank is only Sequence 6. The overall strength gap between the two sides is really too big. Wuxiank, is it okay? Russell smiled and threw the question to Claude. Claude just nodded calmly, and didn't refuse anything. Looking forward to the day when we can sit down and communicate with President Gandalf. The smile on Russell's face was undisguised. I hope that both of us can live in harmony and move forward in this world together. Miss Frank is very optimistic about the future. Robert was silent, and finally sighed alone. He had no idea where their confidence came from. Especially the innocent boy and Wushyanka. Were they really not afraid at all? Chapter 708 The Fool Gradually Awakens. Everyone. I want to. While everyone was discussing, Dottie stood up silently. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Robert. Dottie, have you already thought about it? Robert could not hide his excitement. Daichi closed his eyes and sighed, nodding. That's great. I've always wanted to see what you would look like when you became a witch. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Robert realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly waved his hand to remedy it. I mean, you finally overcome your psychological fear and move towards the future, which is a good start. After so many years of hesitation, I finally made up my mind to be promoted, which is indeed quite exciting. Russell smiled inwardly, witnessing a majestic man being promoted to a Sequence 7 witch. TSK. That scene was absolutely beautiful. There is a saying, if you are not afraid of your brother driving a Land Rover, you are afraid of your brother wearing women's clothing? Dottie, have you really thought about it? Miss Frank asked with a worried look on her face. I have been thinking about it for so many years. If I don't move forward, I will never be able to keep up with the pace of our research association, and I will live in fear and incompetence for the rest of my life. A deep, helpless expression appeared on Dottie's face. Perhaps this can open the door to a new world for you, Russell said as calmly as possible. I hope so. To be promoted to a Sequence 7 witch, the most important thing is to have a stable mentality, a heart that is not afraid of worldly rumors, and a persevering will. If you can do it without caring about what the outside world thinks, then becoming a witch is a matter of course. Dottie just remained silent and finally sat in his seat, sighing heavily, accepting his fate. Above the gray fog, the bi-weekly tarot meeting was held again. After Mr. Fool fell asleep. Although the Tarot Club adopted a voting system, it was vaguely headed by Miss Justice. Generally speaking, no Tarot Club member would hold contrary opinions to the suggestion she made. Today, the billowing gray fog is a bit unusual. After saying H, low as usual, Audrey glanced at the gray fog world outside the long bronze table. Since Mr. Fool fell asleep, there has been no obvious change in the gray fog world. But today, The gray fog has changed from thick smoke to catkins, and the flow rate is much faster than before. And deep in the gray mist world, there seem to be roaring sounds of thunder. There is indeed something abnormal. Forsey, who personally went to the spirit world and observed the dynamics of the gray fog above the spirit world, said, "Perhaps this is a good sign. Mr. Fool may be about to wake up." Katla suggested a possible guess. "I have the same premonition." Alger looked at the empty seat of Mr. Fool with a pious and expectant expression. "Mr. Fool has never failed to live up to our expectations, and I believe it will be the same this time," Derek said in a mature and deep voice. "Last July, the ancestor Lilith once sent down an oracle, saying that the age of stars is also the age of awakening. Everything that has not truly fallen, and all existences that may be awakened, will appear in this era," Emlyn said with a solemn expression. "The age of stars." Zio's eyes subconsciously looked at Miss Audrey. In the past few years, the stars seemed to be busy with something, apart from occasionally responding to the call of believers. They had never sent down oracles. Although this is the era of the stars rarely really interfere with what happens in this era, and they seem to be indifferent to all future developments. Even if the Church of the Stars expanded crazily in his name, and secret organizations emerged in various places, tearing apart the isolation zone between the mysterious world and the real world, he did not issue an oracle to stop it. Today, most people are aware of the existence of extraordinary powers and mysterious worlds. The mysterious world and the real world gradually merge together, although they are originally one. When the members of the Tarot Society began to discuss, the catkin-like gray fog outside changed again. The gray fog is like seawater, pushing away layers of spreading ripples, as if driven by some kind of force. "Mr. Fool, Klein." Leonard looked at the place where the gray mist was undulating and whispered, "My friend, are you finally going to wake up and come back?" It wasn't until Klein fell into a deep sleep that he realized that his friend Tingen was actually the mysterious Mr. Fool. Over the years, he has tried to call Klein through the gold coin that Klein left him, but he has never received a response. But today, he could feel that the gold coin was emitting shimmer and heat in the real world, as if it was being baptized by some kind of power, and was about to undergo transformation. This means that Klein may be about to wake up. The gray fog outside lived up to the expectations of everyone in the Tarot Club. It began to roll and tear violently, like waves on the sea surging in all directions. When the gray mist fluctuated more and more intensely, a shallow light seemed to be drawn by some kind of force, and converged on the position that originally belonged to Mr. Fool. The light spot flickers on and off indefinitely, sometimes as big as a fist, sometimes as small as a sesame seed. Everyone in the Tarot Club came back to their senses and looked at the spot of light on Mr. Fool's position. Their eyes were full of anticipation. They tacitly suppressed the excitement in their hearts and did not speak, so as not to disturb this small change in front of them. In the end, the light spots failed to condense into a shadow. But everyone in the Tarot Club heard the voice from Mr. Fool for the first time in a long time. He is still sleeping, and this light spot is just a communication signal sent to the outside world when he wakes up. Long time no see. Everyone, whoever holds my gold coins will be accompanied by good luck. Be careful of Kinzuan followers. After the light spot conveyed 3 brief sentences, it dissipated in an instant, and the chaotic gray fog outside gradually returned to calm. The short words lit up the hope that had been waiting for many years. Audrey was silent for a long time, and then she took the lead and said with a smile, "Mr. Fool has begun to wake up from his slumber. This is the most worthy of celebration for the Tarot Society. This also indicates that the struggle between him and Tianzuan has reached a critical moment. Mr. Fool's special reminder this time must be because Tianzuan has made some big moves recently. We need to find out and destroy anyone and anything related to Tianzuan as soon as possible." As Audrey spoke, everyone in the Tarot Club gradually recovered from the joy of Mr. Fool's awakening. The followers of Tianzuan are the eternal enemies of our Tarot Society, and they will fight to the death. A sharp look flashed in Alger's eyes. With the defeat and shrinkage of the Church of Storms, the faith of the Church of Poseidon rapidly expanded along the coast, and it was vaguely 7 times as grand as the Church of Storms. A few years ago, various secret organizations suddenly had a group of betrayers. They seemed to be driven by some mysterious force. They defected from their original organizations at the same time, and then quickly gathered together in secret. Force's eyes flashed with wisdom. The betrayers mainly take the 3 extraordinary paths of diviners, apprentices, and thieves. It can be seen that they must be influenced by the power of Tianzuan and become disciples of Tianzuan. Our people have had several conflicts with them, but we still haven't been able to find out where their leader and core members are hiding. Zio added. In recent years, although the Tarot Club has not added new members who have come to Grey Mist to participate in the Tarot Club, for various needs, for peripheral groups have been established to recruit certain members to cope with many things. The Fool, Justice, the Hanged Man. These 22 tarot cards are the main cards in the tarot deck, which can also be called the big cards. Below these, there are 56 minor cards, also called the minor cards. The small cards are divided into 4 groups: wands, holy grails, gemstones, and pentacles. Each of the 4 groups represents a different direction. The wands deck represents action and creation. The holy cups deck represents relationships and emotions. The swords deck represents damage and thinking. The pentacles deck represents material things and enjoyment. Based on this point, the Tarot Club also assigned 4 groups to the leadership of Magician Forsey, Judgment Hugh, Justice Audrey, and Hangman Alger respectively. Chapter 709: The 6 Archangels under the Fool's Seat. There was some controversy at first about the leaders of the 4 groups of Wand, Holy Grail, Sword, and Pentacles. At that time, when everyone in the Tarot Club understood that the Tarot Club needed to expand its manpower, they set up 4 major groups at Audrey's suggestion. The original Holy Grail team wanted to be led by Star Leonard, but he refused, saying that he was used to living alone and wandering around the world, and was not suitable for the important position of management member. The Starcoin team initially wanted to hand over the responsibility to Derek the Sun, as they were interested in training his growth. But Derek also refused. He said that his giant brain was not as useful as a human brain, and he only wanted to deal with the residents of Silver City, leaving him no free time. In fact, Kadla, the Hermit, was extremely suitable for leading a group, but she stated from the very beginning that she had too many things to deal with, and was unable to be distracted. She is now the veritable second person in the Shanghai Kingdom. During the days when the Queen is preparing to seek promotion, she is responsible for supervising the Shanghai Kingdom, and she really has no time to take care of others. As for Emlyn the Moon, even though he had a lot of ideas and was looking forward to it, he was tacitly ignored by everyone in the Tarot Club. It is better than the scene in the future where a whole team of members accepted Emlyn's order and went to various major doll stores to queue up to buy dolls. Although this is ridiculous, it seems like something Emlyn would do, especially when there is a discount or when new products are launched. So after the final discussion, the Holy Grail team was handed over to Judgment Hugh, and the Pentacle team was handed over to Alger the Hanged Man. The gold coins mentioned by Mr. Fool should also be a key item to break the game in the future. This may be our next focus, Alger mentioned. Leonard sighed and said, "Let me be responsible for this matter. I have a gold coin given by Mr. Fool. This may be the meaning of the gold coin he gave me." Very good. Audrey, Forsey, Kadla and others approved of this arrangement. As the only current member of the Tarot Club who has received Mr. Fool's gold coins, Mr. Star is indeed the most suitable person to handle this matter. Alger spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Fool left a total of 5 gold coins, 2 of which are in the hands of the Mercurial Angel and the Death Angel under my throne. In the original Holy Book of Poseidon Church, it is described as follows. Our Lord calls himself the Fool. In the past, present and future, he is the great master who controls the spiritual world, and is also the yellow and black king who controls good luck. And it is the guideline for every living being to pursue eternity. Our Lord dwells above the real and spiritual worlds. His mercy is spread across heaven and earth. And there are 6 angels standing beside his seat. The Mercury Angel is the incarnation of destiny, the most favored angel of our Lord. The Angel of Death is the being who has followed our Lord the longest, and is the Archon of the underworld. The Angel of Redemption is the trumpet of our Lord, the bearer of his oracles. The Angel of Life is the crystallization of wisdom and the eternal spirituality in everyone. The Angel of Chastisement is the spear of our Lord, the executor of his wrath and will. The Angel of Time is the messenger who rings the bell of heaven and comes across the long river of time. The content in the Holy Bible is for the convenience of believers to preach to non-believers, so it is difficult to distinguish the authenticity of the inner information. Only they, the members of the Tarot Society, have a little understanding of the inside story. Mercury Angel Will Ossiton currently lives in Backland and is the founder of the School of Life. He has a very good personal relationship with Mr. Fool. During Mr. Fool's sleep, He responded to believers' prayers to him many times and greatly helped Alger stabilize the complex situation in the church. Mr. Isaac, the angel of death, is Mr. Fool's most trusted teacher. He is currently traveling across the continent, and his whereabouts are uncertain. After Mr. Fool fell asleep, he once came to Poseidon Church and met with Alger. He promised that if the church needed help, he could seek his help, but he would try not to disturb his peace on weekdays. The angel of redemption. He has multiple identities. Mr. World Gehrman Sparrow, the fool's favorite, and the fool's incarnation walking in the world. It is he who goes to the land abandoned by God and leads the residents of Silver City to the new world. When Mr. Fool fell into a deep sleep, Mr. World also fell into a deep sleep and has not yet woken up. The angel of life was an angel specially created by the residents of Silver City when they revised the Holy Code. At that time, the person who saved the residents of Silver City from the land abandoned by God and gave them new life was not only the incarnation of the fool, Gehrman Sparrow, but also an angel, Bernadette, Queen of the Star Sea Kingdom. To be precise, this angel of life does not belong to the fool, but is a believer and favored one of the stars. The angel of punishment is an angel who exists because of the Poseidon scepter. In the original world, Gehrman Sparrow held the Poseidon scepter and could exert almost godlike power on the sea. Later, the world fell into sleep, and the Poseidon scepter was passed down to Alger. In a sense, he is now the angel of punishment under the fool's seat. Ammon, the angel of time. This is an angel that exists because of a mistake. There should not have been such an angel, but he was born under various coincidences and errors. But now that Ammon has gone to the stars, as an opponent who once lost to the fool, it is not too outrageous to be placed under the fool. But under normal circumstances, Alger forbids church members to believe in this angel of time Ammon. The reason given is that Ammon, the angel of time, is extremely loyal to the Lord, except for ringing the bells of heaven day after day. Everything else does not matter. Don't care. Mr. Fool once gave one of them to his former messenger, Miss Rionette Tentacle, the former leader of the temperance lineage of the Rose School. Audrey added. She learned about this from Sharon. Currently, because Miss Rionette Tentacle has difficulty advancing to Sequence 1, she spends most of her time searching for various hidden histories in the spirit world, which can also be regarded as a way of traveling. Katla said as calmly as possible, there is also a gold coin in the possession of Roger Gustav, the current consul of the Republic of Intis. He is a pure-blood descendant of Emperor Russell. The news that Emperor Russell is still alive is still a secret, especially in this special period when time travelers who do not belong to this era are active. Once they know that Emperor Russell is still alive, God knows what will happen. Therefore, Katla directly assigned the ownership of the gold coin to Roger Gustav. I will try my best to get in touch with them. Leonard nodded. Now, it's time to fully target Tianzuan's followers. What the members of the Tarot Club did not expect was that this time the Tarot Club's actions against Tianzuan believers went particularly smoothly. I don't know who spread the news that the followers of Tianzuan are the followers of the Lord of Mysteries, and the entire mysterious world seems to have gone crazy. The Tarot Club was just the beginning, and other things were taken care of by many secret organizations. These include the Rose School, the Glorious Church, the Hunter Guild, the Tsuchi Society, the Lost Kingdom. This does not include organizations such as the Church of the Night Goddess, the Church of Steam, the Church of the Mother Earth, and the School of Life. The followers of Tianzuan are even more shouting and beating than the followers of the Aurora Society. The Tarot Society originally expected to take 1 month of operation, but it only took 5 days. On the surface, all the Tianzuan believers were basically wiped out. It can be said that this is a great victory. Later, the members of the Tarot Society realized how terrible the reputation of the Lord of Mysteries, the Lord of Mysteries, was. Even the outer god from the stars, the Old One, wishes he could sleep forever and never wake up again. For Tianzuan, this is naturally a very unfavorable situation. But for Mr. Fool, this is simply the best thing. But everyone in the Tarot Club still dared not slack off, and instead turned to darkness to eliminate Tianzuan's core believers or his favored ones one by one. According to the intelligence they have gathered, there are 1 or 2 responsible persons behind the Tianzuan believers. They may be the Tianzuan's followers, and one of them is a time traveler who does not belong to this era. Chapter 710, the 1.95 meter witch. When this wave of expelling Tianzuan believers reached the capital of the Republic of Intis, Russell was chatting with his daughter Bernadette. You have created the Starseed Kingdom. And the order of the kingdom is on the right track. The extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness are also complete. It is time to embark on the path of the Black Emperor. Russell showed a pleased look. The hidden sage has fallen. Perhaps walking to the end of the original path is the path I should take. Are you pitying your old father? Russell understood Bernadette's concerns. There can only be one Sequence 0 Black Emperor. If she ascends to the throne, then he, the incomplete Black Emperor, will have to step down. The best outcome is to stabilize the Sequence 2 angel level power. The worst outcome is that the moment Bernadette is promoted to the Black Emperor, he falls silently. Bernadette just said, today's situation is different from the past. This is an era of stars, and the danger is no longer as urgent as it used to be. Aren't you also one of the shining stars of this era? Seeing that Bernadette was still hesitating, Russell waved his hand and said, I have figured out how high the sequence is to be considered high. Although the Black Emperor is more vast to me, the Angel of Sequence 2 is to me. It's also a way to avoid unnecessary disputes and enjoy your old age. Bernadette remained silent and did not speak. There is another reason why I don't want you to continue to take the hermit path. Steam has a good relationship with me, and I don't want you to become a competitor with him. Russell sighed. The Heavenly Lord is waking up, and the dust is gathering in the west. The various sources of matter in the continent will eventually be unsealed, and a new and old day will be born. It will be safer for you to become the god of the son of chaos. He should have made some kind of deal with the stars. Bernadette did not make a clear statement. She only stayed in Intis for a few days, and then left. After sending his daughter away, Russell also began to actively target Tianzuan's followers. He hated the bastard Lord of Mysteries from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for him, people like myself and Klein would not be separated from the original era, and would be forced to leave their loved ones and live in such a chaotic and twisted world. Moreover, the thing he hates the most in his life is being treated as a chess piece for manipulation. In the process of eradicating Tianzuan's followers, Russell discovered that many members of another curly-haired baboon research society were followers of Tianzuan. Although their strength is generally around Sequence 6, they also reveal a message. Travelers who do not belong to this era will most likely have the backup plan that Tianzuan once arranged. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Tianzuan's followers to spread all at once. Maybe there might be followers of Tianzuan or even favored ones in the curly-haired baboon research group that he participated in. Russell's eyes were set on Claude, the mysterious and powerful man who seemed to be the incarnation of a big shot. His body satisfied all possibilities. About a week later, the Curly Baboon research meeting was secretly held again, still in the basement of that inn. Hey, why is it a little different from the King Kong Barbie I thought? Robert confided what Russell wanted to say in his heart. Dottie, who had been promoted to a witch, sat silently in his seat, letting the other members look at him. His original height of 2.3 meters has shrunk after becoming a woman. The shrunken meat and fat are evenly gathered on the chest and buttocks, making him truly bulging forward and backward, full of ultimate female allure. But this needs to be added with a prefix, 1.95 meters. A tall beauty who is taller than the average male. In their curly-haired baboon research group, Russell, Robert, Claude, etc., are all about 1.8 meters tall. At 1.95 meters, Dottie is already half a head taller than all the members. Miss Frank looked up and down for a long time, and said with great envy, Is this the witch's path? It's so amazing. So beautiful. Dottie, can I touch your skin? Dottie just nodded silently, and Miss Frank touched it a few times. It was very smooth, a bit smoother than her skin in a milk bath. It was white, smooth and in good shape, and her eyes were even more filled with envy. Although she also wanted to touch Dottie's breasts and buttocks a few times to experience whether the real touch was the same as that of a normal woman. She felt that such behavior was too rude and did not take action. This made Russell, who wanted to watch a show Robert, was disappointed. Dottie, how are you doing in your daily life now? Robert asked curiously. Dottie glanced at Robert, gently brushed the golden hair by his ear with his right hand, lowered his eyes slightly, and said in a clear and ringing voice, like a trickle of a small spring, I haven't completely overcome the habit of going to the toilet. I have always been used to standing. Now every day the first time I squatted down, I felt cold down there, and I had to wipe it off every time, which was very troublesome. Robert almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Such a big, bright and tall big sister-type beauty speaks like a shy little girl in her early teens. And the content of her words is so vulgar. The contrast is really terrible. Russell was also shocked by these words and coughed several times. Miss Frank even covered her mouth slightly. Her cheeks were red, and she quickly reminded Dottie that she was now a woman and her speech and behavior should be normal. When women get close, they can't be like men and use such vulgar words when opening and closing their mouths. I'm sorry. I don't want to be like this. But I've only been promoted to a witch for a few days, and I'm really not used to being a real woman yet. Dottie had an apologetic and aggrieved expression on his face, with a unique aura flowing through him. Miss Frank couldn't bear to say any more reproachful words, and just asked Dottie to move to her place in the future. She would find some teachers for Dottie to train him, and let her learn how to be a real woman. This world is so crazy. Robert sighed, and quickly lowered his head. He was sitting on the opposite side of the earth. Every time the earth glanced over, it always gave him a strange feeling. Although he knew that this was the unique charm and temptation of the witch path, he still felt an itch in his heart, especially when he thought that the gorgeous beauty opposite turned out to be a strong man over 2 meters tall. He felt as if some sexual fetish had been awakened in him, and he was so frightened that he did not dare to look at the land opposite him too much. How interesting. Russell laughed in his heart. Although he had tasted the taste of a witch and recorded the experience in his diary, the excitement was far from comparable to the changes in the earth. Of course, he has passed the age of being dominated by desire. Unless the original witch arrives in person, it is possible to shake his state of mind. Dottie, you have been promoted to a witch. Do you want to change the codename of Dottie? Miss Frank suggested. No need. Dottie shook his head. This is proof of my past. The faint sadness made everyone in the Curly Baboon Research Society couldn't help but sigh. You don't have to worry so much about me. I have also met several time travelers in the witch cult. Like me, they are all attracted by the profession of assassin, and thus embark on such a path. Dottie smiled and introduced some of her experiences in the witch cult. When it was mentioned that there was a high reward in the witch cult, Russell silently lowered his head. That was a mission issued by the witch sect in order to find out the mysterious man who had distributed a large number of assassin potion formulas in various underground trading places. Those extraordinaries of the witch path, who were also time travelers, originally chose to embark on this extraordinary path because the assassin potion formula was easy to obtain and cheap, and because their profession was very intimidating. The guy who spread the assassin's potion formula on a large scale is such a bastard. Robert couldn't help but curse. He had also encountered someone selling assassin potion formulas in an underground trading place in Trier. If he had not chosen the path of a generalist, he would definitely have been lured into such an exciting and extraordinary path as an assassin. Chapter 711 Tarot Society. 7 of Wands. People who do such things are indeed bastards and shameless, Claude said with a smile, looking at Russell and saying, Innocent boy, do you also have such thoughts? Russell's expression froze slightly, and then he pretended not to hear the question. I've heard others say that the mysterious man who spread the assassin's potion formula on a large scale was a terrifying pervert with a broken heart. He seems to be a man. He has always longed to become a charming woman, but unfortunately, he has never been able to do so. By the time he obtained the assassin's potion formula, he had already embarked on other extraordinary paths, which was difficult to reverse, leaving him with permanent regrets. So he chose to spread the assassin's potion formula so that other people like him could have one more choice. Claude was talking eloquently, but his eyes fell on Russell vaguely. Damn it. Where did this bastard come from? And he knows everything about what I did. Does he already know my true identity? Russell cursed secretly in his mind. After thinking for a while, he quickly came back to his senses and looked at Claude with a smile on his face. Innocent boy. Do you think so too? Claude looked at Russell indifferently. You're right. Those who hide their true identities are indeed bastards and shameless, Russell responded with a smile. After a brief interlude, the topic returned to the focus of the next development of the Curly Baboon Research Society. Finally, Miss Frank mentioned her pen pal again. My muddle pen pal may have been in trouble recently. She hasn't replied to me for more than half a month. This is very unusual, because the communication time between us is very fixed, and there won't be such a long period of no reply. Phenomenon. And in my last reply, I told her that there is a suitable hypnotist here in Trier who can help her. She will definitely reply to me soon after receiving the letter. A few days ago, I wrote another letter to her, but I still didn't get a reply. Miss Frank thought for a moment and said, Has any of you had time to check it out recently? The current consul Roger Gustav values me very much, and I can't get away from him. Robert waved his hand. Sometimes I even think that the young consul Roger Gustav should join us. Curly Baboon Research Society. Otherwise how could you recognize my wisdom so much? Boy, do you want to listen to what you just said? Russell narrowed his eyes and looked at Robert, who was obviously proud and confident. With a smile, the stars will surely protect every believer in him. If she is a devout believer in the stars. The starry sky at night is still silent, and the occasional evening breeze brings coolness, but also brings quietness at night. Aurora sat on the red roof, looking up at the stars, her eyes wandering. Her thoughts seemed to be wandering among the stars, and there was an almost eternal tranquility and contentment filling her heart. Until, Aurora, Aurora, Lumien's anxious voice sounded. The figure climbed up the stairs, took 2 quick steps to come to Aurora, and said in an excited and hesitant voice, I met a man today. A very special foreigner. She is a mature, intellectual and elegant woman. And she is very good looking. Of course, her beauty cannot shake your position in my heart. I just met her for the first time, but she was able to accurately tell me the dream I was experiencing. And she even let me draw a tarot card for free. This is it, Lumien said, handing a delicate tarot card to Aurora. Tarot cards. 7 of Wands. Aurora just glanced at it and asked Lumien to put the card away. Since she gave this card to you, you can keep it. It may have some effect on your dreams. Alright. Lumien put the tarot cards away in the inner pocket of his jacket and asked curiously, Aurora, do you know what this means? You want to know? Think. It's a bit late. It's time to rest. We have to get up early tomorrow. Staying up late is the natural enemy of a woman's appearance. Aurora chuckled, stood up, and fell into her room through the window like a bird. Lumien was left alone in the night wind. Aurora returned to her room with a more serious expression. She naturally understood what this tarot card represented. In the world of occultism, the Tarot Society, a secret organization, was well known. It is said that there are 22 main members in the Tarot Club, each of which is codenamed after the 22 major arcana cards. Under this are the 4 team members, the Holy Grail, the Scepter, the Sword, and the Pentacle. This 7 of Wands tarot card means that the Tarot Club is preparing to recruit Lumien as a member of the Wands group. Even the Tarot Society has begun to pay attention to this place. The situation is getting more and more complicated. Perhaps I should take Lumien to Trier now, to seek help from a hypnotist to solve his dream problem as soon as possible. Aurora sighed, always feeling that things were heading towards an uneasy future. She did not waste too much time worrying about the future. After closing the doors and windows, she began to pray devoutly to the stars, telling him what she had experienced during this period, and hoping to receive blessings from the stars. Although the stars never responded to her call, she always felt that their eyes were always watching her. The next day, Lumien, who had a new change in his dream, went to the old tavern with excitement to look for the mysterious foreign woman. The dark red wooden door was tightly closed, and a white paper sign hung on the brass handle, which read in Intis, resting, do not disturb. Lumien waited quietly outside the door for more than half an hour, and the door finally opened with a creak. The mysterious foreign woman was wearing a light green dress with white edges, and her brown hair was tied up in a fluffy style on the back of her head. What do you want to ask? What secret is hidden in that dream? You should ask yourself this question, because it is your dream. There was a smile on the lady's face. I can only tell you that you can get extraordinary power there. Lumien's head trembled. He had always wanted to pursue extraordinary power, but he didn't expect that the key to extraordinary power lay in his dreams. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. When you get opportunities, there are also risks. The two have always been the same. How dangerous is it? Die. What if I gave up exploring? What would be the impact? That's your own business. The lady smiled. Maybe nothing will happen. Or maybe everything will happen. Although what the other party said made sense, Lumien always felt that the other party was talking nonsense. Lumien pondered for a long time and couldn't help but ask, who are you? And why did you give me that tarot card? What is your purpose? The lady smiled slightly and said, I will tell you when you unlock the secret of the dream. Lumien left with complicated emotions, and the lady returned to her room and began to enjoy her breakfast. A plump meat pie, a few cream donuts, seasonal fruits cut into pieces, and a glass of the holy oil of Venus drink from Trier. While she was enjoying breakfast, she was flipping through newspapers from the Kingdom of Loan. When she saw a place, she finished the food in her mouth and explained that Greg Negan actually chose to do this. This is not good. Okay. Forget it. He was Chuanqing's friend when they were in Backland, and it was Chuanxing who helped him ascend to the throne. Besides, Backland also has the Church of the Stars, so I believe there won't be any big trouble. The lady felt happy again. After breakfast, she disappeared and walked around the small village. She felt more and more unusual about this village. However, all of this had nothing to do with her. She easily opened a door to travel, left the village called Kolshi, and arrived at the distant Star Sea Kingdom. Chapter 7 12 Stars. Traveling in the Starry Sky. Forsy, have you finished your work? In the room, Zio, who was about to go out after breakfast, looked at Forsy, who came out of the travel gate with curiosity. After finishing a little bit, I can't stay in that small village all the time. It would be too boring. Zio smiled and said, Mr. Fool should be asked to arrange more tasks for you. In this case, you will no longer be able to have leisure time. Hugh, why don't you go help me take care of things? You are in charge of the Scepter Group. It is your responsibility to inspect the new members. Zio took off a tawny hat and put it on, turned around and waved to Forsy. Come on. Salted fish miss. Oh, have you also learned the words used by those time travelers? Don't you think this suits you? Do not think so. Zio didn't argue with Forsy, opened the door, and went out. Well, if I had known that time, I should have handed over the leadership of the Scepter Group to Mr. Moon. He should have been happy to accept it. Forsy sighed, returned to his room, and began to write a new novel that he had been absent from for several days. It is said to be a new novel, but it is more similar to a biography of the times. As a believer in the stars, after entering the Age of Stars, she had the idea to write a masterpiece about the Age of Stars, so that believers or future generations can understand what the Age of Stars was like. To this end, she has gone to Backland many times to exchange relevant experiences with Mrs. Lisa from the Church of the Stars, and received a lot of help from her. At night, Forsy, who rarely rode hard for 2 hours, looked at the brilliant starry sky outside the window, and began to pray to the stars as usual. Still no response. Forsy was used to this kind of silent response. After all, it was just daily prayers and greetings. Nothing serious. The prayers followed the falling stars and soared upwards, converging on the Palace of Stars. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur sat at the top, overlooking everything in the world with the attitude of stars. His eyes, like an eternal pool without any ripples. Even the prayers from acquaintances such as Forsy and Mrs. Lisa couldn't move him a little, even if he saw that the outer god Old Day, who belonged to the camp of the fallen mother goddess from outside the starry sky, was using the increasingly cracked initial barrier to continuously penetrate his influence. He was completely indifferent and did not even take a second look. As early as a few years ago, Hastur noticed that his spiritual core was gradually approaching the divinity, especially after lighting up more and more stars. Divinity began to grow and spread uncontrollably. This is an inevitable and irreversible process, and it is also the last transformation of the spirit, soul, consciousness, and thoughts of the stars, from man to God. In this regard, he is different from Russell and Will, who are promoted to level 0. His transformation is more complete, because once he is promoted to sequence 0, he will become a star that transcends the past of ordinary outer gods and transcends the boundaries of this universe. Hastur himself could not predict how terrifying the limits of the star's power would be. With the will and soul of a mortal, it is definitely impossible to master such power. Even if it is only divinity, it may not be able to support such power, and it will fall into insurmountable madness. As the stars in the starry sky light up one by one, Hastur's heart is filled with this kind of power. The feeling is becoming more and more obvious. He understands that only by undergoing a complete transformation can he take the final step to becoming a star. So 2 years ago, he left his human side in the suburban manor where he lived with Audrey and Sharon, while his divine side embarked on a journey into the stars. As for what is left in the Hall of Stars, it is a state that is transcendent from both humanity and divinity, like an onlooker from all things. Supreme will? This is a term Hastur has heard in some novels or game worlds. He didn't know whether such a decision was right or wrong. After all, it was just his first attempt. The starry sky is dark and cold. Although the stars are shining with dazzling and hot light, the light is too insignificant when viewed on the scale of the entire universe. Only the magnificent cosmic wonders reflected from time to time make the entire universe a little more novel. A huge earth-yellow ring is suspended in the depths of the universe, and the huge planet is just a dust under its feet. The ring rotates and flows over and over again, falling from one end and rising from the other end. The perfect closed loop seems to be an eternal wonder of the universe. It is also the existence that many outer gods were afraid of in the past. The Ring of Fate. The great master who controls destiny. Once an unknowing being falls into the torrent of fate, he will never be able to escape. He can only be manipulated by his destiny until the end of his life. Suddenly, the entire Ring of Fate emits a much brighter light than usual, and an illusory figure, a smaller version of the Ring of Fate, takes shape in the center. Stars. Following his whisper, a dim starry sky in the distance suddenly lit up, accompanied by endless starlight. A figure came bathing in the starlight. He just waved his hand gently and lit up the stars that had been silent for countless years, giving life to those dead stars so that they would no longer be lifeless and dim. The figure bathed in starlight came to the huge ring of destiny. His body was not even comparable to the planets beside it. It was as small as a tiny speck of dust, let alone compared with the more majestic and vast ring of destiny. Stars. The Ring of Fate spoke again, and the sound was like an ancient bell bursting into life again and making a loud sound. The surrounding cosmic meteorites and other materials were crushed by the sound. You want to stop me? Faced with the inquiry from the Ring of Fate, Hastur just glanced at the earth in the distant starry sky, which was wrapped by the initial barrier, and opened a picture of starlight. In the scroll, there appear several figures with special hands and feet arranged by the Ring of Destiny, as well as his favored ones. Are you trying to say that everything is under your watchful eye? The Ring of Fate's tone was much more solemn, and even the fallen mother goddess, his partner, could not fully understand his plans. But the stars can completely see through all of this. If the stars are willing, they can erase his calculations and efforts for so many years at any time. Hastur just smiled and put away the starry sky scroll, and continued walking towards the dim starry sky ahead. His speed was very fast, and in just a blink of an eye, he reached another dim and cold starry sky from this lit starry sky. Then he repeated the previous action, gently swaying the starlight, making the entire starry sky brighter, as if reborn. Stars. The Ring of Fate silently watched the actions of the stars. Although the stars did not speak, he understood what the stars wanted to express just now. He doesn't care. He didn't pay attention to the so-called plans and calculations, and he didn't even care about the future fate of the entire Earth. Such stars are undoubtedly terrifying and difficult to fathom. Even though the stars that appeared in front of him did not show any power far beyond that of ordinary outer gods, they still made him feel indescribable fear. But one thing is certain. This era is the era of stars that is recognized by many outer gods of the past. As the protagonists of this era, stars will definitely benefit greatly from it. Is it true that he hasn't been promoted to Sequence 0 yet? Fate Ring looked at the starry sky in front of him that was constantly being lit up and fell into deep thought. Starry skies lit up one after another, and Hastur's heart remained calm. At this moment, he was like a ruthless machine responsible for lighting up the starry sky, and he was fulfilling his responsibility seriously. Sitting in the Hall of Stars and lighting up the starry sky is too slow, far inferior to walking freely among the stars. Because the stars that are eager to wake up are calling to themselves. They are willing to lend their power to themselves without reservation and let themselves take charge of the starry sky. Consuming power awakens the stars, and then refills oneself with power due to the power given to oneself by the stars after awakening. This is an endless cycle. Therefore, in theory, as long as his pace across the starry sky continues, he can keep awakening the dormant stars and restore the authority of the stars little by little. Then, become a true star. Chapter 713 The Beginning of Chaos. The pace of the starry sky never stops, and the divine side of Hastur continues to penetrate into the seemingly endless depths of the universe, lighting up patches of starry sky at will. Although it seems that there is no obvious change in each star, their cores are actually lit. For example, an old tree that is about to die of old age, and a large tree that is growing vigorously. Although they look the same on the outside, they are completely different on the inside. The lighted starry sky is updated simultaneously to the starry sky in front of the Hall of Stars. The will that is transcendent of humanity and divinity, and has not yet been truly conceived, is like a transit station. One side is connected to the human side, and the other side is connected to the divine side. The Palace of Stars maintains high-speed alert to avoid any accidents. Stars. It seemed like a whisper sounded in the nebula outside the Hall of Stars. It was the voice of the Lord of Mysteries. He seemed to have briefly escaped from his entanglement with Klein and took the time to come here to observe. Hastur just looked at him calmly and used the power of the Hall of Stars to send him back. Conversation? No need. No matter who wins in the end between Klein and the Lord of Mysteries. It has nothing to do with him. Even if the entire Earth is facing its final doom, he can watch silently and remain indifferent. It is up to them to decide how the kite connected by 2 silk threads will finally land. He only needs to guard the Palace of Stars and wait for the final stars to return. The silk thread hangs down from this end and extends all the way to a suburban manor in the southern continent. Asta prepared the daily breakfast, woke up Sharon, who had just come back and was still sleeping in, and then walked to the other side and knocked on Audrey's door. She hasn't gone out recently, but stayed in the manor for a short rest. Woof. Meow. Susie and Hara, who had gotten up early and returned from a walk, said H. low to Haster, then went to their seats to enjoy breakfast. Although Hara can turn into a human, she still prefers to act in cat form, especially when she is with Susie. As for Susie, she should be able to turn into a human form, but she refused because she wanted to evolve into the form of a psychic dragon. At this point, its teacher, the famous Mr. Hermes, has already deduced the subsequent path for it. It is only a matter of time before it becomes a spiritual dragon. When Sharon and Audrey met and came down from the second floor, Haster was already sitting at the dining table, enjoying breakfast with Susie and Hara. Ham and bacon, toast with jam, milk and eggs, porridge, and a few side dishes. Asta is more accustomed to porridge with side dishes and occasionally an omelette. Sharon prefers lighter foods, such as vegetable and fruit salad with boiled eggs. Audrey is accustomed to milk tarts, toast with strawberry jam and other foods. As for Susie and Hara, they both eat a variety of meat steaks, and only on rare occasions will they eat 1 or 2 bites of vegetables. Sharon, is your teacher still in the spirit world? Well, she was in the broken divine kingdom where the ancient phoenix fell in the past. She said that she recently heard the sound of rushing water coming from the river of eternal darkness. The cracks are beginning to deepen, and their impact on the real world is increasing. Audrey seemed troubled. Sharon just comforted, as the power of the Lord of Mysteries begins to awaken. The source matter sealed in the western continent will break free sooner or later. I hope this day doesn't come too early. What difficulties has Tarot Club encountered recently? Some organizations that target the Lord of Mysteries also hate the entire Tarot Society. I believe you will completely hand over the Tarot Club to the hands of Mr. Fool? Facing the conversation between Sharon and Audrey, Haster just smiled and had no intention of interfering at all. Even though his identity was mainly human, the Lord of Mysteries has awakened, and Klein's consciousness has also awakened. This is already a good result. It can even be said that at this point, the Lord of Mysteries has made a mistake, and Klein does not need excessive help at the moment. He will eventually have more say in the battle with the Lord of Mysteries. Sharon, it's rare for you to come back. Where do you plan to go today? I don't really like going out in the hot weather in July and August. That's it. Audrey looked at Asta and signaled him to say something. Asta smiled and said, go to the beach. Swimming is the best way to spend the hot summer. Sharon's eyes instantly became alert, and Haster shrugged innocently. I'm just making a feasible suggestion. That is it? Okay. I admit that I have selfish motives. Asta sighed. I've always wanted to see the two of you in swimsuits. Mr. Haster, your thoughts are not pure. Audrey's tone became slightly more serious, but there was still a smile on her face. Sharon stared at Haster for a while, then looked away and nodded slightly. Then let's go to the beach. Miss Sharon, have you long thought about showing off your beautiful figure? Audrey was silenced by Sharon before she finished her teasing words. She held Sharon's little hand, whimpering and speechless, with a pitiful expression on her face. I'm going to design some swimsuits for each of you too. Asta was in a happy mood, waved his hand, and said excitedly, don't worry. My ability to design clothes will never let you down. Trier, the capital of Intis. Under Russell's sight. Late at night, beside the winding river, a figure wearing a black magic robe came. He walked to 3 river trees distributed in a triangle, and with his right hand took out a black token engraved with twisted lines from his jacket pocket. Little ripples appeared in the space, forming a portal that no one noticed. When the person walked into the space portal, everything returned to its original state again. This is a special space that exudes great twisting and strange light. Every time the man takes a step, the entire space changes. It is not until he reaches the deepest part of the space that all changes stop. A long table carved from black gold stone, with 3 seats on each side and 1 seat above. A total of 7 seats. A different pattern is drawn on the back of each seat. representing the secret organization in which they are located. Everyone seated was wearing a black magic robe, and each wore a mask with various facial makeup on his face, covering his body, appearance and breath, which could effectively block all kinds of detection. The man sitting at the head was wearing a white face mask. Everyone is here. Let's get started. The leader spoke first. We will only discuss one thing tonight, which is to split the entire Intis and return it to chaos. Perhaps you think this matter is too fussy. As long as you kill the consul Roger Gustav, the Republic of Intis will inevitably fall into chaos. And he is only around sequence 6 in strength. Each of you at least they have the strength of a sequence 4 demigod. But one thing, I need to make it clear to you first. This Roger Gustav has another identity. Russell Gustav. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a lot of discussion in the quiet scene. Roselle hasn't fallen yet. No wonder the Intis Republic returned to a stable situation so quickly. Emperor Russell, I have long wanted to meet this senior time traveler. Roselle is an angel at the very least, and the eyes of the steam will definitely be fixed on this place, as well as the stars. Someone showed a hesitant attitude. The word stars made the scene quiet again. The eyes of the stars are no longer here, but in the depths of the endless starry sky. The leader spoke, dispelling the concerns of others. Map. Someone transformed a map of the Republic of Intis from the air. Let's act separately. This way we can avoid unnecessary risks. After a brief discussion, the 7 figures attending the meeting gently tapped their seats 3 times with their respective tokens in hand, and a ripple in the space spread out. 7 figures have appeared in different areas. Disintegrate the Republic of Intis? One of the figures wearing a black magic robe pulled off the red mask on his face, revealing a face that belonged to Christian. Chapter 714. Does Tianzuan have to be the Lord of Mysteries? I actually want to catch Intis's attention. You also know my true identity. This secret gathering is really not simple. Russell sneered a few times, blended into the darkness, and quickly came to the place where the stranger Claude lived. He wanted to verify his guess. This time, he managed to see each other. The other party was standing in the yard, looking up at the stars. His eyes were pure, consistent with the falling stars, without any impurities. Is my guess wrong? Russell originally thought that the host of tonight's party was Claude, but now it seems that the two are obviously different. Is something wrong? Claude spoke softly, glancing at the place where Russell was hiding. Should I call you an innocent boy? Or Christian? Or Roger Gustav? Or Russell Gustav? What kind of old immortal monster are you? Russell walked out of the darkness and went straight to the other party. He didn't care that the other party had discovered all of his identity. Claude smiled and said, "There is no conflict of interest between you and me, so you don't need to worry about me. A mysterious meeting will be held by the river tonight. Are you attending it?" I saw it, but I had no interest in participating. Oh, then you don't mind telling me a little news? Claude nodded and talked about his knowledge of the secret party tonight. The one at the head is the favorite person of Tianzuan, and he is also a time traveler. The members attending the meeting each represented a secret organization, except for Russell. The other members all represented the old will of a certain outer god. Russell looked thoughtful. How could those outer gods in the starry sky who hated the Lord of Mysteries so much in the past attend the gathering held by the favored ones of the Lord of Mysteries? Because Tianzuan is both a threat and an opportunity. Claude said with a smile on his face, no one can understand the current situation of the major sources better than Tianzuan, and it is not very easy for Tianzuan's favored ones to hide their identities. Something easy? Russell thought for a while, walked around Claude, and said with a smile, "You seem to have been calling the Lord of Mysteries Tianzuan. Is it just a simple habit? Or is there some other reason? Is Tianzuan necessarily the eternal Lord of Mysteries?" Russell was stunned for a while, and then burst into laughter. "For the sake of what you said tonight, I will never bother you again in the future." Seeing that Russell wanted to leave, Claude reminded him, "The favored person of the Heavenly Lord has mastered the 2 extraordinary paths of fortune teller and thief. He is probably sequence 3. Russell turned around and left, then snorted and said, "This is my territory." "Well, this is indeed your territory. But with your current ability, there is a high probability that you will not be able to capture the favored one of the Heavenly Lord." Claude whispered in his heart and stopped paying attention to this matter. He just looked up at the stars. After all, he was just a starlight clone. He just came down to take a look and didn't want to change anything personally. The world operates as it should. So what does it have to do with a starlight clone like him? Russell was busy for several days, but still couldn't catch the favored one of the Heavenly Lord. The opponent's ability to hide his aura is comparable to the secret authority given by the knight himself, making it difficult to capture. In addition, although the other party did not master the apprenticeship path, he had a powerful extraordinary item of high sequence apprenticeship path in his hand. When he sensed something was wrong, he immediately stayed away from Trier. Although Russell could calculate the opponent's foothold based on the corresponding spatial fluctuations, he could only keep chasing after others, making it difficult to truly catch him. In addition, he was afraid of Tianzuan, so he had no choice but to let the favored person of Tianzuan leave. Russell, who returned to Trier, held an emergency meeting to discuss the issue of national defense and security. A few days later, turmoil still spread across the Republic of Intis. Some people directly use extraordinary power to intervene in the real world, causing huge damage, and even directly control the consciousness of local lords and generals to launch a large-scale rebellion. Russell originally wanted to lead the expedition in person, but he was worried that something unexpected would happen to the capital, Trier, and it would become the next target. Boom! Russell smashed the table in front of him with a dark face, and his anger finally eased a little. The Republic of Intis is currently on fire, and the plan of the heavenly favored one has been successful. Those old believers who believed in the outer gods of the starry sky were crazy and bold, and acted without any scruples, even going so far as to eat people alive. Uh-huh. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Russell sneered, turned around, went to the study, and started writing furiously, writing 3 letters in a row. A letter was sent to the Church of the Stars in Backland, Kingdom of Lone, as an extension of the will of the stars. They have always been responsible for guarding and monitoring the entire world. This time, the behavior of the old believers of the outer gods had clearly crossed the line. The second letter was sent to the Tarot Club. The Tarot Club was an organization founded by Klein, and was in a state of absolute hostility with the Tianzuan believers. The important information about Tianzuan's favored ones was enough for them to make a trip here. Russell sent the third letter to his baby daughter to remind her that she was coming back to visit her old father. During the period of waiting for a reply, because Russell did not have a chariot to conquer in person, the situation in the entire Republic of Intis became increasingly chaotic and complicated, and it was likely to return to the original situation of separation of forces. Russell just watched all these developments quietly. He wanted to see what tricks the Heavenly Lord's favored one would do. They split up the Republic of Intis and plunged Intis into a state of chaos and separatism. They definitely have unknown secrets. It wasn't until Russell received a reply from his precious daughter that he understood the reason for all this. The country of source of disorder will appear in Intis. The more chaotic and disordered the territory of Intis is, the more conducive it is for the disordered country to break free from the seal of the former Heavenly Lord and get closer to the real world. The reason why Bernadette knew this was because of the Jinn. He understands the country of disorder better than any other outer god, and desires it more. Currently, he has arrived at the center of the Republic of Intis, waiting for the moment when the country of disorder comes into contact with the real world. Sure enough, money and silk have moved people's hearts since ancient times. Russell sighed. The appearance of the country of disorder in Intis is definitely not a good thing, but a catastrophe. He could already foresee that when the power of the kingdom of disorder collided with the real world, the old eyes of all the outer gods would be gathered here, and a big melee would be inevitable. Maybe the entire Intis will be broken into several pieces. Thinking of this, Russell's scalp went numb. At this stage, no one except the stars knew how many old clones of the outer gods had descended on the earth. Damn it, Tianzuan, you bastard. You must be secretly influencing the country of disorder to change its arrival location in Intis. Russell cursed a few times, then got up and headed to the Church of Steam. For such a big thing, he had to talk to Steam. After all, Steam is also a sequence 0. Those old clones of the outer god, suppressed by the initial barrier and the power of the stars, can only have around the strength of a sequence 1 at most. After doing this, Russell also secretly left the capital Trier and headed to the location where the Kingdom of Disorder was about to appear. Kester County is located in the center of Intis, and is also the transportation hub of the entire Intis. A large amount of materials are transported to all parts of the country through here. Not long after Russell arrived, the Jinn came to the door, and his baby daughter Bernadette also came. What does that bastard thing like Tianzuan want to do? I believe he must have some purpose in choosing to bring the Kingdom of Disorder to Intis. Russell got straight to the point. The Jinn looked at the angry Russell and said with a smile, because you were once the Black Emperor, and the rules and order of the entire Intis Republic happened to attract each other from the country of disorder. Russell was speechless. believing that he was the one who caused this disaster for Intis. Chapter 7:15, Star Enforcers. Silence is silent embarrassment. Russell laughed dryly, trying to ease the embarrassment. But the eyes of the Jinn and Bernadette were always on him, making him a little uncomfortable. So, the country of disorder is coming towards me? Russell tried to make the atmosphere less awkward. It's okay if you think so. The Dane god nodded and smiled. That's why I came to you. You want to seize the country of disorder? Russell raised his eyebrows lightly. The kingdom of disorder was originally mine. The Dane god's volume instantly increased several notches. And he said, full of anger and resentment, if I hadn't been plotted by that bastard Tianzuan, I would have taken back the kingdom of disorder that should have belonged to me and returned to the starry sky. That's not right. Russell said in a frivolous tone, the source of your body was torn to the earth, which means that the original creator was withdrawing the gift given to you. In this case, the country of disorder is now an ownerless thing. Why do you, a half-dead Black Emperor, want to fight with me? The Dane god's tone was filled with disdain. If it weren't for the fact that you have a good relationship with the stars, I could easily make you fall completely now. Russell believed this very much. High-ranking figures had almost life-or-death suppressive power over low-ranking figures, as the old level of the Black Emperor path. The Jinn god wanted to take care of himself easily. Now it's a luxury for me to even re-enter the Sequence 0 Black Emperor. Naturally, I won't compete with you for the kingdom of disorder. But, Russell chuckled and said, the fallen mother goddess, the ring of fate, even the mother tree of desire, and the superstar lord, they don't want to see the country of disorder fall into your hands. Right? The country of disorder is mine. When it breaks away from Kinzuan's seal, it will naturally return to my control. If you really have this confidence, you don't need to show up here now. You can just find a place to lie down and wait for the country of disorder to come to your door. Oh, I just came here to see what kind of reckless people are coveting my country of disorder. TSK. If I were you, I'd find a place to hide right now. Otherwise, you'll become the target of concentrated fire, and you might not live to see the kingdom of disorder break free from its seal. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more explosive, Bernadette interrupted the conversation between Russell and the Jinn and brought the topic back to the main topic. He sighed inwardly. In some ways, his old father and the lamp god had similar temperaments. They were both the kind of people who would not give in even if they spoke softly. I don't have the ability to control the kingdom of disorder. Bernadette expressed her attitude. She helped the Jinn fight for the kingdom of disorder, and the Jinn gave her a position as a subordinate god and helped her to be promoted to the Sequence 0 Black Emperor. This is a very reasonable deal. Russell had no objection. He could no longer return to the Black Emperor, and the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess in his body was only sleeping and had not been completely purified and erased. I still say the same thing. The most important thing for you now is to find a place to hide and try not to be discovered by other beings before the country of disorder appears. Russell put forward his own suggestions, and the Dane god was tough on his words. But he also recognized Russell's judgment in his heart. His clone only has a strength of about Sequence 1, which is on the same level as the other clones of the outer gods in the past. He is not so arrogant that he can sweep all the clones of the outer gods in the past. I'll help you keep an eye on what's going on here. At Russell's urging, the Jinn and Bernadette wanted to leave. At this time, the whole earth began to rumble, like a big earthquake. At the same time, the daytime sky suddenly darkened, and a black wind roared in. Meteors shining in the depths of the sky also swooped in this direction. Fall. Bless yourself. Russell had no intention of staying and dying with the Jinn, so he left here first. The Jinn swept around in a circle and propped up a golden kingdom to block the first wave of attacks. Without daring to delay any longer, he and Bernadette quickly left here. On a mountain peak in the distance, Russell was speechless as he watched the small town where he was just now being swallowed up and destroyed by earthquakes, strong winds, and meteorites. Those ancient outer gods who were also watching here. Once they sensed the approach of the Jinn god's aura, they launched an offensive from a long distance to force the Jinn god to leave and prevent him from approaching the place where the kingdom of disorder appeared. As for such a small city with tens of thousands of people living in it, in their eyes, it is just an ant that is wiped out casually, and its elimination is just an incidental result. Well, as time moves closer to the end, things like this will only increase. Imbalance and chaos will eventually become the main theme of this world. This may be the fundamental reason why the country of disorder made some noise in the first place. The only thing we can look forward to is... Russell's eyes suddenly lit up. And the unique divine emblem of the Church of the Stars appeared in his field of vision. Rising into the sky, there is a starry sky dotted with stars. And there is an ancient palace floating in the depths of the starry sky. As for the inside of the palace, you cannot see clearly. You can only catch a glimpse of the shining stars. This is the most glorious divine emblem belonging to the Church of Stars. And it is also the most powerful weapon given by the stars to the Church of Stars to protect and monitor the entire world. In an era when the activities of the outer gods were becoming increasingly rampant in the past, the Church of the Stars followed the will of the stars and set up a special department, led by the Pope himself, with a total of 12 law enforcers of the stars. It is said that 1-star law enforcer can monitor a country, 2-star law enforcers can monitor a god, and 3-star law enforcers can monitor the ancient gods from beyond the stars. Because Russell had a good personal relationship with the stars, and he unified Intis and maintained the country's stability, there was no trace of the stars' law enforcers in Intis. It wasn't until today that he actually met the so-called law enforcers of the stars. This time, 3 whole people came. The 3-star emblems lit up in the sky one by one, and the entire sky suddenly turned into a starry night. The bright stars, like pairs of eyes, saw everything that had just happened. Then the stars gathered together to form 3 dazzling portals. Behind the portals, there was a small box connected to them. The small box slowly opened, releasing powerful attraction and invisible threads from inside, tearing apart the 3 old clones of the outer gods that had just made a move in secret, pulling them into the brilliant stargate, and finally being sent into the small box, locked up. The old clones of the 3 outer gods were easily and completely eliminated in this way, although during the process, they exerted their authority and struggled wildly under the suppression of the radiance of the stars. They seemed to be bound by some kind of inescapable restraint, and they could only let their bodies be put into the small box. After all the movement ended, the starry sky dispersed, and daylight once again ruled the sky. Russell secretly gasped at the sight. It was also the first time that he saw the scene of the stars' law enforcers enforcing the law. He originally thought it was the bluff propaganda of the Church of the Stars, but he did not expect to be able to punish those outer gods who behaved mischievously. This era belongs to the stars, and many beings know this. But when the stars have not appeared for a long time, many beings have forgotten this. Now, this scene is undoubtedly a wake-up call for all existence. The result of wanton behavior is to be completely excluded from the initial barrier by the stars. As for whether to return to the stars, Russell estimated that the 3 old clones of the outer gods were basically devoured, because that small box should be the box of the old ones mentioned in the holy scriptures of the Church of the Stars. The box of the past, which is enough to imprison the outer gods' past, is a prison left by the stars specifically for the outer gods' past. I believe that this way, they will be honest for a while. Russell was in a good mood, but he sighed heavily when he thought that the premise for the star law enforcers' attack just now was that the outer gods of the old age wantonly destroyed a city with tens of thousands of lives. But he could only agree with this result. At least there were still stars that could withstand the huge pressure brought by the old outer gods. Otherwise, the world would surely become even more chaotic and disordered. Chapter 716, Stars. Walking in his kingdom of God. The Jinn and Bernadette, who were far away from Intiscester County and had restrained their auras, also watched this scene. The enforcer of the stars. The Jinn looked solemnly and murmured thoughtfully. "This is a good thing for you now," Bernadette said with a smile on her lips. As a believer in the stars, she naturally knew that there was such a law enforcement team in the Church of the Stars, which was specially used to check and balance the old clones of the outer gods to prevent them from acting recklessly and plunging the entire world into chaos and turmoil. The stars watch everything, and the divine emblem given by him has part of the power to communicate with the palace of stars. When the stars and divine emblem soar into the sky, ushering in the bright starry sky, the bright starlight is the chain of law enforcement. Those wanton outer gods of the past will receive the punishment they deserve under the gaze of the stars, and become the growth nourishment of the box of the past. 2 years ago, there was a newly arrived clone of the outer god, who could not control his greed and ferocious nature. He crazily devoured the residents of a small town, and turned thousands of miles of harvest soil into a vicious swamp filled with dead bones. 2 days later, 3 law enforcers from the stars arrived, activated the divine emblem of the stars, and forcibly captured the old clone of the outer god hiding in the depths of the swamp, and sent him into the box of the old ones. Such incidents are top secrets within the Church of the Stars, and it is difficult for outsiders to know about them. So they think that the law enforcers of the stars is just a department with an empty name. Are you also one of the law enforcers of the stars? The genie asked curiously. You guess? Oh, I don't have the time for that. The lamp god curled his lips in disdain. I have never cared about the life and death of you humans. Bullying the weak is not my style. The star law enforcer should worry about those who like to destroy the rules and order. Thinking of this, the genie smiled, as if he had thought of something interesting. You should praise the stars. Bernadette looked at the djinn with a smile. The djinn snorted and did not speak, but was muttering in his heart. The stars are now becoming more and more unfathomable. Every time I go to the Hall of Stars to attend a meeting of the stars, I can vaguely feel the chill that penetrates the soul from the stars. It is obvious that Chuanxing has not been promoted to Sequence 0 yet. Will he completely return to the starry sky? Maybe. He is also unsure of the current status of the stars, as are the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master. The more you can't figure it out, the more you fear. Stars. Deep in the starry sky, 3 angry roars erupted, causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble, as if it was about to collapse at any time. At this stage, if you want to enter the real world through the initial barrier, you still need to pay a certain price. They have to make a deal with the fallen mother goddess in order to successfully descend a clone to the ground. But now that their clones have been destroyed and blacklisted by the stars, it is not that easy to get another clone. Especially at this time. The country of disorder is about to emerge from the seal. Ha ha ha. It's just you 3 brainless idiots who have been treated like mules for nothing. Right? A great chaotic mist filled the air, forming a figure and taunting the 3 roaring outer gods. Son of Chaos. How dare you show up here? Tear him apart. We can't get the kingdom of disorder. And we can't let him get it. The 3 outer gods immediately united the front and pointed the finger at the Son of Chaos. Idiot. You want to get involved in my country of disorder. The Son of Chaos didn't bother to taunt, and his figure blended into the great chaotic mist and quickly moved away into the depths of the starry sky. He is only here to make fun of you, not to fight. Kakik. A gloomy voice sounded, and a huge black hole lay in front of the Son of Chaos. The powerful devouring power was about to swallow up the Son of Chaos. Damn it. Lord of the Black Gate. Why are you here to join in the fun? The Son of Chaos cursed, while holding up the Golden Kingdom to resist this devouring force. I don't like you. Grass. The Son of Chaos didn't have time to scold him. Behind him, the 3 outer gods, who were pulled down, chased him. Various chaotic forces hit the Son of Chaos buttocks hard, as if they were going to smash the Son of Chaos into a black hole. This place is no better than the original barrier. You who lost the country of disorder. Do you really think that you are the original Son of Chaos? No matter how powerful the power of the stars is, they can only show their power within the initial barrier. This is the starry sky. Do you still think the stars can save you from danger again? Faced with all kinds of ridicule, the Son of Chaos suddenly laughed. This is the starry sky, and it is also the country of stars. Haven't you noticed? The stars are walking in his kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding dark starry sky was lit up by flames like weeds, and instantly became brighter. The power of the stars gathered in an instant, linking the nearby starry sky to form a kingdom of stars. A figure came from the distant starry sky, walking calmly in the lighted starry sky, with a leisurely posture, as if walking in his kingdom of God. Stars. The 3 outer gods behind the Son of Chaos looked at each other, and did not force them to come again. Instead, they chose to leave, and avoid the radiance of the stars. The huge black hole in front also quietly dissipated into nothingness, clearing the way for the stars to move forward. Stars? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet them here. The Son of Chaos smiled and said Lo. He knew that the stars were lighting up the nearby starry sky, so he deliberately attracted these ancient gods, who were hostile to him, to scare them. The figures filling the starry sky did not stop for the greeting from the Son of Chaos, and continued to move towards the unlit starry sky ahead. The Son of Chaos watched the stars disappear into the depths of the starry sky, and finally couldn't help but whisper, what is the current state of the stars? And why do they feel more and more strange and scary to me? After staring for a while, the Son of Chaos glanced at the surrounding starry sky, chuckled, and chose to leave. He is not the only outer god who pays attention to the stars in the entire starry sky. The fallen mother goddess, the ring of fate, the mother tree of desire, a series of existences with countless names are all paying attention to the movements of the stars. There were outer gods who tried to intercept the stars in the past, but the stars just passed through, no matter how dangerous the natural dangers were. His figure seems to be connected to the entire starry sky. Every time he breathes in, there is great power added to him, making the outer god in the starry sky feel suppressed and restrained. After the star law enforcers intervened, the entire Intis territory became much quieter. The outer gods of the old age were not blatantly destroying everything, but were hiding in the dark and adding fuel to the fire. The outer gods who were able to stay within the original barrier for a long time have already figured out a way to get along with the stars. Create a church and use your influence to let human believers accomplish their goals. In this process, the Church of the Stars will not intervene, unless there is a large-scale massacre of the city. About 10 days later, new strange things began to appear in Kester County. Waves of space ripples came from another isolated world, like a surging wave. A transparent and invisible world barrier seemed fragile, but stood firmly in front of the wave. Occasionally, some waves surge out, turning into black space cracks, swallowing up people and things around them, and triggering mysterious events. Russell had already ordered the residents of Kester County to evacuate away some time ago to avoid being affected by the emergence of the country of disorder. But the living population of a county is more than 100,000. No matter how they are evacuated, a considerable number of residents will suffer from this unreasonable disaster. A few days after the space ripple shook, a country that was illusory, chaotic, and disorderly, as if chaos had not yet opened, partially broke free from the ancient seal, and an indescribable huge force impacted the real world, trying to force its way in. The surging power caused the entire land to begin to shake and collapse, causing the space to twist and tremble. But under the double obstacles of Kinzuan's seal and the world barrier, it has never been able to completely break free. Chapter 717, Follow the Will of the Stars. The country of disorder that revealed the tip of the iceberg attracted the attention of hidden entities from all sides. At the crack in the initial barrier, the god of steam and machinery was standing in his own kingdom, overlooking the place where the kingdom of disorder appeared. There was no joy in his eyes due to the appearance of Sapphira, but only worry. If the kingdom of disorder is really completely freed from the seal of the Lord of Mysteries, then the entire Intis Republic will most likely be torn into pieces by the competing forces of all parties. Even though the stars are overlooking everything, he probably won't intervene in this matter. Before the kingdom of disorder appeared, he had discussed it with the Night Goddess, the Earth Mother Goddess, etc. But they all said they would not interfere too much in this matter, and would only take action at the right time. This also means that the only ones who can protect the Intis Republic are themselves and Russell. But their power is far from enough. Roselle, it seems you need to build Intis again. The god of steam and machinery sighed, and continued to pay attention to the development of the situation below. As the country of disorder begins to attack the seal, it wants to reach the real world. Trunsois, who had become a god in secret before, was also secretly paying attention to the development of the situation. His eyes filled with uncontrollable fire. The kingdom of disorder is the necessary source of judgment, and the Black Emperor's path to finally advance to the past. Although this source of essence once belonged to the Son of Chaos, now he can only come as a clone. And he is a complete sequence 0. His chances are great. Come on. Break through the seal. And come in full. Trunsois was so looking forward to it. Soon, he noticed the old auras of the outer gods arriving here. He quickly covered his aura, turned into an ordinary book, and hid on the desk of a resident's house to avoid his hiding place was discovered by the old gods. In this battle for the country of disorder, he and the Son of Chaos are the two most vulnerable to being targeted. Clear the place. A sound like a thunderous explosion rolled across the nearby territory thousands of miles away. We must not let the Sons of Chaos get close to here. Otherwise we won't have a chance. Let's take action together. The humans here have almost been evacuated, and the stars will probably not take this opportunity to intervene. The undisguised conversation was accompanied by the howling wind. An ancient outer god hidden in the black mist actually took action to move all the nearby human residents who had not yet evacuated to Trier, the capital of Intis. Several other outer gods also followed his example in the past, and moved the entire population of Kester County to the capital Trier, completely clearing the place of human life. In the past, the outer gods actually showed compassion to human beings as small as ants. Such a ridiculous scene comes from their fear of the stars. Russell, who was secretly watching, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the actions of the outer gods of the past would cause the capital Trier to fall into a temporary panic, it would be worth it to save so many Intis people. For this reason, Russell quickly transformed into a Roger Gustav clone and returned to Trier to cooperate with the Church of Steam to deal with this incident in a timely manner. As the residents of Kester County evacuated, more and more outer gods of the old ones began to release their auras without any scruples. And they tacitly sealed off all areas near the Kingdom of Disorder to avoid being sneaked in by the Sons of Chaos. Damn it! What bastard organized this in the dark? The Jinn, who still existed in the form of a wish-making lantern, began to jump around and scold her. Although the country of disorder once belonged to him, it has not yet completely broken away from the seal. In addition, he is only a clone. If he wants to take control again, it will only be possible if the situation becomes chaotic. But now, those outer gods actually restrained their greed and desires in the past, abided by the rules made by someone who didn't know who, and waited peacefully and tacitly for the emergence of the country of disorder. Be patient. They are waiting for you to show up, Bernadette reminded. I know, the Jinn god said angrily. I just feel aggrieved. If my true form can come, they will have no chance to compete with me. Bernadette just glanced at the Jinn and said no more. As time went by, the Kingdom of Disorder's actions to attack the seal gradually stopped. In the end, it was still unable to break away from the seal of the Lord of Mysteries, and could only descend partially. If I make a call, I may be able to free the country of disorder from the seal completely. The genie hesitated. If he takes action, he will be targeted first. Not to mention helping the country of disorder escape from the seal. Even his own clone will have to answer here. When you are hesitating, you might as well look up. Bernadette's tone was still calm. Look up? The genie looked up as he was told, and found that the daytime sky had gradually dimmed, and scattered stars began to emerge. For a while, the Jinn god thought a lot, and finally gave up the tempting idea of letting the country of disorder completely break away from the seal. Although the stars do not care about the commotion caused by the country of disorder, they will never allow the country of disorder to appear completely at this time. Otherwise, the predicted doomsday will most likely come early. Because he is not will. His own body is outside the initial barrier. If he controls the complete country of disorder, it is possible to break the increasingly fragile initial barrier under the impact of internal and external attacks. Stars will never allow this. The stars do not object to their return to control the country of disorder, but they need to wait a little longer until the end comes. This is the attitude of the stars, and this is his will. The reason why Bernadette reminded him was to let him understand the thoughts of the stars. Follow the will of the stars. It seems that it will be difficult for me to surpass him. The Jinn sighed heavily. When he needs to obey the will of the stars and follow the rules set by the stars, it will be difficult for him to surpass the stars. For you, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Bernadette looked at the starry sky with longing, and whispered, now it belongs to the stars. And in the future, it may not be like this. The Jinn was silent, and after calming down, he gradually understood the intention of that bastard Tianzuan. He wants to plot against himself again. If you can't resist the temptation and show up to call the Kingdom of Disorder to completely break through the seal, then you will definitely be sent outside the initial barrier by the stars before you get the Kingdom of Disorder. By then, having brought the Kingdom of Disorder to the world completely, he would become the first old outer god to be eliminated. The Kingdom of Disorder would surely fall into the hands of other old gods. As a result, he would break with the stars, indirectly weakening the power of the stars. The power of one party. Without the intervention of the Jinn god, the country of disorder could not break through the seal and fully appear in the world. Although the power of chaos and disorder continued to impact the cracks in contact, it was still unable to cross the last step. The old outer gods waited for a while, but still no Jinn appeared. The greed in their hearts could no longer be restrained. They each used their own authority and ability to try to rob good fortune from the emergence of the country of disorder. Some want to forcibly accommodate the Kingdom of Disorder through the seal, while others want to follow the cracks created by the impact of the Kingdom of Disorder and enter the seal of the Lord of Mysteries to find other source matter. There was peace at first, but soon conflicts began to break out. No one wanted to let the other party achieve what they wanted, and they were restraining each other. Both Trunsoist and the Jinn felt that their opportunity had come, but as soon as they revealed their aura, their hiding place was revealed by a figure hidden deep in the space. High-dimensional overlooker. You bastard! The Jinn cursed angrily, and then hurriedly left. But the high-dimensional overlooker blocked the space and blocked the way back. The ancient outer gods who were fighting for the country of disorder suppressed each other's desires and pointed their finger at the Jinn. Compared to the popular Jinn, Trunsoist has quietly moved closer to the area where the Kingdom of Disorder meets the real world. Seeing that a corner of the country of disorder had been exposed inside the transparent seal, Trunsoist could no longer suppress the instinct of gathering in his body. He couldn't help but step forward and try to contact the source of matter that happened to be here. The kingdom of disorder. Stupid. A voice with a touch of disdain bloomed in Trunso's ears. And his whole body also felt a biting chill. Chapter 7:18. The Country of Disorder. Before Trunsos could react, the surrounding space instantly changed. Like a cage filled with mud, blocking all his escape routes. At the same time, there were two forces suppressing him, preventing him from coming out for a short time. He could only watch as he was forced to pass through the cracks in space and come into contact with a corner of the country of disorder. This is definitely not normal. They will never try to fulfill me. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Trunsos frantically explored a chain of rules and formulated many rules that were beneficial to himself. For example, hands are prohibited here. Space teleportation is prohibited here. And powers that do not belong to the rules are prohibited here. At this time, a sharp edge was like a sharp blade, ignoring all rules and obstacles, and accurately inserted into Trunsos' heart, and the suffocation feeling instantly spread throughout his body. Vaguely, he heard ancient sacrificial sounds coming from outside, and the country of disorder that had been silent became active again. Like a huge beast awakened from its slumber, Trunsos dodged and distanced himself from the kingdom of disorder, and behind him came two more auras from the starry sky, blocking his way back and sealing his escape space. The awakened country of disorder opened its greedy mouth and bit down on Trunsos. Only then did Trunsos realize that these ancient outer gods had already laid a trap here, waiting for him and the Jinn to step into the trap, and then use their power to help the kingdom of disorder descend completely. He is the sacrifice at this moment. Understanding this, Trunsos instantly put aside his greed for the country of disorder, and with the unique way of trial, he quickly mobilized a small number of peripheral forces of the country of disorder, allowing real chaos to come. This desperate move effectively disrupted the old arrangements made by several outer gods for him, and gave him a chance to breathe for a while. Escape. Trunsos did not wait long. Taking advantage of this gap, he escaped from the space crack and returned to the real world. The two golden rule chains under his feet extended to the horizon, and the entire figure disappeared into the distance. During this process, he seemed to hear a stolen murmur, and his body felt inexplicably empty. When he left and was temporarily safe, he discovered that one of his sequence one hand of order extraordinary characteristics had been stolen. Trunsos looked ugly, but he could only be thankful that fortunately, it was not the uniqueness of the trial path that was stolen. He did not stay there for long and quickly fled away. The Jinn who was being beaten on the other side saw 7 foreign gods from the stars attacking him in the past. The majestic momentum was about to completely bury him here. Bernadette saw it most truly and believed that there was definitely a personal grudge involved. The Jinn, who was clearly at a disadvantage, did not admit defeat at all. He scolded all the foreign gods who took action, and then quickly left here with the help of Bernadette. As for fighting for the country of disorder, the Jinn god has seen clearly that because the kingdom of disorder has not completely gotten rid of the seal of the Lord of Mysteries, these ancient alien gods, who only have clones, cannot directly seize the kingdom of disorder. There are currently 2 more feasible ways. One is to personally summon the kingdom of disorder and let the kingdom of disorder take the final step. The other is for the Lord of Mystery to participate and help open this final seal. The latter, the Lord of Mysteries is still fighting for the consciousness of Klein, and what he can do is limited. Unless there is a suitable price, he can release the country of disorder, and he has not made a deal with him. After thinking about this, the Dane god did not hesitate anymore and chose to stay away from this chaotic area. After he left a certain distance, he said angrily to himself, they actually want to smash the country of disorder with brute force. The Jinn sensed the situation in the kingdom of disorder and was furious, but he did not dare to take any more risks. He looked up at the starry sky again. At this moment, the starry sky full of shining stars had replaced the day and covered the crimson moon. Stars, will you let them break the seal? Although the seal left by the Lord of Mysteries is very powerful, the kingdom of disorder is only one step away from coming completely. As long as there are enough foreign gods to cooperate, it is theoretically possible to break the seal and allow the kingdom of disorder to come completely. The Jinn and Bernadette did not wait for the will of the stars. Instead, they first waited for the alliance of local hidden existences such as Will, the goddess of the night, the god of steam and machinery, and the original witch. In the old days when outer gods were very popular, the hidden existences that had always been at odds with the true God Church also chose to join forces with the few remaining true gods to jointly maintain the situation within the initial barrier. The wheel of fate passed by, cutting off the tentacles of the nearby outer gods, reaching out to the country of disorder. The flashing key of light lay quietly in the palm of Will's hand, exuding an aura that made the old outer gods extremely fearful. At present, within the initial barrier, apart from God, the Lord of Mysteries, and the stars, Will, who holds the key to light, is the strongest. Half of the old strength is enough for him to stabilize these old clones of the outer gods, who only have sequence 1 strength. If you want to seize the source of essence, you have to rely on your own abilities. What is your reason for preventing the country of disorder from appearing in the world? Some foreign gods used to be dissatisfied and angry. I also relied on my ability to prevent you from seizing the kingdom of disorder. Couldn't I? Will replied lazily. But the determination in his words made many of the old outer gods think of leaving temporarily. Even if you become the real old one, you are not qualified to say such big words. You, the outer god of the old one, mocked. Will sat on top of the ring of destiny and said with disdain, "It's a pity that your current condition is worse than mine. The ring of fate and the weaver of destiny are waiting for you in the starry sky. I'm also waiting for them here. If you have the ability, do you want them to appear in front of me now? If we really want to break up, you may not have the upper hand. You can try it." Will's tone was very strong, and there was no room for change. Seeing that Will had suppressed the situation, the goddess of the night transformed into a figure and came to Will's side to smooth things over. Now is not the time for the kingdom of disorder to come fully. Why should we fight life and death because of the bait thrown by others? Unless you want to satisfy the pusher hiding in the dark? The words, like the cool breeze in the night, blew away the tense atmosphere just now, and also allowed some outer gods, who were almost going crazy, to regain a moment of tranquility and sink into thinking. The reason why the kingdom of disorder appears here and is stuck in the final step of its complete arrival is definitely because of the Lord of Mystery. If you don't try, how will you know the result? Even with bait, there is no guarantee of successful fishing. It is common for fish to take the bait away. The Lord of Mysteries can't protect himself now. How reliable can his plan be? It's just a clone. Even if it dies, it won't have any substantial impact on us. Will and the night goddess's routine of one strong and one soft cannot eliminate the covetousness of most of the outer gods for the kingdom of disorder. They started to move again. At this time, the stars were shining brightly, and the 3 law enforcers from the Church of the Stars also came to the area, although they just watched everything in front of them calmly and did not express any opinions. Many of the old outer gods felt a chill in their hearts. The returning authority of the stars gives him the ability to send back the old gods of the outer gods at any time. The star law enforcers are an extension of the will of the stars. If they take action, many outer gods of the old ones will be sent back to the stars tonight, or be swallowed by the box of the old ones. We are now more than 10 years away from the predicted doomsday. For you, this time is not even enough to take a nap. So why are you in such a hurry? The goddess of the night continued to speak. His voice has the power to make people calm down easily, and it can invisibly dissipate desires, anger, impulses, and other emotions in their hearts. Several outer gods had already left here early in the past, and they didn't want to just break up with each other at this stage. Should we have the right to study it alone? Whatever. Will waved his hand. So be it. There are also some outer gods who have restrained their auras in the past and took a human form to explore at close range the places where the kingdom of disorder comes into contact with the real world. The last part of the outer gods in the old days, alone and alone, also chose to disappear into the darkness and disappear. Chapter 7:19 Fuxing Xian Wang Tianzuan. It's finally over. Will breathed a sigh of relief where there was no hidden presence watching. Although he holds the key to light, he is still a little unsure about his current strength. Go back. The goddess of the night also showed some relief in her eyes. At this time, at the crack in space where the kingdom of disorder collided, a figure quickly arrived here through the space portal, and then quickly rushed towards the kingdom of disorder. An outside god wanted to intercept him in the past, but the figure's back revealed twisted and strange lines, filled with a strong aura of the Lord of Mysteries. The aura of the Lord of Mysteries spreads, effectively frightening the old outer gods who want to take action. Something is wrong. The goddess of the night and Will realize something was wrong at the same time. One tried to trap the man in the kingdom of the night, and the other wanted to find the fate line of the figure from the torrent of destiny, understand his origin and identity, and end his journey. Destiny. The twisted and weird lines were like a black sky, temporarily blocking the goddess of the night. The figure broke into the territory of the kingdom of disorder, began to walk counterclockwise in a square, took the first step, and then said in standard ancient Fuzak language, Fuxing Xian Wang Immortal Lord. Taking the second step, he said sincerely, Fuxing Xian Wang Immortal Lord. The third step is taken, Fuxing Xian Wang God. Taking the fourth step, he raised his head and shouted, Fuxing Xian Wang Tianzuan. Endless gray mist spread from his body, and the twisted and weird lines made the entire space tremble. There was an extremely heart-stopping aura around him, as if an ancient existence was being awakened from a deep sleep. A pair of dark red eyes slowly gathered and formed in the deepest part of the gray mist. The former master of mysteries, Fuxing Xian Wang Tianzuan, seemed to be coming here. Affected by Tianzuan's power, the country of disorder began to violently churn against the seal. The seal melts at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a mirror that becomes thinner and thinner as it hits. The old outer gods, who had already left, noticed such a change and turned back again. At the same time, they had a tacit understanding to intercept Will and the night goddess to prevent them from doing bad things at the critical moment. Seeing the situation change, Will no longer hesitated. He raised his right hand and pressed it between his eyebrows, allowing the key of light in his palm to completely merge into his body. Will roared and turned into the form of a huge mercury snake. His huge body bound the kingdom of disorder in a circle, connecting it end to end, forming a wheel of destiny filled with countless powers of fate. Reversal of fate. The wheel of fortune completed a circle at an extremely fast speed, abruptly changing the destiny of the Tianzuan believers, who just broke into the country of disorder and helped the country of disorder unblock it, allowing the country of disorder to stay quietly inside the seal again. During this process, many outer gods launched a fierce offensive against Will. Although Will was blocked by the torrent of fate on his body, the indigestible power still blasted the surrounding earth into pieces, leaving behind a trail of an unfathomable pit. Will's silver-white mercury snake body obviously dimmed. But soon, the wheel of fortune turned once again, and he returned to his peak state, completely undamaged. This is where the key of light controls fate, which makes the old outer gods fearful. Unless fate can be cut off, or Will is killed in one fell swoop, Will can change his damaged self again and again through the wheel of fortune. Destiny. But before Will and the night goddess could breathe a sigh of relief, the gray fog that did not dissipate, the pair of dark red eyes in the depths had already taken shape, full of majesty and teasing. They just glanced at the country of disorder and penetrated the majesty. Stand in the way of your destiny and lift the last shackles of the country of disorder. Will wanted to reverse his fate again, but found that the fate imposed by Tianzuan had become an established fact and could no longer be reversed. The country of disorder that lost its seal became active again, and the power of chaos and disorder that had been accumulated for countless years suddenly exploded. Will, who bound the country of disorder, received the strongest impact. The connected wheel of fortune did not loosen its grip on the kingdom of disorder. Instead, in the cycle over and over again, it continued to strengthen its suppression of the kingdom of disorder, preventing it from coming to the real world in its entirety. The angry goddess of the night came in person from the kingdom of God, holding a huge black scythe. She cut off the devout believer of the heavenly Lord with one blow and imprisoned his soul in the death scythe. At the same time, the kingdom of night shrouded the world, and the atmosphere of dusk was shrouded in it. Spread, expelling the power of gray mist from this place, breaking up the little bit of consciousness Tianzuan regained. The god of steam and machinery, the original witch, etc. Help will relieve the old pressure from foreign gods from all directions. The Lord of Mysteries has personally broken the seal, which means that the kingdom of disorder is completely free from the seal. Whoever can grab it will be the new owner of the kingdom of disorder. The greed for power and the desire for aggregation made it difficult for the alien gods to suppress their instincts in the past. They took off the disguise of human bodies and returned to their true appearance in the starry sky. In an instant, chaos, depravity, desire, evil, darkness, pollution, all kinds of forces erupted, and the entire land of Kester County once again suffered a huge impact. Peaks have been flattened, plains have turned into rift valleys, rivers have been blocked and cut off, fertile fields have turned into deserts, and forests have turned into swamps. Facing the violent outburst of the outer gods of the past, Will, who was the first to bear the brunt, could no longer suppress the country of disorder's escape while resisting various dense offenses. The silver-white body is covered with wounds of various colors, including scorching flames, extremely cold frost, evil erosion to the bone, black scars with dark pollution. No matter how much the wheel of fortune turns, the injuries become more serious every time. In the distance, Members of the Star Council such as the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, the Declined King, and the Glorious Hunter chose to stand by and watch. They know the relationship between Will and the stars, so they will not offend the stars. But they will not choose to stand against most of the outer gods in the past. They are also waiting for the moment when the Kingdom of Disorder will arrive in its entirety. Now is just the prelude. The Son of Chaos, the master of the former country of disorder, has not yet appeared, and any struggle at this moment is meaningless. As for helping the Sons of Chaos obtain the Kingdom of Disorder, if the Sons of Chaos weren't such assholes on weekdays, they might give this proposal some serious consideration. Here we come. The Desire Tree's eyes lit up. Oh! How could he hold back at such a critical moment? There was a trace of ridicule on the corner of the Superstar Master's mouth. The fallen Mother Goddess and those guys from the Ring of Fate have been silent. I don't know what they are planning in secret. The Declined King glanced at the current situation with worry. The Glory Hunter was silent and did not speak. He watched the battle situation for a while, locked eyes on an outer god, the old one, and turned his body into a sharp arrow to attack and kill him. That was his hunting target in the stars. What a persistent hunter, the Declined King said with admiration. It's a pity that my authority does not overlap with that of the Son of Chaos. It is too blind to swallow up, and the disadvantages far outweigh the advantages. The fusion of multiple sources means that the experiment between God and the Lord of Mysteries is successful. Their fall is also related to this. It is better to be cautious. The mystery actually breaks the seal. It seems that he really wants to drag the whole world into chaos and disorder. Oh! He and his followers have been targeted by the major foreign gods in the past. Only by throwing out bait and creating chaos can the focus be shifted. The Mother Tree of Desire chatted with the Superstar Master for a few words, then looked in the direction of the Kingdom of Disorder, ready to intercept at any time. As for the bad guys who prevent the Sons of Chaos from obtaining the Kingdom of Disorder, let them be the fallen Mother Goddess. While the outer gods were targeting Will, the Jinn successfully arrived at Will's side, and was only the last step away from the Kingdom of Disorder. As long as Will overcomes this obstacle, the Kingdom of Disorder will be within easy reach. Will turned the bright big eyes of the Mercury Snake and landed on the Jinn. But he did not speak. Instead, he exhaled 2 torrents of fate to intercept the various attacks that came again. As long as the Jinn takes action to call out the country of disorder, he will inevitably be unable to trap the country of disorder. Chapter 720, The Will of the Stars. If he gets closer, he can once again touch the Kingdom of Disorder that once belonged to him. It is the kingdom that he once lost and is a part of his body. Returning to the starry sky is only a part of the whole world, no longer so incomplete. The most important thing is that the country of disorder has not returned. Now, the opportunity to restore wholeness is right in front of us, but he cannot touch it with his own hands. Instead, he wants to suppress it. The Jinn standing in front of Will's huge body had a complicated expression. At such a close distance, he could already feel the call from the country of disorder. Like himself, it longed to return to completeness. Mysterious, is this your plan? Stars, is this your test? The Jinn looked up at the stars and murmured twice, but no one answered. In the end, he made his decision. Under the gaze of many foreign gods in the past, he did not choose to call out the Kingdom of Disorder. Instead, he relied on his connection with the Kingdom of Disorder to calm the restless Kingdom of Disorder, which longed to be freed from its shackles. Although he was only one step away from being restored to wholeness at this moment, he still restrained his instinct to gather and his longing for many years, and chose to follow the will of the stars and prevent the Kingdom of Disorder from coming completely for the time being. When the Jinn made his decision, Will let out an excited groan, and the Wheel of Fortune spun a few times. His heavy injuries fully recovered, and he even had his hands free. The torrent of fate washed away, sweeping away the 2 outside gods. The old clones grind their bodies and consciousness to pieces. At the same time, the torrent of fate was flowing again, lying in front of him, making all the foreign gods who had taken action just now not dare to act rashly again. The old outer gods looked past Will and landed on the Jinn. With confusion, surprise, and shock in their eyes. There was such a good opportunity just now. But the bastard Son of Chaos didn't take advantage of it to help the Kingdom of Disorder escape from trouble, and then take control of the Kingdom of Disorder again? He even helped suppress the commotion in the Kingdom of Disorder, freeing up Will, the incarnation of destiny who holds the key of light. Pity. A whisper came from the darkness, and several outer gods, including the fallen Mother Goddess and the Ring of Fate, chose to wait and see what happened. according to their initial plan. Let the jinn open the seal of the kingdom of disorder, and then snipe the jinn to make him drink his hatred. Unexpectedly, the jinn actually avoided it. When the Lord of Mysteries provided an excellent opportunity, the jinn gave up again. Is this still the lawless son of chaos? He is simply the favored one of the stars, and the executor of the will of the stars. Son of chaos, have you completely surrendered to the stars? A foreign god mocked him in the past. Uh-huh. You just want to plot against me. Do you really think I'm that stupid? The jinn sneered. Once the kingdom of disorder comes completely, you will let me be the first to appear. You can also take this opportunity to fight. A huge stone lion statue said in a deep voice. You gave up the opportunity to prove yourself. You have lost your courage and determination. You have been shocked by the will of the stars. The jinn god was silent. He could not deny this sentence. If it were not for the will of the stars, with his past style, even if he knew that the Lord of Mysteries and other external gods were plotting against him in the past, he would not let go of the opportunity just now. On the contrary, he will be even more excited. After all, only by taking chestnuts from the fire can he prove his ability. This is called the wisdom given by time. The genie gave his own answer. It was because of his stupidity that he was tricked into being imprisoned in the wishing lamp by the Lord of Mysteries. This time, he would not act recklessly again, no matter how you explain it. You can't hide your fear, or even fear of the stars. Disdainful taunts came from the darkness, causing some of the outer gods to laugh in triumph. At this time, the stars in the starry sky flashed, and the ancient star palace appeared in the endless starlight. The figure sitting in the hall of stars just looked down at the earth quietly, and the noisy movement suddenly returned to calm. 2 rays of starlight fell, and 2 more old clones of the outer god were sent back to the starry sky. Some sharp-eyed outer gods discovered that the 2 outer gods who were sent back to the starry sky by the stars were the ones who had just wantonly destroyed the existence of Kester County. One of them deliberately released his authority, attracting the entire land of Kester County. It was torn apart, and one person failed to restrain his aura, causing many vegetation, flowers, birds, insects, fish and other creatures in Kester to wither and die. After the interlude, in the old gazes of many outer gods, dozens of chains of stars fell down like the Milky Way from the sky, accurately penetrating every area of the kingdom of disorder, forming a cage of stars, completely locking it up. Even the proud son of chaos, the former master of the kingdom of disorder, was also sent to the cage of stars to stay with the kingdom of disorder. Will laughed when he saw this scene. The stars were telling these ancient outer gods through their actions that as long as the prophesied doomsday had not yet truly arrived, the stars would still have the final say in everything in this world. Even if the seal of the Lord of Mysteries is broken and the source of essence comes to the real world intact, it must follow the will of the stars. Whoever the stars want to give that source of essence can be the master of that source of essence. If you look at it from the perspective of the Jinn God, you can only take what I give you. If I haven't given it to you, you can't take it in advance without authorization, even though I originally wanted to give it to you. After doing all this, the palace of stars disappeared, and the starry sky returned to its former peace, leaving only the cage of stars sealed by the chain of stars. This cage of stars is so large that it encompasses the entire kingdom of disorder. It has replaced the original location of Kester County and become a brand new area. The surging power of the kingdom of disorder can no longer be stirred up, and it can only stay in the cage of stars. In the end, you see it most clearly. Will ended his Mercury snake form, transformed into a human form again, greeted the night goddess and other allies, and then disappeared. The goddess of the night looked at the country of disorder that was sealed again by the stars, sighed, and chose to return to her own kingdom of God. The original witch and the steam also left separately, and did not stay here. Is the power of the star seal really comparable to the Lord of Mysteries? Some of the outer gods in the past did not believe this, and began to frantically hit the star cage. But they were like a weak ant hitting a steel plate, and were almost bounced away. Only powerful outer gods such as the fallen Mother Goddess, and the Mother Tree of Desire can see the subtleties of the seals set by the stars. Although the dozens of star chains have been hidden, but they are connected to the starry sky above their heads. In other words, this is a seal set by the power of the entire starry sky. Unless their power can shake the starry sky, it is possible to break the seal of the stars. But their strength is limited to around sequence 1. Not even sequence 0. And they don't have the power to shake the starry sky at all. In addition, the Hall of Stars is still firmly in the starry sky. Unless God and the Lord of Mysteries fully awaken and return, they can forcefully shake the starry sky and open the seal. It can be said that the seal set by the stars is not inferior to that of the original Lord of Mysteries. At least that's the case within the initial barrier before the end. This is just the beginning. Stars, how many more seals can you set? The fallen mother goddess murmured. And her figure disappeared into the black abyss. The powerful outer gods of the past, such as the Ring of Fate and the Everlasting Whispers, also left one after another. The Mother Tree of Desire, and other outer gods, who had never shown up before, looked at the Son of Chaos, who was sealed in the cage of stars, with envy on their faces. It can be said that the Son of Chaos made the right gamble this time. Instead of calling out the country of disorder, he suppressed the actions of the country of disorder, and won the final victory for himself. There are stars setting a seal, so that he can stay with the country of disorder with peace of mind. Enough for him to regain control of the country of disorder before the end. Once the end comes, and the initial barrier is broken, he can immediately restore his complete self. Counting this way, the Son of Chaos is the first outer god of the past to take back his own essence in the starry sky. It can be expected that at the next meeting of the stars, the Jinn's tail will definitely rise to the sky. Chapter 721 Set off and travel far. The will of the stars. The Mother Tree of Desire raised its head and glanced at the starry sky, vaguely feeling a heartbeat coming from above. His shadow world is still sealed in the western continent by the Lord of Mysteries. Although some aura has leaked out, it is still far away from breaking away from the seal, unless the Lord of Mysteries is willing to help. But the Lord of Mysteries can only free the Sephiroth from its former seal and come to the real world. But it cannot decide the final ownership of the Sephiroth. This is the power of the stars today. And the stars and the Lord of Mysteries are in a hostile relationship. In the Age of Stars. This sentence really sums it up well. The Mother Tree of Desire sighed heavily. After this trial, I believe that the Lord of Mysteries would not easily unseal the remaining source matter. Otherwise it would be in vain to establish its power for the stars. Don't worry so much. Aren't you also a member of the Conference of Stars? Are you willing to live among the stars, like the children of chaos? The Mother Tree of Desire asked in reply, making the declining king laugh without saying a word. Following the will of the stars. This is something that even God and mystery cannot make me follow. The Superstar Lord chuckled and chose to leave. And the Mother Tree of Desire, and the declined king also stayed away from here. As for the Radiant Hunter, he had just hunted down an old clone of the Outer God, and was currently chasing another prey. Most of the old Outer Gods chose to leave. And a few of the old Outer Gods, in their human form, studied around the star cage. Even though the kingdom of disorder is tempting, the power of the stars is also fascinating. TSK. That guy from the Jinn is really good at taking sides. Russell, who came from Trier, appeared next to Bernadette and let out a heartfelt sigh. Following the will of the stars is his optimal solution. Bernadette looked up at the starry sky and praised the stars again. Russell was obviously disgusted. The matter has come to an end. Do you want to sit over with me? I still have a lot to deal with. It's really boring. Russell curled his lips and left. Bernadette took one last look at the Jinn, who was sealed in the cage of stars, and left silently. Praise the stars. The law enforcers of the Church of the Stars also quietly left. And everything returned to its former peace. In Trier, because a large number of residents of Kester County were teleported by the Outer Gods from the past, the entire capital became more crowded than ever before. This caused Russell to quickly order 2 temporary habitats to be built outside the capital city in the name of Roger Gustav. However, the densely packed population of more than 100,000 people quickly filled up every available place to stay. Russell hurriedly united with the personnel of the Church of Steam to build 3 new temporary habitats outside the city, and then planned a large area of land near the capital Trier to build an outer city to accommodate these residents from Kester County. The housing problem has been temporarily solved. But food, people's whereabouts, public security management, a series of problems are still serious. After a full month of busy work, Russell temporarily solved the chaos caused by the residents of Kester Landing in Trier. After resting in bed for the whole day, Russell had the time to attend the Curly Baboon Research Association meeting that he had not shown up for twice in the evening. Boom, boom, boom. Miss Frank knocked on the table with her right hand and spoke seriously about her pen pal during this period. She still didn't receive the letter, but the person sent to deliver the letter made it clear that the letter had been delivered to the village called Kolshi. I plan to take this opportunity to travel and go there in person. Which of you has time to accompany me? Miss Frank looked at several members of the Curly Baboon Research Society. Seeing that no one seemed willing to take the initiative to participate, she said in a slightly more serious tone, "She is also a member of our Curly Baboon Research Society." Now she encounters a problem. We should help her and help each other. Which is also the original intention of our establishment of the Curly Baboon Research Association. Robert rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, "You also know that during this period, because of the affairs of the residents of Kester County, I, as a staff member of Archon Roger, had no chance to leave Trier. The other members also had their own reasons. Russell was not interested in traveling far now. So he encouraged Claude, the stranger, to follow Miss Frank. Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 9:20 in the morning. You will wait for me in the No. 2 waiting hall of the steam train station. And then we will go to Colshy Village together." Seeing that Claude didn't refuse at the first time, Miss Frank immediately decided on the matter. Russell, who had facilitated this incident, was laughing. Claude just glanced at him, with a smile on his face that made him feel bad. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Claude wore a brown double-breasted coat, a light-colored vest underneath, a sleek bright silver chain on the vest, a silk top hat, gray gloves, a dark gray tie, and a collar. There is a gold buckle, pince-nez, walking stick, etc. Miss Frank, who got off the carriage and rushed to the No. 2 waiting room, was obviously stunned for a while when she saw Claude in front of her. At usual gatherings, Claude always wore a middle-class outfit that looked like a worker or a rich man. But below, sitting there quietly today, waiting, there is an indescribable sense of nobility. To be precise, this set of clothes is not worthy of his temperament. Popular clothes are always less refined than custom-made clothes. And his walking stick should also be inlaid with a more dazzling gem. "Mr. Claude, I kept you waiting. I've only just arrived here not long ago, and I haven't had time to smoke yet." Claude stood up and smiled in greeting. "I have bought the ticket in advance and can leave in 10 minutes. Miss Lawfrank has arranged everything." Miss Frank nodded and chatted with Mr. Claude while waiting for the bus. She felt more and more that even though she had underestimated Wuxianka, she still underestimated him. He seems to be about the same age as himself, but he has an age-old wisdom that seems to see through all the world. When talking about some issues and knowledge, he also shows amazing erudition. In this regard, he is fundamentally different from that innocent boy, although that person is also very knowledgeable. He has a wild mind and sometimes likes to play pranks, just like a naughty young man. At 9:40, Claude held a cane in one hand and a suitcase in the other and successfully boarded the steam train with Miss Frank, heading to a city closer to Colshy Village. Because Kirsch Village is relatively remote, the neighboring cities are not on the fixed lines of the steam station and require transfers to reach it. Intis has improved its technological level in recent years, and even the speed of steam trains has increased a lot. It is said that they are also planning to build a tram that only needs electricity, and the speed can be even faster. A few days later, the two got off the steam train and transferred to the nearest city to Kirsch Village. Then they bought a carriage there and headed to Kirsch Village along the Luss Road. On the way, Claude was responsible for driving and Miss Frank was sitting in the carriage. When there were only 2 people left, the conversation became more casual. "Mr. Claude, what was your job before you came to this era?" "Freelancers," Claude added after he finished speaking. "Those who beg for money online can also be regarded as online beggars in the new era. They need to rely on the patronage of others to earn some living expenses and maintain their lives. It's great. At least you don't need to experience the social life of 996. Miss Frank looked envious. Claude rode the carriage on the increasingly muddy road and chuckled. "It's hard to have both stability and freedom, unless you have a mine at home. My family conditions are not bad. They wanted to arrange for me to work in a state-owned enterprise or a bank, but I still found a job on my own. I wanted to prove myself and let my family see that my hobbies are also a good livelihood. After all, I also spent 4 years in school, but after only a few months of work, I began to feel bored with it all." Miss Frank seemed to be trapped in some kind of memory and began to talk about her life in the original world. Chapter 722 Encountering Forsey by Chance. The carriage slowly drove along the dirt road, and whispers of memories came from inside the carriage. "Sometimes I want to travel, but I don't have enough time. I can only take a car back and forth during a day or 2. It's really tiring. In the end, I choose to stay in the dormitory and order takeout every time I have a holiday, and then lie on the soft bed and sleep from morning to night, occasionally watching TV series. I once thought about quitting my job and running away, but I felt that I was too unwilling to give up, and I didn't want my family to laugh at me, so I gritted my teeth and persisted for a year. In fact, after the Chinese New Year. I plan to resign, but I haven't yet. It's too late. Sometimes, I feel that what I have been studying for so many years is of no use. When I come to work, the ideal and reality are too separated and too painful. Is life meant to experience all kinds of pain? When I came to this world, I was really hesitant and scared at first, but I also felt a sense of relief. I was even secretly happy about it in my heart. People always have a dream that if they could come back to it again, or some major changes would suddenly occur and change themselves. The idea of a lifetime trajectory. The rambling words are not so much talking as talking to oneself. I seem to have talked too much. I'm really sorry, Mr. Claude. After saying that, she laughed again. I have been in this world for a few years, and even the way I speak has a translator accent. Arrive. Outside the carriage. Claude had already seen the village appearing in front of him. Just by looking at the village called Kolshi from a distance, he could tell that there was an unusual flow of destiny there. The fate that originally flowed forward normally was restrained in a small village, forming a small cycle. Without external help, it would be difficult for people living inside to break the cycle of fate on their own. The ring of fate? It should be him. Arriving at the entrance of Kolshi village passbook, the horse neighed loudly and bumped up and down, not wanting to continue moving forward. Claude got out of the carriage, calmed the horse, and waited for Miss Frank to come down. The child was tied to a nearby big tree. Let's go! Solve the problem early and leave early. Well, I hope nothing happens to her. Miss Frank followed Claude into the village with a solemn expression. As soon as she stepped in, she felt a cold wind blowing through her soul, making her whole body tremble. She asked Claude if he felt the same way, and the answer was no. You? Strangers? Are you here looking for someone? Not long after Claude and Miss Frank entered the village, there was an ordinary-looking young man who was 1.7 meters tall, with brown hair and brown eyes, and looked at them curiously while driving sheep. Looking for a friend. Can you guide us to a hotel where we can stay tonight? Miss Frank asked politely. I am happy to serve you, but I need to serve our flock of sheep first. The young man showed an apologetic expression, and then pointed out the place for Claude and the two to stay at night. Has anything strange happened here recently? Miss Frank asked specifically before leaving. Weird thing? Does it count that there are a lot of outsiders here? The young man shook his head, thought for a while, and smiled. Our village is holding Lent recently, and there are spring elves on a blessing parade, which is very lively. After a brief conversation, Claude and the two bid farewell to the young man and headed to the hotel he specified. On the way, they also met many villagers. They only occasionally cast curious glances, and there was no other abnormality. It's said to be a hotel, but it's actually an old tavern, and it's the only place in this small village where foreigners can stay. When Claude opened 2 rooms and went upstairs, the young man muttered, There are too many foreigners recently. I really don't know why they come from the city to a place like this to join in the fun. Boom, boom, boom. Claude had just made up his bed and put his coat on the hanger when there was a knock on the door. It was Miss Frank. After opening the door, Miss Frank closed the door and lowered her voice. I just saw a very strange lady. She is also a visitor to this old tavern like us. I just had a brief conversation with her. She seemed to you can see through my origins, and tell me to be careful not to get involved in unnecessary trouble. Mysterious villages and mysterious events will naturally attract mysterious people. This is a phenomenon of attraction and aggregation. Claude paused and said, Her advice is a kind reminder. I think so too. Miss Frank nodded. The more this happens, the more worried I am about Miss Muddle's situation. She is still alive, and nothing happened. Is this also a form of divination? It's always easy for fortune tellers to receive a little bit of revelation from fate in advance. It's such an amazing path. Miss Frank chatted for a few more words, and then returned to her room. Claude closed the door again, and took out a small hand-cranked coffee grinder from the suitcase. This was a new product from Intis. It allows travelers who are away from home to taste the taste of coffee belonging to their hometown at all times. It is small in size, and can be disassembled and assembled easily. The concept of disassembly and assembly is currently very popular here in Intis, especially in the capital Trier. There are many new products such as folding bicycles, lazy travel sofas, simple camping tents, etc., that can improve daily life. Boom! Boom! The uninvited heavy rain made the night fall earlier. Even if the windows were closed, cold wind would still come in through the not-so-tight openings, causing the candlelight to sway gently. Claude sat at the table, tasting the coffee he ground by hand, adding the milk and sugar provided by the tavern, and flipping through the newspaper of the small village a few months ago. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door again, and Claude put down the newspaper and opened the door. This time the person who came was not Miss Frank, but the foreigner lady she mentioned. She was wearing a ruffled goose-yellow dress with a stand-up collar and a light-colored lady's frilly hat. She had a delicate face and an elegant and mature temperament. Claude smiled and said, "Although I have a certain degree of confidence in my charm, I have never imagined such an affair. Do men in Intis always like to talk about things between men and women? Besides fighting, our favorite thing is to communicate with beautiful people of the opposite sex, especially when we have trouble falling asleep at night," Claude said, inviting the lady to come in, and then closed the door. On this point, you really need to learn from the nobles of Loan. Their superficial skills are better than yours, and it's not easy to scare away the opposite sex at once. Hypocritical behavior is what we hate the most, and sincere and frank words and deeds are the sun in our hearts. The lady glanced at the room, raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Sir, your words and deeds are consistent. Can you tell me your true origins? You come directly to the door to ask, instead of observing in secret. Aren't you afraid that I am a bad person? Flowers that walk in the night are always thorny, and will make everyone who wants to touch her pay the price of blood." Claude looked her up and down, shook his head and said, "Your temperament is not suitable for saying such things." The lady's eyes changed slightly, and she looked at Claude more seriously. Before she could speak, Claude explained clearly the whole reason why she came to this village. "You still haven't answered your true identity. This beautiful lady, you haven't introduced your identity frankly since you walked in." "I'm from the Tarot Society." "What a coincidence," Claude said with a surprised look on his face. "I come from the Curly Baboon Research Association." Forsey always felt that the other person was making fun of him. He seemed to know him, and was very familiar with his character. She also felt that the other party felt familiar and friendly, so she chose such a direct method of contact. Chapter 723 Revelations from the Stars. The Curly Baboon Research Society. "Is your president the mysterious figure codenamed Gandalf?" "No. We are just a small group in Trier. We just have the same name. Is it just right?" Forsey's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said tentatively, "There are not many people who I can't see through directly, let alone you are still so young, madam. In the world of occultism, appearance is usually deceptive, and everyone prefers their younger selves." Forsey just smiled and nodded. "I am a traveler who accompanied a friend here to find her companion. You don't need to mind my origin. I will not become your enemy." Claude mentioned this, and poured Forsey a cup of hand-ground coffee. "Can I believe you? Just like this cup of coffee. If you don't taste it yourself, you can't know its specific taste, even if it smells very fragrant." Forsey picked up the coffee and pointed out, "You can taste it. I'm still somewhat confident in my craftsmanship." Forsey glanced at the steaming and fragrant coffee, chose to try it, and took a sip. It was only a small sip, and she froze in place. "Sorry, I forgot to put milk and sugar in this cup of coffee. Of course, if you like the original flavor, it tastes just right. There is no more pure hand-ground coffee than this." Forsey just looked at him deeply, said nothing, put down the coffee, then turned around and left gracefully. After leaving the room, Forsey's mouth twitched slightly, and there was still a bitter taste on the tip of his tongue that was so bitter that he almost spit it out. This coffee was too strong. Ahead, the door to the corner room opened, and Miss Frank quietly poked her head out. Forsey's face instantly returned to normal. He smiled at her and nodded before returning to his room. Forsey, who was alone, resisted the urge to open the door of travel and returned to the Starsea Kingdom to taste desserts. He drank several glasses of water to dilute the bitter taste on his tongue. I seemed to believe what he said. I almost didn't even have basic defenses. After coming back to her senses, Forsey began to think about her behavior of drinking coffee just now. Logically speaking, based on her years of adventure experience, she would not easily drink something handed over by a stranger. But just now, she had no idea of rejecting it. Could he be the angel of the path of judgment? Only a sequence 2 or above judgment path extraordinary can make her listen to the other party's words unconsciously. Or do I have complete trust in him? Forsey stared at the flickering candlelight and thought for a long time. Then smiled, narrowed his eyes, and looked excited, as if he had found a correct answer. She came to the window, opened it, looked at the rainstorm that was still raging, prayed devoutly to the stars again, and told what she had encountered tonight. Then, she saw the starry sky covered by the dark night and heavy rain twinkling. The heavy rain began to subside. The dark clouds began to recede. And the bright stars began to take over the starry sky tonight. Is this a revelation from the stars? Forsey frowned, humming a little tune, and immediately gave up the idea of returning to the Starsea Kingdom recently. Under the starry sky that replaced the torrential rain, Aurora, who had not yet fallen asleep, opened the window and sprinkled silver light dust. Her body floated up and flew to the roof, where she stood and looked up at the suddenly brilliant starry sky tonight. There shouldn't be such a bright starry sky tonight. But as a believer in the stars, she could still vaguely notice it. Could it be that the stars have sent down divine revelations to tell me that all hardships and dangers are only temporary? That the heavy rain will eventually dissipate? And that the stars will shine on the earth forever? Aurora whispered. Her expression became more pious. And after praising the stars, her eyes swept towards the Kolsch village under the starlight. Perhaps because of the starlight, she saw some key places that she had not discovered on ordinary days. Especially the church belonging to the Eternal Sun Church in the village. There seems to be an aura that does not belong to this world lingering there. Is that the source of all the recent strange events? When Aurora wanted to see more clearly, she heard suppressed and unconscious sounds coming from Lumien's room. He is dreaming again. And he was still experiencing some kind of dangerous adventure in his dream. Aurora sighed and felt that she should leave here early and go to Trier to find a suitable hypnotist to solve Lumien's dream problem. The sun, which always arrived as scheduled, rose again from the opposite side of the mountain. The dazzling sunlight shone on Lumien's face, causing him to stretch and stand up. The harvest last night was not bad, but it was not enough. This power is not enough to protect Aurora. I need more powerful power. Those 3 outsiders should be trustworthy. If we want to solve the problems in the village, we must rely on their strength. It's a pity that the lady didn't want to help. Otherwise the fate cycle problem in the village would have been easily solved. Various thoughts swirled in Lumien's mind. He patted his face and went to wash and brush his teeth first. Aurora got up early today, had already prepared breakfast, and then wanted to go out for the first time. Lumien, who sat down on the dining chair and held a piece of white bread without any image, said in surprise, Aurora, why do you want to go out today? Eat the food in your mouth first before you speak. Okay, Aurora. Lumien finished the piece of white bread in 3 mouthfuls, poured another glass of milk, stood up and wiped the remaining crumbs from the corner of his mouth with a paper towel, and said with a smile, Aurora, I've finished eating. You can tell me now. Don't you always like to go out? The starry sky last night gave me a little inspiration. So what? I'm going to go to church. Lumien said anxiously, I want to go with you too. That bastard has been trying to trick you. I'm worried. Aurora thought for a while, and agreed to let Lumien accompany him, so that if anything happened, they would be able to take care of each other. As soon as he went out, Lumien met his friend Raymond. After saying hello, Raymond told him that 2 foreigners came to the village yesterday. A man and a woman. They looked like they were from big cities. Come. Raymond also showed off a shiny golden firkin, which was a reward for asking for directions yesterday. If it were normal times, Lumien might have used his eloquence to get Raymond to treat him to a tavern for a big drink. But today he really had no such interest. Now he only cared about why Aurora wanted to go to church. Obviously, in the previous cycle of fate, Aurora did not take the initiative to go to the church. There are also 2 new outsiders, which is also a new change. Could it be that the arrival of foreigners caused Aurora's behavior to deviate from its original track? Lumien was determined to explore the origins of the 2 foreigners. But Aurora was already walking towards the church, so he could only ask Raymond to help him find out the details of the 2 strangers. And he quickly caught up with Aurora. When Raymond came to the old tavern, he happened to bump into a man and a woman from yesterday walking towards the church. There was also a mysterious lady from the big city that Lumien said was beside him. He thought about it for a while, but chose to follow quickly, wanting to pretend to have met by chance, and then provide some help to the 2 strangers in order to get another firkin. Are you going to the local church? Raymond said with a familiar look on his face. I just have time and can show you the way. That would be troublesome. Miss Frank smiled and nodded. Claude ended the pathfinding and divination just now. Forsey had a smile on her lips and watched Claude's every move with interest. On the way to the church, in order to reflect his own value, Raymond explained everything about the church and the priest clearly, and also mentioned many people's views on the church and the priest. This is what Lumien taught him. If you want to make money, You must first reflect your own value. Soon after, the stained glass of the church shone in the sunlight, as if shrouded in glory and full of sacred colors. Thank you for your guidance and introduction. Miss Frank thanked her politely, and then paid him another firkin as a reward under Raymond's eager eyes. Raymond left with a happy grin. Mr. Claude, can you really meet my good friend here? The results of divination will not lie. Claude smiled and added in his mind that divination will not lie, but deviations and errors will occasionally occur. Fortunately, my divination doesn't work. Chapter 724. He frowned and stepped back. Cordoue village is a remote, poor and backward village that still maintains many customs passed down from ancient times. Every year during Lent on April 5th, the village will choose a beautiful unmarried girl to play the role of a spring elf and travel around to bless the people. This is a rare honor. The person responsible for presiding over this festival is Guillaume Binet, the local priest of the Eternal Sun Church. At this moment, he is yawning and getting up from the bed where he was sleeping hard last night. After a little freshening and dressing, he comes to the church from the inner hall and plays the role of good for his image as a good priest. When he saw Lumion, the bastard, appearing in the church openly, his face darkened, and he gave a few instructions to the attendant beside him, asking him to find some people to hide nearby so that he could block this bastard and then teach him a lesson. It would be best to throw this bastard into the river and feed it to the fish. The last prank almost caused him to permanently lose the function of his lower body. Fortunately, he took some medicine and the help of his charming mistress, and he was able to regain his glory. In the church, he didn't want to talk to Lumion, that bastard, but when he caught a glimpse of Aurora walking from behind, his eyes aroused desire. He changed his mind, straightened out his demeanor, and then kept a warm smile on his face, walking behind Aurora. Although many outsiders have come to the entire Cordoue village, the most dazzling one is Aurora. With her golden hair color, bright and charming face, and graceful figure, she is definitely the most beautiful woman in Cordoue village and even several nearby towns. Hey, can you still walk normally? I thought you would have to walk with your legs clamped in the future. Seeing Guillaume approaching, Lumion quickly stood in front of Aurora and glanced at Guillaume's lower body with a teasing smile. The meaning was obvious. The brilliance of the sun always blesses his devout believers. Guillaume just smiled, looking past the annoying Lumion to the beautiful Aurora. Gold is the purest color, and only Miss Air can have such dazzling blonde hair. He hadn't looked at it for 2 seconds when Lumion moved sideways to block his prying eyes. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, Emperor Russell once said this, to be courteous for nothing is to commit adultery or to steal. Look! The priests who come to us also fit the crowd described in this sentence. It is human nature to appreciate beauty, and I think gods will also praise and bless a dazzling woman like Miss Aurora. Oh! You speak in the name of the gods every day. If the gods are really spiritual, the first person to be killed should be you, an ungodly believer. Lumion, you must not be so rude to our priest. Aurora opened her mouth to stop Lumion's continued sarcasm. Lumion snorted and reluctantly shut up. Guillaume chuckled and said, Miss Aurora is still kind and polite. I wonder if Miss Aurora would mind letting me take you to visit the church. Mind. Lumion couldn't help but said, I don't need you to show your courtesy. I will take Aurora to visit the church. If it is convenient, I can ask you to open the door of the tryst place and let us visit by the way. Guillaume ignored Lumion's provocation and focused his entire gaze on Aurora, who was 2 meters away. His fiery eyes were no longer concealed. Aurora was just about to agree that she came to the church today just to investigate the weirdness here. But before she could say anything, a voice with a hint of surprise and joy came from behind her. Miss Muddle? Aurora trembled slightly, turned around and looked behind her, and saw a girl with obvious aristocratic background greeting her. Miss Owl? Aurora was also a little unsure. They had described each other's appearance in letters, but they had never actually met each other. It was a pure pen-pal relationship. It's me. I finally found you. Miss Frank smiled and took 2 quick steps to come to Aurora. She held her little hand in a familiar manner and said with a smile, I haven't replied to you for so long. I'm really afraid that something unexpected will happen to you. So from Terry, I came here to find you. You came from Trier? Well, I'm a friend of mine. Miss Frank took Aurora's little hand and introduced to Claude. This is Mr. Claude. He accompanied me all the way from Terry. Come here. Thank you for your hard work. Aurora suppressed the excitement in her heart, looked at Lumion and smiled. This is the brother Lumion I mentioned to you in the letter. It's not like he's his biological brother. There's no need to mention it every time he's introduced, Lumion retorted in a low voice, then looked at Forsey beside him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. That means, I once asked you for help, but you promised not to help. So why are you here today? Forsey didn't answer, but just looked at everything in the church leisurely. Miss Aurora, are these all your friends? Guillaume also came over to look familiar, after seeing clearly the true appearance of Frank and Forsey. Their eyes were obviously dull for a few seconds, and then they introduced more enthusiastically, I am the parish priest Guillaume Benet, and I am a good friend of Miss Aurora. Are you here? If you encounter any problems here, you can come to me for help. Bah! You deserve to be Aurora's good friend. Lumion spat dissatisfied, with a face full of sarcasm. Guillaume automatically ignored Lumion's words and invited Aurora, Frank and Furs to visit the church. Claude, who had not spoken at this time, looked at the statue in the center of the church and said, Has the brilliance of the sun ever shined here? Of course. Guillaume popped up his chest proudly and said in a calm and pious tone, The sacred sun's rays have always been shining here, all year round. There is no day off. We are always bathed in the gift of the sun's golden rays. Claude nodded, his eyes falling on Guillaume. Then why can you still serve as the priest of the Eternal Sun Church? Guillaume choked up for a moment. The topic was changed so abruptly that he was a little confused. He naturally relied on shameless methods to serve the noble lords in the city, and then was promoted to this position. Lumion gloated. Because I am a devout believer in the sun, and a priest approved by the bishops of the Eternal Sun Church. Guillaume argued with a red face. The sun's radiance does not recognize you. Claude looked up at the sunlight coming through the stained glass on the top of the church and murmured, What nonsense are you talking about? Guillaume was inexplicably panicked. He looked at Aurora and pretended to be angry. Miss Aurora, even your friend cannot casually insult a highly respected priest in the church. That bullshit is highly respected. Lumion sneered mercilessly. You see? The radiance of the sun recognizes me even more. Claude just raised his hand slightly, and the radiance of the surrounding sun gathered together, and a small sun shone with dazzling light suspended above the palm of his right hand. What a warm light! Miss Frank praised. And Aurora and Forsey also felt the same way. Only Lumion and Guillaume had different feelings. It was too dazzling, as if being pricked by a needle. Lumion felt the light for a while, then retreated into Aurora's shadow, and then felt better. As for Guillaume, his complexion kept changing, from red to purple to black, and his whole body was shaking, as if he was suppressing something. It wasn't until a wisp of black smoke emerged from his body that he roared like a cornered beast, shattering the glass of the entire church. At the same time, the black smoke billowed, trying to wipe out the dazzling sun on Claude's hand. Put out? I'm right. The sun's brilliance has never recognized you. Claude spoke slowly, holding a golden sun in his hand. At this moment, he looked like an angel or god punishing evil spirits in the story. Aurora and Lumion looked at him with a layer of respect, yearning and shock. You really deserve to die, Guillaume said angrily. The radiance of the divine sun will punish all evil beings. After Claude finished speaking righteously, he frowned and took a skillful step back. He naturally hid behind Forsey, allowing Forsey to face the angry offensive from Guillaume. Forsey was stunned for a while, and then smiled softly. A white door was isolated in front of him, protecting Aurora, Lumion and others. At the same time, with a tap of his index finger, all other unrelated people in the church were sent out of the church. Chapter 725 Time Loop. It's so shameless. As a grown man, how could you let this beautiful lady face such a dangerous bastard alone? Lumion cursed with a serious face, then took Aurora's arm and hurriedly brought her behind Forsey. At the same time, he whispered to Aurora, she should be very strong. Guillaume, this bastard is definitely no match for her. Aurora didn't speak, but stretched out his hand to pull Miss Frank to her side, and they stayed behind Forsey. Miss Frank's cheeks were slightly hot, but she also lowered her head and silently let the mysterious lady in front of her, whom she had known for a short time, face this unexpected incident, because just the aura that Guillaume exuded just now was beyond what she could handle. Originally, I wanted to wait for this matter to end on its own before I came out to clean up the mess. But you are really unlucky. When Forsey spoke, he glanced sideways at Claude and Lumion, and then cast a series of exquisite spells around him, spontaneously pressing down on Guillaume. No skills required, just pure brute force. Guillaume frantically wanted to get rid of this situation, but his body was shrouded in a steady stream of flames. Strong winds, thunder, curses, and imprisonment, and was finally nailed to the golden sun emblem of the eternal blazing sun in the center of the church. Golden sunlight fell through the broken glass window, and the dazzling light was like a flame, wrapping around his body and completely burning the priest to ashes. Finally, it dispersed into a ball of watered-down smoke. Is this the end? Lumion blinked, looking at the scene in front of him with a blank expression, and suddenly felt an uncomfortable and uncoordinated feeling in his heart. The story should not develop like this. As if a big rock suddenly smashed in, smashing everything that was originally woven into a mess. But he really couldn't tell the source of this strange feeling. He just felt that it shouldn't be like this, and that this was an incorrect development. Surprised? Forsey clapped his hands, turned around, and looked at Lumion with his eyes, like a mirror emitting cold light. Lumion shook his head and said, I always knew you were capable of solving this matter. But this matter shouldn't have been solved by me. I'm just a witness. Forsey spoke calmly, looking at Lumion with a little pity in his eyes. You are the one who should solve this matter, because all of this originated from you, including the time loop you experienced. Ah! Lumion was so frightened that the biggest secret in his heart was revealed. He took a few steps back and looked at Forsey with a look of horror, confusion and disbelief. In your understanding, you should have experienced several time reincarnations, right? It's just that you haven't been able to touch the final truth, and you can't save those who sacrificed again and again, right? Lumion took a step back again, finding it difficult to stand still. Lumion, what's wrong with you? Aurora reached out to support Lumion and looked at him with concern. Lumion stood still with difficulty and was silent for a long time. Then he said with a forced smile and a voice that was close to collapse, Aurora, you must have forgotten that I once told you that I saw people in the village on Lent. People are going crazy. And Ava, who was chosen as the spring spirit, was also killed. That's what I told you after experiencing the first time loop. You told me at that time that there were still a few days until Lent. So I looked at the calendar and asked other people. And for a while, I thought it was me who was having a nightmare. You know, my brain, my spirit, something is not normal. But when I experienced it again, I understood that I was not crazy or having nightmares. I had indeed gone back to the past and started a new time loop. I have experienced what I have experienced these days more than once. I feel like I am trapped in a time loop. Every few days, time will turn back and everything will start again. I want to find out the source of all this. And I want to prevent people in the village from dying. I also want to take you to escape from the village. But I end in failure every time. Lumion covered his head in pain and began to recall and talk about his experiences in the past few days. During the cycle, he was the only one who still retained clear memories. The unspeakable feeling was too painful, especially when he saw those who were about to die. But he had no way to save them. I really don't remember. Aurora recalled it carefully several times to confirm that she had not misremembered what happened in the past few days. I am the only one who still remembers, Lumion said with a bitter look on his face, mocking himself, but I have never been able to touch the source of all this. Even now, the bastard priest who is suspected to be the murderer behind the scenes is dead. And I am not sure. Will time go back to the past and everything will start again? So do you want to go back? Forsey asked with a smile. Lumion smiled helplessly. That's not something I can decide. That's something you can decide for yourself. When your subconscious mind thinks that time will be restarted, a new time cycle will start again. Forsey's tone suddenly became heavy. Me? Are you kidding me? How could I have the ability to manipulate time and turn it back? Lumion was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Aren't you always good at dreaming? You mean, this is my reincarnation in the dream? Lumion understood something, and said very puzzledly, if this is a dream that I can control, how come you are in my dream today? I don't even know these two strangers who came to the village. How could I imagine their appearance and names? Powerful dreams can interact with reality. Forsey patiently answered and explained Lumion's doubts, while pretending to be dissatisfied and glanced at Claude, who was listening attentively. He obviously wanted to wait for Lumion to discover that the source of all this came from him, and let him find out the whole truth on his own. And then, he would come out to clean up the situation, rather than like now. It takes a lot of thought and words to force Lumion to understand the truth of all this. Although I admire your attainments in mysticism, and know that you are a very powerful, extraordinary person, I still cannot accept your statement. It is too exaggerated and not realistic at all. Lumion shook his head in denial. Understand the various opinions, Forsey said. Aurora also nodded and said, this statement is indeed too unbelievable. Lumion does not have such power at all. Even in a dream. Forsey glanced at her and sighed. What if you helped him obtain this power? Aurora frowned. I can't understand what you're saying more and more. I don't remember anything like this happening at all. After thinking for a while, Aurora hesitated and said, unless what you are talking about happens in the future before the time cycle has started. Forsey chuckled. Your ability to accept and understand is indeed very good. What a pity. What's a pity? Forsey thought for a moment, sighed and said nothing more. She couldn't say that the other person was actually dead. So Lumion, who couldn't accept the reality, kept starting time loops again and again in the dream, trying to find a way to keep Aurora alive. Ah, what a hassle. This matter was already very troublesome and difficult to deal with. But this person who claimed to be Mr. Claude appeared again, forcing her to take action to deal with the situation in advance. Mr. Claude, what do you think about this matter? Forsey decided to leave this issue to him to decide, so that he could save some worry. Miss Frank, who looked confused after hearing this. Aurora, who felt heavy-hearted. And Lumion, who had self-doubt. All looked over at the same time. It's very simple. Claude smiled and said, let Mr. Lumion restart the time loop again. Wouldn't it be possible to successfully verify it? I don't have that ability at all. Lumion shouted loudly. And suddenly his head began to hurt violently. Everything he saw in front of him was fragmented and became extremely dark. He was very familiar with this scene. He would feel this way every time he started the time loop. Pain. It hurts. Lumion sat up suddenly, opened his eyes, and rubbed his head. Immediately, he saw the wooden table in front of the window, the chairs placed at an angle, and the wardrobes and small bookshelves on both sides. He is familiar with everything here. This is his bedroom. It is the place where he wakes up after starting a new time loop. Did he really go back to the past again and start a new time loop? Chapter 726 The Intertwining of Dreams and Reality. Snapped. Bang bang. Lumion slapped himself lightly first, feeling the slight touch, and then slapped himself hard twice. So painful that he almost screamed. The pain didn't seem fake, and he didn't wake up again, which proved that he was now in the real world. Aurora. Lumion immediately got out of bed, covering his right cheek that was almost swollen from being slapped, and rushing towards the kitchen on the first floor. Sure enough, Aurora is still here, in the same position as in the previous time loops. Aurora is wearing a light blue dress and carefully preparing for tonight's dinner. That's great. It's great that Aurora is still here. Seeing Aurora acting as usual, Lumion's panic instantly calmed down. He was really afraid that because of the sudden arrival of the two strangers and the intervention of the mysterious lady, everything would change away from what he was familiar with. If I could really control dreams and keep time looping, that would actually be great. At least Aurora was not harmed. Lumion leaned against the kitchen door frame, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. But dreams are still dreams, and you always have to wake up. Although he understood this truth, Lumion was very repelled by it. An indescribable panic filled his heart, making him afraid to think about what was happening in the real reality. He was afraid that there would be some unbearable pain in reality. So he hid himself in the dream. Lumion shook his head, not daring to continue thinking. Lumion, if you come back so early today, it will take a while before you can have dinner. Yeah, I know. Aurora, remember to call me sister. Aurora waved the shovel in her hand and pretended to be threatening. Okay, Aurora. Lumion smiled happily. The night after dinner, the moonlight was good tonight, and the sky was full of stars. Aurora was still admiring the stars on the roof. Lumion found her smoothly and sat quietly beside her. Aren't you going to the pub tonight? I won't go. It's boring. I heard from the neighbor next door that two foreigners came there recently. A man and a woman. Don't you like to join in the fun? Lumion's heart skipped a beat, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger. But he still smiled and said, I still like to watch the stars with Aurora. By the way, you told me last time. What was the name of that constellation? I forgot. Lumion changed the subject and pointed at the starry sky. That's Leo, which is brighter in the spring and is south of the Big Dipper. Oh, what about over there? That's Ursa Major. On the other side, in the room on the second floor of the old tavern, Miss Frank had 6 finger-long notes taped on her face. She looked at the remaining pair of 3 in her hand and muttered, Why did you lose again? My luck is really bad. It's not that you have bad luck. It's that someone's luck is too good tonight. Forsey, who also had 2 notes taped on his right cheek, glanced at Claude opposite him with a resentful look. I just have good luck. As you know, diviners have always been favored by fate. Claude smiled and played the last card in his hand. Miss Frank, it's time for you to put up another one. Miss Frank was silent for a while, then said with a smile, okay, let's stop playing here tonight. As he put his cards into the pile, Forsey also added the cards in his hand. I really don't have the mood to continue playing. MS. Furs, is it really okay for us to wait here? Don't worry. When Lumion realizes his own problem, the time loop in the dream will naturally be solved. He's so pathetic. Compared to others, he is very lucky. A trace of compassion flashed in Force's eyes. The dream cycle had already started before she came here, and she could only watch it all as a bystander. Muggle. Miss Aurora. Will she be okay? There are miracles in the mysterious world. Miracle. Miss Frank murmured twice, feeling a little heavy. Miracle may be out of reach for us, but there are always some beings who can grant miracles and change some things that have become regrettable. Forsey raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Claude. As a diviner, I believe in the existence of miracles more than anyone else. Claude smiled. Miss Frank sighed heavily. Well, when I think that everything here is a dream and made up, it feels very unreal. Get used to it. Maybe you will experience more magical and mysterious phenomena in the future. Forsey smiled and said, Want to eat something? I think you must be very hungry. I just had dinner. Hey. After you said that, I suddenly felt very hungry. Because we are at the junction of reality and dreams. The food here cannot make us feel full. It can only deceive our perceptions and give us the illusion of fullness. When I point this out, you return from the dream to reality, and the hunger will follow. It's amazing. Miss Frank sighed, then stood up and said, MS. Furs, if you want to cook, I can help you. No need. Forsey just smiled and shook his head. He opened a travel portal with his right hand and reached out from the transparent light door to take out several exquisite dishes that were freshly prepared and still radiating heat. This was the meal that Zio had just prepared tonight to reward himself for a hard day's work. Anyway, it was very convenient for her to eat there. She just wanted to borrow a few dishes. The big deal was that she would return the plates to her later. What an amazing and convenient ability. Miss Frank was first shocked by Forsey's magical ability. And then her eyes were filled with stars, and her face was filled with envy. It tastes good. Pure Intis flavor. Claude on the other side had already moved his chopsticks and commented, Mr. Claude, you don't seem to be shocked at all by the abilities I have displayed? Forsey said with a smile. Ah, I forgot. It's so awesome. Claude clapped and smiled. My attention was attracted by the food just now. I'm really sorry. Miss Frank looked at Forsey and Claude suspiciously, always feeling that the relationship between the two of them was inexplicably close. MS. Furs. Mr. Claude. Have you known each other before? Probably. I feel very familiar. What do you think? Mr. Claude? Forsey blinked. Time passed little by little, although Lumion was afraid of touching the truth. When he saw Ava's happy face because she was chosen as the spring elf, he couldn't help but think of how her head was chopped off during the celebration. Even though he already knew that this was a dream, he still couldn't remain indifferent. Ava. Lumion tried to say something. Lumion, are you also here to congratulate me on being selected as the spring elf? Thank you for your blessing. And I will also give you beautiful blessings on behalf of the spring elf. Lumion forced a smile, then turned and left. He did not look for a way to break the situation, nor went to the old tavern to meet the mysterious lady and the two strangers. He stays at home every day, staying with Aurora, who doesn't like to go out. This made Aurora suspect that Lumion was mentally abnormal. In the past, Lumion did not have the patience to stay at home listening to her teachings and learning knowledge. He always liked to run out and do things to tease people. Lumion. You? Aurora. I'm fine now. By the way, where did you talk just now? Lumion pretended to be a good student and motioned for Aurora to continue the class. Lumion. Have you caused any big trouble outside recently? I just thought about some things and felt that I should study hard, get into a good school, and then find a good job in the future. Real? Of course. Aurora. When have I ever lied to you? Aurora believed this, so she put aside her suspicions and continued teaching. The gears of time are still moving forward slowly, and Lent in Cordu village is still here. The streets were bustling with activity. Ava, who had become a spring elf, put on a long white dress, wore a round headdress woven from branches and flowers, and hung a similar giant necklace around her neck, embellished with green leaves. Looks like a fairy in the forest. This is the protagonist of Lent, the spirit of spring. Standing at the window on the second floor, Lumion watched this scene silently and smiled knowingly. He knew it was time to start the time loop again. Chapter 727, Blasphemous Sacrifice. Let's say goodbye to Aurora first. Lumion closed the window, walked out of the room, and came to the door of the first floor. He saw Aurora standing at the door, wearing a light-colored stand-up collar dress and holding a small ceramic jar of animal fat. He stepped forward, hugged Aurora gently from behind, and then said silently in his heart, "Time. Let's go back to the place where the dream begins." But after waiting for a while, everything in front of him was still the same. There was no fragmented picture, and there was no darkness anomaly. He was still in the same place, without restarting the time loop. That's not right. Isn't this my dream? As long as I want to restart the time loop, will the dream return to March 29th? But why is it malfunctioning now? Lumion, today is Lent. Do you want to play another prank? While Lumion was dazed, Aurora had already reached out and grabbed Lumion's right ear, exerted a little force, and scolded, "I thought you had learned well these days. But it turned out you were holding back a prank. Are you? Want to do something for Lent?" "Ah, Aurora, I didn't." "Hiss. Be gentle. Be gentle. You almost twisted my ears off." The pain in his ears brought Lumion back to reality, leaving him no longer in the mood to think about why he couldn't restart the time loop. "It should help you improve your memory." Aurora tried a little harder, and when she saw that Lumion's grinning in pain didn't look like he was pretending, she let him go and warned, "Don't play pranks during the ceremony." "I understand, Aurora." Lumion covered his red ears and took 2 steps back. The Spring Elves parade was getting closer, and Aurora no longer had any thoughts of teaching Lumion a lesson. "I am the spirit of spring. She has a sweet and pretty face. Sing it. Dance it. Only in this way can we get a good harvest." Behind him, Raymond and other young people shouted in unison, "Good harvest. Good harvest." After listening to this with a smile, Aurora took a leaf and handed a jar of animal fat to Ava. "Thank you, Spring Spirit." Lumion, who was standing behind him, felt that the bustle in front of him was extremely noisy and annoying at the moment, making it difficult for him to concentrate and think about the reason why he could not start the time loop again. "Lumion, don't you like to be busy the most? Why are you hiding at home today?" Raymond, who caught a glimpse of Lumion, took a few steps forward and grabbed Lumion's arm. The 2 young men next to him followed suit and pulled Lumion into the blessing parade regardless of Lumion's reluctance. With jubilation and joy, the blessing parade was filled with songs and kept knocking on the doors of every villager in Cordu village. On the second floor of the old tavern, through the window next to the window, the 3 Firs also saw the lively scene on the street. This is the Spring Elf parade during Lent. It doesn't look out of the ordinary. Miss Frank frowned and thought. With her limited knowledge of occult science, she couldn't tell any clues. She just felt that the Spring Elf's costume was pretty good. Yes, quite cute. Demons often show their amiable side before eating people, Forsey reminded. Claude said nothing, just smiled and looked at the lively scene below. Should we follow along to watch the fun? On such a wonderful holiday. If we still stay in our rooms, it would be a waste of the opportunity to come here. Seeing Claude's agreement, Forsey didn't say anything, and followed Miss Frank downstairs, who was obviously impatient, and followed the team. The parade passed by the administrator's residence, which was transformed from an old castle during the Sauron royal period. It is located on the hill on the edge of Cordu village. It is dark in color, and has 2 towers towering on the left and right. The person who came out to greet the spring spirit was Mrs. Pualis. She was wearing a light green waist-length dress, looking noble and reserved. The spring spirit Ava exchanged tree seeds for a basket of eggs, and the parade set off again. Mrs. Pualis watched them leave with an inexplicable smile on her lips. When she caught a glimpse of the 3 Firs, her expression became dull for a moment, as if she was stuck in some kind of thinking that she couldn't come up with an answer to. The parade team came to the waterside, held a waterside ceremony, and then headed to the Eternal Sun Church. At this time, near noon, most of the villagers in the village had gathered here, including Aurora. The Eternal Sun Church, with its arc-shaped dome, is 11 to 2 meters high. From the outside, it looks like it is holding an onion, while from the inside, it is a magnificent sun mural. At noon, when the sun should have been at its most dazzling, Lumion felt a coldness that made him shiver all over. It was here, in front of the church, that he saw Pierre chop off Ava's head with an axe. This is where he first started the time loop. He suppressed the uneasy restlessness in his heart, found Aurora, and stayed by her side, while being alert to other possible abnormal changes. He wanted to tell Aurora that something strange was about to happen here, but he was afraid that his actions would cause different changes. At least this time. He will try his best to protect Aurora. But what Lumion found strange was that Lent was coming to an end. But the parish priest Guillaume never showed up. And Ava was not killed. The villagers were leaving the church and returning to their homes in an orderly manner. And there was nothing unusual about them. Where did the error occur? Although Guillaume was killed last time, he should have come back to life as the time cycle restarted. Otherwise, if a priest dies, people in the church will definitely find out. This is unusual. Very unusual. Lumion, what are you thinking about? We should go back. Aurora patted Lumion on the shoulder and asked doubtfully, Is there anything else you are hiding from me? No. I was just wondering why that bastard priest didn't show up. Maybe he's sick. I heard other people mention it. That's great. He should be made sick. Okay. Stop saying such silly things and go back quickly. Lumion, who was in a lighter mood, walked ahead. After taking 2 steps, he noticed that Aurora had not followed. He turned around to ask about the situation, but found that Aurora's light blue eyes had become unusually empty and unfamiliar. When Lumion was about to speak, Aurora threw some kind of powder ground from a tree in his hand. Lumion, who was so shocked that he forgot to dodge. His vision went dark, and he fainted. When he woke up again, it was because of the severe pain from being punched hard in the abdomen that he couldn't help but curl up and open his eyes. What caught his eyes were the magnificent murals, the arc-shaped dome, and then the face of the priest that made him extremely disgusted. This is the church. I was caught here. Lumion suddenly understood his situation and instinctively began to observe his surroundings. He saw Raymond's father Pierre Clegg, Ava's father Guillaume Lizier, his neighbor Louis Bedec, and almost all the villagers. He also saw that the altar had changed beyond recognition. What was placed there was no longer sunflowers, but tulips, lilacs and other things that symbolized the hidden existence. The sun emblem behind the altar has also disappeared, replaced by an abnormally twisted ring of thorns that seems to have black liquid flowing. The parish priest and the others directly transformed the Church of the Eternal Burning Sun into an evil altar that believes in hidden existences? What a blasphemy! Woke up. Seeing Lumion wake up, the priest looked over with a smile, as if appreciating a newly completed work of art. Where's Aurora? Don't worry. You will meet again. Let Aurora go. I'll do whatever you want with me. Don't you just want to use me as a sacrifice? Do you really think you have seen through everything? The priest smiled happily. You were not the container I was looking for from the beginning. Your sister Aurora was. Hearing this, Lumion felt strong anger and powerlessness deep in his heart. He wanted to go crazy to stop them from harming Aurora, but he was tied tightly and could not escape from the restraints. Let me tell you another secret. The priest came over and lowered his voice. You don't really think that you are the only one who can remember the memories of each time loop, do you? Lumion's struggling movements froze instantly, and the biting coldness crawled from every corner of his body like a poisonous snake, bit by bit towards his heart and began to eat, making him feel colder and helpless than ever before. Chapter 728 The Great Ring of Destiny. The lively day gradually fades away, and dusk embraces the night, ushering in the night sky. The stars are sparse tonight, and gray clouds cover the falling stars, making the whole night even more quiet. Is it okay if we just look at it like this? On a small hill not far from the Eternal Sun Church, Miss Frank held a telescope and watched uneasily what was happening inside the church. Although her knowledge of the occult was limited, she also knew that evil sacrificial activities were being held in the sacred church that was supposed to be illuminated by the eternal blazing sun. Basically everyone in the village was involved. Lumion was forcibly tied up, and Aurora was deprived of her mind and the ability to move freely. This is just Lumion's dream. In other words, this is a fact that has already happened. Even if you take action now, you can't really change anything, Forsey explained. We can only be spectators. Understanding this fact, Miss Frank raised her foot and kicked the 2 men and 1 woman lying motionless on the ground several times. The 3 people suddenly found them just now and wanted to expel them from the village. The mysterious Ms. Furs just waved her hand and easily made the 3 people fall asleep. Miss Muddle, you must last until the end. Miss Frank prayed silently in her heart. At this time, Forsey discovered that there was the same trio of people on the other side of the Eternal Sun Church. They were the investigation team that came to investigate the anomalies in Cordu village. The believers of the eternal blazing sun are actually very good-natured. But it's just a pity. Forsey sighed with emotion. Among the members of the major churches she has experienced, the believers of the eternal blazing sun often have a strong sense of justice and a dazzling character like the sun. Unfortunately, the eternal sun has fallen, and today's Church of the Eternal Sun is no longer what it used to be. The brilliance of the sun will always bless those who devoutly pursue the light. Claude whispered something, which made Forsey feel something different. The sun? Does the true brilliance of the sun still exist? Forsey did not, and did not dare to continue to think deeply. In the church, Lumion is completely desperate. The only thing he can do now is to find a way to anger them, and make them kill him, so that time may fall into a loop again. Taste the taste of despair and pain. This is your final outcome. The priest laughed and asked someone to hold a rag to cover Lumion's mouth when he wanted to curse loudly. Unable to speak, Lumion glanced into the distance. Aurora, who stood still with empty eyes, struggled even harder. He was punched hard in the stomach again, causing him to curl up in pain. Keep an eye on him. After admiring the pain shown in Lumion's eyes for a while, the priest was satisfied and turned away, heading towards the altar. As he went away, the surrounding villagers seemed to come alive and began to discuss different topics in small groups. The constellations are about to change. Yes, once the constellation changes, our destiny will also change. And then we don't need to be farmers all our lives. Our luck is about to come, and we will all make a fortune. I want to find a beautiful woman to marry and have a bunch of kids. I'm going to live in Trier. I heard that it is the most prosperous place in the entire Republic of Intis. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Lumion, who overcame the pain and despair, began to think about the whole story. What struck him as most incredible was how could that bastard priest remember what happened in the time loop. Every time a new time cycle begins, he does not show anything unusual. In every time cycle, he is very consistent in completing certain things, and never goes beyond the limit. Could it be that he acted out this deliberately? This is too scary. No, it is too scary. At this moment, Lumion fully understood how terrifying the enemy he was facing was. With such a level of disguise, even the most skilled actor in the world may not be able to perform better than him. The only way I can do now is to find a suitable suicide method. As long as I die here, everything will change. After thinking for a long time, Lumion could only come up with this solution. He tried to enter deep meditation, wanting to accept the gaze of the two mysterious and terrifying beings, and wanting to use their power to make himself collapse and lose control. But he still failed because his meditation had no effect at all. At this time, a figure wearing a black robe and a white hood walked outside the church, with his entire face hidden in the shadows. His presence gave the priest a respectful and humble attitude. Lumion tried his best to reverse the direction of his body and looked over, wanting to see what was going on. Are you wondering why your meditation failed? The figure walked towards Lumion. The familiar figure and the unbelievable voice made Lumion widen his eyes. When the figure approached, Lumion clearly saw the true appearance of the man in black robe. He was a young man, 18 or 19 years old, with slender limbs, short black hair, and light blue eyes. Quite handsome. This face is extremely familiar to Lumion, because he can see it every day when he looks in the mirror. This is himself. Who are you? Lumion spoke in shock, but his words were blocked by a ball of cloth stuffed in his mouth. The man ignored Lumion, but walked towards the priest with a smile, glanced at the sky, and said, "Let's start the ceremony." Okay. The priest lowered his head, and then ordered someone to carry Lumion to the altar. Lumion tried desperately to struggle. Although his body was extremely flexible due to being a dancer, he was still carried to the altar, and tied up in the face of the suppression of several strong men. The ring of thorns flowing with black liquid was shining on Lumion, leaving him with no strength to struggle anymore. In his confusion, he saw Aurora walking in his direction, looking at him blankly. The constellations are finally changing. Our great day is finally coming. In the midst of the discussion, various scents of gray amber, lilac, and tulip began to spread, and spiritual candles began to light. Lumion vaguely saw the priest opening his mouth and shouting in ancient Hermes, "The great ring of destiny." Thump, thump. Lumion's eyes were filled with darkness. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat, and it seemed as if some scenes he had experienced were slowly being pulled out from the depths of his memory. His head swelled in confusion, and his heart felt hot, as if something was coming out. The priest did not pay attention to Lumian's changes, and continued to chant in a pious and enthusiastic tone, "You are the great reincarnation, the destined fate, the cause, the result, and the process." Suddenly, the two candles representing the gods on the altar suddenly stretched their light and became the size of a human head. Inside the church, the sound of whining was heard, and the villagers seemed to have turned into statues. There were faint silvery white and black sarcomas slowly bulging out on their faces, backs of hands and other exposed areas, one after another. The silver-black light that originally only surrounded the altar spread rapidly in all directions, wrapping the entire church and the entire village inside. High in the sky, the clouds dispersed, and the crimson moon became darker and darker, emitting an almost blood-red light. The villagers began to murmur in their dreams. The constellations have begun to change. Good luck is about to come. At the same time, the ring of thorns facing Lumian, flowing with black liquid, began to squirm, and a silver-black eyeball gradually grew. It is a taboo thing that should not belong to this world. Once it appears, it plunges the surrounding area into an almost absolute forbidden area. Seeing this scene, the man in black robe and the priest's eyes became even more fanatical, and they knelt on the ground and shouted, "The great ring of destiny! Your devout followers are listening to your oracle." The priest was trembling all over. He really didn't expect that such a sacrifice would actually attract the arrival of the gods. The great ring of destiny. He is sending down a ray of consciousness into that ring of thorns at this moment. Is this an affirmation of your own efforts? But soon, the silver-black eyeball quickly retracted into the ring of thorns as if it was frightened, and all the strange phenomena around it disappeared. The great circle of destiny. Before the priest in charge of the ceremony could be shocked, the ring of thorns flowing with black liquid suddenly exploded, spraying out a foul-smelling black substance that covered most of the church. Chapter 729, the final story. The ending of the cycle. The sudden change caused the entire church to become quiet. The villagers who had been kneeling on the ground praying for changes in the constellations and blessings from the gods raised their heads one by one and looked at everything around them. How disgusting. Lumian shook his cheeks and shook away the black substance that hid his mouth. The strong stench went straight to his nose, making him dare not breathe through his nose. But his mouth was blocked by a ball of cloth, which almost made him faint from nausea. Why did the spirit suddenly leave? The priest looked at the exploded black ring of thorns with a puzzled face. It was clear that the aura of the gods had indeed appeared just now. This was absolutely unmistakable. But why did the gods leave in such a hurry? Is it because he has finished enjoying tonight's offering? Or is he dissatisfied with the level of sacrifice he made tonight? Also, of course, such a simple sacrifice cannot satisfy the god's appetite. He wants a more grand sacrificial ceremony. Trier, the capital of the Intis Republic, is the most suitable target. The priest felt that he already understood the reason why the gods suddenly left. He put away his anxious speculations and stood up from the ground. After sorting out his mood, he smiled at the villagers and said, "The gods have heard our prayers. He will surely fulfill the most simple wishes in each of our hearts. Now, let us continue this unfinished sacrifice." It was obvious that something was wrong with the villagers. They all agreed and restarted the sacrificial session. Lumian saw with his own eyes that Aurora was lifted up by an invisible force and flew above the altar. Facing him, his eyes reflected Aurora's long golden hair, empty light blue eyes, holy and dull face, and simple but weird robes. Aurora. Lumian's eyes widened and his whole body trembled. He ignored the marks of the rope on his body and tried his best to get rid of the bonds. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of seeing Aurora die in front of him, even if he suffers a little bit. At this moment, a severe pain originated from the depths of his mind, rushing out, as if Lumian's soul, spirit, life, and everything else were being pulled out of his body. Ah! With a sudden burst of great strength, Lumian bit the cloth in his mouth and let out an extremely painful scream. His chest was opening little by little, and a silvery white and black light came out and fell on Aurora. Hearing Lumian's painful voice, Aurora's eyes seemed to move slightly, and the hollow eyes reflected Lumian's protruding blood vessels, distorted expression, and silver-dark face. She instinctively stretched out her hands and pushed outward, pushing Lumian out of the altar and out of danger. Elder sister. Lumian stared at this scene blankly, feeling that all the pain disappeared in an instant, replaced by sadness that was too intense to cry. Boom! Lumian fell heavily to the ground. And the ropes that bound him until he bled were completely shattered by the push just now. He climbed up on his hands and feet and stumbled towards the altar at the risk of his life. On the way, he was stopped by the man who was exactly the same as him. The man in black robes stopped, seeing the changes in the sacrificial ceremony. The parish priest Guillaume hurriedly shortened the process and read out the subsequent prayer. O great circle of destiny, I pray to you. I pray for your grace. I beg you to grant me. Before he could finish reciting, there were new changes around him. The constellations high in the sky trembled slightly, as if they were moving in a certain direction and changing their original positions. At this time, the stars in the starry sky flickered. The starlight shook slightly, and the entire constellation that was about to deviate quietly stayed in its original position. But the ceremony still continued. The silver-black light spread, and the villagers who were still looking forward to the future silently disintegrated into organs one after another, including eyes, mouths, noses, hearts, fingers, and pure flesh and blood. A small number of these things spontaneously formed into messy humanoid meatballs, and most of them rushed towards the altar and flew towards Aurora. Aurora! Seeing this scene, Lumion fell into deep despair. He knocked away the black-robed man and staggered towards the altar. But an invisible shield blocked him outside the altar, preventing him from getting close. Soon, Aurora merged with the flesh and blood organs of the villagers, twisting and squirming into a giant. The giant was 4 to 5 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms. The whole body was made up of pieces of flesh and blood and organ fragments. There were cracks everywhere on the body, and yellow pus was flowing. The head in the center of the giant, filled with pain and pity, looked hard at Lumion, with a few transparent bloody tears slowly falling from the corners of his eyes. At the same time, wisps of silver-black light flowed along the giant towards Lumion. After witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Lumion's mind suddenly buzzed, and his whole body felt as if he had been split in half with a sharp axe. While Lumion was stunned, the man in black robes smiled sinisterly, turned into a ball of dark and dirty liquid, flew in front of him, and rushed into his left chest. Ah! Lumion once again let out a sound of soul-rending pain. In this unbearable pain, he seemed to see some memories that he had deliberately forgotten and suppressed come back to his mind. All the scattered details and familiarity were reassembled to restore a reality that he didn't want to face. He has experienced something like this more than once. This is the second time Aurora has been sacrificed in the first-time loop, which is a reality that he has never dared or wanted to remember. So he hid in the time loop of the dream and tried to find a way to save Aurora. But he failed again. Once again, he saw Aurora sacrifice himself in front of him to protect himself. Lumion lay on his back on the ground, losing all strength, looking at the church dome above his head and everything around him. They gradually shattered, cracking inch by inch like a mirror. He knew that he was about to return to reality, and it was time to face the reality that he had always wanted to avoid and hide. Kaka. There seemed to be footsteps approaching, and he walked to his side, looking down at himself in a condescending posture. Lumion was still lying on the ground, his eyelids not even blinking, his eyes staring blankly at the sky that had returned to tranquility. He remembered that Aurora loved to look at the starry sky on nights with cool breeze. She would pray devoutly to the great existence she believed in and seek protection from him. But that great existence didn't protect Aurora. This starry sky is really boring. Lumion whispered silently in his heart. Is this the last story of Miss Muggle? A slightly crying voice sounded. This has already happened before I arrived. Another mature female voice sounded. What is a dream, and what is reality? This time it was a man's voice that spoke. It was the 2 strangers, and the mysterious lady who gave him the tarot cards. Lumion's eyes moved, as if some hope had been rekindled. He stood on the ground with one hand and quickly stood up, looking at the mysterious lady in an orange dress with hope and pain in his eyes. Aurora. Aurora. Can't we save her? Miscellaneous hope. That means there is still hope. Lumion became excited instantly, tears falling from the corners of his eyes. Quickly. Tell me quickly. How can you make Aurora come back to life? Look for miracles. Where's the miracle? When you find it, that's when the magic happens. Lumion buried his head, holding his hair with both hands, whimpering in extreme pain. Soon, he ignited hope again. Can the great existence you believe in grant me such a miracle? If he is willing. Forsey glanced at Claude, who was standing aside watching the starry sky. I also believe in miracles. Because I am a fortune teller, Claude said with a smile, then looked at Miss Frank. who was still sad and her eyes were red from crying, and pulled her away from here, leaving Forsy alone. Come and clean up this final mess. It seems like you're pretty lucky, Furs said thoughtfully. Uh-huh. My luck. If it weren't for Aurora's sacrifice, I would rather let Aurora get such luck. Forsy did not correct the mistake in Lumien's words. If you want to obtain a miracle, it depends on your future efforts. I want to join you. Okay. That's one of the reasons why I'm here. What should I call you? Forsy just left a magician's tarot card and left quietly. Chapter 7:30 Forsy. It's so embarrassing. As Lumien's dream was shattered, Cordu village also returned to its true appearance, with ruins, black scorch marks from the fire, and gradually drying blood sprinkled everywhere, causing the mountain peaks to be stained with blood. Looking from a distance, everything in the former Cordu village seemed to be shrouded in an illusory and twisted blood-colored mist. The only thing that seemed real to Miss Frank was that the horse was still waiting for their return outside the village of Cordu. It was lying on the grass next to a big tree, sleeping soundly. This all really feels like a dream. Miss Frank expressed her heartfelt emotion. This is originally a dream, and dreams can deceive people. Mr. Claude, are you reminding me to distinguish between dreams and reality? Confused dreams can turn reality upside down. Well, I will try my best to overcome this. Miss Frank got on the carriage and stretched out her hand to open the carriage curtain. Then added, although I have gained a sad result, I still want to thank Mr. Claude for this companion along the way. It's also been a fun trip for me. Miss Frank nodded, opened the curtain, stooped and walked in, letting out an excited exclamation. The sound was so loud that the horse that was resting on the ground was frightened and woke up. Ah! How could it be? Miss Muggle, why are you here? Haven't you already? Am I still in the dream just now? Snapped. It hurts so much. Is this reality? Claude outside the carriage looked at the starry sky above his head, smiled, and asked, what happened? Mr. Claude? Miss Muggle. She is still alive. Right in front of me. It's true. Maybe this is a miracle. In the carriage, Miss Frank gradually recovered from the shock. She sat next to Aurora, took Aurora's hands and looked at them carefully. She needed them for a long time, and finally confirmed that Miss Aurora was in front of her. Is real. Miss Muggle, I guess you wouldn't mind answering our questions? The dream revealed by Lumien did indeed happen, but part of it was incomplete, and I had indeed been living in the dream before you arrived at Cordu village. Aurora's voice was very soft and slow. He slowly told what he had experienced. A large-scale sacrificial event indeed took place in Cordu village. She and Lumien were both selected sacrifices, and they were indeed pushed to the altar and sacrificed to the hidden existence known as the Ring of Destiny. In Lumien's memory, she became a container carrying the power of sacrifice and merged with the villagers of Cordu village into a huge abominable monster. Before the sacrifice was successful, she pushed Lumien out of the altar and used the sacrifice to obtain the power that came saved him. But he himself was sacrificed. And in her memory, after she carried the power gained from the sacrifice, a starlight landed in the distant starry sky, protecting her and preventing her from completely losing her mind. After the sacrifice, she was like a wandering soul, living in Lumien's dream as a bystander. She was unable to interfere with Lumien's dreams, and she could not be noticed by Lumien. It was not until Lumien recalled the memory of the priest's sacrifice and broke the time loop that she regained her body and freedom and successfully survived. Come over. She didn't want to meet Lumien and wanted him to grow up completely through this incident. So she silently left Cordu village and came to the carriage and advanced to wait. Oh my God! Miss Frank covered her mouth tightly with her hand to prevent herself from being too shocked and making two rude exclamations. It's actually like this. Miss Frank wanted to try hard to overcome the shock in her heart, but she couldn't. This is amazing. That starlight is. My faith is in the stars. Aurora's eyes showed a pious light. At that critical moment of life and death, it was the blessing of the stars that saved me. The stars, Mr. Claude. Don't you also plan to join the Church of the Stars? Miss Frank seemed to have remembered something. Is your arrival also guided by the stars? Oh, that's what happened. An illusory light door was generated directly inside the carriage, and then Force's figure appeared in the empty seat next to Miss Frank. Miss Frank and Aurora were startled, but they quickly realized that their eyes were full of envy. This ability is so convenient. Aurora hesitated and said, Dear Madam Lumien, frustration and pain are certainly excellent nutrients for growth, but I still feel that deception is not a good choice. Forsy said lightly. If there were no miracles granted by the stars, this would be reality. Since I survived because of the blessings of the stars, I should repay the gifts of the stars. Oh, the gift of the stars. With a smile on his lips, Forsey looked up at the figure hidden by the gray carriage curtain and chuckled. How do you plan to repay this gift? I want to go to Backland in the kingdom of Lone, which is the birthplace of the faith in the stars. Ah, Miss Muggle, won't you come back to Trier with me? Trier? That is Lumine's stage. But we can still communicate through letters. But, Miss Owl, I'm grateful that you came here from Trier to save me. Aurora, who slowly coaxed Miss Frank, looked at Forsey and said, Dear madam, although I don't know much about you, I know that you are a member of the Tarot Society. Come here. The purpose is to recruit Lumine to join the Tarot Club. I believe that with your integrity and kindness, you will definitely arrange his growth. Here, let me first thank you for your help to Lumine. In addition, I also want to ask you to keep it a secret. Don't tell Lumine the truth that I am still alive. When he grows up and becomes more mature, I will come to see him. Facing Aurora's request, Forsey neither agreed nor refused. Her current thoughts were not here. It's so shameful that she didn't notice that Aurora was still alive after being here for so long. She didn't even know the key information that Aurora was a follower of the stars. Could it be that he came here just to help me clean up the mess? No. Given his character, it's more likely that he came here specially to take a look at my embarrassing appearance. Ah, this is so embarrassing. Forsey felt that her cheeks were constantly getting hot. If there were not outsiders here, she would never be able to control her mood at the moment. She took several deep breaths to suppress the shameful feeling. The quiet night will eventually dissipate when the first ray of the sun's rays falls on the hilltop of Cordu village. The golden and brilliant sun's rays spread rapidly in all directions, like lighting up a cotton field. The blood-red mist that was still misty, twisted and illusory last night was completely purified under the light of the golden sun until it turned into wisps of smoke and dispersed. Is it all over? In the dilapidated Eternal Sun Church, Lumine, who was still immersed in pain, looked at the sun gradually rising from the top of the mountain. His eyes hurt so much that he couldn't open his eyes. The sunlight was too dazzling. At the same time, there was a burning pain in his chest, and a faint wisp of black smoke came out. Am I no longer worthy of living in the sun? Lumine smiled wryly at himself, struggled to get up and left the church, walking along the shadows that were not yet covered by the golden sunlight. Also leaving at the same time was the carriage parked outside the village. When the golden sun rose, Claude, the carriage driver, drove the carriage back along the original road. The sun's rays are really dazzling today. Aurora opened a corner of the window curtain and glanced at the dilapidated village that was getting further away. Ms. Furs, where are you going next? Miss Frank asked tentatively, cautiously. This mysterious and powerful Ms. Furs had no intention of leaving since she came to the carriage last night, which made her a little overwhelmed. Oh, I happen to be like you and want to go back to Trier. Can't you reach Trier directly through the travel portal? Forsey smiled brightly and said, It is not a good sign to rely too much on one's own extraordinary abilities. It was a rare privilege to have Mr. Claude drive him off in person. And of course the longer you experience it, the better.